Chapter 1001. Although he was not very clear about the situation of Civilization Number 1, he knew very well that he had to make all the arrangements as soon as possible. Through the research on 2 different systems during this period, I have also made some progress. First of all, my biggest advantage is that there are many technologies in the technology tree that Civilization Number 11 cannot currently match. This is due to some useful things in the inheritance. Of course, these things are just a trick. For example, the trick of attack method, or other tricks. To put it simply, normal people may fight each other with sticks, but his technology allows him to take advantage of the iron crutches. But once the other party knows about this, they can do the same operation. That's probably how it feels. The effect is very obvious, but it is also very easy to be targeted, and this is also normal, at least in his eyes. For this reason, his priority is to use these advantages to compete with Civilization Number 1 in the short term. Then, while Civilization Number 1 is researching solutions, he will research other things that can really improve his strength. When the time is almost up, he will have figured out what he should research. This idea is not a big problem in essence. It has also achieved good results. However, the subsequent impact is not small. At least that's the case for the current situation. Now we can only rely on this thing. While thinking, he turned his attention to the means he had at the bottom of his box. This means is naturally the universe. For me now, only the universe is really useful. The universe is definitely not the only way I have seen. There are many uses in the universe. While speaking, his eyes gradually became deeper. Now the first thing I have to do should be to change the universe. Before, a lot of adjustments and changes have been made to the universe. And now more changes need to be made. The current method is indeed feasible in the universe. But the current method is very badly targeted. So now I need to make a lot of changes here. First of all, we need to ensure some details of the universe, as well as the overall offensive method, etc. While thinking about him, he couldn't help but have a headache. Expansion is indeed the most effective way in the short term. But there are many issues involved. Naturally, there are also many changes that need to be made. There is no big problem with his attack mode in the universe now. But if it is aimed at Civilization Number 1, there are too many things to consider. After all, Civilization Number 1 has already seen his current attack method very clearly. For various reasons, he knew that he had to change his attack mode. The operation mode of the entire universe must also change. Thinking of this, he began to become serious. In short, there are many things he needs to consider now. So, while thinking about it, he began to think about how to arrange it. In fact, for him now, although there are many ways of attack that the universe can change, there are very few that he can use. Of course, this is also very normal. There must be many problems with the level of technology here, but he doesn't feel any surprise about this. For him, as long as there are changes, he doesn't need to think too much. So with this mentality, he also began to plan well. It's definitely not possible to follow the previous ideas. This time the battle is already very obvious. The target is 2 against the sky. If they continue to target, there is no need to consider other things in the future. So the new model must be changed. If the universe is used as a prototype, there are actually many things that can be changed. As he thought about it, his thinking gradually began to develop. He was naturally very clear about the situation of the universe. It is definitely not possible to follow the old way, but the new way is to change those areas by yourself. After all, some things are not as simple as they seem on the surface. The new attack method is simple to say, but if you really want to operate it, there are many problems involved. After thinking about it, he decided to transform the entire universe into a base. A base similar to the fortress of Civilization Number 1. But the biggest problem here is this kind of operation. The first factor that needs to be considered is the attack method and attack strength. To put it bluntly, his attack strength is not high now, and there are many operations that cannot be supported at all. He is very clear about this. The main reason why his universe is like this now is nothing more than this. In this way, strengthen your attack strength. But now it seems that although my plan is feasible, the intensity of being targeted is too strong. It was okay the first time, but later the opponent can completely target it. In the previous battle, if I hadn't prepared so many bugs and focused on him, I'm afraid it would have been finished. The role played by the high dimension in the previous battle is almost the same as if it hadn't been played. Simply put, this is the root of the problem. Many strategies of the opponent against me obviously have played a great effect. If he still follows the routine and does not make any changes, the problems that arise later will only increase. It is indeed feasible to transform the entire universe into a huge base. But he also knows that the idea is indeed feasible, But the problem is that if he does it this way, how should he operate the technology in the future? The level is here, and it is indeed possible to transform it into a new attack mode for the base. But how to solve the damage of his own attack is the biggest problem. All in all, there are still a lot of things to consider, at least from his perspective. If there is no new attack method, then the subsequent operation will become extremely difficult. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but feel a headache. There are too many things to consider, and his technology wants to perfect all these things, and the difficulty is too high. So how should I do this? After thinking about it, he couldn't figure it out, so he could only give up helplessly. This matter is a more troublesome thing for him, or for other affiliated civilizations. If their attack technology does not make progress, it will basically not have much effect, but now this mode of his universe itself has a big problem. We must strengthen the application research of these related technologies, especially about this most critical weapon system. We must research a new attack mode as soon as possible, otherwise, it will be impossible for me to be as safe and sound as I am now in the later stage. In fact, he was a little anxious about the current situation. Making changes may not necessarily have an effect, but if no changes are made, it will definitely be a failure. In short, there are too many things to consider. I can't think so much now. What I have to do now is to come up with the whole idea of changing the universe first. After the idea of changing the universe is figured out, the next thing to consider is some detailed arrangements in the later stage. As for the attack system, we can install it directly after the research is completed. This means that at this stage, if I encounter civilization number 1, I will really die. However, he also knows that there is a certain risk in the current situation. To put it simply, the current situation is also very clear. First of all, the first point is about the matter of the universe. The changes in the universe will cause many of his previous attack methods to be basically useless. So during this period of time, he is like a tiger with teeth pulled out. If you encounter civilization number 1, you will indeed have a lot of problems. His operation is more like gambling, and the things he wants to gamble are naturally very simple. Indeed, from all angles, the influence of civilization number 1 on him is very large. But now is undoubtedly the best time to make changes. The reason why he said this is of course not groundless. The current situation is actually very simple and clear. First of all, civilization number 1 has just fought with him, and is now in the recovery period. In addition, the last battle must have left a small deep impression on civilization number 1, and this is the key point. The current situation is very simple and clear. If the opponent can't find a technique to take him down in a short period of time, then there is no need to think about it. They will definitely not do it themselves. And this is the key point of the key point. He can completely rely on this point to gain a huge advantage in the early stage, so thinking of this, he couldn't help but start planning. If you say that his current behavior is risk-free, it is definitely impossible. Not only is there a risk here, but the risk is a bit big. But sometimes you really have to take a gamble. If you don't take a gamble, you will never know whether you can succeed. He seems to have such a mentality, so he has also started to make various plans. But for him, it doesn't matter. Because for him, now is an opportunity to make changes. Many times, changes are not something you can change just because you want to change. Most of the time, changes must have the right time, right place, and right people. Obviously, he doesn't intend to miss this opportunity. After having an idea, he immediately began to make arrangements. The transformation of the entire universe is a huge project, especially for a universe like his. Of course, he now has enough bugs to complete this task, but for some research on the attack module, he has also chosen a slightly risky path. He decided to take the XJ artifact and study it for a while. For him now, transmission is not a difficult thing, although there is a risk of being discovered. Of course, the discovery here refers to that special consciousness. However, as far as his current situation is concerned, the consciousness will not care about him too much, so as long as he is not too unlucky, there will be no big problems. If you want to study something with a certain attack power in a short period of time without being noticed, artifacts are undoubtedly the best choice. For a period of time, he also collected a lot of data related to artifacts, and made several fake artifacts. The functions of these artifacts are similar to the current real artifacts. Because for the current civilization, the biggest function of this artifact is to open the network to the key to the special space. It is not difficult to simulate this function, so he swapped a few artifacts in the middle. As for whether these artifacts will have other effects, Jiangyao is actually not clear about this, but when he is going to play a role, he can just return it, which is not a big problem for him. So with this mentality, he soon got the artifact as he wished. The first time he got the artifact was to start related research, and soon all kinds of data came out. This surprised me a little. These artifacts are not the product of this universe at all. They have a lot of matter from hyperspace. But how can the matter from hyperspace enter the normal universe without being targeted? Seeing these relevant data at this time, he couldn't help but frown. The relationship between hyperspace and normal universe is very subtle. Entering hyperspace again and then returning to the normal universe, no matter how well you hide, you will be targeted by consciousness. Originally, he thought that this thing could not be broken, but now after seeing the data of this artifact, he understood that this thing was not absolute, because this artifact was in hyperspace from the beginning, and many substances in it can be found in hyperspace. This means that it is from hyperspace to the conventional universe, but the reason why it is not targeted depends on the 60% of materials and energy in the artifact that he does not know. It is a bit beyond my expectation. There are 60% that I cannot analyze. As for this result, he was also quite surprised. According to his imagination, under normal circumstances, there should be only 10%, 20% that he cannot explain now, but he never thought that it would be so high, and there are so many things that cannot be analyzed now. This is enough to show that this thing is not simple. This gave me an unexpected surprise. Chapter 1002. According to the degree of analysis of this thing, it is enough to see that this thing is not simple. If nothing unexpected happens, the route this thing takes seems to be more in line with my next arrangement. Through the research during this period, it can basically be determined that this thing mainly hits several directions. The first is the evolution aspect. The second is the biological transformation and base transformation. The direction of this thing's research is more about transforming a certain creature or a certain object into a super flagship or something like that. For example, the Titan studied in this civilization. This special creature is a combination of multiple technologies, thus creating a super limited creature. This is similar to the route he wants to arrange next. Although he wants to transform the entire universe, in fact, the end result is the same. He just wants to transform the universe into a super limited thing. Compared with his previous application of the universe, it is obvious that the new transformation plan will make up for these defects. He did not have a specific transformation route before. Now, with this thing, maybe it can give me some inspiration. While thinking, he immediately formulated a corresponding plan. As the entire civilization began to take action, some relevant data soon came out. After systematic research, he found that there were quite a few technologies contained in it. The entire technology tree is simply a great convenience for him now. He didn't expect this. First of all, the civilization that obtained this thing before, through various means and arrangements, developed a super battleship called Ark. The technological content contained in this battleship far exceeds the current level of this civilization. At the same time, the biological strength transformed by the biological transformation technology inside is also very powerful. Simply put, this is a special item that combines battleship transformation technology and biological transformation technology. The things contained in this inheritance and the route taken are probably to gather the power of all civilizations to use the two technologies of battleships and biology to the extreme to create powerful weapons that exceed the existing civilization level. The technological level of the civilization that created this thing is naturally very high, at least with its current technological level. It cannot be completely deciphered. And this item also records the rise and fall of this civilization. In the year 1452 of the new calendar, the war against the superdimensional consciousness body began. A joint civilization fleet composed of 754 powerful civilizations set off. Since the discovery of the existence of superdimensional consciousness, we have started related research. Finally, we can confirm that this special consciousness is the obstacle that controls us or restricts us from leaving this world and going to higher dimensions. We have found his existence and located his position. Next is the war between us and him. No one knows what the outcome of this war will be. But all the civilizations involved in the war are very clear that we have no other way. New calendar year 2304, today is a memorable day. Up to now, we have gained a great advantage in the battle with a super unique entity. According to the current war situation, it won't take long for us to completely destroy it, and at the same time, the passage to another high-dimensional world has been opened. We only need to add another mirror, and we can leave here without opening up. However, the energy contained in the high-dimensional world is beyond our expectations. With our current technology, once we enter that world, we will be disintegrated by that special energy. What we need to do next is to research a way to survive in that world as soon as possible. New calendar year 2399. Very good, we finally researched a special method that allows us to survive in that world and also use that special energy. We are already looking forward to entering that world in the future. We can sense that once we enter that world and adapt to that world, we will usher in a dimensional upgrade. All civilizations are looking forward to the arrival of this day, and of course we know that this is the effort of all of us. New calendar year 3379. How could this happen? Why did the channel we opened suddenly close? And why did that special consciousness become so powerful? The combined fleet failed. This time we lost more than 70% of our warships. This was something none of us had expected. Seeing victory coming together, such a thing would happen. We were all panicked and terrified. We really didn't expect things to develop into what they are now. Now we are like dogs that have lost their homes. In order to protect the last bit of strength, we have to flee everywhere. We are confused about our future. New calendar 4321. This is a memorable day. Today we finally understand the true situation of the superdimensional consciousness. There are a total of 4 superdimensional consciousnesses in this world. Before, we only defeated the weakest number 1, the superdimensional consciousness, and later because our behavior seemed to touch a certain limit, the remaining 3 super consciousnesses have appeared. To be precise, they are not superdimensional consciousnesses. It would be more appropriate to describe them as war machines. The purpose of these special existences is to eliminate all of us who are determined by him to be eliminated. After our research, it can be basically determined that for this world, our behavior has touched the bottom line, and the special consciousness of this world does not allow us to leave here. At this time, Jiang Yao looked at the content above and was somewhat silent. It is obvious that some of the things recorded here are undoubtedly the most core things in this world. Through this knowledge, he can basically determine one thing, that is, the civilization that left this thing, if nothing unexpected happens, should be the first batch of civilizations to attack that special consciousness. This surprised him. He really couldn't imagine that this special consciousness was so powerful. According to the records, there were so many civilizations that attacked this consciousness. The most important thing was that such a powerful civilization failed in the end. This was the key point. Any civilization that was attacked should be many times stronger than himself, but under such conditions, so many civilizations united. In the end, this would be the result. The process of the attack also made him curious. From the great victory in the first battle to the successive victories later, everything went smoothly all the way, but when they broke through the barrier and began to study how to leave here, everything changed. Through this information, he can basically determine one thing. The first thing is the bottom line of this world, which should be to break through the barrier and leave here. Once you engage in relevant research, the remaining several powerful consciousnesses will appear. Before that, there should be only one weak consciousness to compete with you. Of course, it is not ruled out that several consciousnesses appear at the same time at the current stage. At the beginning, they just played the role of activating consciousnesses. In short, there are too many things in it that he is now confused about. Of course, for him now, this knowledge is naturally very useful, and he didn't think too much. He continued to read the relevant records. More and more things appeared in front of him soon, and his understanding of this world became deeper. First of all, that special consciousness is called a superdimensional consciousness, and after their civilization enters a certain stage, it is called a superdimensional civilization. It is also for this reason that entering the stage of superdimensional civilization means that you have the prerequisite to participate in the fight against superdimensional consciousness. However, this consciousness is so powerful that it is very difficult to defeat it with the technology of this universe. Simply put, it is closely related to the composition of the entire world. And it is impossible to use the things that make up the world to target the world itself. Whether it is the law or other things, the effect they have on him is very superficial, so if you want to target him, you must obtain some things from the outside world. Although these things are difficult to obtain, they are still relatively easy to obtain during the first superdimensional battle. All the changes also happened to the special consciousnesses that appeared after the end of the first war. When they appeared, the space barrier was completely sealed, and things from outside the world could no longer come to this world. Even if you searched for them specifically or used various technologies, it was difficult to get these things. The things from outside the world that were obtained before naturally became precious. Only these things can deal with the existence of those special consciousnesses. In order to ensure that subsequent civilizations can have the means to fight against the enemy, all the united civilizations at that time signed a contract. If their civilizations were destroyed for some reason, they would leave these things they obtained in the form of inheritance to the later successors. And the artifact in his hand is such a thing. To be precise, all the artifacts obtained by the extinct civilization are at this stage. After learning this information, Jiang Yao was also slightly excited. After all, this means that the upper limit of the artifacts he obtained is very high. This made him have to sigh that there are surprises everywhere in life. Of course, the information recorded in the artifact core is not limited to this. It also records the Second War, the Third War, and even hundreds of wars later. The final record stopped at the 173rd War. During these years of war, many civilizations have reached their current level and joined their expeditionary army. In fact, everything went very smoothly at the beginning. Although several powerful consciousnesses joined later, they also had their own foreign aid, those civilizations that continued to develop. So the war between the two sides barely reached a balance, but nothing can be extremely smooth. The real problem appeared in the 173rd War. In this war, a group of traitors appeared, and they betrayed civilization. They chose to join those special consciousness bodies, and several civilizations even survived the First Civilization War. The civilization that left the artifact was very puzzled about this, because their goals should be the same after all. They will eventually try their best to leave this cage. However, why did the traitor appear? What is their memory of doing so? Don't they want to leave here? In short, there are too many questions here. Because of the appearance of the traitor, the entire United Civilization was instantly disintegrated. The United Civilization, which was originally at a disadvantage in the battle with the other side, was really powerless in the face of so many traitors that suddenly appeared. Sometimes the disintegration often comes from within. That's it. In short, this battle also ushered in the final end. Of course, there are more than that. For example, the civilizations that developed later also resolutely joined the army of condemnation after learning the truth. But this is a later matter, which he learned through the inheritance left behind. From a certain perspective, this artifact completes my knowledge in some aspects. For him, this is naturally a good thing. Only when these things are understood clearly, he knows how to arrange them. But it must be said that the war against the superdimensional consciousness is an insurmountable mountain for the civilization of this world. Every civilization tried its best to break through this limit. But the final result was disappointing. But it was because they became pioneers that they had their own way later. Jiang Yao was also very emotional about this. Originally, according to the current situation, he didn't need to worry about these things. But since he had already come into contact with these things, he must consider what he should consider. In short, what he can do now is to do everything possible to pave the way for the future. The research on the artifact soon achieved quite amazing results. He also had a clear understanding of the fusion principle. Soon a complete plan was implemented. First, the universe needs to be compressed to increase its mass and hardness. Secondly, the bugs inside must also be changed, and bugs specifically for this configuration must be developed. The entire universe is transformed into a galaxy, and 3 universes merge into such a small galaxy. Needless to say, how terrifying the mass is. The bugs must also be special bugs to play a corresponding role in it. This needs to be studied carefully. After some thought, he decided to transform his universe into a real war fortress. Only such a universe can compete with Civilization No. 1 and play its due role in future wars. In his mind, the war fortress can continue to evolve by devouring other universes. Chapter 1003. This routine is still difficult to implement. Although he now has relevant ideas for future research, there are still many technologies that need to be overcome, so the overall operation process is very complicated. However, it doesn't matter to him. Anyway, he has an idea now. What he is most worried about is that he has no direction. So for him now, it is a good thing to implement it now that he has a direction. In this way, he arranged the subsequent plans and started to operate. At this time, the battle plan against the insects in Civilization No. 1 was also being implemented in an orderly manner. After these years of research, they have summarized a total of 145 complete plans for the next battle. After screening, a new plan was finally determined. According to the current development speed, the Zerg has an absolute advantage in terms of recovery. In this battle, although the Zerg were injured more seriously than us, you should also know that the Zerg will recover much faster than us. According to our estimates, it will only take a few decades to recover to the peak combat power, while we estimate that it will take at least 300 to 400 years. The timeline between us and them is too long. If they attack us at this stage, we will have no advantage. Although they attack us during this period, we have the ability to resist, and we can even defeat them. But you should also know that if this happens, the injuries will be compounded. If we want to continue to recover, then the time will have to be extended, and they can use this advantage to continue to attack us. The bugs routine is not hard to guess. If they were in their place, they would adopt the same idea, constantly consuming the enemy in this way, and eventually dragging the enemy down. So during these years, we must hide ourselves well. Only in this way can we safely pass the recovery period. After we pass the recovery period, we can quickly develop and improve the combat system in the following time, and then launch the final attack on the bugs. And in these years, our war plan against the bugs will add some new combat celestial bodies, and these combat celestial bodies are mainly aimed at the Bug C tactics and the Bugs universe. At the same time, our research on dimensional technology has made amazing progress, and this technology is mainly used in the later stage to target the 10th dimension of the bugs. At this time, in the combat meeting room of Civilization Number 1, one combat plan after another was executed. After so many battles, they are becoming more and more cautious about the combat plan of the bugs, but even so, they still fail to achieve the expected results every time, which forces them to re-examine the enemy of the bugs. They even made a lot of adjustments and changes to the combat plan this time. In the past, when they fought against the bugs, they used some of their existing combat units, but now they decided to abandon the current combat units and remanufacture related combat units. These combat units are all used for reorganization. In fact, such an operation mode in war is very disadvantageous for a civilization of their level. In the past, all their combat celestial bodies tended to be comprehensive, so no matter what kind of enemy they faced, they had solutions and methods to deal with it, but now it is different. If all combat celestial bodies tend to develop towards the insect side, it means that if they face other civilizations in the later stage, they will have no advantage. Their combat capabilities against other civilizations will be greatly reduced. Such behavior is actually very disadvantageous to them, but now they have to do so in order to target the insects. Of course, the advantage of doing this is that all attack units are centered around the insects. Then when they fight against the insects, the strength they can exert will probably be several times or even dozens of times higher than the original basis. In fact, under normal circumstances, it is not easy for a civilization to make such a decision, but the previous war caused them heavy losses. Instead of remaking the same things as before, which will not have any effect in the end, it is better to make changes, so that war also made them determined to change in disguise. Just when Civilization Number 1 had already started to operate these things, at this time on Jiangmiao's side. Related research is also progressing steadily. The originally huge universe has begun to change. The first and most intuitive thing is that the volume is shrinking at a speed visible to the naked eye. As the volume shrinks, the mass is also increasing. At the same time, some special insects are constantly being thrown into the universe. In his plan, different insects need to be integrated into each different stage. These bugs will play different roles in the future. The celestial bodies will naturally have very strong strength in the space battles created in this way. Of course, the amount of resources invested in this process should not be underestimated. The bugs in each stage will have their own special abilities, from combat to recovery, and then to stability. In short, in the future war fortresses, these bugs will form a symbiotic relationship with the universe. He has a very clear idea about this matter. According to his current purification technology, it is basically impossible to evolve bugs that are perfectly adapted to the universe after his transformation, so he has an idea to continuously add bugs at different stages, and these bugs need to meet the possibility of survival in this stage, and even in the later stages. As long as this is met, then in these environments, these bugs will evolve autonomously, which may break through the upper limit of his current purification technology. In this way, he could integrate with the entire universe, and form a symbiotic relationship with the entire universe. As long as he could do this, the insects in the later stage would exceed the upper limit of the purification technology he was currently researching, and he might be inspired by them to take his technology a step further. Of course, there were other things that needed to be studied, and this thing was the targeted attack of the rule weapons of Civilization Number 1. He did not fully defend against the targeted attack technology of Civilization Number 1. Every attack could cause him to lose a lot of insects. Although he had weapons that could suppress it, the effect was still not as expected. In his eyes, the war fortress he built this time needs to take all performance into consideration. If he can't even deal with the targeted attack of war weapons, it will naturally not work, so now most of his thoughts are on this. At the same time, for the attack, in addition to the artifact he got, he is also prepared to directly add that special energy technology into it when necessary. This time his idea is very clear, that is, after the appearance of his war fortress, all the technologies he has mastered now must be equipped with it. As long as this matter is done, it should not be a difficult task to solve the Number 1 civilization. The timeline of the tug-of-war with the number 1 civilization is too long, constantly fighting and constantly improving. Both sides have various ideas for each other, and various combat plans emerge in an endless stream, but it is definitely not possible to continue like this. So he must cut the Gordian knot here. If he continues to pull it, it is not impossible that something will really happen one day. With this mentality, he began his own combat deployment. The timeline required for the research of the artifact is very long, but it doesn't matter, because he expects the recovery period of civilization number 1 to be not too short. According to my estimation, it will take at least several hundred years for civilization number 1 to recover to its heyday, which means that during these hundreds of years, he will not rashly attack me. And even after recovery, he will not take the initiative to cause trouble to me, because he and I should have the same idea, wanting to eliminate the enemy in one fell swoop, so as to avoid more troubles at night. So during this period of time, as long as I don't cause trouble for him, he will most likely not come to me on his own initiative. In this case, then I don't need to worry too much. It's not hard to guess what civilization number 1 is thinking, because he also has this idea, so according to his estimate, there is at least 1,000 years of buffer time. And this timeline is completely sufficient, and he is also very clear. When civilization number 1 goes out, it will definitely give everything, and the same is true for his side, so the next battle should be the one that will ultimately determine the outcome of the two civilizations. Both sides will use their best tricks. The final winner will naturally be able to continue to live in peace, and the loser will usher in a true demise. For this battle, whether it is civilization number 1 or himself, they will try their best to cut off all the living forces of the other party. Ensure that the other party has no possibility of survival. For both sides, this battle is crucial. Although he has also considered it, he could take advantage of his faster recovery than them and constantly harass and weaken the other side through this advantage until the other side is completely dragged down by him. However, the difficulty of implementing this plan is still very high. To put it simply, if they find that the situation is not right, they will secretly send out a deputy formation and then start to develop. With their technological level, it will not take long for them to develop a large scale. The main force is mainly responsible for pulling and delaying with themselves. In this war mode, they have too much room for operation. Once they find that they are unstoppable, it is also very easy for them to get out. Although he could find the place where they escaped, it would take time. By the time he found them, they might have grown to a certain size and could continue to fight with him. If they kept fighting in this way, the war would never end. If something unexpected happened in the middle, it might even turn over. So after thinking about it, he decided to change his strategy. He decided to adopt this one-move strategy, either not to make a move, or to make sure the other party never had a chance to recover. He believed that the idea of civilization number 1 should be similar to his own, and the grievances between the two civilizations had lasted for too long. While thinking, he turned his attention to Qin. Whether his plan would succeed in the end still depended on him. Only if he completed the task he assigned to him, could he truly complete the entire universe fortress. With this mentality, he immediately checked Qin's current development status, and the result surprised him somewhat. At this time, Qin's development momentum was very strong, and all 3 bosses of the isolated island had been solved by him. Now he is making final preparations for challenging the supervisor. The supervisor is the most special boss in the isolated island. After defeating it, you can meet the conditions for ascension and go to other control areas. When you reach a new place and defeat the boss there, you will enter the next place if the conditions are met. This civilization has also arranged its own inheritance quite well. First of all, the inheritor needs to complete the challenges of many areas, from the most basic isolated island to the later extinction distortion and other different areas. There are different creatures and different harsh environments in these areas. Only after completing all these challenges, you can enter the real core Genesis. Genesis is the most precious property left by this civilization. A huge super spaceship has various creatures in this spaceship, and the spaceship also has the strongest technology left by this civilization. As long as you challenge the corrupt creatures that control this spaceship and seize the final authority, it means that you have completed the final inheritance. The whole process will be very long, but according to Jiang Yao's estimation, it will only take 100 years at most. If everything goes well, the whole operation can be completed. People who enter this world have been biologically transformed, so their lifespan is extremely long. There is no need to worry about dying in the middle of the process. According to Jiang Yao's estimation, it will take about 600 years at most to fully understand the task he is assigned after he controls the entire spacecraft and starts related research. After obtaining this technology, The next step is to integrate everything into his war fortress and complete the final puzzle. At that time, it is time for him and Civilization Number 1 to make a decision. Chapter 1004. This battle is extremely important for both civilizations. So at this time, both civilizations are also working hard to prepare for the war. Time flies like this. Soon, decades of time have passed. On Chen Xian's side, he has successfully broken through the first isolated island map and entered the second map of this world, Extinction. This map is very different from other maps. There is an abandoned city in this world. There are many abandoned high-tech buildings in the city. In addition to dinosaurs, there are also many robots in the city. These robots are mainly responsible for the safety of the city, but because of the destruction of civilization and the invasion of corruption, these robots have changed. In this world, Chen Xian also learned a new word. Corruption pollution. No one knows where this pollution comes from, but everyone knows that the disaster it brings to civilization is terrible. Many dinosaurs were infected and became corrupted dinosaurs. Not only that, many places on this planet were destroyed because of the planet itself. The planet is very dangerous outside the protection of the city, and meteorites will fall from time to time. This also means that if you want to survive in this world, there is only one place. This place is in the city. There is a special shield above the city to protect safety, or go underground. There is a huge space underground in the Extinction, where an ecology unique to this world has been bred. Similarly, this is also the only place without corrupted creatures except the city. In short, if you want to survive here, there are only a few places where you can be safe and sound. After Chen Xian conquered the isolated island, a prompt for ascension appeared. This ascension does not mean that everyone ascends together. You can choose to go or not. If you go, you can follow Chen Xian to a new place. If you don't go, you can stay on the isolated island and continue to survive. In short, for most people, they have chosen to ascend, but not everyone thinks so. There are still many people who choose to continue to stay on the isolated island. After living here for so many years, they naturally have their own feelings for the isolated island. In addition, they are used to living there, so they don't want to leave. Chen Xian just smiled about this. I have to say, these people are really naive. At this time, Chen Xian couldn't help but complain in his heart on the Titan Dragon shelter. Hearing what he said, Leah next to him was a little confused. Isn't it good for them not to leave? For them, surviving in that familiar place is also a good choice. Chen Xian shook his head. Have you forgotten the countdown? Chen Xian continued to add, I originally thought that the existence of this countdown was set by the world to determine how long it would take to defeat the boss, but in fact I was wrong. After defeating the supervisor, I found that the time did not end, but was still counting. There are still 10 years left. This time seems long, but in fact I guess it is the countdown to the destruction of that world. Chen Xian couldn't help but sigh. If they don't leave, I guess they will be destroyed along with that world. Leah was also shocked when she heard what Chen Xian said. That means they have to challenge the boss again if they want to leave. Chen Xian nodded. Although they should know the function of the artifact and the method of summoning the boss through the arc, they won't be too panicked if someone finds out about this later, because they think they can challenge the boss with the strategy one left behind. Chen Xian couldn't help but shake his head. When he left, he thought that they were his fellow villagers after all, and he had to leave something for them as a token of friendship. Although he left the method of summoning the boss and told others the approximate location of the artifact cave, they only needed to get the artifact to summon the boss to ascend. So even if they knew that the world still had 10 years left, they wouldn't panic. At most, they could attack the boss and ascend in the remaining year. Chen Xian could guess their thoughts. They had lived on the island for so long that they were already familiar with it, so it was a comfort zone for them. If they left, who knows how dangerous the next area would be. So it would be better to stay there. Or wait until the time is right before ascending, because the pioneers must have developed the area almost completely, and it would not be so dangerous for them to go there. But in reality, this plan was doomed to fail. The reason was simple. This world was far more dangerous than one might think. First of all, it is difficult to obtain artifacts. The difficulty of the isolated island is never the boss, but obtaining artifacts. The danger level of several mines in the isolated island is beyond imagination. I also survived a lot to get the artifact. I took a big risk to go to the underwater mine and almost died halfway. After all, the whole area is full of dense and powerful marine creatures. Anyone would be panicked. Of course, this is not the point. There is a more important point. That is the big ice cave in the snow mountain. There are dinosaurs of level 400 to 500 in it. Even if you cultivate a second or third generation Tyrannosaurus Rex, you can go in. Let's talk about the poisonous gas mine. Not only are there poisonous gases everywhere, but there are also insects of level 450. These areas are quite dangerous. In order to get the artifacts in these places, the price I paid was not small. In the poisonous gas mine, I tamed a flexible devil frog and cultivated it to the second generation with a high-quality saddle. In this way, the defense of the devil frog was pulled to the extreme. Then he went to the mine and slowly cleaned it up, and finally got the artifact. He encountered many dangers during this period, but the devil frog's flexibility allowed him to easily avoid danger many times. This is just one of the caves. There are many other caves, and the danger level is also very high. The underwater mine, the dense veins, and the megalodon. In order to survive safely, he was also very well prepared. First, a boss challenged in advance unlocked the tech clothes and helmet. Through the acceleration of the tech clothes, it can swim at a very fast speed in the sea. However, even so, it was a life and death experience for it to enter the mine, and the dinosaurs it brought over were basically all dead. If it weren't for these dinosaurs to help him attract attention, I'm afraid he wouldn't be able to safely pass through that dangerous area even wearing tech armor. And this is only the first level. There are still many dangers waiting for you after entering the cave. In short, after a lot of goings, he finally got the most difficult to obtain underwater artifact. Next is the snowy mountain, with countless powerful dinosaurs. In order to get the artifact in it, he put all his dinosaurs in it. He fought his way out of it, and finally got the artifact he wanted. If you want to pass the cave with one life, first of all, you have to be well prepared in all aspects. Secondly, you need to have a good understanding of the frozen snow situation and prepare the corresponding plan in advance. Otherwise, the following caves are just for giving away heads. Obviously, except for him, no one else knows the situation here. It is no exaggeration to say that this group of people are just giving away heads, but they don't know it. They thought that as long as they told them the situation and location of the cave, they could easily challenge these and then get the artifact. The fact can only tell them that they think too much. This is not an easy task. Even people like me who often do these things need to prepare for a very long time, and they can only explore after the right time, place, people, and other aspects are alright. Of course, this is not unsolvable. Take the underwater mine cave for example. Although it is difficult to have a lot of ocean inside, if all the survivors there unite together, they can form an army of tens of thousands, or even hundreds of thousands. At that time, each army will have its own tamed dinosaurs, and it is still possible to kill them directly. Other places can also follow the same method. In short, there is strength in numbers and problems can always be solved. But the premise is that they have to unite. The survivors are also in a state of distrust. No one dares to trust their backs to others, which means that it is very difficult to do this in the later stage. In short, there are too many things involved, and it is not that simple. So whether they can unite in the end is a very important thing. If they can unite, then everything is fine. As long as they can unite, basically many caves that are difficult for Chen Xian can be easily broken through. Of course, this does not mean that they are strong, but mainly because there is strength in numbers. Every time Chen Xian attacks these areas, his biggest problem is that he has to think, plan and arrange everything he needs to consider by himself, and the price he needs to pay is very high, such as encountering 10 dinosaurs. Then he needs to face 10 of them alone, but if there are 100 people and 10 of them face one, it is self-evident how difficult it is. However, these are not what Chen Xian needs to worry about now. What he needs to do now is to deal with the extinction as soon as possible. Of course, he also knows that it is not a particularly urgent thing to deal with this place, because there are some airdrop boxes in this place. As long as you open the airdrop box, you will summon many high-level hatched dinosaurs. If you can solve all the hatched dinosaurs, you can get the blueprints in this box. Some high-quality boxes in this box basically have legendary blueprints, and even if you are lucky, you can get the blueprints of legendary mechas. This is very important for him now, because some of the maps behind must be very well prepared, and extinction is a good place to brush blueprints. As long as you accumulate here, you don't need to worry about safety when you go to other areas. While he was still thinking about these things, Jiangyao saw his situation here, and Jiangyao was also thoughtful. These infections are not naturally generated in this world. The source of these infections is all from artifacts. This civilization also suffered backlash when using artifacts. Their technology is not enough to control this thing, so a lot of special substances were leaked during research. It is also these special substances that have caused huge changes to the entire planet. The reason for this is that the research on artifacts in this area is the most in-depth, and has promoted the economic field the most. However, these special substances are not a difficult task for Jiang Yao. He discovered these special substances as soon as possible and studied them. He found that these substances are not very useful for civilizations at his level. It is too easy to crack them, but it is very difficult for the civilization where Qinxian is. I don't know what I'm thinking about every day. It would be strange if this thing could have any impact on civilization number 1. In fact, at the beginning he was wondering whether this thing could have any impact on civilization number 1, but in the end, he found that this thing could not have any impact on himself, let alone civilization number 1. In this regard, he could only sigh and continue to study the other functions of the artifact. He wanted to make sure that before Qinxian completely inherited all the inheritance over there, he had figured out all the preparatory work that should be prepared in the early stage. When Qinxian finished the last piece of the puzzle for him, it would be time for him to really start. During this period of time, his entire universe has also undergone tremendous changes. Now his universe presents a huge diamond shape. And the shape is no longer as erratic as before, but very stable. In order to achieve this, he has put a lot of effort in these days, but fortunately, all these efforts are worth it, because now he has shaped the universe into a basic shape of a fortress. Next, he only needs to continue to stabilize and compress it, and then add bugs and arrange various attack and defense methods. It won't take long before his war fortress can basically take shape. In a few hundred years, my fortress should be able to withstand the attack of civilization number 1. According to the current situation, when my fortress is compressed to the size of a single universe, it can already resist the attack of civilization number 1. The super weapons against civilization number 1 may not be able to stop it, but when my universe is compressed to the size of a galaxy, even the super weapons of civilization number 1 can't do anything to me. In this way, there is basically no need to worry about being easily killed by civilization number 1. While watching countless bugs constantly building the universe, he thought to himself, when this thing is done, I should also have a super combat celestial body. It also has the means to truly compete with civilization number 1 head-on. Chapter 1005. The super combat celestial body is the ultimate capital for Jiang Yao to fight against civilization number 1, and he also values other things very much. This celestial body combines all his current strengths. First of all, it is based on 3 fusion universes, and then it is combined with different types of insects accumulated by countless resources. The technology used in it not only includes everything he is now, but also includes the technology brought from the artifact before. The resolution of the artifact has now reached 99%. This means that he has basically analyzed everything about the artifact, and he has a certain understanding of it. This artifact should be the inheritance left by a civilization in ancient times that fought against the world consciousness. The technology contained in it is much more powerful than my current one. According to my estimation, this technology has reached at least the 9th level. And the main reason why his inheritance is so easy to analyze is because he left it intentionally. At the moment, when the civilization was destroyed, he chose to leave all his things for future generations to inherit, and then through these studies to reach a higher level or join the team of that special consciousness. In fact, after analyzing this artifact, he immediately understood what happened at that time, because these things were recorded in the miracles, and the reason why he has not yet reached a complete analysis is that he needs to gather all the artifacts to unlock the last thing, but for this matter, he still needs to wait until Qinxian develops to the level he needs. Similarly, through this artifact, he also figured out the situation at that time. Simply put, our world is a created world. When the first civilization discovered the truth of the world, it began to unite other civilizations to leave or get away from this world to the real world. For the civilization at that time, when they found out that they were just birds in a cage, they were naturally very angry. No one can accept such a fate. Perhaps if this matter was not known, then everyone could continue their lives safely, but when this matter became the truth, no one was willing to be here. Their lifelong dream was to go to the real world. However, just when they were about to succeed, the special existence in the real world discovered them and everything they were doing. Naturally, it would not allow such a thing to happen, so he created a special consciousness to stop it. Obviously, he succeeded in the end. Of course, this is not the most critical thing. The most critical thing is that this civilization used to be a leader-level civilization of the resistance army. It lasted for a very long time in the world, spanning a long 5 eras. These civilizations at that time divided their acts of resistance, or the time of launching resistance, into the first era, which was the age of discovery, implying the discovery of the truth of the world, and the start of the first resistance war, which ended in failure. The second era was the age of stable development. After years of recuperation, the failed civilization finally accumulated military strength and started the war again. This war undoubtedly ended in failure, and then entered the Third Era, which was a turning point. They knew that they could not compete with this special existence alone, so they began to attract other civilizations to let more civilizations understand the truth of the world. At that time, basically all the civilizations that had reached superdimensionality understood what the whole world was like. And this was the beginning of the real resistance. At that time, many civilizations responded to the call and joined the resistance army. The entire army was unprecedentedly powerful. However, even so, they suffered successive defeats in the subsequent wars. At the beginning, their war still achieved brilliant results, but as the war continued, the second consciousness appeared, the third consciousness appeared, and even the fourth consciousness joined the battlefield. The intervention of these consciousnesses led to the defeat of the entire battle. They were easily defeated. However, they did not gain anything from this war. They learned about the world consciousness. If 4 of them came out at the same time, the consumption of the world's original energy would be very serious. Of course, the more serious the consumption of the world's original consciousness, the less space barriers or energy to maintain the space in the entire world would be. Although the special existence in the outside world was constantly injecting these things, according to their observations, they found that this energy should not be as simple as it seemed on the surface. At least the replenishment speed is not very fast, which means that these 4 special consciousnesses cannot be said to attack them because of differences and similarities. Therefore, most of the time, it is consciousness number 1 that attacks them. However, for them who were defeated in the later period and did not have much remaining troops, even 1 consciousness was not something they could deal with. They suffered heavy losses in that war, and the United Civilization Army realized for the first time the strength of these troops in this world. Of course, this is not the point. The point is that after the end of the Third Era, it entered the Fourth Era, and problems occurred in the United Civilization Army in this era. Judges appeared in the army. In fact, many civilizations did not understand why this happened at the beginning. You must know that everyone is united in hatred and everyone has the same fate. Everyone should work together to resist this fate. Why did the civil reform of civilization appear in the middle? What is the meaning of their doing so? Until the truth was revealed later. It turned out that the special existence gave them a promise. That special existence built a larger world that allowed them to settle in and become the real managers of this world. At this time, the real test appeared. On the one hand, there was basically no hope for the rebels, and even under the premise that the special existence did not really intervene. Just creating some things made the joint army unable to withstand it. If he really used Ganyu and used his methods, then the problem would come. What can you use to resist? What do you rely on to resist? So this is the crux of the problem. Some civilizations seem to be shaken, and with the generous rewards given by that special civilization, they chose to betray because they felt that there was no hope of victory on their side. Even if they wanted to win, it would take countless generations of civilizations to build it. And they only had one, so there was no need to give everything for the entire alliance army for this illusory victory. Instead of doing so, it would be better to get the promised benefits and become their own local emperor in a larger world, so that at least they could continue. In short, the other era was a dark era, known as the era of betrayers. Many civilizations chose to betray them, by betraying their teammates and uniting with the special world will, and finally dispersed the army of the United Civilization. And this entered the Fifth Era, known as the original era of escape. The army of the United Civilization living in the light was eventually forced to go underground. They escaped the pursuit of those betraying civilizations and world consciousness like dogs who had lost their homes. On the one hand, they were secretly accumulating strength and waiting for the final counterattack. This era lasted for a very long time. Both sides were fighting guerrilla warfare, but no matter how long it lasted, it would eventually come to an end. After countless years, the two armies finally officially exchanged. The United Civilization Army, which had been fleeing for many years, was also holding back a lot of anger. They hated these betrayers. After leaving the last backhand, they resolutely joined this war, which was extremely tragic. Whether it was the betrayers or the United Civilization Army, they were all the top ones in the world. They left the original microcosm and entered the hyperspace. They developed in this space for such a long time and possessed extremely strong strength. It is no exaggeration to say that they represent all the high-end combat power in the world. However, these high-end combat forces started a real war, which was fought to the point of darkness and chaos, and caused countless civilizations. In the end, the United Civilization Army failed. The failure of a war is not a matter of people. In fact, before sending troops, the United Civilization Army was also very clear about the final result. However, at the last moment, something happened that made the United Civilization Army excited, because the resistance of the war was the traitor army that they were fighting against. As for those special world consciousnesses, they were in a critical state until the traitor army was almost wiped out by the United Civilization Army. They officially left the field. It was not until this moment that the traitor army knew that they were cheated. Obviously, that special existence wanted to catch them all in one fell swoop. The various so-called promises given to them were just to let the two sides break out in a real war, so as to create this opportunity for themselves. Obviously, his plan was successful. Whether it was the United Civilization or the traitor side, both sides finally ushered in the end of destruction in this war. The future is the post-rebellion era. The civilizations of this era did not unite. They each obtained inheritance and would act together at a critical moment. What happened next was very simple. They secretly accumulated strength in this way and finally reached their own. When they felt that they could compete with consciousness, they rose up and launched attacks from multiple civilizations at the same time. They won this battle, and then there was an endless confrontation. After experiencing the things of the ancient times, the newborns attached great importance to many things in the alliance. They tried their best to avoid the things of the ancient times. Therefore, they were very cautious in selecting personnel. Until now, the rebel army is still working hard. Their technology is already very powerful. It is impossible for them to be targeted as badly as in the First War. However, even so, the most they can do is to balance the situation. The overall process is probably like this. There is also confrontation in this era. It is very normal for the rebel army's civilization to exist. However, due to the cautiousness of the rebel army, I am afraid that the special world consciousness has not instigated any of their civilizations to rebel. In the past, it can be understood as an era of victory by numbers, but now it is an era of victory by elites. A large number of civilizations have been abandoned and elite civilizations have been selected. In this way, problems are not likely to occur. It's just that in the elite era, it is very difficult to choose a civilization. First of all, the conditions must be met, and they must be willing to give everything for this matter. The speed of conscription is definitely not as fast as before, and the most important thing is that once a civilization is lost, it must be very painful. It is not difficult to see from this point that this road is not easy to take. The two routes each have their own advantages and disadvantages. No matter which route it is, if you have to say it, you can't say how good it is, you can only say that it can be used. In the long years of war and loss, there are always some civilizations that are afraid, which means that they may surrender to the enemy. The biggest problem with recruiting a large number of soldiers is this, because recruiting a large number of soldiers can easily lead to such civilizations. But if you change your mindset, taking the elite route is certainly feasible, and even from a certain perspective, the elite route is indeed the most suitable route at present. But the problem is that this route is too difficult to replenish. Once a civilization is lost, it is difficult to replenish the same civilization, and it is difficult to find a similar civilization, which leads to the overall technology not being able to, which means that their combat effectiveness cannot be said to be very strong. Of course, this is not to say that the elite civilizations have weak combat power. What is being said here is their overall combat power. No matter how elite you are, no matter how strong your combat power is, you can never avoid a problem, that is, your hormones are insufficient. The combat power of 100,000 and 1 million are completely different concepts. Even if these 100,000 can exert 2 times, 3 times, or even 5 times or 10 times the combat power, it is not very useful. Because the proportion of their single people is really too serious. Once the number of losses exceeds a certain limit, then there will be a big problem immediately. So this matter is a bit difficult for them to operate. After all, if 100,000 loses 50,000, then the combat power will be greatly reduced directly. But if you are in another mode, the loss of tens of thousands will not have much impact on you. This is the difference between the two. Although the elite mode knows this very well, they don't want to repeat the same mistakes as before. After all, being backstabbed by their own people is still very uncomfortable. Actually, no matter which model you choose, there are certain risks. The best model is to rely on yourself. You have all made a mistake from the beginning to the end. Jiangyao has already made up his mind about the whole thing. If his plan succeeds, he is very confident that he can leave here. Chapter 1006. The primary goal of these civilizations has always been to defeat some special consciousnesses. There are many powerful civilizations that have paid too much for this goal, but ultimately failed to achieve it. How can it succeed? After a long time, he couldn't help shaking his head and sighing. It is no exaggeration to say that this question is unsolvable. Why is it said that there is no solution to this question? Because the special existence that created this world is alive and encountered the consciousness created by himself. There is no way to solve the enemy in front of him. Does it mean that he has the ability to create more powerful enemies? It is no exaggeration to say that the special existence is like a hack, and he can create this thing infinitely. If one doesn't work, then two. Anyway, the stronger you are, the more I create. For me, creation may cost a price, but for you, if you want to develop to this point, the price you pay will be greater. To put it simply, if I want to take you and so many civilizations away from here, then you must make relevant preparations. The preparations here naturally refer to the preparations to fight to the death with that special existence, or you can eliminate all the consciousness he created, and finally make him unable to resist and leave. Or in other ways. In short, you will directly or indirectly confront that special existence, and what are the chances of winning after confronting that special existence? It's really hard to say about this. For Jiang Yao, this matter is not unsolvable. Why should I leave with so many civilizations? Or why should I leave with so many civilizations? Is it really necessary? Obviously the answer is no. So for the current situation, the operation method is very simple and clear. I can find a way to leave alone. In this case, it is hard to say whether that special existence will stop me or how strong the resistance will be. Although he will definitely find a way to stop me, nothing is absolute, especially when your ability is so strong that you and you are two different concepts, then all the situations will change. This is the most critical point. Once the situation is so strong that the probability of losing control with you can reach more than 95%, and the probability of losing control without you is only 10%, under such a premise, the operation method of this matter will be completely different. This is the most critical point. As long as you reach this level, it is unrealistic to say that you will leave with everyone, but what if you want to leave alone? For this point, the overall operation mode is different, and that special existence has to think about this. After all, he is not stupid. He knows very well that if he keeps you, something bad might happen. Letting you go at this time is undoubtedly a better choice. And it is not ruled out that no one has left in this way before. After all, so many civilizations gather here. It is impossible to say that there are no serious and powerful existences among so many civilizations. The existence of these civilizations has seriously threatened the control of that special guy, so when necessary, this special guy might really find a way to let one or two civilizations go. Such a thing is really possible, and it is also very normal. After all, by trying every means to weaken these special existences, and thus controlling the entire rebel army, it is at least more reliable than directly confronting them. After all, if you go to confront others, what if you fail? In this case, it is better to say that it is appropriate to let one or two civilizations go, and let one or two civilizations that can play a decisive role in the battle. As long as one or two relatively frivolous civilizations are let go, the remaining civilizations will not play a big role. Otherwise, he really doesn't believe it. After so many years of confrontation, is there really no civilization that can really suppress it? And during the confrontation, everyone is huddling together to keep warm and want to kill this potential civilization as soon as possible, which is not an easy thing. Therefore, it is possible that such civilizations may appear after combining all these factors. It is hard to say whether these civilizations left or were tricked. However, he felt that this route was feasible, and it was impossible for the other party to really let you go. It was possible that they separated you from other civilizations through some special methods, or that they dealt with you alone. In short, all of this was possible. But no matter what, no matter how great the risk, it is undeniable that you have the possibility of leaving. If you follow this route, how should you plan? Being strangled by the other party when you leave is the key among the keys. After a long time, he couldn't help shaking his head. To be honest, he felt that he was still thinking too far ahead. After all, he was just thinking about such far-reaching things now, but in the end, he couldn't help thinking about these things. In fact, from the moment I knew the truth, I was probably thinking about how to leave. After a long time, he couldn't help sighing. In fact, Jiang Yao knew himself very well. He certainly didn't want to be inferior to others. This was inevitable. Perhaps other civilizations would choose to give up when they encountered such a thing, but he would not, because all the management authority on his side would be placed on himself, not on everyone else. This is the will of one person, and the cluster consciousness body represents the will of the entire group. So for him, if he wants to leave, then others will also work hard for this matter. In fact, when making certain decisions, this is naturally a good thing, because it at least ensures that everyone works together, which often produces better results. Compared with group consciousness, everyone has their own ideas. When it comes to actually doing something, there will even be great obstacles. His operation is undoubtedly very advantageous. Thinking of this, he also began to calculate. Of course, the most important thing now is to deal with the current things in hand. At this time, he arranged a large number of insects to start searching for resources around while transforming the universe. At the same time, he was also looking for the location of civilization number 1. In short, no matter what he did now, he had to solve the problem of civilization number 1 first, so that he would have time to do drastic things. While thinking about it, he was also keeping a close eye on his progress, but he had to say that with the technology left in the artifact as the basis, the overall operation was not difficult for him now, and he soon achieved certain achievements. The speed at which the entire universe took shape was much faster than he imagined. Of course, this also meant that the amount of resources used on his side was also increasing crazily, so during this period of time, he basically put all his energy on finding resources, and even because of the large-scale activities, he felt that civilization number 1 was likely to have noticed him. However, he did not care about this. After all, during the recovery period, civilization number 1 had no advantages. Even if he was discovered, it would be useless. He would still choose to hide himself and develop secretly. It was impossible for him to jump out and fight him directly. This is probably the only time I have gained a real advantage in the long battle with civilization number 1. Indeed, he is like this now. Sometimes he has to sigh at the importance of talent. Because of his special talent of the Zerg, even if the opponent is stronger than him in some aspects, he can still gain a great advantage. But he also knows that his talent is only useful at this time. If both sides have recovered, then it will be different. In this way, he continues to develop steadily here, and with the investment of a large amount of resources, the formation speed of the entire universe is getting faster and faster. After only about 30 years, the framework of his entire universe has been set up. This speed also surprised him. After all, different bugs will be added to each different stage and each different mass. He estimated that the whole process would take hundreds of years. Who would have thought that it only took such a short time? He estimated that the many technologies left in the artifact played a great role. Now his entire universe is a huge diamond, and the overall size is about the same as the Milky Way. The whole is dark, and if you look inside from the outside, you can see many irregular bright spots inside. These bright spots are the bugs at different stages. After the same universe model is formed, all the bugs arranged before have begun to change. First, these bugs began to slowly integrate. They began to integrate into the entire universe consciousness. Originally entering at different stages, they have always retained their forms, but now they are slowly melting. Through this state and merging with the entire universe, of course, such a fusion will make the laws and dimensional spaces in this universe completely controlled by Jiangyao. And the most important thing is that the universe itself has its own laws, which means that from a certain perspective, this universe already has the function of attacking with special laws. Because this universe can offset those special laws that attack it with its own laws, and this is also a huge advantage of controlling the universe. If you take the law route, the laws you can master are limited, and the laws you can control are also limited, but if you master many laws of the entire universe, you can call them. Creating laws, or using laws skillfully, is difficult, but calling existing laws is not difficult. So this is also the final point of his fight against the law weapon of civilization number 1. In fact, his control over the entire universe is not high. Otherwise, he would not have to work so hard to fight against civilization number 1 before. He even did not have the ability to call laws before. He completely controlled the laws in this way. Calling laws is a new plan that all his subordinate civilizations have studied in many aspects. Otherwise, according to the normal technological process, he does not have such ability now. In their research, they found that if you want to call laws, you often need to master some fur, and then use it as a primer to operate and control it with your absolute control over the universe. However, it is obvious that he does not have such conditions, so a new routine appeared, adding insects with different functions through different dimensions, and then finally integrating these insects into different dimensions, allowing them to be distributed in every bit of the universe as fine control. Each bug or each batch of bugs that joins is responsible for this plate, and then it is much easier to mobilize than to mobilize from the entire plate. Of course, this idea did not disappoint him, and now he has naturally met the conditions. But the laws he mobilized can only cover the periphery of the entire universe crystal at most. But the defense formed by this is enough for him. Because for the war between him and Civilization Number 1, what he really worries about is that the law weapons of Civilization Number 1 are unreasonable. It is definitely impossible to get the last piece of the artifact in a short time, but with the help provided by the current artifact, the technology contained in it has given me the ability to defend against the attack of Civilization Number 1. The next is the special energy body, and the last piece of the puzzle. As long as the special energy body is studied, and then the last piece of the artifact is brought to my universe, I can meet the attack and defense integration. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. In the battle with Civilization Number 1 over the years, he has always been in a tense state. Facing the powerful Civilization Number 1, he tried his best to survive, and now, he finally has the prerequisites to defeat Civilization Number 1. In this way, as time went by, the basic transformation of the entire universe was soon completed. First of all, the defense capability of the entire universe is very strong, at least stronger than the two super-sitting celestial bodies of Civilization Number 1. It is unknown how many times stronger, which means that he has the ability to face Civilization Number 1 head-on. The second thing is the attack. He doesn't need to worry about this. It won't take long for him to solve this puzzle perfectly. After he has solved all these, he will definitely attack Civilization Number 1 as soon as possible. But before that, he needs to consider how to determine the location of Civilization Number 1. Now he is most concerned about this. Since he has a certain ability, it is necessary to root out the problem. The bugs he sent out over the years have been looking for Civilization Number 1 intentionally or unintentionally, but without much effect. Chapter 1007. As time went by, both civilizations were developing in secret. Each civilization was proceeding according to its own ideas. At this time, in a huge construction factory, the subordinate civilizations of the insects were busy. This time, what they had to do was very simple, that is, to improve what needed to be improved as quickly as possible, and then launch an attack on the enemy. What stage has the research on space defense facilities of Factory Number 3 progressed? At present, most of the defense facilities have been built. Our plate covers a total area of 723 star systems. All the technologies we have mastered have been arranged. Next, we just need to wait until the time is right so that we can integrate all the technologies and make the final improvement. In addition, the attack facilities on our side have basically been deployed. At this time, the team members in charge of this area were reporting the current deployment to their captain. As one of the subordinate civilizations among the insects, they are naturally concerned about the upcoming war. In recent years, their subordinate civilizations have reached a height that they could not imagine under the leadership of the insects. They also knew that if the bugs failed, they would also be destroyed, so they also attached great importance to these things. Compared with their previous management model, or the management model that has been forgotten, the management model in history is different. The bugs have absolute management authority over them. Of course, they are willing to obey. Because the moment they become a subordinate civilization of the bugs, they no longer have the right to make decisions. Of course, they have the right to make suggestions, just like other subordinate civilizations of the bugs, basically. The core of the management mode of the insects is naturally the subordinate civilizations that are decided by the leaders. They must be executed unconditionally. This is the principle. Then, they also have the right to self-government. Some things related to their own civilization can be decided by themselves. In short, in some major matters, the insects must be listened to first, and then others, but in some cases, the insects will also delegate power to them. Let them decide how to plan in the future. Of course, if they do so, the plans they come up with will also determine their status in the subordinate civilization to a certain extent. Each subordinate civilization will obtain different resources according to its contribution. Similarly, for the tasks arranged by the insects, they will naturally try their best to complete them in order to obtain higher authority. In short, they naturally have their own arrangements for future plans and intentions. Team 345 is a race called the Giant Civilization under the subordinate civilization of the insects. In previous wars, this race has also played a very important role, and their strength is beyond expectations. Compared with other subordinate civilizations, they have natural advantages. Externally, they are willing to take the lead in the war and give everything, so this also leads to their high status in the civilization. In short, compared with other civilizations, they are a civilization that ranks relatively high. And this civilization also has its own management model. They will distribute tasks to each team, and distribute the tasks arranged by the bugs to one team after another with a higher degree of completion. And these teams can naturally get corresponding rewards every time they complete the task perfectly. This is probably the pattern, and the captain of Team 345 is an ordinary giant warrior. He took over his father's mantle and began to manage the team. As a manager, he knew very well what he did would affect the income of tens of thousands of people in the team, so he was always very cautious about this matter. Boys, now we are waiting for the corresponding attack equipment to be arranged so that we can start installing the attack module. The reward for the task issued by the upper level this time is very sufficient. If we complete this vote, we can buy a resource warship of our own, and then we can go out and fly alone. The civilization is not very strict in managing its members. It does not mean that after you join this alliance, you can only stay in this alliance for the rest of your life and cannot leave. In this civilization, he gave the alliance members a very high degree of autonomy. Of course, the reason for giving such a high degree of autonomy is to motivate the alliance members so that they can work hard. After all, compared with exploitation, working hard for your own future is more efficient and can achieve better results. It is also for this reason that the efficiency of this civilization is very high. Of course, each civilization has its own management model. The bugs never interfere with this. As long as you can produce results, they will not care about the process. The entire civilization believes in the theory of results. As long as your results are good, everything will be fine. While the captain was still commanding, the team members also started chatting. Have you heard? In the last war, we in Civilization Number 1 suffered heavy losses. The main civilization wants to recover as soon as possible, and then we will destroy them before the enemy has really recovered. Compared to other races, the Zerg definitely has a huge advantage, but now the Zerg asks us to build this space fortress, which will undoubtedly greatly increase their recovery cycle. In this case, I am afraid that we will not have any advantage when we fight them. After all, by the time we transform the space fortress, I am afraid that the other party will have almost recovered. I don't know what the ancestral civilization thinks, but I guess the reason they made such an arrangement is probably because the chances of winning are not high if they attack rashly. After all, that civilization made us suffer a great loss before. If it weren't for us, we have managed to escape several times, but I'm afraid we would have been wiped out. But I have to say that we are still developing quite fast. It has only been a short time, but we have already reached the current level. Okay, everyone, these things are not something we can care about. After all, according to the current situation, the war is only a matter of time. We can think about what we can do after the war to make a lot of money. The captain has an idea, right? Let's buy a battleship together and take charge of the transportation. I don't think we can make much money from transportation, and we are all from the battlefield. I think it's better to buy a battleship. This thing can make a lot of money. We only need to destroy an enemy battleship, and then the cost of buying the battleship will be recovered. You are probably thinking too much. What if we are destroyed? It will be embarrassing if we can't come back. Goodbye is indeed the highest income at present. After all, the income from destroying an enemy warship is much higher than other income, but the risk is also the greatest. Wealth and honor are sought in danger. After all, war is a war, how can there be no sacrifice? At this time, everyone was discussing one after another. The people present were not unfamiliar with war. They have participated in many wars in recent years. In order to encourage their civilizations to fight, the bugs have formulated a series of reward systems. As long as you fight bravely, and as long as you can achieve results in fighting, you can get a lot of rewards naturally. And most of these rewards are unexpected. It can be basically understood that as long as you destroy an enemy warship, your life will change a lot. This is like a person who originally had no income and couldn't afford a house suddenly has money to buy a car and a house, and even can marry and have children. It is probably such an exaggerated income ratio. Naturally, for most people, this is a way to change their current situation. As long as you destroy enough warships, your class will change. However, there are deaths in war, so high risks must be equal to high returns. Not everyone in civilization is willing to fight, so at this time there are some other industries, such as collecting, or in mining, or other things such as transportation, and the benefits obtained are different according to the degree of danger. The highest income is earned by the frontline fighters, followed by the personnel responsible for post-disaster transportation, who transport various materials to the battlefield. The most dangerous part of this transportation job is that it is easy to encounter enemy teams after entering the war zone, which will cause problems. So the income deficit is relatively safer, such as collection or processing, and manufacturing, which are far away from the battlefield. In short, you can choose the job you want to do according to your situation. But for most people, they will not choose to go on the field. However, There are still many people who are willing to take risks in order to change their current situation, and to make their families go higher. For these things, except for the inevitable war mobilization, they will not force it in normal times. The so-called inevitable war mobilization means that everyone must participate in a war when necessary, especially when wars occur frequently. After participating in a war, whether you return to the battlefield in the future is your business. Of course, if you encounter civilization, when you are really in a desperate situation, this policy will be invalid, and everyone must unconditionally join the battlefield. However, the overall war mode of the bugs is mainly based on the bugs, and the subordinate civilizations are supplementary, so there are only a few subordinate civilization warships that can enter the battlefield every year. Generally, this situation will not happen, and for the subordinate civilizations, during the war, they are mainly responsible for finishing and interfering, so the loss rate is not as high as that of the bugs. The reorganization loss in each war basically accounts for about 90% of the entire battlefield. In fact, Jiangyao doesn't really care whether these affiliated civilizations join or not, because the role they can play on the battlefield is naturally not as good as that of insects. The reason why they are allowed to participate is, first, to increase the integration between civilizations, and second, to make them pay a certain amount of money. In terms of war, Jiangyao pays more attention to the manufacturing, logistics, and technology research of these civilizations. In short, he naturally has different requirements for different civilizations. It is impossible for him to be so good at fighting and drag these civilizations in, thus limiting their development in other aspects. At this time, everyone in this team is also discussing this matter more and more. They have been arguing about this matter for years. This team can survive until now, and basically everyone is familiar with each other. Although there are new blood joining every year, these new blood basically will not stay in the team for a long time. After completing the task, many people will leave, and those who stay here are basically very familiar. Naturally, they are willing to stay here not because they have a fearless spirit, but because their own living conditions are indeed not particularly good. Although technology has developed to this point, there are no problems with wings in all aspects, but at this point, more pursuits have emerged, such as genetic modification, such as the pursuit of strength, and so on. The capital in civilization always has a way to create new demands. It is true that there is no problem with being full, but what do you eat when you are full? There is a lot to say here. As for the living environment, some people live in artificial planets, while others live in super motherships. There is no need to say how big the difference in living conditions and environment is. Let's talk about genes, living facilities, and other things. Even education and other things are very different. In short, here we still follow a principle, that is, if you have money, you can enjoy a better life. So everyone will work hard for a better life, and at this time, the members of this team have forgotten how many times they disagreed because of this matter. In fact, their quarrels are also in many teams. It is impossible to buy a warship with a single person's gift. However, if many people cooperate to buy it, this involves a very serious problem, that is, what to buy. Some want to buy a battleship and get rich overnight on the battlefield, but some people feel that buying a battleship is too risky, so it is better to buy a battlefield transport ship with relatively lower risks. Although the income is much lower than that of a battleship, as long as you are careful, you can basically use at least 20 to 30 ships in a battle, and the income will not be reduced. However, some people think that the probability of no accidents after so many trips is too low, so it is better to take a gamble. Almost the same as the previous situation, this matter ended in a quarrel. However, everyone present knew that as time went by, the time of war would get closer and closer, and they had to make a decision before the war. Chapter 1008. Today, as usual, the team members are still busy with work. They are familiar with the deployment of the surrounding areas. After all, they have been doing this for the past few years. Everyone, hold on tight. The new supplies are transported here. The next step is to install and debug the attack system. After the attack system is installed, our mission here is also completed. The team leader was shouting excitedly to everyone at this time. The defense system has been installed almost all the time. It has been debugged all the time. In fact, it has been debugged almost all the time, but now they have nothing to do, so they can only continue to debug. It's not that they want to do useless work. In fact, according to the progress, they can go back and have a good rest now, and then wait for the attack equipment to come, and then they will start to install it. But now they can't do this, because once they go back to rest, they will have no money, so they choose to slack off here. In fact, such a thing is very normal for a team like them, and everyone knows it tacitly. After all, They want to make more money when they come out to make money. Today, the attack equipment came, so they naturally had to start serious work. As a large number of transport parts placed one device after another here, the team members present also had their eyes shining. This is the law defense system. A sharp-eyed member saw these devices and quickly recognized them. The captain also nodded. It should be the latest generation of the law defense system. Although the appearance is not much different from the previous generation, the technology inside has been greatly improved in all aspects. After installing this thing, we don't have to worry about our warships being destroyed by the opponent's law weapons when dealing with Civilization number 1 in the future. As he spoke, he quickly directed everyone to start the moving work. As one machine after another worked, the ship took off and began to transport these installed parts to a fixed position. I don't know whether the transformation of the main civilization this time can be effective. It is also a crazy idea to transform the entire universe into a war fortress. There is no way. Now the main civilization and Civilization number 1 are in dire straits. Only one of us can survive. We are desperate to change. We are willing to take extreme routes at great risks, and the same is true for Civilization number 1. For our two civilizations, who can make it to the end is an unknown, but we will give everything for this goal. I don't know what kind of civilization Civilization number 1 is. Hearing what this team member said, the captain couldn't help shaking his head. What kind of civilization are they? Haven't you seen them before? I remember that you all participated in several battles. After hearing what the captain said, the team members couldn't help but shake their heads. Boss, you know that the battle was aimed at the warships of that civilization. You also saw that so many of our civilizations focused their fire. Although many warships were destroyed, there were still many people like us who survived. And are we one of them? In this regard, the captain could only shake his head and smile bitterly. He had to say that the war also left a deep impression on him. I have to say that the warship of Civilization number 1 is real. The Hard Lord civilization sent so many bugs, and even with so many warships on our side, they still couldn't take it down. Yes, it is worthy of being a super mothership. It is said that Civilization number 1 has only 2 super combat ships in total, and that mothership is one of them. They have reached a civilization of their level, and they have paid all the costs. The things they finally made are really not simple. In this way, everyone was busy and chatting, and time passed day by day. In a blink of an eye, 78 years have passed, and the debugging of the attack equipment has entered the end. To be honest, the installation of the attack equipment was a bit beyond their expectations. It took them only 1 month to install the defense facilities, but it took them so many years to install the attack equipment. At this time, seeing the final debugging completed, the captain couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. This time, the strategy of the main civilization is quite radical in defense. This side is basically in an attitude of it's enough, while the attack equipment is completely different. This can be seen from the installation time of the two different equipment. In this way, everyone is discussing this matter, but soon the captain changed the topic and talked about another matter. Brothers, if nothing unexpected happens, it won't take long for our resources to come down. Their current situation is similar to that of the contractor. Let's put it this way. They are now probably similar to contracting the entire project. Of course, the difference from the contractor is that they accept the task in the form of a task assigned by the superiors. They only need to pay a small deposit, and then follow the requirements above to do what needs to be done. After the inspection is passed, they can get the reward. At this time, looking at the robot being inspected. After the final evaluation was passed, everyone present couldn't help but smile, and then the captain looked at everyone. Brothers, basically what needs to be done has been done. At this time, hearing the captain's words, everyone present couldn't help but understand quickly, and their topic returned to the topic they often discussed at the beginning. This topic is naturally how to arrange it next. They have been discussing this matter for many years. Don't think that discussing a matter for several years feels more or less problematic. In fact, for them, no matter how many years they discuss it, it is not too much, because basically this may be the biggest benefit they can get. The rewards for civilization construction are not low, and there is no risk of war. Under such circumstances, many people take on tasks. And to stand out from them, luck accounts for a large proportion. And they also receive several good tasks, which means that they paid a lot of luck for this. According to the normal process and normal work, they may need at least dozens or even hundreds of years to make so much money, but now it only took less than 7 years. Therefore, this income is very important to them. They can use it to support their families or as an investment. In short, they must use this investment reasonably, because their fate in the future will be closely related to this investment. In recent years, not only they, but also their families, have only discussed this matter. At this time, seeing the discussion of the crowd, the captain couldn't help rubbing his brows and said, "After so many years of discussion, there should be a result. Although we were all very radical at the beginning, after these years, I believe you have also understood that it is better to be a little conservative in many cases, so I still suggest buying industrial ships directly." Indeed, as he said, at the beginning, there were actually several people who agreed to buy warships directly, because if you buy warships, you can go to the game, you only need to succeed once, then the next step is to let the birds fly and the fish jump, but as the years go by, they have also come into contact with many people who work with them. Some people once owned warships, but they were eventually destroyed on the battlefield, resulting in a loss of money. Although the insurance company will pay a huge amount, it is undeniable that the amount of compensation is nothing compared to the purchase of a warship. Just kidding. So many people have worked so hard for so long, and their income is high income. If they were to come back, their annual income would be like $1 million. So many people with $1 million annual salary have to work together for so many years to buy a warship, so you can probably understand how high the value of this warship is. In this way, after various discussions, several people who insisted on buying warships could not help but sigh. "Let's buy a deep space transport ship." They said so after a long time, although in the past, they would definitely say that there was no need to consider buying a warship. However, because the children have grown up in recent years, it is a huge expense to study every year. In addition, he also hopes that his children can live better. There are also various genetic drugs and other additional expenses, which make them feel a little powerless. In fact, their income is easy to meet these conditions, but if they buy a record, they will fail to find such a good job, then they can't afford such high expenses for the family, so they choose to compromise. After hearing that the last few people also chose to buy a transport ship, the captain nodded with satisfaction. The warship they chose to buy is called a deep space transport ship. Unlike ordinary industrial parts, this kind of transport part has extremely strong defense capabilities, and is also very fast. Of course, this is not the point. The point is that it has strong jump stability, and can jump under interference. There are many industries transporting supplies on the battlefield, but usually it is absolutely impossible for transport ships to transport some valuable materials. The first point is that normal transport ships have very low defense capabilities, and once they are disturbed, they cannot transport. All these shortcomings combined result in these transport ships having no chance to escape once they encounter the enemy. The difference between deep space transport ships is that they are themselves an upgraded version of transport ships. The technology used inside is unknown how much higher than these ordinary ones. The biggest advantage of the general battleship is that after being attacked, as long as it is not concentrated by many battleships, it will have a chance to leave. The extremely strong defense combined with mobility and strong jump stability allows them to undertake the task of transporting valuables on the battlefield. Needless to say, the income from these tasks is naturally high, so having such a battleship means that they have the prerequisite for high income. However, while they were still discussing, another communication suddenly came in the channel. "Everyone, are you still discussing what battleship to buy? I got the news that the war should start soon. This time it is a full-scale battle. Maybe we will choose to take the initiative. At this time, if you want to buy deep space transport parts, I don't particularly recommend it. I suggest buying invisible transport parts." Hearing the voice coming from the channel, several people also hurriedly asked about the situation. The person in the channel was not from their team, but from other teams. The relationship with them was pretty good, and everyone was chatting from time to time. However, the team members have an advantage over them, that is, they have a relative who is the commander of a warship. He has a total of 6 warships under his command. For everyone present, this is also considered a big shot. People like this naturally get more information than them. Hearing this, the captain hurriedly asked about the situation. "Taking the initiative to attack, what does this mean? Have we found your location number 11? The exploration team on the front line has found it, and now it is basically certain that it is their lair. And the several technologies we have studied will soon be put into use, so if nothing unexpected happens, we should launch an active attack on them in the near future. It is definitely not okay for you to buy a deep space transport ship at this time. In the past, it didn't matter if we fought on our territory or didn't run far, but now we may be deep behind the enemy. If we still follow the previous thinking, we may be completely solved by the opponent's interception documents halfway, so I suggest buying stealth." After hearing the advice of friends, the team has been separated. The other members can't help but have some headaches. The two special transport ships naturally have their own advantages. The biggest advantage of the deep space is that it has strong mobility and defense capabilities, and one of its shortcomings is also obvious, that is, its anti-reconnaissance ability is very weak, which means that the opponent can easily find it and then intercept it accurately. Although he still has a chance to escape, it is not that easy. After all, since they were able to intercept, they were naturally well prepared, so even such a special warship could fail. And if it is invisible, it is indeed difficult to be detected. As long as you are careful, you will not be discovered, but the biggest difference between the two warships is the transportation volume. The transportation volume of deep space is at least twice as high as that of invisible. And the most important thing is that if these two transports are invisible, then they can only perform some special tasks, because the loading volume determines that their normal transportation income will be very low. As for the other one, even if some regular transportation tasks can be carried out after the war, after all, the cargo volume is not low, so there is no big problem in carrying out these regular transportation tasks. At least one trip the income is about twice that of deep space. In fact, the income may be even higher if the special fuel required to start this kind of warship is taken into account. This made several people feel troubled for a while. Chapter 1009. Brothers, this is a difficult decision. Let's just buy a warship. I think everyone knows the situation of the invisible transport ship. If this kind of warship is used for cruise transport missions, there is basically no income. The fuel required to start this special warship is very expensive. According to the market price of transportation that I have learned recently, except for special missions, the prices given by some organizations in civilization are very low. Basically, according to the market price, at least 30% to 40% of the income of the invisible transport ship is all lost in the fuel cost. Maybe we can only earn 60% at most in one trip, but it doesn't matter in deep space with several times the mine warehouse, because even if they lose so much material cost, they can still earn a lot, so the invisible itself is a targeted special warship for transportation. This special warship can only be said to be effective when completing some special tasks, but how many special tasks can we take? We must consider how to maintain our warship when there are no tasks, or the war on the main civilization is over, and there is no war in the future. Indeed, this is a very realistic problem. Each warship needs to consume a lot of money for maintenance. If the warship has been working, then everything is easy to say, and the maintenance cost can be easily earned enough. But if there is no work, everything is difficult to do, especially for special certificates like invisible. The biggest problem is that even if there is always work, most of the time it is impossible to receive war orders from the main civilization. Most of the time, it is some tasks organized by individuals, and the rewards for these tasks are not high. The rewards are low in themselves, and each batch in the outer bag can't be used much, and this is not the point. The point is that they have to consider the high maintenance costs in the later stage. After all these calculations, I am afraid that this warship will not bring them any income in the future. In fact, they are busy and exhausted, and it may only be enough to maintain the daily operation and maintenance costs of the warship. Thinking of this, everyone can't help but back off a little. Boss, this won't work. The targeting of invisibility is too strong. Once the war is over, if there are no new orders from the main civilization, we can't make much money by taking small orders. By then, you will be busy all year round and can't bring back a penny. All of it will be used to maintain the warship. Everyone can't help but feel a headache. The captain is also very clear about this situation. If you buy invisibility, it can indeed be transported safely, but there will be big problems in the later stage. According to the current situation, the risk of deep space transport ships is too great. Hey, what can we do? At this time, everyone couldn't help but look worried, and even said that several team members had already started fighting, or they would take the income. The idea of going home, although they still have to work in the future, although they will work hard for the rest of their lives, but at least it is stable. Everyone is also helpless about the current situation, and at this time, their friends gave a suggestion. Everyone, in my opinion, in your current situation, the risk of buying transport parts is still too great. No matter which one you buy, you have to go to the battlefield. There are too many uncertain factors on the battlefield. When we do things, we must first consider how to minimize the risk. In my opinion, it is better to buy a mining ship directly. This thing has a stable income, and once a new mineral vein is discovered, you just go and dig, and then someone will naturally buy the minerals. Compared with going to the front line to take risks to mine, it is probably a better choice. The people present have also considered mining. But the cost of this mining ship is not low. At present, we have looked at the mining ship. If it is a mineral spring of level 1 technology, there is no need to buy it, because the mining volume of this mineral spring is actually not as much as the income from transportation. And the price is very expensive, so if we want to buy it, we must at least buy a mining ship of level 2 or 3 technology. First of all, the cost of this kind of ship is very high, and we will have to pay a lot of money after joining the mining team in the later stage. Mining rights themselves also have their own complete system. This system is called a mining team. First of all, the mining team consists of dozens, or even hundreds of ships of various sizes. In addition to mining ships, there are also transport ships that are responsible for transportation, escort warships that are responsible for clearing obstacles and providing a comfortable environment. It is no exaggeration to say that the mining team can be regarded as a normal operation. After all, the price of each mining ship in the formation is very expensive. They are all treasures, so they must be protected. Of course, if they are protected well, the cost cannot be reduced. First of all, there is the cost of the combatants. After all, if there is a problem at that time, the combatants will naturally rush up at the first time to provide the mining ship with a chance to run away. So they naturally have a fee here, and the people responsible for transportation will also have a fee. Simply put, those who are responsible for the later stage will charge a fee. However, after paying the fee, what you have to do is very simple, that is, you just need to be responsible for mining. Someone will help you transport the ore you have mined to the market, and then sell the color temperature board according to the market price. After deducting the market handling fee, the remaining fees are paid for the escort fee and the transportation fee. In fact, there are not many things you need to worry about in the whole thing. The main point is to be simple and easy. In fact, many people want to join the mining team, and the reason why the few people present did not consider it is not because they don't want to, but because they don't have enough funds. Perhaps because they understand their embarrassment. At this time, their friend who has away told them a little secret. Everyone, we are already so familiar with each other. The reason why I am talking to you about this is that I recently found a way. There is a mining team over there that owes a large amount of foreign debts due to some things. Now they need to sell all their mining ships. And one of the creditors they owe is my relative. According to the agreement, their warships must be sold to us at a fixed price. And my relative has a lot of quotas, but he can't take it all by himself, so he left a few quotas vacant. Hearing this, the people present couldn't help but brighten up. Obviously, this is an opportunity for them. I wonder how much we can buy one through your channels. Brother, I won't hide it from you. This batch of mining ships are basically level 3 ships. At this time, everyone couldn't help but exclaim when they heard this. You know, this level of building materials is considered high-end in the Alliance, and its functionality is naturally needless to say. The price is naturally very high. In fact, the funds in their hands can't even afford to buy a mining ship with second-level technology, let alone a mining ship of this level of technology. Now there is such a cheap opportunity to buy this kind of warship in front of them, and they are still a little tempted. What kind of mining ship is it? Flying boat class. Flying boat class? It's actually flying boat class. The mining efficiency of this mining right is very high, and it can also be equipped with special mining devices, and it can also be equipped with related mining crystals, thereby greatly improving the mining efficiency. With 3 mining guns, it can fill the ore warehouse in a short time. Therefore, this kind of ship has very high requirements for transport ships. After the ore warehouse is full, a ship needs to immediately transport the ship in the ore warehouse away, so that it can continue to collect. Although the requirements for auxiliary ships are very high, it is undeniable that it is currently one of the ships with the highest collection volume in the Alliance. It is no exaggeration to say that this ship is a goose that lays golden eggs. If they want to buy it normally, it is basically not their turn. Even if they have enough money, these ships have been pre-booked by those large mining teams. Now such an opportunity is in front of them. Naturally no one is willing to let it go. Brother, can you tell us the price we can buy it for? It should be about 1% to 2% lower than the market price. Hearing this, everyone couldn't help but frown. This is a ship that has been used for a while, and it's only reduced by this much? The captain couldn't help but speak. Brother, you must know what you said. If you can only buy a ship like this at the original price by adding a price, don't even think about it. Only second-hand ships can get the original price if there are channels. Of course, the cost I tell you here is the approximate cost after all other costs have been calculated so that you can have an idea in your mind. For what their friend said, everyone present was naturally very clear about the twists and turns. To put it bluntly, it is usually when you can't pay back the fleet, you sell it to the creditor in a package. Such a contract is basically 90% of the purchase price. Only in this way will the creditor be willing to lend the money. Of course, this is not the point. The point is that under normal circumstances, the creditor is composed of many shareholders, and each shareholder buys it at such a price and resells it, and the handling fee is very high, so the shareholders who get their respective allocated quotas generally have simple and plain ideas. Sell the quota directly, then he only needs to go through one procedure. After all, worship transactions in the alliance are subject to fees, and he can't buy it himself and pay more than one fee. Of course, such a situation is rare. After all, it can make the entire mining team unable to provide subsequent funds. You can imagine how big the port of this capital chain is. Boss, there are not many opportunities like this. I have also inquired about the situation of that mining ship. To be honest, if it is not a special case, it is true that you may not be able to buy it even if you increase the price. This is a super mining ship that is said to be able to mine a destroyer in one day. In my opinion, boss, why don't we borrow some money? That way, it should be enough with our principal. For a while, everyone was talking about it. Obviously, they all wanted to seize this opportunity. After a long time, the captain finally nodded. This thing can be done. The income from following the mining team in the early stage will not be low. The money we owe should be paid off in a short time, and the rest is our profit. When we make enough money, we can even build a mine ourselves and go out to mine, so that our income will be higher. It just so happens that we have many trustworthy brothers here, and we can really do it when the time comes. In this way, the team that originally decided to buy a transport ship finally chose to buy a mining ship. Although in the United Civilization, miners are often called black slaves or many other special names. But it is undeniable that their income is really high. As long as they don't go to too dangerous areas, they don't need to worry too much about safety. As the saying goes, a single shot of a mining gun can bring in a fortune. As long as the mining ship is always in the state of collection, their income will rise day by day. After arranging everything, they immediately started to act. The entire process of purchasing a warship is very cumbersome, especially for something like this that many people are eyeing, so naturally more people are paying attention. So, everyone is busy with all kinds of things around this matter. First, learn relevant skills and understand the situation of the ore. The subsequent process was also full of troubles. It took more than half a year to complete all aspects from registration to the mining ship. Fortunately, there was not much change in the price, which made everyone present feel relieved. They were worried about whether the price would increase suddenly. Fortunately, there was no big change in the end. For most businessmen, increasing the price is certainly a good thing, but because the price increase leads to a series of trust problems or the minerals cannot be sold, it is also a loss for them to keep it in their hands. After all, if this money is used for investment, it will generate income every day. So the whole transaction process was relatively smooth, and there was no so-called temporary price increase. After a lot of trouble, all the procedures were finally completed, and the mining ship was transferred to their hands. Not long after, everyone came to the port. Looking at the mining ship they bought, they couldn't help but feel excited. Brothers, the next day is to make money. Looking at the huge mine docked, the captain couldn't help but feel proud. During this period, they also contacted the mining team. The commission of this mining team is about 20%. Among the mining teams, this price is medium, and the services are also relatively good. At least through their understanding, their reputation in the industry is still very guaranteed. Just when they were still sighing, the communication came on the communicator, and the voice of the head of the mining team. Seeing this, several people did not dare to delay, and immediately drove the mining ship to the gathering place. When they first arrived here, they saw that a large number of mining ships had gathered here. Among them, there are first generation and third generation like them. Compared with some Alliance or Legion mining ships, the difference is that the mining ships here give people a mixed feeling. Chapter 1010. Everyone, we are going to Area A27 next. This area is also the main area where we often operate, so there is basically no need to worry about the safety here. Now Civilization number 1 is in the recovery stage, so it is impossible to send troops here. Once we get there, we just need to mine with peace of mind. As for the mining income, I have already agreed with you before. The Alliance will take 20%, and each time we sell we will sell it according to the market price. However, considering that the market price is mostly in a floating state, we will vote every time we make a move, and the voter turnout rate exceeds. If you want to leave halfway, then I agree to sell it. In addition, there are some things about leaving and returning halfway. We also need to explain to you in advance. If you want to leave halfway, the the Corps will not be responsible for your return. So you need to leave on your own. If there is a safety accident during the journey, the Corps will not be responsible. If you leave collectively, the Corps will do it once every 6 months. The cost of each departure varies according to the fuel cost at the time, and the price is usually around 10 million to 20 million. At this time, the captain was also listening to the relevant introduction carefully, and the other members of the ship were whispering. The cost of this trip is not low. It costs at least 20 to 30 million to go back and forth. Hearing what the team members said, the captain also nodded in agreement. For the trip, they set up a related jump bridge, which can instantly reach Xinjiang over there. However, if the jump bridge is used here, it will consume a lot of fuel, so the charge is naturally understandable. If I remember correctly, the price of war resources has also increased recently. However, under normal circumstances, the cost of traveling with documents like ours is only a few million. They received more than 10 million, and they must have earned a lot of tolls. The people present were not surprised by this. In fact, this is a very normal operation. After all, building a jumping bridge is not just about building it. There are too many things to consider. In order to ensure the safety of the jumping bridge, various turrets and other defensive facilities need to be arranged. These facilities need to be purchased at a cost. Such an arrangement usually makes a lot of money in traffic arteries, but there are few people passing through their areas, so the income basically depends on these mining ships. Of course, for the Legion, the income from these mining ships passing through is a small part. The real big part is actually the money earned by these mining ships. While several people were still discussing, the projection from the induction radar caught their attention. In the projection, there were nearly 20 battleships, hundreds of cruisers, and a formation composed of escort destroyers slowly approaching them. Not only that, there is also a dreadnought with the latest technology in the middle as the flagship of the fleet. At this time, the members of the battleship team were also amazed. Nightmare-class battleship, you see there is also a dreadnought sword in it. The strength of this mining team is not weak. They can afford the flagship. This is simply amazing. You are kidding. Do you really think that the mining team is not profitable? They have rented the entire mining area, and all the resources in the mining area are for them to collect by themselves. As long as the resources in the area are rich enough, the income brought by mining an area is not a little bit. Although we can get the bulk, do you really think that if the 20% is less than the cost, they can earn at least 10%? In each area, they can actually get not much of the ore they dig. The income they refer to is the fees other than the regional fees, which are charged according to a percentage. There is a 20% regional fee for the area, which means a fixed income of 20% of your mining volume. This income is the site fee. After all, people who rent this site must make money. In addition to the site fee, 20% of the remaining fees must be used as various expenses of the mining team. After all these are calculated, the remaining is their own. If you insist, at least 40% of the income from mining must be handed over to the Legion, but for most people who are willing to mine, they can accept it. If you can't accept it, you can go to the area outside the Alliance and find a mining area to mine by yourself. There are also such people in the Alliance, but the risk is also very high. After all, the safety measures are not as perfect as those of professional mining teams, and accidents are easy to happen in the middle. Many times, if you don't have the strength, you can hire mercenaries to protect yourself. In fact, the cost may have exceeded the fee they charge for entering the mining team, so most people are still willing to join the mining team. After a period of introduction, the relevant instructions were soon introduced. After seeing that everyone had understood the situation, the captain of the mining team immediately took out the relevant contract. After everything was arranged, the fleet set off towards the jumping bridge. In a short time, they soon arrived at the area where the jumping bridge was located. With countless red lights flashing, they arrived at the mining galaxy the next moment. When Gangi arrived here, the battle formation had already started the relevant escort mission. These formations surrounded the mining ship in the center, and then a leading ship led the fleet to the mining area. This time, in addition to a 6-level metals and our 3-level metals, our mining area mainly produces energy ores. You can selectively collect according to your own health. Of course, there is also space here. I will send you the coordinates of the space station in a while. If you need to buy mining crystals, you can go to the space station. Other food or some ship equipment and ship repairs can all be done in the space station. Obviously, this space station was also built by the mining team. After learning that there was a space station here, everyone present couldn't help but be a little surprised. You must know that having a space station and not having a space station are completely two concepts. The existence of a space station means that the resources here are rich enough. Otherwise, it is impossible to build a space station here. If there are few resources, they will just run away after mining. Who would stay here? Building a space station is enough to prove that the resources here are rich enough. In this way, the group of people came to the mining area in a mighty manner. This is a huge planetary belt. As soon as they arrived here, the ore detector of the ship had already scanned a large number of various ores around. Seeing this, everyone did not hesitate and immediately started to act. At this time, the captain saw that the surrounding mining ships had already started to operate the mining guns, so he naturally began to command his men to start working. For a time, the densely packed mining ships in the entire area began to work hard. At the same time, one industrial ship after another in the space station drove out, and at the same time, a huge cargo ship also drove out from it. Those are naturally responsible for transferring the ore in the mining rights warehouse as soon as possible. After all, if the mining rights are allowed to run back and forth every time, it will consume fuel and affect the collection efficiency, so someone is specifically responsible for this. In this way, the entire legion began to get busy. Seeing this scene, the captain couldn't help but sigh. To be honest, he had heard a lot about the mining team before, but he had never been there in person. After seeing it now, he naturally had another feeling. As a mineral spring, with a relatively high collection volume in the entire mining team, he was also looking forward to how much he would earn in a day. At this time, the other members in the ship were in a similar situation to him, and they were all looking forward to it. A day passed quickly. They had been mining for nearly 16 hours. Because they were mining for themselves, the mining team did not have any requirements for the mining time. Even if you only mined for one day, they would not say anything. However, those who could come here naturally could not delay for a minute or a second. Everyone was working hard. The team leader naturally communicated with his team members, and everyone took shifts to ensure that the mineral spring could be operated 24 hours a day. Time flies like this. Soon a day passed, and the team leader was looking at today's collection report with the crew. I go to the boss, it's okay. We dug nearly 20 million today. Taking into account various taxes and fees, we can get about 12 million today. According to this income, we can have at least 300 million in income a month. It should be higher, but we need to reserve the remaining fractions for future ship maintenance, so we will calculate it based on 300 million. There are 12 people here, and each person should be able to get more than 20 million. This income made everyone very satisfied. You know, this month's income is equivalent to their income for several years before. How can they not be satisfied? At this time, they finally understood why they said that mineral springs are money-making machines. This income is too exaggerated. No wonder the mining team can even lift a flagship. With this kind of income, it would be a problem if they really can't take out a flagship. The captain and his team were very excited during this period. How could they not be excited? They could earn so much money every day. Everyone would be excited. We are lucky to have this channel. Otherwise, we would still be struggling to transport goods. It only takes 1 or 2 years to dig. I think we can also form a mining team. Don't think too much. A mining team cannot be supported by a mining ship. There are too many things to arrange for a mining team. We can actually arrange a small mining team, prepare a few industrial ships for transportation, and bring a group of guards to mine ores in some areas. We don't need to choose areas with rich resources, but areas with more scraps. In this way, 3 or 5 mining ships can support the entire team. With our current income, it won't be long before we can buy the second and third ships. At this time, everyone was also imagining the future. At this time, their plans for the future have long changed. They had only heard about mining to make money before, but now they understand that this is not just ordinary money after experiencing it. However, no matter how much money mining makes, they must eventually return to another route, that is, to make money through fighting. However, compared with the previous battle mode, the current battle mode is different. They can make more money to buy flagship-level warships, and the probability of such warships being destroyed in the battlefield is not high. In this way, the income is at least more reliable than if they drove a small broken ship to fight desperately. In this way, as time went by, more than half a year passed in a blink of an eye. In this half year, they worked hard to mine, and finally paid off all the foreign debts, and also earned a lot of money. The captain decided to divide the first game with the team members, so that the team members could take it home as their own foundation, and then continue to make money. The subsequent money earned can be used as the starting capital for subsequent investments. In fact, the captain feels that he is extremely lucky for his experience, because he knows that there are many people who think the same way as them. Many people are in similar situations, but some people have lost years of hard work due to failed investments. Many of the people who did the same tasks as them before were like this. They rely on doing tasks to earn a sum of startup capital, and then see if they can make a breakthrough. If they fail, they will just go back to the old place, and see if they are lucky enough to get some high-income tasks. This is probably the pattern. When they make enough money, they will invest again, and repeat the process over and over again. In fact, they were also one of them before, but this time, they made the right investment, which led to their success. There are many people in the same situation as them. They all invest when they have money, and go back to do the task when they fail. If they succeed once, then they are really on the shore, and their lives will change drastically from then on. In short, for most people, this is an opportunity and a challenge. Everyone, according to our current income, we only need to wait a few more months to buy a new mining ship. Looking at the large amount of money coming in every day, the captain's mouth is also smiling from ear to ear. By the way, boss, should we consider arranging a combat ship? At this time, a team member said so. Hearing what his team member said, the captain couldn't help but fall into thought. Well, why don't we buy another mining ship, limit the total number of our mining ships to 5, and then arrange for combat warships? We can form a mining team by ourselves. After all, you know that the mining capacity of this mining ship in our hands is high enough. We will soon be able to mine the second and third ships. Although we will definitely not be able to buy good ships in the later stages, at least we can still buy ships of the first and second technological levels. Chapter 1011. Although they have not been here for a long time, they are a group of people who have been engaged in related work, so they are very familiar with the situation here. Through the communication with these people during this period of time, they have almost figured out the current situation here. First of all, the first point is about the most important information here, the mining ship. After all, they want to make a lot of money in the future, and it is closely related to this thing. So when they first came here, they also inquired carefully and roughly learned some related information. First of all, there are currently 3 generations of mining ships, excluding the first and second generations of mining ships that have been in service for many years. In addition, the third generation of mining ships is very special. Because the production technology requirements are too high, the output has not been high, which has also led to the high price. Of course, its function also corresponds to its price. First of all, its collection efficiency is 4 to 5 times that of the first and second generations. This means that in the same number of days, they can produce several times more. If you want to buy this kind of mineral spring, the first point is that you have good channels and relationships, and buy it through channels and relationships. But even if you have a channel relationship, the purchase volume is definitely not low. So this leads to many people not having enough funds to buy even if they have channels, and it is rare to encounter a mining team that has enough funds to buy these things. And even if you have such funds, it will not be of much use, because you still have to consider competition. After all, you are not the only one who likes this thing. There are also other people who may also like this thing. Especially for some large mining teams specializing in mining, it is already very amazing for a general mining team to have more than 40 ships of their own. You should know that there are only 6 ships in the mining team they join now. Of course, this does not mean that they do not have the strength to buy more ships, but the output of the mining area is here. To put it simply, the output of each mining area is limited. It is impossible to say that it is unlimited. These mining equipment requires a lot of money for maintenance every year. This means that you must have a stable income for a long time. Once there is no mining, the annual expenditure of these things in your hands is a huge number, so many teams will control their construction according to the actual situation. The team they join now is, after all, a team that eats scraps. The so-called eating scraps means that some areas have less mineral content, and large organizations do not look down on them, but these are a bit like chicken ribs, which are tasteless and a pity to throw away, so they sell the money to some small teams. For small teams, the things in the teeth of these large organizations are enough for them to survive. This is the real situation here. It is also for this reason that the number of mining ships in these teams is not too exaggerated. Otherwise, if they use most of their income to buy mining ships, it must be a considerable number now. Of course, it is not that they only have a few ships to mine, but they only have the ownership of these few ships, and the rest are basically rented. In fact, renting is a cost-effective model. First of all, you don't need to worry about your ship paying a large amount of operating fees when there is no mine to mine. At that time, you can just stop renting, and then continue to rent when there are resources. This model is naturally accepted by many people. It's just that everything is competitive, especially in a small circle like theirs. The competition is very fierce. So there are many twists and turns in it. If you don't have a channel, you may be cheated to death without knowing what's going on. After understanding the general situation, the captain naturally gave up the idea of this operation. For him, it is the safest to buy directly from his side, without knowing the situation in the industry. At least there are not so many follow-up problems. But when it comes to buying, there is also a saying here. First of all, ships of the first and second level technology can indeed be bought, but it is basically unrealistic to buy ships of the third level technology. They were lucky before, and happened to meet a friend with a channel, so they picked up a leak. It would definitely be impossible in the future, so they set their sights on the second level. Even though there was a lot of competition in this level, they had to make arrangements in advance. However, considering that one should not be too impulsive in anything, stability is the most important thing, so they only paid the deposit for 2 ships, and when they make more money in the future, they will pay more deposits and expand their fleet in this way. However, they are also confused about the future. After all, some things cannot be carried out according to their own plans. There may always be some accidents in the middle. So they are extremely cautious in every step. Of course, they also have a complete plan for their future. The first is to expand their own formation. When the number of their own formation is sufficient, the next step is the focus. Buy a similar number of combat ships to form an escort formation, and then recruit people. When all these are almost ready, their own team will come out, and they can go to find mining areas. Of course, what they find here are basically some small mining areas. Maybe this place will be gone after 10 days or half a month, and then they must go to the next place to be this kind of wandering miner. But for them, this is naturally a way. At least compared to living under someone else's roof, others make a lot of money, and you can only get a little bit, which will undoubtedly increase your income, and is also a plan they agree with. It just takes a lot of time to prepare here. Of course, everyone present had already planned ahead. As time went by, the days passed, and they were slowly proceeding according to their own plans. Captain, we have already gathered the funds for the second ship, and the seller has already been communicated, so it should be delivered in the near future. At this time, a team member saw the message sent by the seller, and quickly told the captain about the situation. After receiving the message, the captain thought for a while, and then said, "Has the mining team been arranged? We have found a suitable mining team. I heard that there are 12 resource points there, and the entire mining team has a total of more than 200 mining ships. I estimate that it can be mined there for at least several years. According to our current production, after the things over there are done, we should have all the mineral springs ready. After digging here for such a long time, the resources here have been almost consumed, so now they must set out as soon as possible to find a new mining team. After such a long time here, of course they have their own channels. It is no exaggeration to say that they are now considered to be experienced in mining. And the efficiency of the ship in their hands is very high, so they naturally become a hot commodity. After all, for those who matchmake to open mining teams, the higher the mining volume of the people they recruit, the higher their income will be, so they naturally hope that the team will have such high mining volume. In addition, they have been inquiring intentionally or unintentionally over the years, and basically they are very familiar with the situation here. If nothing goes wrong with the mining team over there, the mining volume should be sufficient. However, compared to this side, the commission over there is obviously much higher, but it is normal to think about it. After all, if the commission is not high for providing such a good resource point, it would really be a problem. Since everything has been arranged, we can arrange to go there in the near future. In addition, tell the seller to deliver the mining ship as soon as possible in the near future, and then we can go with them." In this way, the captain arranged everything. Time flies, and soon it is time to go to the new area. When the captain and his friends came here, they naturally attracted widespread attention. There is no way. They not only have the third stage mining ship, but also 2 other second stage mining ships. Just relying on this alone is enough to show their extraordinary strength. There are 3 mining ships, and they are all highly efficient. I estimate that it won't be long before they will form their own team. It's not so easy to form your own team. Either you have a channel to get these resource points, or if you don't have a channel, it will be troublesome. Being a wandering miner, although it sounds good, but in fact, you live a precarious life. Teams that can get fixed resources can recruit people like us to help mine. They just sit and collect money. As long as they have many channels, they can completely rely on collecting money. Can make a lot of money. But wandering miners are different. No one wants to follow them. It is dangerous and precarious, so they can only rely on themselves. But if wandering gatherers are lucky, they may really be able to take off. It is easier said than done. It is not easy to find a large undiscovered mine or a mine of rare ores. This is not as simple as you think. Many times, if you are unlucky, you will be wiped out by the enemy. Compared with a guaranteed organization like a mining team, wandering miners have too many unknown risks. In the chat channel of the ship, everyone was discussing that they knew very well that if they had the ability, they would be willing to take risks. Because the ores they collected now were the most basic ores. If they really wanted to make money, they had to dig for rare ores. For a simple example, if you were digging for ordinary ores, you might earn 10 million a day, but if you were collecting rare ores, you would earn at least 50 or 60 million, or even hundreds of millions. There is no need to say how big the gap is. But it is not easy to become a wandering miner. It is not enough to have a ship. You also have to have your own armed formation. After all, the safe areas have basically been developed. If you want to develop them, you can only go to those dangerous areas. There is no need to say how big the risk is to go to dangerous areas. So if you are unlucky, you may die halfway. And if you want to raise an armed formation, the resources you need to consume are not that simple. Because a complete fleet has many different types of ships, which means that professional personnel are needed and different constructions also require high maintenance costs. The cost of personnel wages and maintenance, all of which add up to an astronomical figure every day, and the wandering mining team must first find a resource area, and only after finding it can they start working. Before finding it, it is basically a loss. For these team leaders, they are naturally very clear, but even so, they still resolutely decide to do this thing. The reason is simple. Only when you become your own boss can you really make money. Although their income is not low now, their living standards are gradually improving. If you really want to live a life without worries, you need to work harder. When you earn enough money to spend for a lifetime, you can relax. You know, it is not as simple as you think to live a stable life in this world. After all, civilizations are at war all the time. This means that if you want to control your own destiny, you must first have a ship of your own, and a ship with strong combat power. At least it is at the strategic level, and even higher if conditions permit, because only this level is the main force, and other levels of ships are basically cannon fodder. No one is happy to put the family's life and property on cannon fodder. In this way, they began to work hard for their own small goals. In this era, no matter which civilization, they actually have a talent for seizing opportunities. Judging from their current situation, they only need to work hard for a few more years, and basically they don't have to worry about many things. However, even so, they are still willing to take risks to do these things. In addition to allowing their families to have a relatively safe and comfortable environment, more importantly, they know that this is an opportunity. An opportunity to truly control their own destiny. Let's put it this way, for them, I don't know how much luck it takes to encounter the current situation, buy a mining ship, find a mining team, and there have been no major problems in the past few years of mining, allowing them to mine and develop steadily. For them, this is an opportunity. Since it is an opportunity, it must be seized. They want to see if they can really change the current situation of their family with this opportunity. Chapter 1012. After all, their class is often fixed from birth. If they want to change their class, they have to encounter a certain opportunity, seize this opportunity, and finally change their fate. It sounds a bit magical, but this is the current situation of their civilization. I believe you all know that for us, this is an opportunity to change our fate. From the moment we were born, our fate has often been determined, and there are not enough resources for us to do what we want to do. We are the group of people living at the bottom of this civilization. If there is no suitable opportunity, we may have to wait until we die of old age. But now that such an opportunity has been seized by us, we must control our own destiny no matter what. At this time, the captain said this to many team members. In fact, everyone is very clear about the current situation. Opportunities like theirs are very rare. Don't worry, Captain. We understand what you said. After all, we have seen too many of these things over the years. Although we don't know what will happen in the future, we will earn as much as we can now. It would be best if we have the conditions to change our class. If we can't change it, it doesn't matter. At least we have tried for it. Hearing what his teammates said, the captain nodded with satisfaction. In fact, they have been together for so long, so they naturally know the situation of their teammates. But sometimes they still have to explain the situation to everyone clearly, so that there will not be so many complaints when carrying out various operations later. For them, their current behavior in operation is a kind of gambling. Let's put it this way. If they succeed, everyone will be happy. If they fail, then they will really have nothing. And the most important thing is that from the time they made their fortune to now, except for the monthly fixed expenses and living expenses that cannot be avoided. All the remaining funds are invested. It is even said that when the economy is tight in the later period, all these funds may have to be invested, and the family can only live with the remaining funds. In short, they now have the ability to change the situation of the entire family, but the decision they made is that there are risks in investing all this money. It is impossible to say that there is no risk at all. It can even be said that the risk is still very high, but in order to change their own destiny, they can only choose this way. For their behavior, their family members are not stupid, and they can naturally understand it. They also know very well that if they do not invest all this money, then they may always be the next generation of this class. If you are lucky enough to encounter an opportunity, then there may be a chance to change your destiny, but most of the time there may not be such an opportunity. Don't worry, Captain. We have discussed the general situation with our families. They also think that this is an opportunity for us. If we can seize this opportunity, our future destiny will change fundamentally, so they are willing to take the risk. Hearing this, the captain nodded with satisfaction. Every year in civilization, there are many people who think similarly to them, and many who do the same things as them. Although the fate of most people is not particularly good, and there is a high probability that they will lose all their money and then be beaten back to their original state, there are also some people who have emerged and finally changed their fate. Although everyone knows that doing this is very risky, what does it matter to them? Sometimes if you don't fight, you will never know whether you can really change from now on. After this communication, everyone has more certainty about their future plans. In the following days, they naturally put all their resources into it without hesitation, and soon their third and fourth ships were ready. And the fifth ship has naturally been booked. In short, the early preparations have been done, and the next step for them is the most difficult later stage. At this time, in a huge space station, these space stations are built by some merchants or some special organizations of civilization. Most of the areas where these space stations are built are resource-rich areas, or some important transportation fortresses. The reason for choosing these areas is naturally because the space is arranged in the consideration that the other party must come to support as soon as possible when encountering danger, so he must arrange various transmission equipment. If these transmission equipment are arranged, then the next good areas where tolls can be collected will naturally become the first choice. Once these areas are occupied, there are very few things you need to consider. First, mine all the resources here, and then slowly start to collect tolls. It is no exaggeration to say that a good transportation fortress can make a lot of money just by collecting tolls, without considering the resource reserves there. Of course, if these areas are not related, you can forget about it. At this time, the captain looked at this luxuriously decorated space station, and couldn't help but feel envious. I don't know when we can have such a space station. At this time, a teammate sighed, and the captain couldn't help shaking his head when he heard what this teammate said. What are you thinking about? With our resources, these areas will never be our turn in this lifetime. Don't think about these things for now. For us now, I am very satisfied to be able to make a little money, and then invest these funds to buy a flagship. At this time, hearing what the captain said, the teammates also nodded in agreement. As long as we have a flagship, it means that we have the right to purchase flagship-level industrial ships, and then we can buy real mining giants. Once we have flagship-level collection ships and combat ships, we will really take off in the future. At this time, everyone was also talking about the future, and at this time, a person came over and interrupted their discussion, and seeing the person coming, everyone stopped talking and began to get serious. This person is the battleship seller they contacted. He has a complete fleet in his hands, which is the most critical to buy battleships. Although the threshold is not high now, there is still a threshold. And these things are all hot commodities, especially some better warships. Of course, this does not refer to the kind of advanced technology. Even the basic model warships are still very different. There are still big differences between the basic models of warships. Some are empty ships and some are fully equipped. Compared with directly buying empty ships, fully equipped ones are naturally the best, because the various configurations of ships also require a lot of money. And a complete fleet includes various warships. And the equipment of these warships is naturally configured to achieve a complementary effect, and cooperate with each other to improve personal combat effectiveness. At this time, after seeing the merchant coming over, the captain began to negotiate on behalf of everyone. Your fleet has a total of 2 strategic-level warships, a strategic cruiser as an auxiliary command ship in the team. In addition, there are 20 cruisers and 40 frigates and 20 combat destroyers and 10 reconnaissance ships. These ships are all first-level technology. Hearing what the captain said, the merchant who sold the fleet nodded. That's about it. Our warships use equipment of first-level technology, and all warships are also first-level technology. The service life of various equipment on the warships is 7 years, which can be considered relatively new. The price we can offer at present, as we have discussed with you before, the price of battleship-level warships is 500 million. 300 million for strategic cruisers, 30 million for cruisers, 10 million for destroyers, 3 million for frigates, and 3 million for reconnaissance ships. Hearing the merchant's offer, the captain couldn't help but frown slightly. Your price is a little bit high. How is this possible? Our price is already very affordable. We have sent you the equipment list for each ship. You can go to the market to check out the prices of these equipment. They are definitely not cheap. But these equipment have been used for a long time. I have seen that many of them have a damage rate of more than 30%. According to this damage rate, the price is more or less high. These equipment can be used for at least another 10 years. If they participate in the battle, then there is nothing to say. In short, in fact, our price is absolutely fair. Even if you go to the second-hand market to buy, it is absolutely impossible to buy cheaper than the price of the equipment we offer. In this way, everyone started to go through rounds of verbal battles. The amount of this transaction was too huge, and it was impossible to say that it could be negotiated in a few days. Including the captain and the team members, they started to discuss how to lower the price after the negotiation every day, what details need to be considered, and what problems can be solved to lower the price. After all, they definitely don't have enough funds. They used all the mining ships as collateral and borrowed a sum of money to barely make up the money. So for them, this is all their belongings, and they can't make any mistakes. If there is a problem, they may really lose everything. Not only that, they will also owe an astronomical amount that they may not be able to pay off in this lifetime. This is unacceptable to them. The entire negotiation process took nearly half a month. With such a huge amount of money, it is not too cautious to make a deal. After everything was settled, the other party quickly completed the relevant procedures for the handover. Although the procedures were cumbersome, it was still in the interstellar era, and the entire handover process was relatively fast. At this time, after everything was handed over, the people present came to the port where their ships were parked. When they saw their formation, they couldn't help but get excited. Such a huge fleet has become our private property. The captain at this time was also full of pride. Anyone who sees such a fleet will be excited. And the formation here will also be their starting point. In the future, they will rely on such a team to support themselves. When they develop in the future, they will have a larger force. Okay, brothers, we should recruit people according to the plan. You can contact those who know you first. But let me be frank. If you recruit some useless people who don't listen to orders, don't blame me for being ruthless. After hearing what the captain said, everyone present nodded. When there is a good thing, they naturally think of taking care of their families first. After all, letting their family members make money with them can be regarded as keeping the fat water within the fields. Of course, they also have status. They know the situation of their family members very well, and they also know what positions they can take. For some more important positions, they still choose to recruit people from outside. Of course, it is easier to recruit people. After all, the force of a formation like theirs is absolutely up to standard. Although they are now at war with Civilization Number 1, sometimes the teams of the two civilizations will meet. After years of development, the level of technological civilization is not low. At least they can fight against the conventional formation of Civilization Number 1. The normal loss is about 5:1. In recent years, the two civilizations have fought each other, and the main direction they have taken is more inclined to the high-end direction. As for some low-end and medium-end ones, Civilization Number 7 did not focus on research, because these ships did not play a big role on the battlefield. It is also for this reason that the technology of the bugs has achieved a reversal in the low-end route. In the past, I am afraid that 40:1 would be very normal. Now it can reach 5:1, and if better ships are used, it can even reach 2:1. Of course, it is also because of such strength that some people dare to go out to explore, otherwise they will be directly cold when they meet the team of Civilization Number 1, and no one dares to go out to take risks. As their formation began to recruit people, people soon came to sign up one after another. There were people applying for different positions, and of course, they carefully selected a group of pretty good people. This group of people will also go through multiple screenings, and finally keep all the available talents, and then continue to recruit and screen, and in this way, the elites who are very useful to them are left. After all, they offer very high salaries, naturally to recruit those capable people. Soon a team of several thousand people was recruited. These people will have a large amount of expenses every month. Not only that, but there are also ship maintenance costs and various taxes. The funds consumed every day are like water, so after recruiting enough people, the captain immediately led everyone to set off. Long before they applied to buy a combat formation, they had already explored an area. Chapter 1013. If there is no guarantee, who would dare to take the risk to buy such a large number of vehicles? After buying, there is naturally a certain degree of certainty. At this time, seeing that everyone has gathered, the captain did not beat around the bush. Everyone, there is nothing to say. I believe everyone is clear about the specific situation. Before joining, I told you that we belong to the wandering mining team. The areas we go out to explore are naturally more dangerous. But danger always comes with benefits. The more dangerous the place, the higher the benefits. As for our situation, I will tell you this. The area we found can be regarded as a relatively safe place. At least we have searched there for a long time, and have not found any ships of other civilizations. We should be careful. There shouldn't be any big problems. And with our current ship combination, as long as we don't encounter a large formation, there shouldn't be any big problems to get out. After telling everyone about the interests involved, the income will naturally increase to a certain extent. This is the income generated after safely transporting the ore back and selling it, and a part of it will be taken out as dividends to everyone. After all, only if you have enough rewards can you make people willing to go on an adventure with you. So after some discussion, the formation set off in a mighty manner. Soon they arrived at that special area, and after arriving here, everyone started to operate immediately without any hesitation. First, they arrived at the area that was previously determined to have resources, and then began to conduct a full-scale search around to confirm safety. The reconnaissance ship told the formation about the relevant situation, and the formation flew over in a mighty manner and began the collection work. Dozens of warships guarded 5 mining ships. This scene looked a little funny, but such a funny configuration could feed everyone present. At this time, some knowledgeable crew members in the fleet immediately recognized the ore they were collecting. This is actually a vein of chloro rock. I didn't expect them to be so lucky to find a vein of this ore. This is a relatively rare material in the universe, and an important component of the ship hull. Only with the addition of this material can the overall strength meet the requirements, and in the entire process of building materials production, the proportion of this special metal is less than 10%. However, it is this 10% that changed the entire ship's defense system. This special metal can only be produced through chloro rock. After refining this special ore, a small amount of that special crystal can be obtained, and the price of this special crystal is naturally ridiculously high. Obviously, this vein can make them a lot of money, which also makes everyone a little excited. A large number of people present had followed similar formations before, but most of the time, they saw these people who made money excitedly organized a formation to go to the mining site, and then started to work. In the end, they found that their income was not enough to cover their expenses, and they had no choice but to end up in disgrace, and then pack up and sell all the ships in their hands. Some people directly experienced the real meaning, such that the entire formation suffered heavy losses, and after barely returning, they could not continue to operate. In short, in this world, many new fleets appear every day, and many fleets leave sadly every day. For these hired people, they only care about whether they can get the money. In fact, they didn't have much hope for this formation, but they never thought that this formation was so powerful. I only have a hunch that this team may have unlimited future prospects. That's right, they can actually find this rare ore vein. According to my many years of experience, if all the mines here are mined, it can at least maintain the expenses of this formation for about 7 or 8 years. If nothing goes wrong, after getting this money, the captain and his team may go to add more mining rights, so as to expand their mining efficiency. At this time, everyone was discussing one by one. For them, most of them worked on the combat ship. They didn't do much every day. They just alerted the surrounding situation. If they encountered danger, they had to go up as soon as possible to give the mining ship enough time to evacuate. In this way, as time went by, the days passed one by one, and the entire mining team did not encounter any major problems, but all the peas seemed to be broken on this morning. All channel broadcast, the main civilization has found traces of the warships of Civilization Number 1 in Area A27. All formations exploring that area are requested to return as soon as possible. Also, all other teams outside are requested to return as soon as possible to avoid unnecessary losses. As this broadcast appeared, the team gradually became agitated. The warships of Civilization Number 1 have appeared near our area. The situation is not good. It looks like civilization number 1 has already started to actively look for us. I estimate that it won't be long before the war starts again. If I remember correctly, this time it should be a full-scale war. I'm afraid all of us will be called to the battlefield. What else can I say? After all, we have fought with civilization number 1 so many times. Both sides have already figured out the bottom line and various possible ways to escape. If nothing unexpected happens, this battle should be our last battle. Now we probably only have 2 ways to go. The first one is also civilization number 1. From now on, the safety factor is guaranteed. The second one is naturally destroyed on the spot by civilization number 1. After receiving the news at this time, the captain's expression changed completely. They were lucky at the beginning because they did not encounter any dangers during the development process, but now it is different. Now an accident has occurred. In fact, this is a problem that many people who want to develop independently need to encounter. In addition to these, there are various accidents. In short, when an accident occurs, it is time to test your personal economic ability. If there is enough money to survive this time, then everyone is happy, but if it doesn't survive, then basically it's all over. Although there are all kinds of reluctance in his heart, the captain still issued an order to return. At this time, the team members naturally chose to stay here, because they all knew that even if they didn't stay here, they would join the battlefield later. Instead of going to a ship where they don't know anyone, it's better to stay here and work. Everyone has been together for so long, and they are still familiar with each other. Moreover, they have also practiced combat coordination, so staying here will naturally be safer than staying in other places. As the captain, they went to the relevant places to report after they came back. Because they came as a whole formation, the relevant command was naturally left to the captain. This can barely be regarded as an advantage over other teams. At this time, many teams are also in a similar situation to them. Of course, this is just a microcosm of the war. At this time, in the main civilization, the relevant technology of the artifact has been studied almost, but it is a pity that the research on special energy still needs a long time. Although Qinyao has already started to study this thing, the required cycle is not short. I didn't expect that civilization number 1 would attack us so quickly. This is more or less beyond my expectations. In fact, in his plan, civilization number 1 should have to wait for a while before attacking him. At that time, he might have prepared everything, and they came here purely to give away their heads. But as the saying goes, ideals are full of hope, and sometimes things are just so real. When you are not ready, the other party will attack you forcefully. It should be that they have not recovered completely, but why did they rush out so rashly? What are they trying to do? Compared with the actions that civilization number 1 is good at, he was also confused. They chose to take action before they have recovered completely. What is the reason? I really don't understand the money. Why was I found again? This was the most speechless thing for him. In the past, his technology level was not very strong. I could understand that you found me under such circumstances, but now you can find me as well, which made him complain in his heart. However, complaining was a message, that is, the opponent's reconnaissance technology was much higher than his. If he fought with the opponent, he would not have an inherent advantage in intelligence. Although my location is not exposed now, it is only a matter of time before it is exposed. Since the opponent has already reached here, it is enough to show that he should have found something here. At this time, he could not help but start to examine the current situation. How did he find me? Through what channel? He also had many questions in his mind about this matter, but Jiang Yao knew very well that these questions might not be answered in a short time. While thinking about it, he couldn't help but feel helpless. The technological gap between the two sides was really too big, so big that there were too many things in the blank stage in the middle. I'm afraid the only thing I can do now is to try my best to make up for the gap in these aspects, but it's obvious that the other party doesn't intend to give me a chance. For the current situation, his first thought is to try his best to avoid this battle. Since the other party is willing to take the initiative at this stage, it can only mean that they should have also obtained some adventure, or some technological progress, which has enabled them to have the strength to defeat themselves. That's why they chose to find me at this stage, and then attack me. The two civilizations have been able to develop to the present stage, and no one is a fool. Thinking of this, he could not help but frown slightly. This matter is really a headache to operate. He took a deep breath, and then he began to plan how to arrange it on his side. It is not easy to slip away under his nose. Since the number 1 civilization has searched here, it is enough to show that they should have determined a rough framework, and then they will search within this framework, and various glasses must be arranged outside the framework. As long as I open it for you, They can lock my coordinates in minutes. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but feel a little impatient. For the two technologies of reconnaissance and hiding, they have always been his main route to break through in recent years. Its importance is no less than that of combat. After all, he suffered a lot in this regard before, and it is for this reason that he attaches so much importance to this option. However, even so, it was still found so easily. It was like this before, and it is still like this now, without much change. This made him feel quite helpless. Forget it, let's think about how to solve the current situation. At present, the technology one have mastered has only been used to arrange the artifact. I have built a super fortress, and maybe I can change it. I was quite confident before, but now I think it's still a bit uncertain. Putting his thoughts back, he thought about how to deal with the other party for as long as possible while starting to organize the things that could be used by him. The first thing is to make the worst-case scenario plan. How should he operate and when after the war is forced? At the same time, he had to find a way to speed up Chen Yao's research progress as much as possible. Only when he finishes the research of the last puzzle, he will have the confidence to fight against Civilization No. 1 in a real sense. In this way, as time goes by, the search circle of Civilization No. 1 in this area becomes smaller and smaller. According to the current situation, it is only a matter of time before he is found. During this period, he has no chance to finish the research of the last puzzle. It is definitely not possible to fight head-on. At least if the other party dares to attack, then what they have prepared must be not simple. It is unwise to act rashly without figuring out what they have prepared. After a long time, he made a decision. It is necessary to set up some illusions to attract their attention. In this way, buy me time to complete the last puzzle. It is too easy for insects to create illusions. As long as there are enough resources to hatch a huge insect army, and then create a huge Zerg combat celestial body. This shouldn't be a big problem. As long as the combat power is guaranteed, I just need to deal with them. As long as there are resources, I can produce these bugs continuously. Even if they know later that the super large celestial body I arranged is just a decoration, it doesn't matter. Anyway, I have bought enough time and don't need to worry about it later. It just happens that I can use this time to understand how the other party found me. After all, every time he hid and developed for a short time in these years, he was found by the other party. This efficiency is too exaggerated, so this matter must be taken seriously. Chapter 1014. After all, the two civilizations are in an unclear state about their respective development at this stage. They are both intentionally hiding the technology they have researched now. They can choose to go to the combat celestial body and use the special technology they have found, and the other side can do the same. He is very clear about the basic survival rules in the universe. To put it simply, don't think that you are the only smart one in the entire civilization and the others are fools. Everyone has their own adventures. Don't think that you can crush the other party after you have an adventure. Everything must take into account the real situation of the other party. So taking various factors into consideration, both sides are now in a state of trial. From the fight with Civilization No. 1 to now, both sides are making progress. From the beginning, Civilization No. 1 could send troops to him without hesitation, and now there are more and more factors to consider when attacking him. Both sides will be more cautious in the future war. Although the final battle will eventually start, many things must be cleared before the final battle starts. The first is the seed civilization spread by the two civilizations outside. Especially the No. 1 civilization attaches great importance to the insects, because this race develops too quickly. If you spread some seeds casually, new insect swarms will appear in a short time, so the No. 1 civilization is particularly cautious about this. Scattered all over the universe, although it may seem difficult to find, but at their stage, it is not difficult to find. They have all kinds of technology in their hands. If there is no powerful special building or special technology to hide, these seeds that have been spread out will be easily discovered. Up to now, both sides have used various non-traditional weapons, among which the most useful are law weapons. In addition to attack, there are many auxiliary weapons in the law weapons, such as finding the seeds hidden by the other party. As long as you still belong to this civilization, you will always have a close relationship with this civilization. After having these relationships, it is not difficult to find it through the special nature of the law weapons. Of course, Jiang Yao also has methods for finding Civilization No. 1. Although it does not have relevant law weapons, it has many routines and locates through the 10th dimension. As long as you have moved or visited those areas, it is easy to leave traces, and these traces are difficult to erase. In this way, the other party can also be accurately located. In short, Both sides have corresponding methods for each other, and it is actually very difficult to avoid being found. The equipment needed is not something that a mere seed civilization can possess. If the corresponding equipment is manufactured, it is not much different from remanufacturing a super combat celestial body. This is also the reason why seed civilizations are easily discovered except for the main base. Only the super combat celestial body of the main civilization can provide corresponding protection within the range, making it impossible for the other party to track you. Apart from this means, there is no other means. But at this stage, it is impossible for my civilization to desperately operate and hide, and you only need a light device to completely locate me. Now civilizations want to locate each other, so they really need to be strong, and all kinds of equipment and means must be used to track each other. And when he began to look for the seed civilization spread by civilization number 1, civilization number 1 was doing the same thing. Although there is no big conflict between the two sides now, both sides are very clear that once all these possible points of problems are eliminated, then the later stage will be the time for a real war. At the level of civilization, the current role is already very pessimistic, and the insects are a joint civilization of a large group and subordinate civilizations as an owner. After the main civilization began to make relevant arrangements, the corresponding things were also transmitted to the subordinate civilization. Although most people in the subordinate civilizations are not aware of the true situation, they can guess that they know that the situation is getting more and more tense. This can be seen from many aspects. First of all, the price of ore has been rising continuously. There is only one reason for the increase in ore prices, that is, the war may not be long. Now the entire civilization is in an active state of preparation for war. Although this civilization has always been like this time it feels strange to many people. Therefore, many wealthy people in the subordinate civilizations have begun to worry. At this time, on the team side, they were relatively smooth. During this period, they went to 12 areas in total. In 2 of them, they found enough resources, which made them earn a lot of money. However, compared with the joy of making money, they were also worried at this time. Captain, I feel that the current situation is getting worse and worse. During this period, we have encountered 2 combat teams of number 1 civilization. A team member said so at this time. Now their formation has changed. Compared with the warships in their formation before, the number of battleships in the formation has increased to 4, and the number of various escort warships is also constantly increasing. During this period, the money they basically earned was either used to repair warships or to buy new warships. Every war would hurt them. If they were not lucky enough to find a resource point, they would probably have stopped doing this business a long time ago. However, even if they found a resource point now, the most intuitive feeling they gave them was that they were not making enough money. Although it seems that everyone has made money, in fact, everyone has carefully calculated this so-called money making, and it is not as much as imagined. It may be about the same as their previous income from working in the civilization, which is outrageous. You have to know that they are not the same as before. Now they have a whole fleet in their hands. Under such circumstances, the income is like this, so it can basically be understood as a state of not making ends meet. It is true that they made money, but the money they made will not last long, and basically all of it will have to be spent. Although everything is going relatively smoothly for them, the number of small fleets they encountered is not particularly large, and they are much better than some fleets that were directly wiped out, but now they are undoubtedly dancing on the edge of a knife. Of course, this is not the point. The point is that even if they are dancing on the edge of a knife, the income is so low. This also made many team members want to quit. The captain knew this very well, but he also knew that if he quit now, something big might happen in the later stage. Everyone has seen what happened in recent years. The first 2 years were good, and we all made a lot of money, but basically we have spent all the money in the first 2 years in the past 2 years. Now we are basically in a state of not making enough money. At this stage, many people should want to leave directly. I also know that many of you have various questions about my arrangements during this period, such as why I am still expanding the fleet and improving our overall combat strength. In fact, their current formation strength is not weak. But even so, the captain is still constantly increasing the number of formations to improve the overall combat capability. Although if they do so, they will not need to bear too much risk when they encounter the formation of civilization number 1 in the later stage, but their annual expenses will also rise to an astronomical figure. I believe you are also very clear about the current situation. According to my estimation, a real war may break out in a few years at most. It will not be easy for us to survive in a war of that magnitude. Although we have not made much money in these years, you can see that our fleet has more than doubled compared to before. This is our confidence. The reason why I am still expanding is to be able to exchange flagships with them when our fleet reaches a certain size. Everyone has heard the news now, which has led to a decrease in the number of flagship-level warships. Even if all flagship manufacturers work overtime to manufacture them, they are still in short supply. It is very difficult for us to buy one. Not only flagship-level warships, but also warships of other levels. It is best that we still have channels to purchase these warships. The reason why I do this is very simple, that is, warships below the flagship level can be called cannon fodder on the battlefield. Only after reaching this level can we truly stand firm on the battlefield. Under an overturned nest, there will be no eggs left unbroken. When the real battle breaks out, we will definitely participate in it, and even our families and children will be involved. This is the key point. Are you really confident about putting your family and children in battleships? Or in destroyers and frigates? Obviously, this is impossible. Compared with those who have no ability to change the status quo, we at least have a little ability, so why not give it a try? During this period, I have also been actively studying those organizations that have flagships to see if I can replace them through them. The current market structure is also very simple and clear. When battleships are in short supply, some flagships that have been purchased in advance will find that they cannot buy a complete formation now, which will result in their flagships having no escort formation. So if we offer a suitable price, they may reluctantly give up. At this time, everyone naturally understood what the captain said. It is indeed possible to have a flagship but no escort formation. Some large organizations will not be like them. If they have a flagship, they are willing to cooperate with some teams with escort formations. For some large organizations, they must ensure that all warships are their own. Because only in this way can perfect unified command be achieved, and fleets like this kind of temporary fleet are easy to fall apart at critical moments. But for most ordinary people or those who have just reached this stage after struggling, even if they just want to keep each other warm, they are willing to accept it. At this time, the team members all looked different after hearing the captain's arrangement. They did not blame the captain for telling them the situation at the beginning. After all, anything may leak out. Once the wind leaks out, the whole fleet will definitely be panicked. So it is better to conceal the matter and wait until it is finally successful or there is really no way out, and then tell everyone. Obviously, now is the stage where there is really no way out. After all, many team members have the idea of leaving here. Fortunately, after hearing the captain's explanation, everyone nodded reluctantly and accepted this routine. After all, things have developed to this stage now. If they withdraw, they can indeed take away some ships, but after taking them away, your fate as cannon fodder will be the same as what their captain said. Don't worry, bet your family's lives on these levels of ships. After the meeting ended, everyone returned to their respective positions and began to get busy. Although everyone knew that this matter must be concealed as much as possible, even so, the news of this matter eventually leaked out. When the other people in the team learned the news, everyone was panicked for a while. Purchasing a flagship-level battleship is a good thing, but nothing is absolute, because after purchasing a battleship of this level, the personnel configuration in the battleship will change, and more than half of the current people may be laid off. It is certainly good to be able to enter the flagship-level battleship, but there are still so many people who cannot enter, so for a while, many people have begun to find a way out for themselves in advance. Of course, the captain is powerless to stop the current situation. After he told everyone about his plan, he knew that there would be such a day. And now the captain has no intention to deal with this matter, because according to the news from his friends sitting in the fleet in the civilization, the situation is now very tense. They often encounter civilization number 1 on the front line, and wars break out from time to time. The front line has already taken shape. This made him feel a little anxious in his heart, because after so long, no one is willing to exchange with him. During this period, he and his teammates have been trying to contact as many organizations as possible to facilitate cooperation, but nothing has been achieved. Many people have similar ideas to them, so the competition is very fierce. Sometimes, the total value of replacing ships even exceeds the flagship itself, but even so, many people are still willing to replace it. Things are getting more and more troublesome. According to the current trend, I think it will be very difficult to replace it. At this time, talking about this matter in the conference room, the captain couldn't help but have a headache. Chapter 1015. With the increasing number of clashes between the two civilizations during this period, many people in the subsidiary civilization have a sense of urgency. In the civilization managed by Jiangyao, everyone must participate in the war. In his words, the main insects will participate, and it is natural for other subsidiary civilizations to participate, so once the war starts, everyone in the civilization cannot avoid it. Of course, This is not the key. The key is that there is also a complete operating system in the civilization to solve this problem. First of all, before the war, the people in the civilization will be classified. Children or important scientific and technological personnel can sit in the rear. In short, you must have your own profession in the civilization. In the war, depending on the type of your profession, you will be in a different place. So some safe professions are also the first choice for many people. The safer the profession, the greater the competition, so the fewer people can stand out, which leads to the fact that most people are engaged in the later stage. After the war, they will go to the front line. Of course, there are vagrants in any civilization system, especially when there is a relevant economic system in the civilization to motivate the people in the civilization to continue to develop. In such a situation, such people also exist. For these people, it is after the war that their good days come, because at least they don't have to go hungry, and they can even make certain contributions to civilization, and then get rich rewards, so that they can live better in the future. So after hearing the news, the most excited ones were the unemployed people, but the team led by the captain was completely different. They had already developed to this point. If they were destroyed in the war, all their efforts would be in vain, so they paid more attention to this matter. Of course, they also knew what the current situation was, so they were also very anxious at this time. We have been rejected 173 times, and these organizations that may replace the flagship-level battleships have no plans to replace them now. At this time, a team member looked at the email sent. His tone was full of worry, and after hearing what he said, the captain thought about it and asked, "How many qualified organizations can we contact at present?" At this time, the team members shook their heads and looked helpless after hearing the captain's words. "No more. We have basically contacted all the ones we could. Some of them wanted to replace the fleet a long time ago, but even these few have chosen to refuse now, or some teams offered a higher price than us, so they chose to cooperate with these teams." The captain probably understood after hearing this. It seems that we took it for granted at the time, thinking that we could replace the warships we needed with a large fleet, but now it seems that it is not that simple. After all, everyone can think of such a thing. For some large organizations, it is indeed possible to buy a large number of ships. But the procedures will be more complicated and the operation process will be longer, which has led to many organizations not wanting to do so. In addition, they have their own production lines, so there is no need for this. But the reality is that we think things are too simple. For them, it is indeed complicated, but many teams with the same ideas as us do not think so. They also see this, so I guess they have started preparing very early, even earlier than us. We started when we found signs of war, while some teams may have almost prepared before there were any signs. So what should we do next, Captain? At this time, a team member couldn't help but ask. Since things have developed to this point, they must come up with a solution as soon as possible. Otherwise, the problems they face in the later stage will only become more and more uncomfortable. Although they already have a fleet now, this fleet is really cannon fodder on the battlefield, and they are unwilling to let their efforts go to waste. However, now that things have developed to this point, almost everyone feels that they may only be destined to be cannon fodder at that time, but at this time, a teammate's slightly excited voice came over. "Captain, someone here has replied." But the teammate's tone was full of hesitation, as if the captain saw his hesitation and asked about the situation. Indeed, there is an organization willing to exchange, but the problem is that this organization does not have a flagship-level record. They are ready to exchange with us for a 4th-level battleship and a 5th-level strategic cruiser. Hearing this, the captain could not help but frown. To be honest, battleships of this level of technology are already very rare, and they are probably treasures in the hands of every organization. Because it is very complicated to manufacture warships of this level, a single civilization is absolutely unable to manufacture them. Usually, if you want to manufacture warships of this level, you need the joint efforts of multiple affiliated civilizations to manufacture them. So this also leads to the fact that the number of warships of this level is very small. And such warships are naturally controlled by some large organizations, and usually they will not be spread out. If it were not for the war, they would probably never see warships of this level in their lives. But the problem lies here. No matter how strong a warship of this level is, it is only a strategic-level warship and a cruiser-level warship. If it is placed on the battlefield, it may still be cannon fodder. Although there are various concerns in my heart, it is obvious compared to the current cannon fodder. This level of warship is also attractive to the captain. But in the end, he shook his head and gave up this idea. Replacing a large number of warships with a small number of warships will indeed reduce the probability of loss on the battlefield, but it is only reduced, and it increases the cost of each loss. But at this time, the voice of the teammates came again. Captain, there may be room for maneuver in this matter. When the teammate said this, the captain couldn't help but feel a little confused. At this time, a video link came over. At the captain's signal, the teammate connected the link. The face of the picture was a middle-aged man in his 40s, with a dignified face. At this time, the middle-aged man looked at the people present, and spoke in a deep voice. Everyone, I have a general understanding of the situation over there. I believe you are now considering what to do next. I want to replace these warships with flagship-level warships, and then find some escort formations, so that your losses on the battlefield will be minimized. But you know that many people know this idea, and I can even tell you clearly that before the war even started, many people were doing this. They had no way to buy flagship-level warships, so they chose to exchange in this way. But I believe you should also know that some things are not that simple. There are many people who want to do this, and the competition is very fierce, so the exchange price is also very high, and even at a high price, it is difficult to get it. This is only before the war starts. It is even more a pipe dream to want to exchange it now. Although the warships we are willing to offer seem to be strategic and cruiser-level warships, these warships have their own advantages, and will definitely not be used as cannon fodder on the battlefield. Of course, you may not know much about this level of warships. I will give you a brief explanation here so that you can have a general understanding of some of the conditions of this kind of warship. First of all, take the battleship of the Fourth Pole technology. This kind of battleship is called a stealth special service battleship. Compared with a traditional stealth special police bomber, this strategic ship has strategic significance. Others are equipped with the most advanced stealth technology in the current civilization. Even if civilization number 1 wants to find him, it is very difficult. His mission is to go deep into the enemy's rear base, and then set up a special connection channel for the invisible special police, so that some invisible warships can go deep into the enemy's rear without anyone noticing. Strictly speaking, these warships will not undertake corresponding combat missions. Their role on the battlefield is more of an auxiliary role, so you should understand that such warships will be sent to perform some special tasks on the battlefield, and will not directly join the battlefield. This is also an advantage of this warship. The middle-aged man continued to add. Of course, in addition to its own characteristics, this kind of warship's own strength should not be underestimated. First of all, its effective defense has reached 400,000. Effective defense is a number used in the current civilization to measure the defense capability of a warship. Under normal circumstances, the effective defense of an ordinary flagship is about 1.2 million, and the normal battleship is about 120,000 to 140,000. But the effective defense of this stealth ship has reached an astonishing 400,000, which shows how high its technological level is. Of course, its combat capability should not be underestimated. Although it is a special warship, it also has strong combat capabilities. At least in a one-on-one situation, it will not lose to any battleship of the number 1 civilization. After hearing the relevant introduction, the captain couldn't help but think about it. His eyes subconsciously fell on his teammates, and his teammates also looked at him eagerly. Captain, you make the decision. We will all listen to you. Yes, Captain, we will just listen to you. Hearing the words of his teammates, the captain could not help but nodded. The team members still trust him. After all, they have been following him all the way. From having nothing at the beginning to owning a huge family business now, every decision made by their captain is very correct, which makes these team members willing to let this captain make the decision at such a critical moment. This also indirectly shows that this captain is not simple. Of course, the pressure on the captain is also very great. After all, this is a time to decide the life and death of the entire team. Anyone would feel pressured. Fortunately, the pressure this captain usually experiences is not small. After putting aside some thoughts that make him feel a little complicated, he asked about some situations of other warships. Strategic cruisers, although only cruiser-level warships, their role is greater than that of strategic-level warships. After all, it is a 5th-level technology, which is also the highest-level technology at present. First of all, it is a comprehensive warship that combines combat, exploration, and later covert operations with normal command. This kind of warship is very flexible to match, and can play different effects according to the changes of different blocks. This warship can carry a total of 5 modules, and 5 modules form a group. There are a total of 5 different combinations that can play different effects. Some modules are matched to form pure firepower warships, and their firepower is as fierce as that of battleships. Cruiser-level warships play strategic-level firepower. I believe you are also very clear about what it means. And some modules are matched to be invisible. They can conduct reconnaissance in the base behind enemy lines and complete some special tasks. And some modules can improve the comprehensive computing power of the battleship, provide certain bonuses to other battleships in the fleet, and serve as battlefield command ships. In short, this is an all-round battleship. When the captain heard the introduction, he was obviously deeply shocked by the function of this battleship. An all-round battleship like this would have been impossible in the past, but now it has really come true. He also knows how much this level of battleship is worth. After understanding the general situation, the next step is negotiation. It must be said that the value of these two levels of battleships is very high. After a series of discussions, the plan was finally determined. Strategic cruiser, stealth battleship, plunderer. All their belongings were exchanged for these three battleships. First of all, there is nothing to say about the first two battleships, and the price of the last plunderer is not low. This kind of battleship is similar to the flagship-level Fearless Sword. Both can open combat modules and improve their own firepower output through combat module bonus. After the plunderer opens the module, the increased output can reach the output of an ordinary small aircraft carrier. This alone is enough to show how powerful it is. Of course, it cannot move after opening the module, but this warship has a strong repair ability. As long as it is not focused, it can stand firm on the battlefield. Obviously, this warship has also been favored. Of course, it is not that the captain wants this warship, but that he wants to exchange for two invisible warships. He does not have enough resources, so he can only choose this warship as a second choice. This transaction is more pleasant for both parties. Because a flagship formation lacks escort warships, the trading party has to replace these warships. Chapter 10:16. This exchange is a win-win for both parties. Although the warships given by the exchanger are in short supply, rare warships and warships have certain strategic functions. The exchanger itself is a large organization. What they need to consider during the battle is the war damage. For example, if I invest 10 billion, how much cost can I recover? It is true that the certificates they exchanged will play a much greater role in the battlefield than warships of the same level, but what is the use of this? The value that this warship can create does not match its own value, and once it is lost, then this loss is more or less difficult for them to accept. In peacetime, they can make a lot of money by hyping these warships, because after all, some teams that pursue excellence need such fine warships. It is different now. Now no matter which team it is, they will consider the cost effectiveness, because they know very well that their fleet is likely to be completely lost in it. So the price of warships of this level has also been crazy falling during this period, otherwise, they would not be able to take out such warships for exchange. For them, once this kind of warship is on the battlefield, the ultimate role may be to exchange a little for themselves. Tactics are not necessary at all, but for people like the captain, this kind of warship is life-saving. Compared with their cannon fodder warships, this kind of warship can basically not be lost as long as they are careful. Compared with dragging the entire fleet out as cannon fodder, it is obvious that this plan is more suitable for them now. If they are lucky, then this war can be safely passed, so they believe that these people will definitely be happy to exchange. As for why the captain was chosen, it was because among those who were willing to exchange, except for those who were still obsessed with the flagship level, the remaining ones willing to trade with them were the ones who offered the most chips. In this way, after the transaction between the two parties was reached, the captain immediately brought a group of team members to the parking area of the warships. The first thing that came into view was two huge strategic-level warships, and the overall length of the two warships had reached more than 1,500 meters. The cruiser was relatively small, only about 400 meters. At this time, everyone couldn't help but sigh when they saw these three warships. Although I don't want to admit it, I have to complain that we have such a large fleet, and finally exchanged these three ships. At this time, a team member couldn't help but sigh. What do you know? How much technology is contained in this kind of ship? I believe you are also aware of this level. If it were in the past, we might not even see it, but now this kind of warship is ours. As long as we survive this war, with these warships, we can reorganize the mining team. It's so easy. What this team member said was the truth. Compared with the formation composed of ordinary warships, and the formation composed of advanced warships with special capabilities. It is two concepts that can attract two concepts. However, compared with his teammates, the captain's expression was full of hesitation at this time. Seeing that the captain's expression was a little different at this time, the other team members immediately understood something. After a long time, they couldn't help sighing. There's nothing we can do about it. After all, even we can't take care of ourselves after the war begins. Although we have been partners for a long time, There are always things that must be decided. At this time, hearing the discussion of the core team members, the faces of other members nearby also changed slightly, and their expressions were full of worry. Everyone present knew what was going to happen next. There's nothing we can do about it. At this time, the captain couldn't help but murmured in a low voice. To be honest, although a large part of them were hired by him, they had developed feelings for each other during this period of time. In this case, driving them all away would be a shame for anyone. But the captain also knew that sometimes decisions must be made, although if the 3 warships were forced to squeeze in, most people could indeed be brought on board. But in fact, he would only choose a small number of people, and this small number of people could not only enter by themselves, but also bring their families with them. Of course, bringing family members is not a threat, but a form of protection. Among them, there are family members from all walks of life, and some of them can be transferred to logistics later, so these people don't need to go out with them. But some will be transferred to the front line. Instead of driving those pure cannon fodder ships on the front line, it is obviously safer to call these people to your own ship. And all the team members who stay will fight for themselves in the later wars, so bringing these people into the ship to provide them with protection, and also let them provide help is what all fleets default to do. At this time, almost everyone was looking at the captain eagerly waiting for his announcement. Seeing everyone's eyes, the captain took a deep breath, then took out the list prepared in advance and began to read it. Those whose names were called were naturally extremely happy, while those whose names were not called were all uncomfortable. They knew very well that after they separated today, they might be transferred to the cannon fodder team. If they were lucky, they might be transferred to the flagship formation. Of course, they would still drive cannon fodder ships. So they were also confused about their future fate. If they were transferred to an ordinary cannon fodder team, they would basically die, but if they could come out alive, then your achievements in the future would not be low and the rewards you could get would not be small. But most people died on the way, and it would be better to be transferred to the flagship formation. Although they were all cannon fodder, it was the flagship formation after all, so their survival rate would naturally be relatively higher. In this way, as the list was announced, the team of thousands of people was instantly reduced to more than 300 people. Most of the people left, and the remaining 300 people immediately began to contact their families. When they told their families the good news, everyone in the family was very excited. After all, with this relationship, they would not have to worry too much about their safety in the later period. Of course, those who were selected were lucky, and those who were not selected began to look for new teams. Now they still have a chance to find a team, but if they wait until the war really starts and are assigned, then they will have no chance to find a team. So now they also take advantage of their ability to start going to some more famous teams to apply for a job to see if they can be selected. After all, if some famous teams are selected, then they will undoubtedly greatly increase their chances of survival. Although the main civilization has not issued a real order to start the war, many subordinate civilizations have already started to get busy. These news are naturally leaked deliberately. After all, only in this way can we make plans and preparations in advance. Just like this, about a few months later, at this time at the port, a large transport truck is parked here, and the captain is communicating with these people with a group of team members. At this time, the captain and the leading businessmen are arguing with red ears. How can you do this? The price was clearly written on our contract before, and now you have almost doubled it. Facing the captain's angry glare, the leading war merchant looked indifferent. He has seen too many such people, and has experienced too much. War merchants are special merchants, who mainly make money from wars. After all, wars are the easiest to make money these days. They will hoard a large amount of supplies in advance, waiting for the war that is very likely to happen in the future. Once the war starts, they will sell these supplies in large quantities. Of course, this also depends on their vision. After all, hoarding supplies can indeed make them make money after the war, but this is not absolute. For example, with the advancement of technology, a new generation of equipment is replaced. This is also very normal in civilization. Once this happens, the value of many of the things they hoard will shrink significantly. If the technological level of the hoarded items is not high, they may even become obsolete in the future, making them lose all their money. And hoarding supplies also requires warehouses. And some equipment needs to be maintained every day, which is also a huge expense. So to do this industry, the first point is that you have to have enough foundation. Otherwise you don't have the money to purchase these things and maintain the daily expenses. With these foundations, you have to test your vision. What kind of things will not be updated in a short time, and what kind of things can be sold at a good price at that time. I know you are in a hurry, but don't worry, you can go, and see how much the price of different materials in the market has increased. It is true that the price I give here is 2% higher than the market price, but I have complete supplies here, not only ship equipment, but also maintenance machines, people or some daily food and other things like that. I can provide you with a full set here. If you try to piece together other merchants, you will definitely not be able to put together everything. Although my prices are relatively expensive, the quality is guaranteed, and it saves time, effort and worry. You can spend more energy on dealing with subsequent wars, instead of spending it on the laborious task of looking for sellers everywhere. We just make a hard-earned money. At this time, the war merchant was also calm. The current situation is becoming more and more unclear. The war may start at any time. As a war merchant, he has a very keen sense of smell for this matter. So these people must come to him to buy things. Of course, there are many merchants like him, and the reason why these people have to buy from him is also very simple. Merchants are not so superficial as buying low and selling high. Merchants like them are particular about the goods they sell and the goods they purchase. Their own vision determines how much they can earn. They will clear out some goods in advance. The production of these goods will not increase in the short term. When these goods are in their hands, they will be packaged and sold together with other goods. Only when you buy a certain amount of goods can I allocate these important materials to you. Although the town is about to open, these material factories are also producing, but compared with the huge demand, the production of the factory seems a bit overwhelmed, so this is also a routine for them to make a lot of money. In this civilization, if you want to make money, the demand for personal vision is too high. Only by discovering real business opportunities can you make a lot of money. If there is a problem with the goods you choose, the production capacity may suddenly increase due to some reasons in the later stage, then you will lose all your money. Therefore, for these merchants, the choice of various items is particularly important, and the judgment of a merchant's vision is also through these things. Obviously, the merchant in front of him made the right choice, so now he has made a lot of money. Although the profit from selling now will be much lower than when the war really starts, there are too many uncertainties after the war starts. The risk is not a little bit big, so although selling now will make less money, it is more stable. This is what the war merchant thought at this time. In this way, the two sides went through rounds of bargaining and finally solved the problem. This time, the war merchant successfully sold a batch of goods. Although it was not a very large amount, it at least cleared a lot of inventory for himself. After finishing this transaction, he went back satisfied, and at this time, the captain said, "These merchants are really damnable. We could have bought several times more goods, but now we only bought so little." The captain couldn't help but frown when looking at the supplies he bought, although he knew that the price was already very high. He also knew that if he didn't make any moves and didn't prepare supplies when the war started, there would be big problems in the later stage, especially if he bought them at that time, the price would only be higher. Forget it, we've already bought it, there's no point in thinking so much, and these supplies are enough for us for a while. Externally, after the war, some supplies will be distributed according to our situation, so there should be no shortage of supplies at that time. The next thing is to arrange to join the team. Our current warships can't join the private fleet at all, because the private fleet is mainly based on war and accepts various war missions, and makes contributions in this way, while we mainly do battlefield support and reconnaissance behind enemy lines, so we can only join the regular team of civilization. Thinking of this, he was quite helpless. Although the regular team of civilization gave good things, there was strict military management over there. So they naturally didn't have as much freedom over there as the private team. Forget it, it's useless to think so much now, so let's arrange the follow-up things first. Chapter 1017. After a period of busy work, the captain soon found a new team with his team members. This is naturally a regular army. When the captain and his team members came here, someone was waiting here early. When the captain and his team members came here, the waiting people also hurriedly walked towards them. The next step is of course inevitable. For this captain, the people here naturally attach great importance to him. Although the items they brought here are not many, they are all extremely rare battle records now, which can play a very important role on the battlefield. I've heard a lot about you. We are from the 237th Combat Team. You are here to help us a lot. We currently only have level 3 reconnaissance scrolls on the reconnaissance series of ships. As for other ships like the Jing-type bombers, they are all level 3 technology, so our overall behind the enemy line combat capability is not bad. Before, we always let our team go around the enemy's rear through various channels, and now with your stealth battleships that can open subsequent stealth jump channels, it will be much easier for us to operate. Of course, We will also consider the safety of your ships as much as possible for some subsequent arrangements. At this time, while taking the captain to visit their military base, the person in charge of the introduction also told the captain some details. After all, these people joined them for some reasons, and naturally could not be like others. First of all, how to ensure sound safety is very important for both parties. After all, they also know that if the safety of the construction is not guaranteed, then the captain will definitely choose to change one immediately. For a fleet with special warships like this, the captain naturally received a relatively high standard of treatment. After all, their warships can play a greater role in the battlefield. As they moved forward, the two sides were also talking in various ways. Through the conversations between the parties, the captain also understood the situation of this team. This team has a total of 5 flagship-level formations, which means that they have 5 flagships. This number can be considered quite large, and when doing this, these formations will cooperate with each other, so that the combat effectiveness will be greatly improved. The reason why the captain is quite satisfied with this team is that his team is strong enough, and the combat mode is not to fight in small teams, but to fight collectively. This is what he values most. To be honest, he has visited other teams in the past few days, but the final result is not satisfactory. Most of the teams are small-scale operations. Each of their flagship formations will perform their own tasks, which makes the captain very worried. After all, their current technological level has not reached the level that can completely compete with Civilization No. 1. Although the research on some small warships of Civilization No. 1 has stagnated in recent years and has not continued to move forward, they have put all their energy on sitting in the heaven, which has also led to their ability to catch up with the pace of Civilization No. 1. However, everyone present knows that this is just catching up, and it does not mean that they can fight hard. However, what makes the captain curious is not these, but why this formation will adopt such a combat mode, which makes him a little puzzled. After all, the combat mode of most regular formations now is that each formation performs a task, not a collective action like now. As if he understood the doubt in the captain's eyes, the person in charge of the introduction also answered him. You may be curious about why our combat methods are different from other teams. This is also the core of our team. First of all, we make the least money compared to other teams, because other teams can send out formations to perform several tasks at the same time, so their income is several times ours. But our captain is not an ordinary person. He is very cautious. So even if we can do this, he still decisively gave up this plan. After all, compared to getting higher profits, the loss of a rollover is immeasurable. So every time we sit in all the formations, we will gather together. Although the efficiency of completing the task is lower, it is more stable. As he spoke, the person in charge of the introduction was full of sighs. Looking back, we have avoided the fate of being wiped out many times because of such decisions. There were several times when even several of our formations attacked together, we were still seriously injured. At that time, only about 30% of the warships in the formation were still standing, and the rest were all destroyed. If there was only one formation in action, then this formation would definitely be destroyed. For us, although the loss seems to be very high on the surface, all the important core ships have been preserved. As for some first-level technology ships, they must have survived, but these first-level technology ships may be worth dozens of them together, but they are not as valuable as a high-level technology ship. After hearing this person's introduction, the captain nodded in agreement. He chose this place for this reason. After all, the income here is 20% to 30% of other places. It is self-evident how low this income is. However, there are still many people willing to join in because their combat mode has a lower income, which is better than giving the ship to the other party to destroy it. In this way, several people visited the space station, but soon a battleship outside caught his attention. It was a pure white battleship that looked a bit like a beetle. The captain was a little surprised to see this battleship. To be honest, it was the first time he saw this kind of battleship. What is this? The captain couldn't help but ask questions at this time. Seeing that special battleship, the person in charge of the introduction was full of envy. This is a stealth reconnaissance ship, Nightmare class. Hearing the introduction of the person in charge, the captain's doubts became stronger. You must have seen the prototype of this ship. The prototype of this warship is the Deep Space Cruiser. And this Nightmare Festival is an upgraded version of the Deep Space Cruiser, or more accurately, an overlimited version. This is also the most technologically advanced ship among the current United Civilizations. For example, this cruiser is stronger than the level 5 cruiser you have. The current highest technological level is level 5, and above level 5 is overlimited, which is also the crystallization of the wisdom of all the current United Civilizations. The number of ships of this type is even rarer, and it can only be obtained by having a certain network of relationships. After hearing this person's introduction, the captain became more curious about it. In fact, these ships have a common feature, that is, perfection. How to say it, you can imagine that many of our ships have specialties. For example, your level 5 cruiser has different specialties through different combinations, suitable for attack and suitable for stealth, but no matter how to match it, it needs to change the accessories to complete the perfect match. Because of the ship technology, these things can only be balanced in this way, and it cannot be said that all are integrated. At present, the only ship that can achieve perfect balance, except for the ships with super limit technology, is the level 5 ship in your hand. By changing the module to increase different performance and act on different battlefields, but super limit technology. The soundness of the ship does not require any module changes, because everything has been added when they were manufactured, achieving a perfect balance. Let's put it this way, the firepower of this cruiser can reach the same level as your weapon technology cruiser, but it has the ability to be invisible. If your level 5 cruiser wants to be invisible, then its firepower may drop to the level of a normal cruiser. But this battleship takes both into account. In addition, it can also achieve the effect of converting your level 5 cruiser into a reconnaissance type by increasing the speed of reconnaissance behind enemy lines, so it is all-powerful. This battleship has many advantages such as stealth, battlefield interception, and high speed. The captain was also surprised when he heard this. It was obvious that this was the first time he had come into contact with a warship of this level. He had never even heard of it before. I wonder how much this warship costs. At this time, the captain asked the doubts in his heart. After all, he has been dealing with warships all the time. Such high-performance warships are naturally very popular with him, so he couldn't help but want to ask about the price. Hearing what he said, the person in charge of the introduction shook his head. At this time, I'm afraid we can't think about warships in our lifetime. Let me tell you this, the cost of the level 5 cruiser in your hand, including the overall configuration of the modified parts, is about 3 to 4 billion, right? The captain nodded. Then the person in charge of the introduction continued to speak. The 3 ships you brought this time have a looting value of about 10 billion. If you include the equipment, it's about 120 to 130. Your stealth battleship is about the same price. If you add your cruiser, the price is about 30 billion. The captain did not deny this. After all, he chose to exchange it after learning the price. After all, it is impossible for his entire fleet to be exchanged at a loss. Take the cruiser of level 5 technology for example. If you pursue the ultimate and need to match it with good equipment, the price may exceed 10 billion, but this is the equipment cost. It is not much different from the ship itself. The price of the battleship you see now is about 200 billion for the bare ship alone. Generally, if you can buy this kind of ship, it must be the best equipped one. The price of a set is at least 50 to 60 billion, which means that the price of a ship is about 260 billion. 260 billion. Hearing this number, both the captain and the team members following behind couldn't help but widen their eyes. If I remember correctly, the price of a super flagship is about 250 billion now. The person in charge of the introduction also nodded. That's why we often say that this is a toy for the rich, because this warship can sometimes be on par with a super flagship, but the problem is that people like us have the money, so we will definitely buy a super flagship first, and we will never buy this. For this statement, the captain and other team members nodded to agree that it was indeed the case. No matter how powerful this ship is, it can't be comparable to a super flagship, so there is no need to buy this ship at all. But what makes the captain and others even more curious is why such a rich man would come to this formation. By the way, I've always been curious about why such ships appear here. Logically, those rich people who bought these ships can join better teams, or other things. Perhaps because there were too many questions in his mind, the captain still asked, and soon he got the answer. For these people, in fact, they joined our team not to get the so-called merits and make money, they just wanted to complete the mission on the battlefield. Warships like theirs have high speed and stealth capabilities. Even if they encounter danger, they can escape from the battlefield in the first place, so they don't need to worry about their own safety at all. Even if they are discovered, those who can catch up with them can't beat them, and those who can beat them can't catch up with them, so their safety factor on the battlefield is very high. They only need to kill a few warships and complete the mission, and then they can leave the battlefield. After hearing the introduction, the captain immediately realized that going to the battlefield in civilization is a virtue. No matter what your identity is, you must make corresponding contributions. There are many rich second generations who may not have talents in other aspects, but they can't really go to the battlefield as cannon fodder. It is also for this reason that this kind of over-limit ship has appeared. The combat capability of this kind of ship is far higher than some of the small ships of Civilization Number 1. With this kind of ship, if you are not stupid, you will basically not be left alone. So using this advantage, they can go to the battlefield, complete some killing tasks, get gilded, and then go back to enjoy it. Of course, if you want to accomplish this, you must first have money, because this level of war record is not only extremely expensive, but also out of stock. If you want to buy it, you need connections. As for why you can buy a super flagship at the same price, the reason is very simple. The super flagship is a sitting duck on the battlefield. Although many ships will fight with the flagship at that time, the flagship will be the first to be fired on the battlefield, and the most important thing is that it advances and retreats with the entire fleet. Simply put, if the fleet is destroyed, he will also be gone, but this warship is different. If the fleet is gone, he can still escape. This is the difference between the two. Chapter 1018. Naturally, after learning about the extraordinary nature of this kind of warship, the captain was very yearning for it, but he was also very clear that he was just yearning for it, because this kind of warship is destined to be out of his reach. Others are thinking about how to kill the other party's warship, and then how to return safely, and through this way to complete the necessary things of civilization, but they are different. They want to make a fortune from this, and the nature of the two is different. While the captain was still thinking about this, at this time, Jianya was here. Leader, we have found the base of Civilization Number 1, and the seed civilization spread by Civilization Number 1 has also been completely located. At this time, Jianya listened to the report of the brain worm and nodded. Since they are ready now, we can't just sit there and wait for death. In the past, they always took the initiative to attack us. It's time to think about it. We should take the initiative to attack. It doesn't matter. I'm waiting for you to attack me. When I was weak before, I could only passively take the beating, but now it's different. Even though my strength is still a little behind that of Civilization Number 1, I already have the ability to take the initiative to attack. I'm afraid Civilization Number 1 didn't expect that I would take the initiative to attack. Maybe there will be unexpected surprises this time. Thinking like this, he immediately launched a war mobilization. As the order was issued, the subordinate civilizations were already prepared. Well, after all, they had received the news a long time ago, and were already preparing. At this time, the captain was here. They were chatting in the chat channel, and they were also preparing various things, although they were almost ready now. But it is always necessary to check for omissions, and make up for the gaps, and different fleets exchanged the materials they needed. While they were still discussing, the alarm suddenly sounded, and as the alarm sounded, everyone present immediately became alert. The alarm has been sounded, and the war should start. I don't know who said these words in the chat channel, and then everyone present immediately started to act. They each began to let the members of their fleet return to the warship as soon as possible, and also asked the logistics department to start sorting out the materials. After a busy time, basically all kinds of things for the entire team have been prepared, and with the commander's order, this combat team set off. The huge fleet of warships marched towards the Starry Sea, and the captain at this time also saw this scene for the first time. Although he saw many warships on the battlefield before, he was also airborne at the time, and did not see the scene of the army setting off. For a moment, he was also very curious about this place. Under his attention, the fleet quickly flew towards the hard gate. At the same time, he saw other fleets joining this team one after another on the road. In this vast steel torrent, no matter their warships are of combat power level, they are just a speck of dust in this vast torrent. The scene in front of them shocked everyone present. No matter how many times you look at such a fleet, it makes people feel extremely excited. At this time, a team member expressed such emotion, and the teammates next to him also nodded in agreement. In this way, they followed the large army through one star gate after another. Not long after, they came to a place of concern, and after arriving here, the fleet also stopped. At the same time, the captain also noticed that the energy of the entire space had an abnormal reaction. A huge celestial body appeared in their pain. Looking at this huge diamond-shaped celestial body, the captain knew that this was the super combat celestial body of the main civilization. Look, it's the main civilization's Zerg swarm. I don't know who shouted. In one sentence, everyone went up to the super combat celestial body, and the next moment, a dense Zerg army flew out of the celestial body. Among them, there are many bugs that are comparable to planets, and when everyone saw these huge bugs, they couldn't help but be shocked. There are still many people who saw this kind of bug for the first time. This should be the Leviathan of the main civilization. Super combat unit. While everyone was still shocked by this, the captain had already received the order from the commander. The captain was riding on a stealth battleship. This battleship actually had to go behind the enemy lines, which was very dangerous. However, he felt that compared to the dreadnought or battlefield command ship, this kind of battleship had a very high chance of survival as long as he was careful. So after thinking about it, he chose this battleship. So he received the mission and slowly left the team. At the same time, there were many battleships of the same type as his. This time, the captain's mission is to go to a location about 10,000 light years away from the gathering point of civilization number 1 to deploy a space monopoly device. The function of this device is actually very simple, which is to prevent the warships of both sides from jumping. No warship can jump within this range. The two sides can only fight inside to determine the final winner. Of course, it is not difficult for some small warships to get out of here, and their speed can allow them to leave this range in a short time. The most important thing about this thing is to target super combat celestial bodies, because the super combat celestial bodies of both civilizations are very huge, especially the number 1 civilization has reached the cosmic level. Such combat celestial bodies are not very fast. So once this combat natural enemy wants to crawl out of this range by its own speed, it takes a very long period of time. Directly deploying this device, it seems that the main civilization wants to fight hard with the combat celestial bodies of civilization number 1. To be honest, the captain was still a little surprised about the main civilization's plan. After all, everyone is very clear about the situation of both civilizations. It seems that the main civilization is very confident in this super combat celestial body that it has transformed. As he thought about this, the captain's ship soon arrived at the area where it could jump. After arriving here, he did not hesitate to let the ship make a space jump. With the engine started, the ship soon entered the jump channel. At the same time, the figure of the ship began to slowly disappear. At the same time, the voice of the direct commander came from the joint combat channel. Everyone, I believe you are already very clear about your mission, so I won't go into too much detail here. Our current mission is very simple, that is, to go to the target area as quickly as possible, and then arrange these devices. Then you need to drive the process into the designated area about 3 light years away from civilization number 1, and be ready to launch at any time. This distance is a very extreme distance. It is easy to be exposed, so everyone must be careful. The captain was also a little surprised when he heard what the commander said. This mission is a bit difficult. It is already very dangerous to arrange the equipment there, and it needs to be embedded in such a close area. At this time, the captain had a bad feeling in his heart, and he also knew why the hiring fee I gave for such a warship was very exaggerated. If it weren't for the difficulty of the mission, who would give such a price? Thinking of this, he couldn't help but sigh. When he received the commission, he was very surprised, because the price was really a bit exaggerated. Now he understands that this is completely a life-saving money for them, because the commission price can buy half a stealth battleship. In other words, you only need to accept such a mission twice, and then you can buy another one. No wonder it's so expensive. Although he didn't want to go, he had to go because he had already received the deposit, and the contract had been signed. If he dared not to go, the penalty would be enough to make him drink a pot. Besides, even if we don't talk about the breach of contract, Jean Dandon's behavior was already considered a deserter, and the punishment he received would not be light, so no matter how dangerous this mission was, he had to bite the bullet and complete it. Meanwhile, on the other side, civilization number 1. We have basically determined the location of the bugs, and our reconnaissance network over there has almost been completed. According to the current situation, it won't take long for us to find those damn bugs. In addition, we have already located all the seed civilizations spread by these bugs. When we are ready, it will be time to take action against them. Obviously, there was a problem with civilization number 1 this time. They misjudged the progress of the bugs. Of course, there are several reasons for this problem. First, the first reason is that the repair time of civilization number 1 is too long, which gives the bugs enough time to prepare. The second reason is that the bugs have been greatly improved after unlocking the artifact. Originally, they could find the bugs quickly according to their search method, but because of the great strides in technology, the bugs have not been accurately located by them until now. And the most critical thing is that the super supporting celestial body has shrunk from the original size of 1 or 2 universes to the size of a galaxy, which they don't know. Of course, the change in size also increases the difficulty of being found from the side. For various reasons, we can only know that according to the current progress, it should not take long for them to accurately locate it, and after locating it, various military strikes will be launched. But obviously they did not expect the bugs to be so brave this time. After all, in previous wars, they always took the initiative to attack the bugs, but they never encountered the bugs daring to come to them. But it is very normal to think about it. After all, they still have an advantage in technology. If the bugs do not prepare in advance and choose to passively defend the areas where they have an advantage, then they will only fail. Active attack is too risky for the bugs. After all, the main battlefield is in their territory, and they can deploy a lot of things there. However, if the main battlefield is pulled to their side, they can also deploy a lot of things here, which is extremely disadvantageous for the bugs. Sometimes things are always biased from the plan. Just when the number 1 civilization began to prepare how to kill the bugs directly, the combat alarm suddenly sounded, which startled everyone. Soon the intelligence came, because they scanned the abnormal space fluctuations not far from them, and they also found that the space in this area was blocked. This discovery made the number 1 civilization a little confused, but soon they scanned the bug fleet, which made the number 1 civilization a little confused. They didn't expect these bugs to come to them on their own initiative. What are these bugs thinking? How dare they do this? Don't they know how to look at the gap between the two sides? We didn't go to them, but they took the initiative to come to us. Do they really think we are soft persimmons for them to take advantage of? While saying this, Civilization number 1 immediately began to deploy troops and prepare for the battle. To be honest, Civilization number 1 still hasn't figured out the outrageous actions of the bugs, but since the bugs took the initiative to come to die, they have no reason to be polite to this group of bugs. Without thinking too much, Civilization number 1 immediately issued an order because they were prepared from the beginning. So after the order was issued, a large number of fleets set off towards the location of the bug fleet. At the same time, the super combat celestial body of Civilization number 1 also began to charge the law weapons at the first time. At the same time, the relevant data from the front line was also transmitted back at a very fast speed. When Civilization number 1 saw the new combat celestial body of the insects, they were all slightly stunned. At this time, looking at the huge diamond-shaped projection, the mobile commander of Civilization number 1 couldn't help but change his expression slightly. This thing is obviously a pet after the transformation of the universe. It is obvious that this group of insects has transformed their universe as a whole, but where did they get this technology from? Although this super combat world is many times smaller than theirs, the energy contained in it is probably not worse than their super combat natural enemies, and the most important thing is that such a huge universe is compressed into this. Then the mass of this super combat ship itself must have reached a terrifying level. In addition, thinking of the previous transformation of the universe by the insects, combined with this celestial body, everyone present can foresee how terrifying the defense capability of this special combat celestial body will reach. No wonder this group of insects dared to take the initiative to attack this time. It seems that they are well prepared, the man said, and changed the subject. But it's a bit wishful thinking to think that you can defeat us with this thing. Although the changes in the insects surprised them, they were just surprised. After all, it's not only the insects that have improved over the years, they are also improving. Chapter 1019. The behavior of these bugs made them more or less surprised. After all, it was the first time that they were attacked by bugs in so many years. This made them feel a little funny and serious at the same time. After all, the two civilizations had been fighting for so long. If they were completely unprepared, they would not attack rashly. In this way, the two sides started the first round of confrontation. As the battle began, the first civilization soon found that something was wrong. How is this possible? At this time, there was only one super combat celestial body of the bugs on the battlefield. It fought back and forth with the two super combat celestial bodies of Civilization number 1. Seeing the scene, they were also a little frightened. It was really too unexpected. They really didn't expect that the bugs would improve so quickly. At this time, they had to be more cautious. Originally, they thought that the bugs should not be very strong, but now it seems that the progress of these bugs in recent years has been a little exaggerated. What happened to them? How could they suddenly become so strong? At this time, the commander of Civilization number 1 was also shocked by the changes of the insects on the battlefield. Obviously, they also realized that this group of insects must have obtained something remarkable in recent years. Of course, these things were definitely not obtained by them. It seems that our guess at the beginning was not wrong. This group of insects really chose to stand on the opposite side of the universe. They had made some guesses about the situation of these insects before. The progress of the bugs in these years is very fast, and it is for this reason that the bugs can change a lot every time. From the weak ones at the beginning to the strong ones now, the changes of the bugs are too many, and the speed is too fast, which makes the number 1 civilization feel more and more difficult. Especially when they saw that this group of bugs actually chose to go to the opposite side of the universe, they also realized that the situation was not good. Choosing to go to the opposite side of the universe is actually a very complicated thing in essence. Because there are also related organizations over there, and these organizations will try their best to provide great help to these civilizations or races on the same front as them, just like this group of bugs now. Obviously, they have received help from those beings, otherwise it would be impossible to reach such a point in a short time. It seems that they have gained a lot of benefits. In the previous battle, we already suspected that the bugs must have chosen that path. And now it is basically certain that the bugs have indeed chosen this way. Perhaps they had some doubts about this matter in the past, but now it seems that the doubts are basically certain. The reason why they think so is that they found that the super combat celestial body of this group of bugs is very similar in style to some civilizations they have fought before. They are on the side of the cosmic consciousness, so they have participated in some wars before, and they have also encountered many similar civilizations in the wars. The styles of these civilizations are basically the opposite. However, the reason for this situation is actually very simple, that is, the last destroyed civilization inherited all aspects of its technology to the next civilization. The next civilization, with all the technologies provided by the above civilization, can develop to the point where it can participate in the relevant battlefield at the fastest speed, but there is a big flaw in doing so, that is, they do not have time to develop their own style, and their combat mode cannot be changed in the short term. So you can recognize some of their general situations at a glance, and now the bugs are like this. At this time, looking at the Zerg combat celestial body number 1 civilization standing firm under the fierce artillery fire on the battlefield, I can't help but feel that I am afraid that this matter today will not be so easy to solve. Report to the commander that it is basically certain that the bugs have been arranged around us and are waiting for the jump device. Now they are sure that they are ready to fight us to the death. At this time, hearing the report from his subordinates and looking through the data on the battlefield, the commander's expression became more and more ugly. There was no way, because the bugs had made all the preparations, and the most important thing was that they found that the technology used by the bugs was no worse than theirs. In this case, how could he stay calm? I didn't expect that these bugs have reached the current level in just a few years. The commander couldn't help but sigh as he spoke. We could have wiped out this race many times, but due to various reasons in the civilization, things didn't go smoothly in the end. Now the bugs have begun to attack our sub-civilization, and all our seed civilizations have been destroyed, and the same is true for theirs. Basically, what both sides can do now is to decide the winner on this battlefield. But obviously, what civilization number 1 didn't know at this time was that the insects had left one last trick. At this time, on Chen Yao's side, a huge warship was sailing slowly in the universe. The size of this warship was beyond imagination. Although it was still a little too small compared to the insect swarm, it was already a well-deserved giant in this universe. And this warship was the property he inherited after going through untold hardships. In this huge warship, you can see a complete ecosystem, which is like a real planet. There are different areas and different environments inside, where you can see the reproduction and evolution of organisms, and the most primitive things in nature. At this time, in the main control room, Chen Yao has been studying. According to the current situation, it won't be long before I can thoroughly study the special energy body. I have a feeling that when I study it, my technology will be greatly improved. I have experienced too many things in these years, from the initial survival to the subsequent strategy. Various bosses went to new areas, and then continued to do such things, stood up in difficulties again, and finally came to this spaceship. He vaguely remembered that when he came here, he was also struggling to face the new creatures here, especially the final boss entrenched here, which really made him feel difficult. The infected boss has basically eroded 60% of the spaceship, and basically this spaceship is within his control. He cleared various maps along the way, and constantly obtained the authority of this civilization through these maps. Even when he came here, he only had 40% of the authority. Fortunately, after having these authorities, he also had the capital to fight against that special creature, so he began to develop here. Finally, after hard work, he took his dinosaur to the area where the final boss was. The two sides experienced one battle after another in various aspects. Finally, he won the victory miserably, and regained the authority controlled by the boss. In this way, after unremitting efforts, he finally took full control of this spaceship. After taking control of this spaceship, he was still very excited at first, but soon he found that there were many civilizations in this universe. They all had malice towards each other. If they wanted to survive, they could only become stronger. Fortunately, his starting point was high enough. With this spaceship, he didn't need to worry about his safety, but he still understood the principle of being prepared for danger in times of peace, so he began to think of ways to improve his strength. At this time, he found something special. He felt that if he could study this thing, his strength would be greatly improved. Naturally, he would not miss this opportunity, so he has been studying this thing for many years. Through continuous research, he soon discovered the power of this thing. This is a special energy body, and the energy contained in this energy body is very exaggerated. In addition to using the super brain of the spacecraft to assist in research, he has also experienced many wars and solved many civilizations in these years. At the same time, he also captured some civilizations himself. He arranged these civilizations in his spaceship to help him research and improve technology. At the same time, he also discovered some secrets in the universe, such as the saying that luck exists in the universe. This thing exists, especially after it destroyed some civilizations. This feeling is more clear. I clearly remember that before destroying a certain civilization, some of his research had been stagnant, but when he destroyed this civilization, his research was completed at a very fast speed. After many attempts, he confirmed the explanation of luck. While strengthening himself, he was also constantly looking for civilizations to fight. In this way, its technology has also ushered in great progress, and various special products have appeared, especially since it is still standing on the shoulders of giants. So after these years of development, its strength is also relatively advanced in the universe. As long as it does not seek death to find those particularly powerful civilizations, it can basically develop steadily to the follow-up. In this way, as the days go by, his research on that special energy body has also entered the final stage. At this time, after watching the frontline war report that another civilization had been destroyed, he could not help but nod with satisfaction. If nothing unexpected happens, this civilization should provide some progress for my research. After these years of development, he found a routine to quickly improve technology. For example, if it wants to study a certain technology, it will stop all other research, and then destroy one or two civilizations. In this way, it can use luck to continuously improve. This plan is indeed very useful. Although the progress of destroying civilizations varies, progress can always be seen. He thought so. However, the final result did not disappoint him, because several more problems were solved soon, which made him a little excited, because if a few more problems were solved, they could perfectly use this special power, and his strength would be greatly improved. In this way, the last research was finally pushed to 100% progress. At this time, after understanding the role of this special energy, he knew very well that as long as he was careful in the universe, basically no civilization could do anything to him, and all his research directions in the future could be directed towards how to maximize the use of this special energy. Of course, he made progress here, and the information was transmitted to Jiangyao as soon as possible. At this time, Jiangyao, who was paying attention to the battlefield, could not help but smile after receiving this news. The last piece of the puzzle is complete. For this special energy body, he had already studied all other directions clearly before, and the only direction left was naturally to study the medicine. The main reason for doing so was that it would take too much time and energy to study it by himself. After all, there were many things he needed to study now, and it was impossible to do everything by himself. Because if he did everything by himself, the cycle would be too long. If he gave some things to other civilizations to operate, he could save this part of time. This was his original plan, and now it is obvious that this plan was successful. And he also had a premonition at that time that if he studied the entire system, there might be a big problem at that time. If he studied this thing thoroughly, the cosmic consciousness might go crazy against him, and it was also for this reason. He threw the most core thing to Qinyao for research, and Qinyao did not let him down. After getting the last piece of the puzzle, he did not hesitate to order all the brain worms to start moving. These things were combined to complete the final result, and as he operated, anomalies soon appeared. He felt that he seemed to be stared at by something, and this feeling was very strange. He had never had such a feeling before, and this was the first time he had such a feeling, which made him feel a little uneasy, but he didn't know that he was on the front line against the cosmic consciousness at this time. Many civilizations that were fighting also found anomalies. What happened to the cosmic consciousness? Why did they suddenly attack so fiercely? And they seemed to be very anxious. If nothing unexpected happens, there should be another civilization that has developed something that can threaten its existence. And it seems to be a low-level civilization. This is a bit unexpected. The fact that a low-level civilization has developed this thing is enough to show the potential of this civilization. Since this is the case, We should try our best to stop these consciousnesses and give that civilization enough time to grow. Soon these civilizations made a decision. Any civilization with potential will be of great help to them. They naturally cannot let it die halfway. Chapter 1020. At this time, in the main war civilization, they were all very surprised by this news. In fact, if a civilization that has reached their level can research something that can affect the consciousness of the universe, it is still possible, but the difficulty will not be too low. However, it is worth mentioning that a civilization that is much lower than them can research such a thing. You should know that it is not that simple to research this thing. If you don't have the corresponding scientific and technological support and various aspects of cognition, you can't research it at all. It is very difficult to really research something that affects the consciousness of the entire universe in this universe. Most of the things in this universe are centered around these cosmic consciousnesses. Simply put, these cosmic consciousnesses are the special existences, the products created around this universe. They have the same roots as this world. In this case, if the things you research are to threaten it, then you must first ensure that your thing is beyond this universe. And it is very difficult to find things beyond the universe in this universe. So generally speaking, if something like this is researched by a civilization that has reached a certain level, then everyone can understand it, but it is indeed a bit exaggerated for a low-level civilization like the current one to research it. For a time, all civilizations had various speculations about this matter. Although they knew that a civilization had researched this thing, they did not know which civilization it was. Similarly, the cosmic consciousness would also conceal this matter. As for the reason, it is very simple. That is, if the identity of the other party is confirmed, then this group of guys will definitely provide targeted protection. Now that I know my identity, I can make a move secretly. Although the other party has already noticed this, and will definitely not give me a good chance to make a move, there is always a chance. Of course, when the frontline battlefield was in such a situation, Jiang Yao, the initiator on the other side, could not help but feel excited just looking at what he had researched. Finally, the research was successful. After such a long time, and so many difficulties, I finally completed the task. And it is exactly the same as I expected before. I have considered that if this kind of thing is special enough, then once I start researching this aspect or shake my head, the cosmic consciousness will definitely pay attention to me and trip me up. If it is not good, I will be eliminated in a muddle, so I chose to study some side characters at that time, and then handed the main line to other civilizations, and finally synthesized it to reach the peak in an instant. This method saves a lot of intermediate steps. Of course, it is not easy to accomplish this, but fortunately, he succeeded in these years. In order to compete with number one, he tried every possible means. Finally, he saw the results, which made him feel relieved. As for civilization number one, he also knew very well that this civilization was very strong, and if he wanted to fight against it, there was not much he could do. He could only obtain some special technologies again and again. Strictly speaking, the technology he has mastered over the years is actually not of much use to civilization number one. At least in the past few years, the things he has studied will always be crushed by civilization number one. He is content to have made such great progress, and to be able to fight against civilization number one so quickly. The main reason is that he has obtained a lot of technology from other civilizations, and these civilizations are originally stronger than civilization number one. Through the analysis of these technologies, his strength has been greatly improved. If it were not for this, he would have no way to fight against civilization number one to this point, but now everything is fine. Because the thing in his hand now is simply researched by his own efforts. This also shows that at this time, he is fully capable of competing with civilization number one, and at the same time, he also feels the reaction of the cosmic consciousness when he researches this thing. This also expresses the power of this special technology from the side. Of course, now that he has this weapon, he can't just use it on civilization number one without thinking, because the number of times this weapon can be used is limited, at least with his current energy system, it can only be used once. So he has to make sure that after using this thing, he can kill the planned civilization. With this mentality, he also started to get busy, and at this time on the other side. Combat team number 23. This is the team the captain was in before. At this time, he has arranged the corresponding equipment and has successfully embedded it in the enemy's rear of civilization number one. The captain also feels that he is too lucky because half of the warships that sneaked in with him have been discovered. He was almost discovered several times, but fortunately, he was safe. After arriving at the warning location, the captain was finally relieved. Fortunately, everything was safe. After arriving at the designated location, the captain began to wait for the next order. For the captain, he only needed to complete the next task, and he could return quietly. The most important thing was that after returning this time, he could get a huge profit, so now all he needed to do was wait for the final order. The team members who were with him this time also breathed a sigh of relief. Some of these team members were arranged on the plunder ship, some were arranged on the cruiser, and some were on this warship with him. Captain, fortunately we got here smoothly. There were several times when I thought we were finished. As he said this, the team members were still a little scared. The captain nodded. Soon, he seemed to think of something and asked about the situation of other warships. The plunderer has killed 47 of the enemy ships, but he was also seriously injured. Fortunately, he has returned to the space station for repairs under the cover of other warships. As for the cruiser, there is no big problem, because the warship itself has been transformed into a battlefield command ship and is at the rear of the fleet, so it has not suffered any damage. At this time, the president was relieved to hear the report from his teammates. Fortunately, there is no big problem. In this case, we don't need to worry about the safety of the warship. As long as our warship can survive, then this time we will really make a fortune. After all, the income from the various tasks performed by his several warships is not low. If there is no opportunity, the money earned can allow him to raise another fleet. Even if there is a chance, it is not impossible to get a flagship because killing the enemy not only has income, but also contribution and military industry, which are the most important. When your contribution reaches a certain level, you can use your contribution plus a lot of money to buy a flagship. In fact, many people can't afford it. The most important reason why the flagship can't be bought is because the contribution points are stuck. And for those who have enough contribution points, he can buy more. So there is a model of flagship ship trading. Although everyone can only have a few places in a long period of time, even these few places are enough for him to make a fortune by reselling. Although this matter is expressly prohibited in the Alliance, there are no fish in the clear water, so there are many people who do these things secretly. Of course, all this is a later story. After all, this thing must wait until the end of the war in the later period, and he can go back alive to consider these things. As time goes by, the days pass by day. A warship like his would basically not be discovered as long as it remained invisible, and did not make any moves, so he had been paying attention to the situation of his other two warships during this period of time, and was also waiting for new orders. After waiting here for a month, the order from above was finally issued. Tomorrow, we will set up a stealth jump channel. All the stealth bombers are in place. Seeing the command of the new mission, the captain took a deep breath. He knew that this was the last chance to decide his fate. Success or failure depends on this one move. If I can successfully escape tomorrow, I won't have to accept any more missions in a short time. In fact, under normal circumstances, he could leave the battlefield directly, but it is obvious that he cannot do so now, because the team he joined has determined that he cannot do so. If it is an individual team, he can leave after making a certain contribution, but it is different for an organized team like this. Before entering, he must plan to participate in several missions. Naturally, these things are written in the contract, so now he needs to complete 2 more missions. Although each mission is very dangerous, he knows very well that only in this way can he obtain enough resources, and he can only do this to preserve the other 2 warships. After all, there are conditions for joining here. You bring these warships here, just because you value the strong strength here, and can provide later guarantees. At least it will not happen that the team members are not enough, and they encounter the opponent's large forces, and are wiped out. When you enjoy this advantage, you naturally have to bear the corresponding things. After the order was issued, the captain began to enter a tense state of preparation. Fuel filling is intact. No enemy ships were found in the surrounding area. The projection area is safe. Special complaint channel is good. As the status orders were issued one by one quickly, the captain had made full preparations. At present, there was only one way to project in this completely blocked area, which could allow the warship to get here very quickly. Of course, although this method is extremely secretive, it is still easy to be discovered, and there is no way to solve it. But at least it can make this thing arrive here safely. As for what will happen, this is not what the captain can worry about. What he has to do now is to complete his task first. In this way, time soon came to the scheduled projection time. Attention all units, it has reached the approaching time. Everyone made the final preparations. And when everyone was ready, the next moment with the opening of the projection channel, a strange wave appeared. At the same time, everyone stared at the radar screen closely. Sure enough, as they thought, the projection channel had just been opened for less than a minute, and they had already scanned that there were ships approaching them. But at this time, the captain had completed the task. Retreat immediately, retreat, the opponent's warships have come. Seeing this scene, the captain did not care about many things and immediately issued a retreat order. At the same time, on the side of Civilization Number 1, when they found that there were abnormal energy fluctuations here, they rushed here at the fastest speed. Of course, they had fought a series of battles with the civilization before, so they knew very well what this kind of fighting method was. Without thinking too much, they immediately walked towards the designated location. In this way, both sides were ready. When the warships of Civilization Number 1 arrived here, the bomber squadron had already assembled here. The next moment, countless bombers launched bombs of various attributes at each other. At the same time, the captain's warship also left this area smoothly under the cover of the frontline battle. Because the surrounding area has been blocked now, it is basically impossible to jump, so they have to fly to the gathering point for supplies after a long period of about 2 months. However, there are basically no major problems next, because their warships themselves have strong stealth capabilities, so there is no need to worry at all. In this way, their warships began to return like ghosts. At the same time, the war in that area also came to an end after a month. This is a small-scale collision. Both sides suffered heavy losses in this battle, and the battle-loss ratio is basically half and half. In fact, in this level of battle, such a war is harmless. It is nothing more than consuming as many enemy warships as possible. The real main battlefield is still here in the Super Combat Celestial Body. However, it must be said that the strategy of Civilization Number 1 is correct, because they have been mainly studying the direction of Super Combat Celestial Bodies during this period. If it were not for this direction of research, it might be very difficult for them to fight against Jiang Yao's Super Combat Celestial Bodies. Fortunately, they did not take the wrong route during this period, so now both sides are in a state of equal strength. However, if time is delayed, Jiang Yao will definitely be at a disadvantage. After all, he is always lagging behind in research in this area. There are no problems in all aspects in the early stage, but the subsequent endurance issues are still very big. Chapter 1021. At this time, he was also paying attention to the situation on the battlefield. Jiang Yao was naturally very clear about the situation of Civilization Number 1, but it was precisely because he knew the situation of the opponent that Jiang Yao knew that his chance of winning this time would definitely be very high. Indeed, from the perspective of technology alone, the gap between you and me is too huge, but I have a weapon that can determine success or failure, and you don't know about this. Although you have been studying Super Combat Celestial Bodies for some time, and have made great progress, these progress are not enough to make up for the damage caused by my attack. For the situation of Civilization Number 1, he could naturally guess a little. Since the last fight, he has also conducted a detailed analysis of the strength of the opponent's combat celestial body and collected data. Through these methods, he has basically determined the approximate strength of the combat celestial body of Civilization Number 1. However, compared with the last time, their super combat celestial bodies are more than one level stronger, which is simply a world of difference. It is also for this reason that he realized that things may not be as simple as he imagined. Obviously, the Number 1 Civilization Treasure has spent most of its time on the research of super combat celestial bodies. Jiang Yao is not stupid. He knows why the Number 1 Civilization does this. In fact, the reason why the other party does this is very simple, that is, because they know very well that the universe they control has very strong plasticity, and they can make a fuss on it to carry out various transformations. Therefore, the combat power of their super combat celestial bodies will be greatly improved in a period of time. The previous battle made them know the power of their universe. If their super combat celestial bodies suddenly have a qualitative leap, then they may overturn for this reason, so they have chosen to study this direction for a period of time. Obviously, their guess was correct. Indeed, the changes in their super combat celestial bodies were very huge. If it were in the past, I'm afraid their 2 super combat celestial bodies would not be their opponents. Thinking of this, Jiang Yao became more and more careful, especially the last trump card in his hand, which must be played out. If there was a mistake in that attack, it would be a fatal blow to him, so the timing of using that attack must be grasped well. While thinking about it, he was also paying attention to the battlefield. Compared with the subordinate civilizations and the subordinate formations under him, who controlled the general direction, it was completely different. At this time, they and the various combat units of Civilization Number 1 had entered a white-hot stage, and countless warships fell on the battlefield. And countless warships were manufactured and put into the battlefield. The 2 civilizations were fighting hard. Civilization Number 1 still had a lot of warships, but the bugs and their subordinate civilizations were not bad in recent years. And at this time, on the captain's side, in the space station, he was looking at his plunder ship with heartache. At this time, the warship was already in a state of being riddled with holes. The original thick armor was almost completely damaged. It was obvious that it had suffered a lot of damage in the previous war. Of course, this was normal. After all, offensive warships like this were always at the front of the battlefield and suffered the most damage. Although this ship had extremely strong defense and repair capabilities, it still could not withstand the fierce artillery fire from the front line. Fortunately, all this did not develop into the worst situation. At least the warship was saved. Although the cost of repair is very expensive, it is undoubtedly much better than direct damage. Sure enough, this type of warship is indeed easy to get into trouble on the battlefield. The risk and benefit are proportional. This time it is obvious that I am losing money. The repair cost of this warship is about 2 billion, and I only made less than 1 billion with this warship. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but sigh. This is the biggest problem in the regular army. The overall arrangement needs to be carried out by the battlefield commander. If you are in the wild team, like plundering these levels of warships, you usually output frantically in the rear. If you have different certificates to provide damage, with various assistants, so that he can maximize his strength. But it is completely different here. These warships also belong to the front combat area. Except for the defensive warships responsible for guarding the front, the rear is theirs. Obviously, after the defensive warship in front was destroyed, the first to bear the brunt were naturally the second row. It was also because of this reason that the captain's warship suffered such serious losses on the battlefield. Fortunately, everything was still barely accounted for, and was still within the controllable range. At least this record was saved. However, the captain was also very reluctant at this time. He would send him to the battlefield after the warship was repaired. According to the arrangement here, the possibility of my warship falling is very high. No, I can't continue like this. This warship must not go to the battlefield. Thinking of this, he immediately contacted some people in charge of the repair module, and then used some money to bribe them to extend the repair time. In this way, his warship will not be sent out at least in the short term, and he is also very clear about wars like theirs. The real winner is still the main civilization, and they only play a supporting role, so whether he joins or not will not play a decisive role. In this case, these people who take money to do things will naturally open a backdoor easily. So, after some contact, they soon began to reevaluate this warship and change the repair time from the original 2 months to the current 1 year. Of course, with their authority, they can change it higher, and it is unnoticed, but they did not do so. Because these merchants know very well that this operation can be used for the second time after the first time. If the time is too long at one time, who is willing to consume it for the second time? So for these merchants, each product has a time limit, and it is impossible to really give you a very permanent time. Because the longer the cycle, the less they can earn. For these merchants, those who retreated from the battlefield are all hot cakes. Being able to retreat from the battlefield can only mean that their warships may have been severely damaged, or there are other reasons. In short, they can earn a lot of money from them. The merchant strategy is indeed correct, and they have made a lot of money relying on this routine. Such a war makes different people have different mindsets. After the transaction was over, the businessman left, and at this time, the captain's eyes gradually became tough. These damn businessmen, making money is so easy. He was also extremely envious of this matter. After all, their costs may be lower than his. They, the businessmen, only need to consider what they invest in or how their vision is. Apart from that, they don't need to worry too much about the rest. But even so, they have seen some wealth that ordinary people can hardly solve in their lifetime. For the captain, if he didn't have the opportunity, he might be one of these people. But now he is different. In this war, he has gained a lot of benefits. According to this trend, they can complete a large accumulation of funds in this war. With this money, it is not bad to invest in other things, but nothing is as smooth as imagined. Because as time goes by, the war has entered a certain stage. At this time, all warships have been mobilized. As long as the repair degree of the positions in the space station reaches about 80%, they can follow and participate. At this time, the captain who received the news was still on duty outside. Damn, how could this happen? Is the pace of war so fast? I just paid a sum of money to the group of businessmen and asked them to arrange everything, but now it seems that I was too naive. Of course, this is just because he knows that these merchants attach great importance to reputation. If there is a problem here, then it is really a problem, not something else. After all, it is obvious that the civilization above has taken action to make them helpless, which makes everyone feel more nervous. Soon after they received the task, they set off for the designated area. When they arrived here, it was already late. Looking around, it was full of insects. At the same time, he also found that a large number of warships were gathering here, and it was obvious that relevant combat assemblies were being completed here. It is obvious that this time it should be a general attack, otherwise it would be impossible for so many warships to come back. It is basically the same as he thought. As time goes by, more warships join here, and the army of insects also joins here. At the same time, they are also assembling for war on the side of Civilization Number 1. Obviously, both sides decided to start a real contest, and the main reason why all units were used was not other reasons, but that they had decided to decide the winner now, because it was obviously not good for Jiangyao to continue dragging it on, so he knew very well that he chose to take action directly. What he had to do was to constantly disrupt the situation, and then find opportunities. Although it was still difficult for him to withstand the two super combat celestial bodies of the other side, he managed to hold on. In this way, as time went by, Confucius's side quickly assembled, and the number 1 civilization was also almost ready. Then, with the orders of the commanders of both sides, the war really began. At this time, the captain on the battlefield was also carefully controlling the sword to constantly find a relatively safe position. All he could do in this war was to watch the show throughout. After all, strictly speaking, his authorization was not a combat record at all, but only an auxiliary record at most. As for the plundering, he really had no way to do it. For him now, he would save as many as he could. The war between the two sides entered a very tense stage from the beginning. The strength of both civilizations was not weak, and they had used all their trump cards, which made the outcome of this war even more confusing. However, it was obvious that if this battle continued to develop like this, Jiangyao might really be finished, but it was obvious that he was not. At this time, seeing that the number of combat units on his side on the battlefield was decreasing sharply, he knew very well that the other side had also started to take action. In this way, the final war began. Both sides had tried their best, including Jiangyao. The super combat celestial body it created also started to output the maximum power at the first time. The two sides of the battle in these days were more of a test. Now that the test is over, both sides are ready to show their strength to fight each other. After all, the two civilizations have fought for such a long time, they are very clear about their own situation, and they also understand that this time may be the final battle in the true sense. However, as the war began, the insects did not gain much advantage. No matter which side of the battlefield, especially on the battlefield of the super combat body, although the insects could resist desperately at the beginning, they gradually became powerless later. Because the number of opponents is not less than his, and their strength is not weaker than his, the fighting between the two sides is also very stressful. Seeing all this at this time, Jiangyao is naturally very anxious, but he knows very well that he must hold on. At this time, the state of his cosmic combat celestial body is not good, and the remaining blood volume is only 1/2. A protracted war is extremely disadvantageous for him, but now he has no choice. The two sides are constantly fighting. At the same time, he also discovered that the number 1 civilization has made great progress in not only overall defense, but also offense in recent years. However, even so, he can still barely resist. At this time, Jiangyao continued to stare at the battlefield, and he was fully prepared. At this time, when the two sides were fighting, the number 1 civilization did not notice that Jiangyao's strongest killing was ready to go. When the distance between the two super-sitting celestial bodies reached a certain range, Jiangyao did not hesitate to use the gift he prepared for them. The next moment, as this special weapon was launched, Civilization Number 1 also discovered this thing at the first time. When most of the data of this thing came out, the expressions of the people in Civilization Number 1 could not help but change. There were too many things in it that Civilization Number 1 had never touched or set foot in. Obviously, this was a killer weapon prepared by the bugs for him. Chapter 1022. At this time, as this special energy was emitted, the surroundings soon changed. The area they were in was called the hyperdimensional space. This area is fundamentally different from other spaces, and all the laws are different from the main universe. This alone is enough to explain the indiscriminateness here, especially as this is the main activity area of the hyperdimensional civilization, where wars often break out. However, even the wars of the hyperdimensional civilization cannot destroy the things here. The space here basically does not collapse because of these civilization wars, which shows how special the space here is. However, when this force appeared, the first thing that changed was the surrounding space, and everyone present saw the surrounding space begin to collapse. Seeing this scene, whether it was Civilization Number 1 or Jiangyao, they couldn't help but feel that the scene in front of them was somewhat outrageous. After all, This was the first time he used this power. At the beginning, he didn't care much about this matter. He felt that even if this power was strong, it shouldn't be too outrageous, but now it seems that he thought these powers were too simple. As this power appeared, the place was also gradually changing. Everything around them began to change, and they finally noticed the changes brought about by this power. First, the surrounding space began to crack like a broken mirror. This alone was enough to make everyone present feel that this special power was not simple. At the same time, a vast power began to burst out. Everything that this force passed by was turned into nothing in an instant. Whether it was Civilization Number 1 or the nearby Zerg combat units, what surprised Jiang Yao the most was that the destruction of this force was irreversible, and the most important thing was that it could not be escaped. Once captured by this force, there was no way to escape. This should also be the special feature of this special force. Of course, this is not the end. As this force gradually spread, Jiang Yao soon found that something was wrong. First, the surroundings began to turn dark, and then the darkness began to spread, like a curtain being pulled open in the hyperspace. Not good. At this time, Jiang Yao, who was watching the scene and realized that the situation was not good, immediately began to command his super combat celestial body and other combat groups to leave this area. The changes in this area are uncontrollable. Although it is the existence that released this attack, it is obvious that this attack is not under his control. Because his target was the two super combats of Civilization Number 1, the first to be affected were naturally the two super combat celestial bodies, and he was far away and evacuated quickly, so he was not caught up in a short time. After Civilization Number 1 found something wrong, it also began to evacuate its super combat celestial bodies as soon as possible, but it was obviously too late. When this special force eroded their super combat celestial bodies, the appearance of their super combat celestial bodies began to change gradually. Just like a broken eggshell, it was unknown what force caused the cracks. Of course, the changes are far more than that, because Civilization Number 1 also started to use its own law weapons to fight at the first time, but it didn't work at all, as if these things didn't exist, and they couldn't have any effect on this special force. What the hell is going on? At this time, the commander of Civilization Number 1 heard the alarms that kept ringing, and his expression became extremely ugly. Everything in front of him was beyond his expectations. He never thought that things would turn out like this. Now he is completely panicked. Everything that happened was too bizarre, and this force was too powerful, so powerful that they had no ability to resist at all. The gap between the two was like a natural chasm, which could not be crossed at all. This was what made him feel most frightened. He couldn't think anymore, because he didn't expect that the bugs actually mastered such an ability. It was too outrageous. If it was replaced with any other ability or any attack, he could find a solution, but he didn't have any solution for the current situation. Because he himself had no way to analyze what this force was, or what kind of effect it had. This force was unfamiliar to him, and it was the first time he had seen it. His known means had no effect on this force, which had always looked down on their super combat celestial bodies. Even though their super combat celestial bodies had been optimized and strengthened in various ways over the years, they had very strong strength, but even so, they could not stop the invasion of this force, which was what frightened him the most. What kind of power do these insects have? At this time, he asked this question in his heart. Obviously, for him, everything in front of him has completely disrupted their plans and layouts. If it weren't for the power of this special existence, the outcome of this battle would be unknown. At this time, the commander of Civilization Number 1 couldn't help laughing. I didn't expect that our civilization would cultivate an existence that would destroy us, and this negative is too hasty. That's right, at this time, he felt that the ending of his civilization was too absurd. If the two sides were evenly matched in the war, they would fight back and forth. In the end, he failed for various reasons, and he didn't care. After all, this was normal, but he really couldn't stand that his side was so outrageous that it was gone. This was what made him feel the most uncomfortable. It's like you have tried your best and used all your tricks, but the other party just developed it lightly, leaving you powerless to resist. However, things are so outrageous. At the beginning, the two sides could fight back and forth, but who knew that they would find an opportunity to release this attack, and then they would have no more. So where did the bugs get this kind of power from? Is it inherited from those civilizations? However, Civilization Number 1 shook his head and denied this idea. If they did join the rebels, they could obtain some heritage of civilizations and inherit some of their things. It is very normal to constantly improve oneself through these inherited things and reach a certain realm, because they have been required before, so they also understand the situation inside. They chose to refuse at the beginning, not because they felt that the villains had no future. In fact, the reason why they failed to join was mainly because they finally determined one thing through understanding from all aspects. This organization is far from as simple as imagined. While providing you with help, they will also get something from you. As for what they get, Civilization Number 1 has not figured it out yet, but it is certain that this is definitely not a good thing for you. It is also because of this that they finally chose to refuse. In fact, the main reason is to protect themselves. After all, sometimes there are some things that you can avoid if you can. Then try not to participate. It is also because of this reason that they finally came to this step. If they chose to accept it at the beginning, then if nothing unexpected happened, their strength should have risen by several levels now, and no matter how bad it was, it should not be said that they have fallen to this point. But nothing can be said to be achieved overnight. If they chose another path at the beginning, it would be absolutely impossible to fall to the current point. For them at the beginning, from the time they received help to the present, no matter how much the bugs developed, they would never catch up with them. The main reason why they ended up like this is probably because they chose the wrong path. However, for Civilization Number 1, they never felt that they had chosen the wrong path, because they knew very well that if they had chosen to inherit, it would be hard to say whether they were still themselves now. Of course, these are no longer important to them now. Watching their fleet destroyed by this special force, their main base could not hold out for long. At this time, Civilization Number 1 knew very well that it was only a matter of time before they were eliminated by the other side. They lost this battle, and lost for no reason, and lost inexplicably. In fact, they should have been able to predict their own ending a long time ago. They suddenly remembered that they might have been pushed too hard by themselves at the beginning. After the insects encountered that special force, they chose to join without hesitation. After all, for the insects at that time, this might be what they needed. For the insects at that time, as long as they could eliminate their side, they might be willing to pay any price. Obviously, the insects succeeded. As for what the price was after the success, obviously, the insects did not know, or they had no awareness at all. This was not the point just now. The point was what they could not see later, and at this time, Civilization Number 1 was also very uncomfortable. As for why they felt bad, there was no need to explain too much, because they had chosen to reject the other party and stand on the side of the universe. Although there were various reasons, none of them mattered. The important thing was that they did not cause any trouble, which was enough. Refusing to join the rebels and stand on the side of the universe, they did not get any benefits, but ended up like this, which made Civilization Number 1 feel a little sad. If they had chosen to stand on the side of the rebels, their enemies would be this bunch of bugs, and they would not have had the chance to develop to the present. Civilization Number 1 is sure of this. However, there is no if, and just when the people of Civilization Number 1 began to quietly wait for the final judgment, an accident suddenly happened. A stubborn force suddenly appeared, and their super combat celestial body stopped collapsing. This made Civilization Number 1 feel a little surprised. At the same time, they also received a piece of information, and the content of this information was very simple and crude, that is, to completely eradicate the swarm of bugs. Now they have the ability to resist this special force under the protection of this special force. In other words, this special weapon of the bugs can't hurt them at all. This made Civilization Number 1 ecstatic, and for them now, this is simply a pleasant surprise. They never thought that things would develop in this direction. But when things developed in this direction, they immediately became energetic. What happened just now left them with some lingering fears, but fortunately, it was a close call. After surviving the catastrophe, the only thing left was anger. At this time, the anger value of Civilization Number 1 had risen to a very high level, because they almost died just now, without even thinking about it. Civilization Number 1 immediately chased the bugs and began to release various attacks indiscriminately. This time, Civilization Number 1 didn't care about the long table. After all, they had a lot of things prepared at the beginning, and they would give the bugs a fatal blow when necessary. However, after experiencing the previous wave, they realized that if these things were not released and held in their hands, and then they disappeared inexplicably, it would be better to use these things first, regardless of whether they were useful or not. Obviously, this wave of life and death made them realize what they should do. Without thinking too much, they used everything they could without hesitation. At this time, when Jiangyao saw Civilization Number 1 rushing out with its special power and attacking him, his expression changed completely. What happened? How did it become like this? He was sure that there must be an accident, because he had just seen that Civilization Number 1 could not hold on. It was impossible for him to suddenly burst out and research a way to fight against it. Obviously, there was interference from external forces, and he could guess what this external force was, but he really didn't expect that the thing he researched would actually cause the universe consciousness to end. And the fact that the universe consciousness ended itself was enough to show that the importance of this thing was probably much higher than he imagined. Or maybe this thing can indeed threaten the cosmic consciousness, but he quickly shook his head and denied this idea. As for the reason, it was very simple. It was not difficult to see from the current situation that the other party had a way to target this. At least his current attack was easily shot down. If this thing really had such a big effect, then he would definitely not be able to resist it. Obviously, this special energy must have a certain impact or damage on these consciousnesses, but it was not an attack released by himself, which means that this special power should have many other ways to use. It's just that I can't study it now, of course. This is not important. What's important is how I should deal with the current situation. Because now civilization number 1 is completely immune to this attack. So what if you can be immune? Don't forget that the attack just now has seriously injured you. And I'm still in good condition now. Chapter 1023. At this time, Jiang Yao did not know what the enemy was like. After all, they were probably helped by those special consciousnesses. It was understandable that they would attack him in such a situation. That is to say, they may have reached a certain kind of cooperation. Or in other words, for all civilizations that did not join the rebel organization, these consciousnesses stood with them. Jiang Yao quickly analyzed the reason. At this time, Jiang Yao felt that he had a certain understanding of the pattern of this universe. So the current situation is that all civilizations in the world are divided into 2 waves. The first wave is naturally conventional civilizations. Needless to say, these civilizations have not entered the super dimension. The purpose of the existence of these civilizations is to supplement the subsequent military forces. When they develop to a certain level, the next thing to do is very simple, that is, to choose to organize a team. So these can understand the reserve military service. But the situation of these civilizations is similar to mine. Before entering this stage, they were in a salted fish state, so at this stage, what these civilizations can do is to continue to become stronger. But because of various uncontrollable factors, what these civilizations can do is to hide first. Wait until they soar into the sky. As for the purpose of their hiding, it is the same as mine at the beginning because of the cosmic consciousness. This existence has been restricting low-level civilizations from breaking through the restrictions. For the cosmic consciousness, the situation of these low-level civilizations is probably that the probability of their teams after entering the super dimension is uncontrollable. So instead of guessing their choice, it is better to let them not break through this limit. Jiang Yao is very clear about the influence of cosmic consciousness on low-level civilizations. He used cosmic consciousness to target those powerful civilizations, and did a lot of things. So Jiang Yao is also very clear about the current situation. After these civilizations take sides, there are 2 results. The first is to be targeted by cosmic civilization like himself, and the second is to be destroyed by other civilizations, like civilization number 1. But once they are valuable, they may be helped by consciousness. Now it is obvious that civilization number 1 belongs to the latter. And at this time on the side of civilization number 1, they have reached a temporary cooperation with cosmic consciousness. The requirement given by consciousness is that they help civilization number 1 resist this special attack, but civilization number 1 must eliminate the bugs at any cost. Of course, this strategy is just right for civilization number 1. As for the reason, it is also very simple. They were almost wiped out just now. They are naturally very unhappy with such hatred. So they have no psychological burden to take action. They didn't hold back at all when they started fighting. This time, they didn't care whether their weapons would work or not, they just used them all at once. In this way, countless attacks that Jiang Yao had never seen before came towards him. The universe that Jiang Yao transformed was also shaking under these powerful attacks. If Jiang Yao hadn't given everything when transforming the universe, so the strength was naturally needless to say, it would probably have been destroyed by now. Fuck, this is a bit outrageous. Jiang Yao was a little surprised to see the power of number 1 civilization at this time, although he also thought that number 1 civilization must have a backup plan. But he didn't expect that number 1 civilization's backup plan was so powerful. Of course, he also felt a little fortunate for his previous decision. Before, he had thought a lot when he was trying to resist number 1 civilization, especially considering that he had improved over the years. Number 1 civilization must have improved as well. So his attack must be used at a critical moment. It would be best to kill number 1 civilization with one blow before it reacts, so that number 1 civilization's backup plan may not be used before it is gone. It must be said that there is nothing wrong with his thinking. But he never expected that something unexpected would happen at a critical moment. So now all he can do is to silently choose to bear the means of number one civilization. And number one civilization did not disappoint Jiang Yao. Their means were indeed very powerful, and caused great damage to the universe he was transforming now. If number one civilization used this at the beginning, he might have been prepared and made adjustments in tactics, but now he could only resist it. At this time, Jiang Yao knew that things were getting more and more difficult after watching the super combat celestial body of civilization number one rush out of the coverage of his special weapons. Fight! Without thinking too much, Jiang Yao immediately launched an attack. In this way, the two civilizations started fighting again, but as time went by, he suddenly realized something. Why didn't I think of it? It is true that civilization number one can resist his attack. That special existence used some means to help civilization number one do this, but he is still very clear about how powerful his other attack can be, especially the special destructive ability within that range. At this moment, he suddenly realized that if that special existence could make his attack ineffective through such means, and let civilization number one not suffer any harm in this special environment, then other civilizations would basically be impossible without the help of consciousness. And this is the focus of his attention, because he feels that if he can study the special energy surrounding the super combat celestial body of civilization number one and study it thoroughly, then he will no longer need to worry about being backlashed when releasing this weapon in the future. If conditions permit, you can find a way to study the special protective shield surrounding civilization number one. If it succeeds, then I will have no worries when using this weapon in the future. He also knew that for him, he did not have many means to save his life, so if he could have one more means to save his life, then he would have as many as possible. After thinking of this, he also retracted his thoughts and turned his attention to the super combat celestial body of civilization number one. At present, my super combat celestial body can still withstand the damage and launch a counterattack. Moreover, the research on attack technology during this period of time has not allowed me to say that I can't cause any damage to him. If I continue to delay, I should be able to hold on for a while. What I have to do now is to study everything that needs to be studied during this period of time to see if I can analyze this special thing. The battle with civilization number one will not last too long. If I can study the principle of this thing during this period of time and use it, it will also play a certain role in the direction of the war later. However, the possibility of this is naturally very low. If it is really that easy, civilization number one would have already figured it out. Forget it, it seems that it is useless to think so much now. Let's find a way to solve the problem in front of us first. After all, civilization number one is desperately thinking about this now, and he can't care about much. The next moment, the huge battle, the celestial body began to emit a faint light. These are all the insects that entered the celestial body at different stages, and have been integrated into one. Obviously, the celestial body is ready to launch its own attack. This is a special killer arranged by Jiang Yao, and it is also one of his trump cards. When he built it, he integrated a large number of insects into it. After these years of evolution, these insects have been integrated with the entire universe. And now, he is no exaggeration to say that the degree of control over this universe has reached 100%. This special attack is launched from different dimensions, and the strongest point of this attack is that the power mobilized is tens of thousands of times that of ordinary attacks. Of course, this is also due to the addition of cooperation between different insects in the entire universe. Such addition or such combat mode is naturally flawed, that is, the degree of energy consumption is very terrible. At present, he can support 5 rounds of such attacks. In addition, when he used the special weapon just now, he also lost a lot of energy. According to the current situation, he should only be able to use such an attack twice at most, but for him, this is enough. The next moment, as the entire universe changes quickly, his strongest attack is released. This attack is completely different from the usual imagined attack and cannot produce this special beam or other things. His universe begins to accelerate. In a very short time, this speed has reached an incredible level. This transformed universe burst out with a speed that does not belong to its size. The next moment, the diameter of the universe transformed by Jiang Yao, resisting round after round of attacks, directly hit the super combat celestial body of civilization number one. The next moment, both of them had a huge shock, and combat celestial body number one had been injured before, so this time it really hurt him. After the success, the second round of attack began immediately, and one round after another, civilization number one gradually realized that the situation was not good. The collision was a very primitive way of attack. Even for civilization number one, They did not expect that the bugs would attack in such an outrageous way, but after a few hits, they immediately understood the reason. First, the bugs compressed the three universes into one now. There is only a combat unit the size of a galaxy. This means that the strength of this universe is very terrifying, and its mass has reached a terrible level. Usually, under such circumstances, compression like this is impossible to succeed, but at this time the role of the bugs is revealed. The large number of bugs thrown into it not only increases the mass of this cosmic combat unit, but also acts as a glue. Because of the existence of these bugs, it is possible to successfully fuse this thing together. The mass of this universe cannot be seen from the attack just now. Although the attack just now caused damage to him, the damage was not great. From this, it can be seen how extraordinary he is. When such a combat celestial body collides with other combat celestial bodies, no combat celestial body can stop it. The special energy bodies surrounding him provide him with stronger impactability and faster speed. Every time he collides, these special energy bodies will also cause a lot of damage to him, because these special energy bodies are another manifestation of the law. Strictly speaking, this can also be regarded as the law. The attack comrades carry out long-range law strikes. This technology is obviously not particularly mature, and it can only barely achieve law defense. However, the bugs have taken a different approach. Since the long-range one doesn't work, then at most they will use the short-range one. I may not be able to hit you from a long distance, but I am close to your face, so I can hit you no matter how bad I am. Although it is more or less absurd, Civilization Number 1 knows very well that this is the plan of the bugs. Obviously, their plan was successful. At least they were caught off guard by these bugs. Keep some distance. We can't let them get promoted, otherwise we won't be able to hold on. At this time, the mobile commander of Civilization Number 1 was also very clear about his current role, but it was obvious that they thought too much, because they had no way to keep some distance. In front of the super combat celestial body of Civilization Number 1, this universe that had been compressed many times was actually like a speck of dust in their eyes. Whether it was flexibility or speed, it was not at the same level at all. Even if they kept some distance, they would soon be caught up and hit. And as the number of collisions gradually increased, Civilization Number 1 soon discovered something was wrong, because the hulls of some areas where they were hit had begun to change. Obviously, if this continued, they might really be directly hit by the other party. They could already imagine that after the circle, this special combat world would act recklessly inside them. There were various means to check and balance this thing in the external super combat celestial body, but once it was entered, there was no combat unit of Civilization Number 1 that could be its opponent. This made Civilization Number 1 secretly anxious, and at this time when they were helpless, suddenly there was a special force blessing, which made them happy. However, compared to when they suddenly found that the barrier of Civilization Number 1 was strengthened again on Jiang Yao's side, he immediately realized that the special cosmic consciousness had taken action again. This also made him very angry. This was really opening a plug-in for the other party anytime and anywhere. Although he was really unhappy at this time, it was obvious that he knew that all he could do now was to attack continuously, and soon the first round of attacks ended. After the huge amount of energy was consumed, the bugs began to extract the energy stored in the universe and advanced to prepare for the second round of attack. But this time Jiang Yao was not in a hurry. He began to find a way to transport resources from his own resource area to provide replenishment for the universe. Now with the help of that special consciousness, the cycle of this war will be longer, and the later supply will be particularly important. According to the current situation, I am afraid that I will have a third, fifth, or even 10th round of impact later. But no matter how many rounds I have to do, I must find a way to completely eliminate Civilization Number 1. Although someone in the back is giving him a cheat, his situation is not good either, and the guy who is using the cheat may not be as direct as I imagined, otherwise he will directly kill me, which is more cost-effective. Chapter 1024. And at this time on the other side. When the Zerg was still fighting with Civilization Number 1, at this time on the main battlefield. The civilizations that were fighting naturally discovered the situation here. They found that there was a force in the cosmic consciousness that was converging in a certain direction. After all, the civilizations present had fought with these civilizations many times, so they also discovered the clues at the first time, which made them immediately serious. Obviously, the other side should have taken action for that civilization. This surprised the famous people present. This is strange. I didn't expect that the cosmic consciousness would be so concerned about a civilization. In this case, it can still free up its hands and find a way to take action against that civilization. The threat posed by that civilization to him is not small. At this time, one of the civilizations said, and the civilizations in the chess game also agreed with this. Naturally, they couldn't just leave it alone. After all, since the cosmic consciousness cares so much about a civilization, it is enough to show that the potential of this civilization or the things that this civilization has developed can already cause harm to them. Without thinking too much, several civilizations immediately decided to increase the output power in order to prevent these consciousness bodies from attacking the low-level civilization. At this time, as they took action, it was obvious that the impact on the number 1 civilization was naturally very large, and their defense instantly dropped several levels. This naturally gave Jiang Yao an opportunity, and he immediately launched the second impact attack without thinking. Originally, he was going to stay a little longer this time, and then look for an opportunity. He didn't expect the opportunity to come so quickly. Without thinking too much, as the second attack began, number 1 also felt the pressure increasing, especially in the area that was attacked multiple times. The repair speed is far less than the damage caused by the bugs. After several rounds of attacks, the effect was finally seen. As cracks appeared in that area, Jiang Yao did not even think about increasing the output again. The next moment, as the defensive armor shattered, Jiang Yao directly drilled into the opponent's super combat celestial body, which had multiple layers of protection. Now he has only broken through the first layer, but this is enough for him, because after entering the first layer, he only needs to find a way to break through the second and third layers. At this stage, basically another combat celestial body of civilization number 1 dared not attack him directly, otherwise it would be purely aiding the enemy. This made civilization number 1 realize that the situation was not good. The bugs' attacks are so fierce. I'm afraid things are going to be troublesome now. We have no way to stop the bugs now. According to the strength of their attacks, it's only a matter of time before they break through the second and third layers of defense. Release all combat units to find a way to intercept the bugs, otherwise, when they really get inside, it will be a big problem. As the order was issued quickly, they also took action. The next moment, all the remaining combat celestial bodies were released from the inside, and moved quickly towards the area where the bugs were. At the same time, Jiang Yao had already started to break through the second layer of defense. Naturally, he also discovered these large forces that came to support, but at this time, these large forces did not pose a greater threat to him than that he attacked some of the fleets that came to support, while the other continued to work hard to destroy the second layer of defense. Seeing this scene, the combat commander of civilization number 1 couldn't help but change his expression. I didn't expect this result. All units should pay attention, and be ready to cut that area. The repair work after cutting must be completed as soon as possible. Don't give the bugs a second chance to enter the interior. As the order was issued, the super combat celestial body began to cut the area. Soon, a large area on the side including the bugs rushed directly, and the entire battleship was detached. Seeing this scene, Jiang Yao was naturally prepared. After all, this kind of operation is very normal for these civilizations. Similarly, he was also waiting for this opportunity. As for the reason, it was naturally very simple. Because once the cut is made, no matter how fast your area is repaired, it is undeniable that there will always be problems when cutting, and this is the opportunity he wants. As the cut is completed, the moment his area is detached, Jiang Yao also stood up and released the special energy before. Long before he stopped attacking and started looking for opportunities, the large army in the rear had already transported resources to him continuously, and with the replenishment of these resources, he soon accumulated energy to launch another attack. For this war, he is also prepared for a very long time. The reserves of various energy minerals are very sufficient. As long as he is given a certain amount of time, his recovery speed will be very amazing. If he is not prepared, he naturally dare not attack rashly. After all, this war is related to his own face, so he also deployed and accumulated various materials before the war, and it is obvious that it has worked now. At this time, with the launch of the second round of attacks, civilization number 1 also realized that something was wrong, but it was too late to stop it. It is true that the cosmic consciousness can provide them with protection, but this protection is not from the inside to the outside, but is limited to the external defense. The inside has no resistance, so the effect of this attack is self-evident. However, they also responded in time at the critical moment. To be precise, it should be the cosmic consciousness that responded. He mobilized the power to protect civilization number 1 and rushed towards that special power. The power that could have destroyed the surroundings at what was restrained at this moment. As a result, the two forces formed a short-term balance, and a huge black sphere was formed at the damaged part of civilization number 1. And it was because of this operation that the cosmic consciousness directly lost on the main battlefield. The civilization on the main battlefield naturally could not miss this opportunity to beat the fallen dog. They took advantage of this opportunity without hesitation to increase the attack, hoping to severely damage these consciousnesses. At the same time, Civilization Number 1 also received the latest intelligence given to them by the cosmic consciousness. Simply put, they can no longer help Civilization Number 1, and the insects use this special ability, which requires a lot of resources. They need to cut off their resource transportation routes, otherwise they can launch the same attack. And the cosmic consciousness also told Civilization Number 1 that although the insects things seem to be nothing on the surface, in fact, their super combat celestial bodies have been severely damaged. According to the current situation, if they work harder, they may be able to destroy the opponent's super combat celestial body. The bug is a super combat celestial body. It is not possible to detect whether it is damaged through conventional tests. In fact, when the mass reaches a certain level, you can basically not tell whether it has any problems from the appearance. The easiest way to distinguish whether there is a problem with this super combat celestial body is to look at its volume. From the beginning of the battle to now, the volume of this super combat celestial body has expanded by nearly 50%. Once it exceeds 100%, the super combat celestial body will enter an irreversible expansion state until it dies. So now they just need to hold on for a while, then they may be able to defeat the super combat celestial bodies of the bugs, but the problem is that they have suffered a lot of damage on their side. If it weren't for the two super combat celestial bodies here, they might have been directly penetrated by the bugs. But fortunately, this also gave them hope of victory. At least their attack was effective. At this time, in the command room of Civilization Number 1, after such a long battle, the relevant information has been basically sorted out. The next step is their battle with the Zerg and subsequent plans. Everyone, based on the information provided to us by the cosmic consciousness, it is certain that we will not get his help in the future. He should be restrained by those civilizations in the main battlefield, so we can only rely on ourselves in the future. But fortunately for us, we are not without a way to win now. First of all, the super combat celestial body of the Zerg. The attack used is indeed powerful, but the price paid is not small. Each attack consumes a huge amount of energy, and the bugs need to replenish it constantly, so now we only need to cut off their energy replenishment line, and then we can basically suppress their super attack. Secondly, the current loss of the bug super combat ships should have reached 50%. According to this situation, we can completely destroy them with the remaining 50%. I believe you all know that the main reason why the bugs can fight with us like this is because of the super combat celestial body in their hands. If there is no super combat celestial body, they can never be our opponent. So I believe everyone knows what to do next. We only need to send enough fleets to cut off the supply line, and then our two super combat celestial bodies will continue to attack them, and we should also try our best to repair our combat celestial bodies while attacking, so as to extend our combat time. For such a plan, everyone naturally has no problem. In fact, the bugs have left a deep impression on them during this period of time. At the same time, they also thoroughly realize the power of transforming the universe. As long as a universe is transformed without any problems, it can actually reach the ability to compete with two super combat talents of higher levels. And even in the past, when the bugs' ideas for transforming the universe were still in a relatively superficial stage, they could still pose a threat to them. If we can capture that universe. At this time, a combat commander couldn't help thinking, but soon he shook his head. He shook his head and gave up this idea. After all, they also figured out the transformation mode of their comrades. It is no exaggeration to say that this universe is now bound to the bugs. The starry sky inside this universe may look ordinary, but it is composed of various bugs. These bugs have completely merged with this universe, and these bugs will only obey the Zerg Lord, so even if they snatch it, there is no way to transform this universe. This is like a basin of clear water. Most civilizations may only add a lid on it, or add something, but the bugs are different. It directly pours a bag of dye into it, and stirs it up. In this case, it is basically impossible to restore this basin of clear water, and even if it is restored, the things that need to be consumed are completely enough for them to make something more powerful than this universe. So there is no need for this at all. However, everyone still felt sorry for this matter. Maybe they didn't care much about the super universe before, but now it's different. After seeing the strength of this thing, it's different. As the number 1 civilization issued a new combat order, at this time on the transportation route of the insects. Soon, the news of the attack by the number 1 civilization fleet was received. After receiving this news, Jiang naturally understood the other party's plan at the first time. It seems that they have found my flaws. I don't know whether they found it or the special existence behind it found it, but no matter which hat it is quite disadvantageous for me now. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but sigh. But it's not that easy to cut off my transportation route. The super combat apocalypse is restraining each other, and it is definitely impossible for them to join this operation. So now their only hope can only be placed on their conventional fleet. And in recent years, their research group has been focusing on super combat celestial bodies, so through the development of these years, the strength of my fleet has almost caught up with their conventional fleet. Of course, since they are here to cut off mine, how can I not cut off theirs? It depends on who can cut off whose. Thinking of this, he immediately issued instructions to each subordinate civilization. In the battle just now, the subordinate civilization could not intervene at all. Now, after receiving the order, the subordinate civilization naturally became excited immediately. After all, for them, if they don't help on the battlefield and watch the main civilization bear it hard in front, they are still a little worried. Now it is naturally a good thing to be able to help. Like the previous operations, many teams under the subordinate civilization also received relevant tasks at the first time, including the captains, who have successfully completed several tasks before. For the captain, the previous experience was simply the most thrilling one in his life, especially the moment when the two civilizations were fighting and the celestial bodies were about to clash. At that time, he was still on a mission and was located near the battlefield area. After receiving the news, he ran back desperately and narrowly escaped death. Chapter 1025. When the gods fight, the mortals suffer. In front of the super combat celestial body, our warships are just like little Kara. Recalling the previous encounter, the captain couldn't help but sweat for himself. If their warships were not more inclined to reconnaissance and had a faster speed, they would have been gone with their defense. But fortunately, the risk is worth it. At least it is true for the current situation. After all, the rewards given for these missions are also very generous. Of course, if the rewards are not rich enough, no one would take this risk. In short, this matter is barely acceptable to them. After all, risks and benefits are proportional, and they can't help but feel that their previous operations are more or less a bit cunning. After all, replacing the huge fleet with these elite fleets has indeed reduced the losses on the battlefield. They were also tossed around before. Especially when performing various tasks, they also felt exhausted physically and mentally, but at least the ship finally survived. It is true that the tasks of special ships are much more cumbersome, but it is still acceptable to them. Because compared to seeing other warships being destroyed one after another on the battlefield, it is obvious that the current situation is undoubtedly much better for them. They have witnessed the entire fleet being wiped out with their own eyes. If they were also one of them, they would not have to think too much about what it meant. All in all, the current situation is pretty good for them. Looking at the new tasks assigned to him, the captain couldn't help but fall into thought. This time, the task he accepted was to investigate the safety around the resource transportation route. This surprised him. Why did you suddenly issue this task? The super combat celestial bodies on the front line are still fighting. It's a bit strange to suddenly issue this task. But he soon figured out the reason. It's obvious that the main civilization should be in a state of anxiety with the other party. In this case, both sides must be competing to see who has more sufficient logistics and more resources. It's also for this reason that both sides will definitely think of how to cut off the supply line of the other side at the first time. This is the key among the keys. After all, only in this way can the other side not hold on. After thinking about this, they understood the reason, and the captain was also a little fortunate, because at least they were sent to the rear. Compared to the special warships that had performed missions with them before and were sent to the front line, they undoubtedly did not need to worry too much about their own safety. Thinking of this, they could not help but feel somewhat fortunate. After all, sometimes luck is also a kind of strength, and being able to avoid those dangerous areas is naturally good for them. After accepting the mission, they prepared and set off immediately. It was similar to the previous mission. The first task was to command the cruiser to bring the plunder and enter the regular escort formation. Of course, their stealth battleships were still the same as before, going to different areas in the form of lone wolves. After all, if the other party wants to be found in hiding, they can only cast a wide net or randomly find the profit system of both sides, and the other party cannot completely see through it. Therefore, for both sides, the probability of being discovered is 50% each, and it depends on who has better luck. I don't know what the final result of this battle will be. At this time, the captain in the spaceship thought that the time of this battle has exceeded the budget of both sides. Even if the main civilization used the means of pressure reduction, it eventually failed for various reasons. Now both sides have entered a state of consumption, which makes the captain feel that things are getting more and more difficult. After hearing his words, the teammates next to him also nodded to show their agreement that they can see the current situation clearly. The other party's technology is much higher than ours, so they will definitely have more advantages in the later stage, especially in the relevant targeted scientific research during the battle. They definitely have an absolute advantage. If we can't cut the Gordian knot quickly, the longer the battle lasts, the less beneficial it will be for us. And what the teammates said was exactly what he was worried about, but he also knew that these things were not what he should care about. After all, he can't play any role in the battlefield. Instead of thinking about these messy things, it's better to think about how to complete his mission. Just like that, he put aside these messy thoughts and put his focus on other aspects. After all, for him now, the most important thing is the mission. What he needs to do is to complete the task as soon as possible, and then consider other things. In this way, he drove the battleship and led the team members to carefully think around. It has always been relatively safe, and the thing he was most worried about did not happen. Once a problem occurs, he will issue a warning at the first time, and open a channel for the supporting battleships to come here at a very fast speed to support and eliminate the enemy. Fortunately, all this was safe. It has been a few years since he accepted this task, and he has earned a lot of contributions in these years. According to the current earning rate, after the war is over, he will be able to set up a complete mining team, which is also his goal. At that time, his mining team will not only have the most advanced mining shed, but also so many advanced battleships, and other ordinary battleships. A fleet group composed of them, and even if conditions permit, he will consider adding a few flagship-level battleships, so that their fleet group will be perfect. Of course, there is another advantage of doing this, that is, if something similar happens again in the later period, he can set off with his own fleet. Of course, the premise of all this is that his mission can be completed perfectly, and he survives to the end. If something goes wrong in the middle, then it's basically over. However, even if there is a problem in the middle, he can now strictly accept the loss. The only flaw is that it may be unrealistic to complete his plan. Because the money he has earned in these years is enough to buy the same warship again, so he is not afraid of losses now. The worst case scenario is that he will return to the starting point. Moreover, the contributions he made over the years have allowed him to retreat with his warships intact, and he can even go to the back to make a string, because the current war has entered a special stage. If he still goes back after the battle, it will definitely not work. However, there is another way now, that is, to transfer you to an idle position in the back, which is basically not dangerous, and you can rest in disguise. Of course, he can do this now, but after thinking about it, he gave up. Of course, this is not because he wants to make a contribution or something. To put it bluntly, the reason why he did this is that there is no so-called absolutely safe area on the battlefield now, even if it falls to the back. This is the case. Even if the back is attacked, it may be worse than the front line, because the force value in the back is seriously insufficient. So if he chooses the back, there is no need for this. The reason why he continued to stay on the front line was also because of this reason. Although the risk in the rear was low, it was not zero. So it was better to stay on the front line. Although the risk was high, the return was also very high, especially now that he had recovered his investment, so he did not need to worry about losses at all. In the past, he might have considered various factors, but now, he did not have so many concerns. Even if he lost, it was not unacceptable. At least compared to the past, when he really had nothing after the loss, it was completely different. Now he lost his family assets, so he was not particularly worried about this matter. While he was still thinking about it, an alarm suddenly sounded on the radar. When he heard the alarm, his expression changed. What happened? The captain scanned the enemy ships. Enemy warships are gathering, and they have set up a jump channel. He was slightly surprised when he heard the news. Without thinking too much, he immediately sounded the alarm, and then conveyed the situation here to the headquarters. After receiving the news, the headquarters also arranged relevant tasks as soon as possible. At the same time, he also began to set up jump channels, and waited for the support warships to come. Soon, the warships here also arrived one after another. Similarly, when the warships here appeared, the fleet group of Civilization No. 1 discovered that the two sides did not have much communication at all and immediately fought. For a while, the originally calm area was suddenly full of flames. In this way, the two sides began a head-on confrontation. The warships on both sides were evenly matched. At the same time, when the fight started here, the subsequent support troops also rushed over, and the originally small-scale war was gradually expanding. Of course, when Civilization number 1 was making trouble here, the subordinate civilizations of the insects were also making trouble over there. At this time, many areas on the supply line of Civilization number 1 had already started fighting. Now they have the ability to take the initiative to attack, so the subordinate civilizations will naturally not be soft-handed in the face of sudden attacks from the enemy. At this time, in the combat command center of the subordinate civilization, currently 347 supply lines of Civilization number 1 have started fighting, and 243 of our supply lines have been attacked by Civilization number 1. The loss ratio of both sides is basically controlled at 5-5. Obviously, we don't have much advantage, because the enemy has too many more warships than us, and the main civilization is mainly responsible for the front battlefield, so the subsequent battlefield must rely on us. While speaking, the commander quickly looked through the current combat situation, and then began to deploy. The general situation has been basically determined. From now on, send a group of search teams to find other resource transportation lines of Civilization number 1, and we also need to increase the security of resource transportation lines and nearby areas as soon as possible. Resource transportation is not achieved overnight, nor can it be completed by one line. Usually, there are many resource transportation lines. Even if one line is completely cut off, the subsequent routes can still transport resources normally, but the output is less. In general, the civilization affiliated with the resource transportation line chooses to drive the jump channel. Through some special equipment to build this channel, the existence of the channel can be maintained for a long time. With these channels, even slow-moving industrial ships can transport resources to the battlefield at a very fast speed. Of course, if you want to introduce a secret device that will not be discovered, then you will need to spend a lot of resources. In order to avoid being discovered, the construction is mainly secretive, so this also leads to a significant reduction in the efficiency of construction. Thinking of this, the commander naturally understands where some subsequent problems lie. Currently, it takes a lot of time to open up new routes and build them. If the original route has too many activities, it will be easy to be discovered. The amount of resources required for the task assigned by the main civilization is too huge. All kinds of problems gave him a headache. If he wanted to ensure efficiency, then safety might be greatly reduced. If he wanted to consider safety, then efficiency would be a problem. In short, it was too difficult to have the best of both worlds. He had no way to deal with this now. He could only take the dumbest method, which was to continuously expand the line. As long as the expansion speed was fast enough, he would not be afraid of being found by Civilization number 1. At most, you found the old line, and I immediately changed it to a new one. In fact, he didn't know that the situation on the side of Civilization number 1 was similar to his. After all, there was no way for them to completely avoid the detection of the bugs, so their current situation was not much different from that of the bugs. Both sides would change places immediately after being discovered, because if you wanted to fight, the two sides would be evenly matched. So it was easy for the bugs to cut off a line, and they could only do so at present. Of course, if the current situation continues, the two civilizations will fight for a long time, which is what the two civilizations do not want to see, so they try their best to solve the other party's supply line as quickly as possible. Only if the supply is cut off, the other party will not be able to maintain the current state. Especially after the current shortage of resources, the attacks of the two civilizations have obviously weakened, and more resources have been put on repair. This also makes the injuries of the super combat celestial bodies of the two civilizations slowly recover. At this time, Jiang Yao was working hard to study another technology. This technology is naturally the special energy that can completely deal with his attack. Chapter 1026. Based on the current situation, if the normal development is followed, it will still be difficult for me to fight against Civilization number 1. Their foundation is still there, so even if I have made great progress now, if I continue to consume, I may perish together with him. Intercepting the route is indeed feasible, but now both sides have no way to deal with their own routes. The routines of both sides are the same, constantly adding new routes, and abandoning the old routes after being discovered. And based on my observations over this period of time, I can basically confirm that the resource collection efficiency of Civilization number 1 is not lower than mine. You must know that his race is famous for its fast development speed, but what he never expected is that the development speed of Civilization number 1 is not slower than his, which is what surprised him the most. Of course, when such a situation occurs, he can also guess the reason. To put it bluntly, I am afraid that the impact he caused to them at the beginning is indeed a little bit big. At that time, they were probably at a disadvantage, because of the slow development speed. It is also because of this reason that they may have added some things like recovery speed to their development path in recent years. After all, they have suffered so much loss in this matter. If they don't do it well, it will definitely be impossible if there are not enough defects in this aspect. It is also because of this reason that they can now catch up with themselves in many aspects of resource collection, and so on. So now the two sides are in a state of equal strength, and this is the key point. Now neither side can do anything to the other. To put it bluntly, according to the current situation, if both sides want to break the deadlock, they must make a breakthrough. As for the direction of the breakthrough, Jiang Yao has naturally planned it, which is to limit his own power. He was very surprised that the things he had researched were so easily cracked. But after thinking about it, he felt that this seemed very normal. After all, the one who attacked this time was a special consciousness, which was not an ordinary existence. It was not surprising that he could find a way to crack himself. At the same time, he was very curious about how strong this special attack he had researched was. He knew it very well. But even if it was so strong, it could be suppressed so easily. So he was even more curious about the other party's means. He felt that he had to figure out what that special power was. As long as he studied this thing thoroughly, and then made targeted modifications through his own research, then maybe the other party would no longer be able to resist his special attack. Of course, the reason why he chose to study this route is because he found that this special force has many similarities with the force used in the special attack method he is currently studying, which means that if he studies this direction, he will naturally have a great advantage. Even if Civilization Number 1 studies this thing with him, he will definitely be the one who studies it first. So he was not worried at all that Civilization Number 1 would research this thing first and then target him, because by the time Civilization Number 1 researched this thing, he had already researched everything that needed to be researched, and his targeting would be useless at that time. Thinking of this, he immediately began to arrange research. This time it was a contest of technology between the two sides. Although the technology level of Civilization Number 1 was higher than his, the two could still compete in terms of research speed. He had the help of so many subordinate civilizations, and these subordinate civilizations had always been on the research route. He believed that in terms of research speed, even if he was not as fast as Civilization Number 1, it was definitely not much different, and he had an innate advantage. So his chances of winning were still relatively large. In this way, the two sides began to compete secretly, and as the two sides researched, he soon discovered that something seemed to be wrong. Because the special power that could restrict him gave him a very strange feeling. He couldn't tell exactly where it was strange. However, he believed that as the research of both sides became more and more in-depth, many situations should be able to be figured out. As time went by, the competition between the two sides continued. At the same time, both sides were secretly researching. The new things were basically the same as what he thought. Civilization Number 1 was also researching this special power, because Civilization Number 1 knew very well that if it did not research this thing, it would never be able to avoid the attacks of the insects. And this kind of attack was fatal to him, so he had to study this attack clearly. What Civilization Number 1 could not have imagined was that in terms of research, the speed of the insects would be much faster than theirs. To put it bluntly, the insects had at least half of the progress, and they only needed to research the last half, but Civilization Number 1 had to start from scratch, so the cycle they needed was naturally very long. But Civilization Number 1 was not clear about this. To be precise, they were not clear at the beginning. As time went on, Civilization Number 1 soon began to realize that something was wrong, because when they studied to a certain extent, they found that this thing had many similarities with the attacks used by the insects. This discovery made them immediately realize that something was wrong, because there were many similarities, which meant that the insects had already studied these things and they had made progress. With such little progress on their side, it was obviously impossible to catch up with the insects, which made them a little panicked. That is to say, the bugs of this force will be at least 50% ahead of us, and the remaining 50% is what they need to study. At this time, after receiving this news, the Commander-in-Chief of Civilization Number 1 immediately realized that the situation was not good. Although we have a great advantage in technology, it is still very unrealistic to catch up with the progress of 50% behind. It may even be higher than 50%. Thinking of this, Wenli Number 1 also felt that things were getting worse and worse. At this time, everyone in the conference room couldn't help but think quickly, trying to think of a solution. How about we change a new research route? This proposal was rejected as soon as it appeared. Although they still have a lot of things to study, and these things are very helpful to themselves, they have no way to deal with the special attack of the insects. And the things they have studied about the attack cannot destroy the insects in a short time. On the contrary, if there is no protection from the cosmic consciousness, I am afraid they will be directly solved. If the insects do not spread, they will definitely study the principle of this special power. After studying it clearly, they will be able to avoid this restriction in targeting, which means that the protection provided by the cosmic consciousness will not play any role. Thinking of this, their heart sank. Obviously, the current situation is very unfavorable for them. In the end, they had no choice but to bite the bullet and continue to study this technology. Now they can only hope that the research speed of the insects will not be as fast as theirs, because only in this way can they win. Of course, they also have to consider other routes. After all, they can't put all their eggs in one basket. Although other routes may not have much effect on them, it is better to study them than not to study them. Compared with them, the bugs are much more relaxed. The daily research progress makes Jiang Yao very satisfied. Similarly, he also feels that it is right for him to let the subordinate civilization choose only one route over the years, otherwise it would not be possible to achieve such a speed today. However, as the research deepened, one speculation after another was confirmed, which made Jiang Yao gradually realize that the situation was not good. Of course, this was not good, but it was just a feeling at the beginning. After all, most of the content at that stage was speculation, but after the research reached about 90%. Now Jiang Yao can basically confirm one thing, which is a very outrageous thing. So the current situation is that the power I use actually comes from the place outside the world. To be precise, it is the universe outside the world. Listening to the report of his subordinates, Jiang Yao also felt that things were gradually becoming outrageous. Then his subordinates told Jiang Yao about the research and confirmed speculations over the years one by one. Finally, Jiang Yao confirmed one thing. This is a very outrageous thing. So outrageous that he didn't know how to evaluate it for a while. Simply put, this special attack he released can actually be understood as the ecological environment of the normal cosmic space of the universe outside the world. That's right, it's such a simple thing. I'm afraid that in that world, even if you are just a low-level civilization, when you step into the universe, you can easily adapt to such an environment. However, such a common thing in another world has become a killer weapon that even super civilizations cannot resist here. After hearing this news, Jiang Yao also felt a deep sense of powerlessness in his heart. At the same time, he also understood why his special attack was so easy to be targeted, because this kind of attack may be very rare here, but if it is placed in the main universe, this thing is too sparse and common. Is this the difference in rank? At this moment, he could only think so. He was in a different rank. No matter how hard he tried, it was very difficult to catch up with the upper elite class. For example, it might be a very common thing in another world, but it was a gap that was difficult to cross here. And the special power that he had researched was to allow him to survive in the world on the other side of the main universe. But fortunately, Jiang Yao's mentality was still relatively good. The reason why it is like this now is that my vision is too low. The world I live in is too low. If I enter a higher level, it will not be difficult to research more powerful technology with my accumulation over the years. Perhaps the greatest murderous aura I have researched over the years seems to be a joke, but in fact it is enough for me, because as long as I can study this thing clearly, then I have the ability to survive in that world. As long as I can survive, there is room for operation for anything afterwards. Compared to most civilizations in this universe, they will be destroyed on the spot by the special power of that world when they enter that world. Unlike us, we can at least survive normally in that world. This is the gap between the two. I don't know what the situation is with civilization number 1 now, but according to the current situation, I guess civilization number 1 should have discovered the gap between us in researching this. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but become curious. He was curious about how civilization number 1 should deal with this after learning about it. Time passed quickly, and soon he had finished studying that special force, and also found a way to deal with it. Even if civilization number 1 had studied the defense method now, it would be useless, and he knew how to crack it. At this time, Jiang Yao felt that the time was ripe. After fighting with civilization number 1 for so many years, it was almost time to end it. Thinking of this, he gathered all the remaining resources after these years of fighting, and began to prepare to invest all of them. After he made a decision, civilization number 1 was the first to discover the abnormality on his side. It seems that you can't hold it back anymore? At this time, civilization number 1 looked at the Zerg super combat celestial body that began to move slowly, and he knew that the real decisive battle had begun. For this technology, he has only studied 87% of it. At this time, the worm has finished the research. Of course, he had expected such an outcome. After all, when he knew that the progress of the worm was at least half of the basic value higher than his, he knew that it was at a disadvantage in the track of this technology research. But fortunately, the current research progress is barely enough. And as the bug started to act, he found that the will of the universe once again provided him with some help, which made him feel a little relieved. And because he had studied that special power, the will of the universe gave him a means of attack this time. This was just right for them now, because most of their current attacks did not have much effect on the bugs, and now they had a new means of attack, which was naturally very helpful to them. At least this way of attack would cause much more damage to the bugs than what they already had. Jiang Yao also had some guesses about the help that the will of the universe provided to civilization number 1, but he could not guess how it helped him specifically. Chapter 1027. At this time, he was also very angry about those special consciousnesses. If he had the strength, he would definitely get rid of those guys in a minute. It's just a pity that he can only think about it in his heart now. After all, with his current strength, he would probably be defeated if he faced those guys. At this time, outside the other world, the existence that created this special world was also full of sorrow. At the beginning, I just wanted to study a new theory and make new attempts, but who would have thought that it would develop into what it is now? At this time, he felt that the thing in his hand was a hot potato. Who would have thought that the world created in this way could actually develop to the point where it is now, and many civilizations have reached the level of their current civilization. If it weren't for the different rules of the two worlds, he would really have no way to suppress these civilizations. And the consciousness he created can only barely maintain the balance of the entire world now. If this balance is broken, there may be civilizations running out of it, which will be a disaster for them. After all, the civilization inside hated them to the core. After all, when they knew that they were just experimental subjects or playthings, no one was willing to accept their fate. At this time, the researcher was also thinking about what he should do next. According to the current situation, if he let things continue to develop, he would definitely suffer. Damn it! I must think of a solution as soon as possible. At this time, he could only think like this. However, he was also quite helpless, because he had no way to deal with the civilization inside, and even the resources spent on the 4 consciousnesses he created were huge. Now he has no money to create new consciousnesses. Once one of them is killed, then he will be really powerless. And what he is doing now is also explicitly prohibited in the laws of civilization. Civilization stipulates that civilization cannot be created in any form. There were people in the civilization who secretly created civilization, and then this civilization developed, and wars broke out with the main civilization. Although this civilization was suppressed in the end, the main civilization also suffered losses. Of course, the civilization created at that time was carried out in the main universe, and this one was a world created by himself. Between the two, although his definition would be slightly lighter, it is not much better. And the most important thing is that he did not create just one, but a bunch of them, which is the problem. Of course, if it was before, he would definitely not be so entangled and uncomfortable. The reason for this situation is that he found that there seemed to be a problem with the barrier of the world he created. Although he quickly repaired it, a special force was still integrated into it. Of course, this is not the point. The point is that this force was captured by a civilization and secretly studied. By the time he discovered it, the other party had already studied this force thoroughly. To put it bluntly, this power is actually nothing in this world. But it is different in that world. The biggest difference between the civilization of that world and the main universe is that they can't adapt to the environment of the main universe at all. In this case, if they rush out rashly, they are likely to be destroyed by the special power of the main universe. But now that this power is known to the civilization over there, they will study it in advance, and when they come out, they will be able to adapt to the environment here, which means that they can develop strong strength in a very short time. Thinking of this, he felt more and more uncomfortable. If it continues like this, it will be ruined sooner or later, and what makes him feel most aggrieved is that all these civilizations created by him are rebellious. 70% are standing on the opposite side of it, and even the 30% who stand on his side have all kinds of tricks in their hearts. Alas, I don't know how things will turn out in the end. At this time, he could not hide his despair. He had thought about destroying this world, but he knew very well that destroying this world could indeed eliminate most of the civilizations in this world, but those civilizations could definitely not be eliminated directly, and once these civilizations escaped to this world, it would be a disaster for him. In a sense, he was the god of creation, but now the god of creation found that he could not beat the things he created. The speed of time in the two worlds led to the rapid development of the civilization of this small world, and they were able to form effective combat power in a very short time. And their fighting methods are constantly changing, which means that if they really run out and recover to their peak, then they may destroy their own civilization. and he will become a sinner for all eternity, and he couldn't help feeling uncomfortable when he thought of this. But just when he was still thinking about it, the alarm from the base suddenly caught his attention, and he subconsciously looked at the projection screen, and then he stopped. Because he found that he was surrounded by countless warships, and he thought that these warships were the law enforcement team of his civilization. Suddenly he had a bad premonition in his heart. At this time, all kinds of thoughts in his mind were running fast. He did this very secretly, and he really couldn't think of why it was exposed. Just when he was still thinking about it, the members of the law enforcement team were rushing towards him at a very fast speed. Looking at the projection in his base, he was completely panicked. Instinctively wanted to stop these law enforcement teams, but in the end, he gave up. Because he knew very well that once he activated the self-defense system in the base, the nature would be completely different. He is not a mad scientist who doesn't care about destroying civilization or the entire universe for research. He is still a good person. This matter has not yet developed to the worst result. In fact, from a certain perspective, being taken over by the law enforcement team may not be a bad thing. At least the punishment for what he has done is still within the controllable range. Not long. Researcher Chris, your incident has been exposed. At this time, he was surrounded by the law enforcement team, and the leader of the law enforcement team took out his ID. You have violated the laws of civilization by privately researching and creating civilization. Now we will arrest you according to the law. So, the researcher was arrested. At the same time, the world he created was immediately controlled. Of course, this matter is not as simple as it seems on the surface. The reason why his research was exposed was because he was reported. In fact, when he was studying this matter, he had already dismissed all the other people employed in the base. The reason for being reported was that one of the employees was very unhappy with his behavior because this employee had been with him for a long time. He also did a lot of things for him. Originally, he thought he had a great schedule, and even said that he could become a researcher. As a result, who would have thought that things would develop like this? And when he left, he accidentally discovered Chris's research records. This gave this person a special idea. Then, for a long time afterwards, he secretly observed the situation here. Finally, he was basically sure that Chris was really creating civilization. Thinking of this, he chose to report it without hesitation. After all, if the report was true, he could also get a considerable reward. As for the content of Chris's research, he could get wealth that he could not spend in his lifetime. That's probably the whole thing. In fact, according to the normal development, the matter would have ended here, but who would have thought that this matter was not so simple, because a certain person in charge also wanted to create civilization. Of course, the civilization he created was not for research, but for other things. But unfortunately, the laboratory he supported in number 2 middle school has never brought him a satisfactory result. It is not so easy to create civilization, especially when it is not discovered by civilization. And now the civilization created by Chris has perfectly met all his requirements for creating civilization. At the same time, he couldn't help but admire Chris as a genius who actually took this way to create civilization, and the most important thing is that he succeeded. Thinking of this, he immediately mobilized all of Chris's research materials and prepared to operate it himself. But soon, he found that something was wrong. The reason why Chris was able to succeed was not that he really had the technology, but because all the coincidences were added together, so that he successfully created such a world. The reason why this world was created was not inevitable but accidental. So it was impossible to copy it, and he was also a little disappointed about this. But fortunately Chris's research results were still in his hands, and it seemed that he decided to take over this universe. At the same time, he also began to think about how to make the civilizations in these universes obey him. If these civilizations are used by himself, then it will naturally be of great help to what he will do in the future. Of course, he had also read the relevant research records, and he knew very well that many of the civilizations in it were rebellious. It was basically impossible to expect the other party to submit to him obediently, but there was room for maneuver in everything, so he immediately began to try. Compared with Chris's organization, it was full of talents. Naturally, if he operated again, the effect would definitely be much better than Chris alone. At this time, the researchers moving inside the laboratory couldn't help but look at the created world with bright eyes. They have been committed to this research, but there is no result. Now they see a brand new result in front of them. How can they not be excited? I didn't expect that someone could create such a thing by his own strength. And you can see that the level of civilization in this world is not low. If they are converted to our world, then their strength can at least be equal to our civilization. It's incredible. Many laws and rules in this world are not sound. Even in this case, These civilizations can develop to such a level. This shows how amazing their talents are. But now these civilizations in this world are a little out of control. I suggest that all these high-end civilizations be destroyed first, and then we start with low-level civilizations to see if we can make some civilizations be our vassal, and use them for our own benefit. This is not an easy thing. If we want to control civilization, we need to start with their management. Enough intelligent robots enter their management to control the entire civilization. In fact, we can start with those primitive civilizations to plant their faith and make them our believers. This is much easier than controlling civilization by other means. But who can predict the development potential of primitive civilizations? Although the time flow in this world is very fast, even so, it will take thousands or even tens of thousands of years for a primitive civilization to develop into the same level as us. And who can guarantee that these primitive civilizations will still believe in us after reaching that point? In this way, everyone was discussing various things. Similarly, they also began to study this world. They could try many research methods in this world before, which naturally made them extremely happy. And when they started to act, the entire universe began to change. First, the civilizations fighting on the front line found that the strength of the cosmic consciousness had suddenly increased greatly. Of course, the reason for this situation is not that the cosmic consciousness has been strengthened, but because of the support reasons before, these cosmic consciousnesses could not exert their full strength, and now, the organizations they rely on are rich in resources, so these cosmic consciousnesses can use power at will. And the changes here naturally made these civilizations on the front line fall into a state of anxiety in an instant, but fortunately they could barely hold on. Of course, this is not the point. What makes them more desperate is that they found that some strange creatures suddenly appeared here. These creatures did not exist in the past, but now they suddenly appeared here and attacked them. The sudden changes made all the civilizations present realize that things were not going well. I am afraid that the world is undergoing changes that they could not imagine, and this change is naturally a bad thing for them. At the same time, they also found that the world seemed to have some special powers. These powers were naturally newly invested by these researchers, because many laws and rules of this world are not sound. In this case, the first thing they think of is to improve these things. Chapter 1028. This perfect world is too perfect. Although there are many imperfections in the rule of law and many places feel like mistakes, and these mistakes together may cause the world to collapse, but the fact is that this world is extremely stable. While transforming this universe, the people present were also very excited about it. There was no way, it was the first time they encountered such a perfect thing. The technical deficiencies in various manufacturing processes were able to make up for each other strangely, and finally maintained a perfect balance point, which made them amazed. Even if there was a problem in any place, the impact might be very large. However, even with such an operation dancing on the edge of a knife, there was no accident, which made the people present once again deeply realize that sometimes various coincidences organized together can even have better effects than some perfect designs. Of course, this is not the point. The point is that now they have added various perfect universe rules, which will undoubtedly be of great help to the improvement of this world, and the most important thing is that once this plan is successful, then all their experiments can be carried out in this universe in the future. Don't underestimate this. There are many studies that cannot be carried out in the main universe. Once carried out in the main universe, it will definitely cause a certain degree of impact, so not many people are willing to take risks, because once they are discovered, their fate will be very tragic. It is also for this reason that they have many big ideas, but dare not conduct research at all. However, now with this universe, things are different. In short, as long as the rules of this universe are perfected, it will naturally be a very good thing for them in the future. At least they can boldly conduct various research in the future. In short, they are now extremely excited. They want to perfect this universe as quickly as possible, and then start to conduct research that they did not dare to conduct before. Not only that, they are also thinking about another thing, that is, how many places in the civilization born in this universe can they learn from, and how much technology they can get from it. Of course, here, what they need to understand clearly is what level of civilization here is, so they selected some creatures and put them in. And these selected creatures are all some modified creatures in their universe. The combat power of these creatures is not heavy. The people present believe that through these creatures, they can test the approximate strength of the civilization here, and at the same time, they also need to use these creatures to destroy all the civilizations inside. In this way, they can obtain the technology left by these civilizations. Of course, the reason for doing so is actually very simple, because through the observation during this period of time, they have confirmed one thing. That is, These civilizations in this universe are not willing to create at all. To be more precise, they are not willing to create in the later stage. After a certain stage, most of these civilizations have obtained some technologies left over from other civilizations, and then they use this technology to study and evolve. This also led to the fact that the things they studied in the end were actually almost the same, so this is the problem. In their eyes, these civilizations have lost their value. If they cannot create their own routes, then they are worthless. Therefore, the next thing to do is naturally very simple, that is, to destroy them directly, and wait until the new civilization grows to the current stage, and the new civilization is naturally obscure, providing them with new technology and help. So what they have to do now is to destroy the existing things here and transform this universe into an existence that is exactly the same as the current universe. Of course, the subsequent effects of the transformation do not matter to them, because the reason is very simple, that is, they are not the guys who fought alone before, they have a very complete system and strong logistical resources. It is impossible for these civilizations to break through the limitations of the universe in their eyes. So for them, they only need to conduct research according to their own ideas, and in fact they do so. As time goes by, a large number of things are soon put in, and the entire universe is also changing. The original pattern of this universe is very simple and clear. Changes started from the most basic places. First of all, the layout of the entire universe. The layout of this world is divided into bubble universes, which are also very large in number, and then different dimensional spaces and superdimensional spaces outside the universe. This is basically the universe composed of such a system. Although many laws have been added to the rules of the universe, these laws are actually not very perfect. Of course, for the people present, the fact that an independent researcher can do this has already shown that he is not simple, so they did not think there was anything wrong. Now all they have to do is to improve it. While they were still making drastic changes to the entire universe, earth-shaking changes had already taken place inside the universe. The first to be affected were naturally the civilizations fighting on the front line. What happened? The surrounding space is constantly changing, which has had a great impact on our warships. At the same time, the combat capabilities of these special consciousnesses have also improved a lot, and the most important thing is what happened to these creatures that suddenly appeared. Faced with these changes, the civilization responsible for the main battle was beaten back step by step. The pressure of war was already great, and now there are new monsters joining in. Of course, this is not the point. The point is that the surrounding space has changed and become extremely aggressive. Their warships need to spend a certain amount of energy to resist this thing. Although they can still resist it now, if the intensity increases, they will find it very difficult to resist this special change in the future. At this time, a desperate thought arose in their hearts. In fact, they had thought about it a long time ago. The special existence that created this world may not have no way to deal with them, but just wanted to play with them, just like bird breeders like to tease their birds, and they are the objects of teasing. At first, they did have such an idea, but in the subsequent wars, they gradually found that it seemed not to be the case. Even many behaviors of these cosmic consciousnesses reflected the exasperation of the manipulators behind the scenes. It was also because of this reason that they gradually felt that things might not be like this. Perhaps they had developed to the point where the other party had no way to deal with them. It was just because they were restricted by the rules of the world, so they could not rush out now. That's all. In the subsequent battles, these speculations were also confirmed, which allowed them to confront the other party head-on, but everything that happened today broke their fantasy. Today, the tough attitude shown by the other party, and the various things they took out made them clearly understand the truth, that is, it might be very easy for the other party to control them. The reason why the other party did not control them was actually mainly to provide some fun for themselves. Although this result was only a guess, all the civilizations present felt that there was really such a possibility, which made them feel a little panic in their hearts. But now they had no way out, so all they could do was to resist desperately. But it is obvious that they do not have the ability to resist now. At least according to the current situation, they have no way to resist at all. Because even the sudden change in the environment can make them focus most of their energy here, and even more confusing other things. At this time, many civilizations present also made a decision immediately. Everyone, there is no need for us to say more about the situation. At present, all of us must study the various things around us as quickly as possible, especially this special environment that causes harm to us all the time. We must study how to survive normally in it, otherwise we will need to spend a lot of energy just to resist this special force. Hearing this, everyone nodded, but it is not easy to study this thing clearly. The reason why the special power that Jiang Yao obtained was able to enter this world was that it had its own specialness. From a certain perspective, it was in the state of origin. This kind of thing is naturally much easier to study than the ones that are now put in. And because it is the origin, many things can be understood at once. It is also for this reason that he studied it very quickly at that time. After studying this thing clearly, how to survive in it, when fighting with civilization number 1, the cosmic consciousness gave him the answer. Combined with the previous research, it is naturally easy to study. As for the fact that civilization number 1 was able to study it so quickly, it was not because they were so powerful, but because the cosmic consciousness had been helping. If it were not for the existence of the cosmic consciousness, it would be no exaggeration to say that they would not be able to study it in such a short time. Understand, in short, the two civilizations were able to study these things at a very fast speed for various reasons, but it does not mean that other civilizations are also the same, such as now. It would take a very long time for these civilizations to study these things, at least for now. It is simply impossible, so they must be prepared to flee and panic during this period of time. After all, the other party will definitely not let go of this opportunity. Thinking of this, they felt extremely frustrated. There was no way, who could have thought that things would eventually develop into what they are now. Once upon a time, they had forgotten how many years they had not encountered such a thing. However, compared to them, the situation of other civilizations was not much better at this time. Especially Jiangyao, although he was not attacked, the changes in the whole world also made him realize the bad situation at the first time. The first was the change in the universe. The bubble universe began to break and merge. The originally huge universe group gradually merged together and began to spread around. He also observed that the civilizations in the universe were going to perish in this great cosmic turmoil. Some low-level civilizations did not even react to what happened and perished. Only high-level civilizations, or above in the universe, could barely resist this change. Moreover, Jiangyao always felt that this change was just beginning to increase with the gradual increase of changes. Maybe those high-level civilizations could not resist it later. What happened in this universe? Is it the universe consciousness? At this time, he could only think of this reason. As for other reasons, he really couldn't think of them. In short, for him now, this is not good news. But what he didn't understand was that even if the cosmic consciousness took action, it should be aimed at him. Why would this cosmic consciousness target other civilizations? This made him feel the most confused. Although he didn't know what the situation was, he also felt that something was wrong. The same number 1 civilization also noticed the situation here, but at this time, he was busy fighting the bugs, so it was basically the same as Jiangyao's operation, but it surprised him for a while, so he turned his attention to the battle between the two sides. As this special force spread, most of the hyperspace area was soon affected by Jiangyao. The battlefield where he was also affected. With the emergence of this force, Jiangyao also found that the situation was not right, because this force could not cause any impact on him. To put it bluntly, this force is the normal living space of the universe in the world outside the universe. Not long ago, he had already studied how to deal with it, so at this time, he didn't care much about the impact here. Even the number 1 civilization opposite him was the same. However, the emergence of this force is a devastating disaster for the surrounding civilizations. Some civilizations with similar levels to civilization number 1 are gradually being eroded by this force. They are not those war-oriented civilizations with such high technology that they can find ways to resist them under such circumstances. There is really no way over there. Similarly, the battle here has also attracted the attention of other surviving civilizations. They are all struggling to hold on, but when they see the two civilizations on the battlefield, seemingly nothing happened, they immediately realize something. Chapter 1029. Soon the situation here attracted the attention of many civilizations. Now they also immediately realized something, which was more or less beyond their expectations. After all, the two civilizations' fight for life and death during this period naturally attracted the attention of the surrounding civilizations. At first, they just saw it as a joke, but now, as the situation here has changed, they also immediately realized that these two civilizations may be more complicated than they imagined, which also made them immediately pay attention to these two civilizations. They are naturally very clear about the current situation. Many of their civilizations have paid a lot to survive in the face of this force, but even so, it cannot be said that they can survive safely here. The impact of the change in the environment on them is really too great. Of course, this is not the point. The real point is that they didn't feel anything at the beginning, but as time went on, the concentration of that special force became higher and higher, which caused them to feel that the pressure was getting greater and greater. At this time, Everyone realized that these two civilizations should have mastered the means to fight against this special energy, and for a time almost all civilizations had ideas about it. At this time, Civilization number 1 and the bugs were still fighting each other. Of course, they were also paying attention to the surrounding movements. It was for this reason that they found that more and more civilizations were gathering around them, which made them realize that the situation was not good. No matter how stupid the two civilizations were, they knew very well what these civilizations wanted to do. Obviously, they want to attack me. At this time, in this blockade, Civilization 1 is naturally very cautious. On the one hand, he needs to beware of the surrounding civilizations and launch a surprise attack on him. On the other hand, he also needs to consider how to deal with this group of insects. The situation of both sides is not much better now. The super combat celestial body of the insects is also in a state of serious damage. The same is true for them. Even if things develop to this point, according to Civilization 1, the insects should choose to cease fire and leave here at the first time, but now the insect's behavior is a bit abnormal. This makes Civilization 1 realize that the situation is not good. What do these bugs mean? Don't they know? According to the current situation, if we continue to fight among ourselves, they will not be able to escape in the end. The surrounding civilizations are obviously planning to attack us after both sides are defeated. Or they will immediately attack after one side is destroyed. In short, according to the current situation, no matter whether we win or they win, neither side will get any good. Why do these bugs do this in such a situation? Do they think they can retreat safely? The people present couldn't help but frown at the behavior of the bugs. Civilization number 1 really didn't understand what these bugs were thinking. What did they do? Although the hatred between the two sides was very high, at least you have to ensure that you can survive before taking revenge, otherwise everything is empty talk. What's the point of defeating yourself? If you lose yourself, what's the point of defeating yourself? Civilization number 1 really didn't understand the operation of the bugs, but Civilization number 1 knew that the bugs were not stupid, and they had their reasons for doing so. At this time, Jiangya was on his side. Indeed, according to the current situation, the best operation mode for him was to withdraw directly. If he continued to fight against Civilization number 1 here, he might only end up being destroyed, but even so, he still chose to take action. As for the reason, it was naturally very simple. Jiangya naturally had a routine to retreat safely. This special force has caused huge damage to most of the civilizations in the universe. At least they can't research something to deal with it in a short time. So this means that they are in great need of the technology in my hands. In this case, even if they attack me, they won't destroy me directly, because I can destroy all these technologies in advance before destroying me. He believed that the civilizations present were not stupid. These civilizations could think of this, so it is estimated that they would attack him a lot at that time. This is an advantage for him. Because he can accumulate a big wave of power, as long as they dare to attack, he can directly release this power. Because he has now studied how to survive in this power, so he is not worried about being backlashed by this power. It is for this reason that he is so bold to do such a thing. Otherwise, he would not dare to do so. As for the number 1 civilization, it can indeed survive here, but what is the use? After all, he cannot release such an attack, so for him, even if he wins in the end, what can he do? Anyway, the final outcome may be to be solved by other civilizations. In this case, no matter how stupid he is, he knows how to operate. Thinking of this, he immediately increased his offensive and wanted to solve the number 1 civilization as soon as possible. As time went by, the damage to the combat celestial bodies of both sides was very serious, and it was already serious to a precarious point. His universe had expanded to 80%. According to the current situation, it might be really finished in a short time. However, it is obvious that the number 1 civilization is not much better. Except for the base of the 2 super combat celestial bodies, the other super combat celestial body has been solved. And the base is not in a good state now. If it weren't for the fact that I don't have such a high level of technology, and the technology in all aspects is not so perfect, then civilization number 1 would have been finished long ago. Looking at the state of his universe at this time, Jiangya couldn't help but become serious. If the fight continues, neither side will be able to escape. But it has developed to this point now, and what he wants to do now is to do everything he can to get rid of the enemy. Because he knows very well that this is one of the few opportunities to completely solve civilization number 1. With such an opportunity in front of him, he naturally can't give up. Although he may suffer heavy losses in this wave to achieve his goal, it doesn't matter as long as he can get rid of this number 1 enemy, everything is worth it. All units should increase their attack strength, and the transport routes should increase their transport output as much as possible, even if they are exposed. We don't have much time now. Now, let's be frank with civilization number 1. It's nothing more than a competition between who can obtain more resources, and who can exert stronger strength. Who can destroy the opponent's super combat celestial body before the opponent. As long as this is achieved, there is no need to worry about other things. As for the subsequent escape, it is very simple. He doesn't need to worry at all. Now he only needs to worry about one thing, that is, letting civilization number 1 escape. As the Zerg's attack became more fierce, civilization number 1 now understood that this group of Zergs was completely crazy. They actually wanted to die with them. For the Zerg, they also hated it. Do these damn bugs want to drag us down with them? Based on their technological level, they have developed for so many years, and the gap between the two sides has been narrowed to this point. Even if they are stupid, they should be able to understand that at their current development speed, we may not be their opponents next time, and they can easily deal with us. Why do we have to fight to the point of mutual destruction? That's right, from the perspective of civilization number 1, it is indeed best for the bugs to withdraw now. Because their development speed has been so fast in recent years, they must be very clear in their hearts that according to the current situation, it is only a matter of time before they surpass us, and there is no need to seek for a moment. If they really do it, then it will naturally be an opportunity for civilization number 1. Because as long as they don't perish, there is hope, and there is a chance. This time, they were indeed tricked by the bugs. They didn't expect the bugs to have such weapons, but next time, they will definitely do a better job. They are prepared that in such a situation, it may not be as smooth as this time. It is even possible that the bugs will really overturn because of this reason, so they hope that the bugs can leave, and according to the current situation, if they want to save themselves, then leaving is definitely the best choice, but unfortunately, they guessed wrong. This group of bugs didn't even think about leaving. They obviously want to fight with themselves and die together. This group of damn lunatics. While thinking about it, the commander of civilization number 1 immediately ordered his men to hold back this group of crazy bugs as quickly as possible. As for what they have to do, it is naturally very simple, that is, to find a way to drive the people sitting in the apocalypse away from this area and leave as soon as possible. At first, civilization number 1 was still thinking that the bugs had laid this thing, maybe it was their own death warrant, but now it seems that they were too naive and overestimated themselves. At this moment, they were forced to fight with the bugs on one side, and on the other side, they tried their best to speed up and get out of this area as much as possible. Damn, this bunch of bugs is really too hateful. Why did things develop like this? Why did this bunch of bugs want to leave us here even if they died together? At this time, according to their current speed, civilization number 1 could guarantee that it would be impossible for them to escape smoothly. As he thought, as time went by, their super combat celestial body had reached 90%. 3 damage, and it was likely to disintegrate at any time. At this time, they had only run half of the distance, and the other half was left. Damn, these damn bugs. Looking at the current situation, the people of civilization number 1 were also in a state of desire. They had a premonition that they might really be in trouble this time. Thinking of this, they were also very uncomfortable in their hearts. The civilization they had cultivated at the beginning eventually became the culprit of their destruction. They were also very desperate in their hearts. In this case, then you can't think of having a good time if we die. Thinking of this, civilization number 1 stopped running away, but turned around and fought with the bugs. Since the bugs were not going to let them go, they naturally didn't plan to continue hiding like this. Instead of hiding like this and causing more and more damage, it would be better to be more direct and have a final decisive battle with the bugs. So, the two sides started the final battle. The fighting power displayed by the bugs was beyond their imagination, but their strength was not weaker than that of the bugs. In short, both sides have now entered the final desperate stage, and various means are constantly being used. Soon, the super combat celestial bodies on both sides have also reached a critical point. It has reached the limit. I didn't expect the counterattack of civilization number 1 to be so terrible. Originally, I always thought that according to the current situation, the super combat of civilization number 1, the celestial body would definitely collapse before me, but now it seems that the best result may be to perish together. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but frown secretly. It doesn't matter. At most, I will sacrifice a super combat celestial body. As long as I can destroy civilization number 1, it is worth it no matter how much I pay. Jiang Yao made a decision immediately. In fact, if we continue to fight according to the current situation, It will not be the end of our side after the whole army is wiped out. The one here is not his real body. His real body is hiding in other places. Although Civilization Number 1 has powerful tracking methods and can find some seed civilizations that have been arranged, it is still very difficult to find a single individual, especially an individual that has gathered the power of all civilizations and deliberately hidden. However, considering the technology of Civilization Number 1, Jiang Yao didn't bring anything when he hid here. To put it bluntly, once this place is destroyed, he will have nothing. It will take time to develop again. But for him, as long as he is alive, it will be enough. After he completely solves Civilization Number 1, no one will come to trouble him when he develops himself. In short, he had already arranged his retreat, but the loss of this universe still made him very sad. After all, he naturally did not expect to encounter such an opportunity a second time. This was a unique opportunity for him. However, in order to completely solve the biggest hidden danger of Civilization Number 1, he had no choice but to keep a low profile in the future and wait until he developed to a higher level before going out to show off. Chapter 1030. That's right. From the beginning till now, he has only one goal, which is to completely solve the big problem of Civilization Number 1. He also knows that if he wants to do this, the price he pays will definitely not be small. From the beginning, he decided to sacrifice this universe. He didn't expect that his universe would continue to exist after this battle. Although from the beginning of the battle till now, he has always been lucky, thinking that if his universe can survive, but now his last luck is gone. He knows very well that sometimes you have to pay a sufficient price. At this time, he also began to implement his final plan. I don't know how many of the subordinate civilizations can be saved. There may be many people in this battle, whether it is the enemy or my side. But for me now, it doesn't matter, because as long as Civilization Number 1 is dealt with, at least in the short term, no civilization will come to trouble me. To put it simply, his current relationship with Civilization Number 1 is that both sides are mortal enemies of each other. Even if he doesn't go to trouble Civilization Number 1, then Civilization Number 1 will definitely try every means to trouble him. So now, he wants to develop safely, so he can only find a way to completely destroy Civilization Number 1. In fact, as far as his current situation is concerned, as long as Civilization Number 1 is dealt with, there will not be so many things. After all, apart from Civilization Number 1, there is really no civilization that is suitable for him now, and there is some unresolvable sorrow. So what he has to do now is to deal with Civilization Number 1, and then, there is nothing else. But it is obvious that he thinks things are too simple. After solving the Number 1 civilization, he naturally didn't have so many things to bother him. Other civilizations probably wouldn't fight him desperately, because there was no need at all. So as long as the Number 1 civilization was solved, then in principle, he would be able to develop steadily in the future, but it was obvious that he thought things were too simple. He never expected that this universe would suddenly change like this, and this change directly made him the target of public criticism. Obviously, he felt very uncomfortable about the current situation. These civilizations had no reason to attack him before, but now it's different. The technology in his hands is directly related to whether they can continue to survive. It would be strange if they didn't take action in such a situation. However, the most important thing is that if he wants to resist them now, it is not a little bit difficult. Maybe he was sure before that he could leave here safely with the subordinate civilization. In the end, he only lost a universe. After all, in his eyes, as long as people are still there, everything is possible. At worst, it is not impossible to find a way to create a similar combat celestial body. But it is obviously different now. With the participation of these civilizations, it is hard to say whether he can take away the subordinate civilizations as planned. Even if he can take away the subordinate civilizations, it is another matter. Although his main body should be relatively safe now, God knows whether these civilizations will have any special means. In short, things are getting more and more difficult to deal with. He was also quite troubled by the current situation. It seems that we can only take risks. Conventional means will definitely not work. At this time, he could not help but change his original plan. It seems that this universe cannot be saved at all, although I have been delaying until now, just to see if I can find a chance to save the universe. He couldn't help sighing as he spoke. To be honest, as a user, he was very clear about how much this universe had improved him. Under the premise that he was so much weaker than the opponent, he was able to fight the opponent like this. This shows how powerful this universe is. So you want him to give up this universe immediately, which is absolutely impossible. Although he was prepared at the beginning, the fact is that when he really wanted to do so, he was still very reluctant, so he had always maintained a glimmer of hope. Even if there was a little chance, he wanted to keep this universe, but it was a pity. Now he knew that if he hesitated any longer, it would probably be a disaster for him. Sometimes things are like this. Don't always think about saving everything. The final result may be that nothing can be saved. So after having this idea, he gritted his teeth and made a decision immediately. All units pay attention to the implementation of the final plan. He still issued this order, and as the order was issued, all people from both the main civilization and the subsidiary civilization immediately became busy. Of course they knew the final plan, and after executing this plan, it was really a matter of life and death, and wealth and honor were in the hands of God. Whether they could escape, and how much they could escape was purely up to themselves. All civilizations were busy at once. We put all our resources into the main civilization. Because they no longer needed to participate in the war, all they had to do was escape. The route that was used to transport resources had now become a route for escaping. They were on the other side while preparing. Civilization number 1 also discovered the unusual movements of the insects. What are these insects doing? It looks like they are preparing to retreat. Civilization number 1 was also discussing the actions of the insects. After all, what they wanted most now was for the insects to retreat immediately rather than staying here with them. If they retreated now, at least both sides should be able to leave here safely. So for Civilization number 1, escaping the war now was undoubtedly the best choice. Seeing that the insects did not come directly to chase them, the people on the side of Civilization number 1 were relieved. The scene of the insects chasing and fighting with them before scared them a lot. They always thought that they were afraid that they would be finished, but now it seems that they still have a chance. The people of Civilization number 1 couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. At this time, the actions of the insects naturally attracted the attention of other civilizations. For a while, all civilizations were discussing this matter. The reason why they haven't taken action yet is nothing more than to let Civilization number 1 and the insects fight more seriously. If they take action at this time, the loss will be smaller. The fighting method of Civilization number 1 and the insects also met their wishes, which made everyone patient and wait here. But now, it seems that this bug is about to run away. How can they bear it? All the civilizations that were watching jumped out immediately. They gathered towards the bug from different directions, and at the same time, they also noticed that their escape route was also blocked, and a large part of the affiliated civilizations could no longer leave through the previous route. This made the people of the affiliated civilization look ugly. These waiting civilizations have really taken action. They are too naive to want to obtain our technology in this way. To put it bluntly, even if we perish with them, we can't teach them the technology. It is true that they can get some things after destroying us, but it is absolutely impossible to study all these things in a short time. And they have to fight for technology, which will take time. By then, most of the civilizations involved here will die. At this time, the people of the intercepted subsidiary civilizations thought angrily, but they also knew that they might be in trouble this time, because the main civilization would not stop the execution of the final plan because they did not leave. The main civilization would only execute according to the original plan. This escape plan itself has too many uncertainties and risks. Everyone present is very clear about this, so they know that a large number of people will definitely not be able to escape. It seems that we can only fight hard. All the warships gather into a fleet group and then find a way to break out of the protection circle. It is true that they are intercepting us, but compared to intercepting us, they are intercepting the super warfare of the main civilization, and they will definitely put more effort into the natural enemy, so it should not cost too much to intercept us. We still have a chance to break through the siege if we gather together. At this time, a commander of the subordinate civilization reported to everyone in the channel, and as his voice fell, the originally somewhat messy warships began to slowly gather. Not long after, a huge fleet with strong power appeared, and after the fleet appeared, it immediately found the relatively weak area they had explored. The fleet then launched a charge. At this time, the insects were also making the final adjustments. First, the insects in the universe began to change, and as they began to change, the energy level of the universe began to further increase. At the same time, the color of the universe also began to slowly change. This is all the insects in this universe, gathering their own strength. At the same time, other civilizations are getting closer and closer to here, and they have also discovered the changes in the insect universe, but they thought it was a counterattack from the insect universe. The current situation easily makes everyone think of this result. Of course, they also have a trick up their sleeve. So even if they think that the bugs are ready to fight to the death, they still keep a certain distance. Although the area they are in is blocked, and they can only run out slowly if they encounter danger, it is obvious that they don't care. During this time, they have also figured out the situation of the bugs. With the strength of the comrades, even if they use all their trump cards, they can't do anything to them. The only threat they can pose to themselves is actually that special power. But they have also observed that if they want to release that power, the energy consumed is very huge. The bugs need a long time to accumulate strength to launch such an attack. So they were not worried at all, because it was not long since the last time the bugs launched an attack, so the bugs should not be able to launch such an attack again. At this time, looking at the civilizations gathered together, Jiang Yao couldn't help but sneer. It seems that these people think they have figured me out, but think about it. They should have recorded the time of each attack very clearly, and now it is basically certain that I can't launch an attack again, but unfortunately you miscalculated. Every time I launched an attack before, I would reserve 20% more energy. So my normal launch time should be much lower than what you see. The reason why he did this was naturally to wait for this opportunity, but what surprised him was that the other party was indeed careful enough. But what's the use of the other party being careful enough? Once they enter this blocked area, it is absolutely impossible to escape for a while. So they are likely to be hit this time. If it weren't for the changes in the entire universe that have taken everyone by surprise, I'm afraid you wouldn't have made such progress even if you wanted to seize the technology in my hands. Thinking like this, he continued to wait, waiting for the best distance. After all, if he wanted to cause the greatest damage to them in one wave, he had to do this, especially since the damage he caused to them would directly affect his own safety, which made him have to be cautious. At this time, in order to confuse the other party, he also deliberately prepared to escape, and naturally saw the scene. All civilizations could no longer sit still. They launched attacks on the universe one after another. Similarly, Civilization Number 1 was also attacked. Both the insects and Civilization Number 1 were the targets they needed to attack, and at this time, the two civilizations could only hold on. However, soon everyone discovered the situation. It seemed that something was wrong, because at this time, the insects did not resist the attack from Civilization Number 1. The entire universe began to absorb these attacks, and the energy generated by these attacks was absorbed by the universe. Of course, this absorption is also very harmful to the universe. It is no exaggeration to say that the degree of damage to the universe is now increasing at a very fast rate. This is completely suicidal behavior, but when all civilizations think of the special energy emitted by the universe before and the crazy behavior now, everyone knows what the other party wants to do. For a while, all the civilizations that want to come here to get benefits are panicked. This group of insects wants to directly destroy the universe and drag them to perish together. Such courage makes the civilizations present panic. No civilization would be in a good situation facing the self-detonation of this super universe at this distance, and the other party also has that special energy in their hands. When the time comes, they will definitely use this thing together. The destructive power caused by the combination of these two is so terrifying that it is simply unimaginable. Chapter 1031. This crazy civilization is simply a madman. At this time, all the civilizations present were panicked. In fact, they also thought that if they surrounded them, the insects would definitely have some kind of stress response, but they had already anticipated this, so when they surrounded them, including in the later attacks, they deliberately exposed many flaws. These flaws will make the insects think that they can use these flaws to escape safely. In fact, the biggest purpose of these flaws is to consume the insect's universe as much as possible and put his universe in an uncontrollable state. Once the insects find out, it will be too late. This is their goal. However, who could have thought that the other party was so decisive? They left so many things behind, but the other party didn't even look at them and chose to self-destruct directly. This is something they never expected. At this moment, all civilizations knew that they were finished. Facing this level of self-destruction within the range, even they would not be able to bear it. Of course, this is not the point. The point is that the environment of the surrounding universe has changed, which has a great impact on their various combat celestial bodies. Under such circumstances, if they were to bear such an explosion again, there would even be a more powerful force in it. Under the influence of various elements, they would definitely suffer heavy losses, and they really couldn't imagine that it was very difficult to obtain the universe of the insects. It might only happen once in this life. However, even if it was such a difficult thing to obtain, the insects would choose to self-destruct without hesitation, in order to severely injure them. This made the civilization present feel a little frightened. You know, when a civilization develops to their level, it is actually rational when doing many things. And it is very difficult for any civilization to go through so much and break through the siege of so many civilizations to reach the current point. In such a situation, when doing anything, it must give priority to how to protect itself. As long as you are alive, there is hope. Everyone understands this truth, so they didn't expect the bugs to be so decisive. You know, for the current bugs, their technological level is actually not high. The main reason why they can compete with the number one civilization is actually relying on this universe. So the importance of this universe should be clearer than them, but under such circumstances, this side actually chose to do so without hesitation. Of course, this also depends on their lack of intelligence. If they had studied the history of the insects, and the circumstances under which the insects developed to the present, they would understand why they did this. When they were fighting against civilization number 1, the insects chose to throw all their savings and belongings into it without hesitation in order to escape from civilization number 1 and the control of another civilization, just to let the main body escape and then develop new insects. Although many of the affiliated civilizations escaped successfully that time, it is not difficult to see Jiang Yao's mentality in dealing with some things through this incident. Even if he gave everything, he had to ensure that he could 100% escape from danger. This is his mentality. So facing the current situation, he chose this operation without hesitation. I will not encounter such a situation like other civilizations, and then start to entangle in various ways, and finally hesitate to lose everything. When encountering such a situation, his first reaction is to ensure that everything is safe, even if it means losing everything. So he chose to detonate the universe without hesitation. In fact, when these universes surrounded him, he had already found several ways to escape, but even so, he still resolutely chose the dumbest and most extreme method, which is to be able to severely damage these universes as much as possible. As for whether they will be found later, it depends on luck, but now what he has to do is to find a way to solve the problem in the short term, because as long as he gives himself time, everything is unknown. And with the explosion of this universe, soon everything around was engulfed by a special energy. The energy generated by the explosion of the universe itself is enough to make these civilizations feel lingering fears, but under such circumstances, this universe has been transformed. Because the universe had long been covered by some special evolved bugs, these bugs also launched their own attacks, which meant that the attack of the universe explosion would increase geometrically. In addition, there was a special energy before the explosion, which began to spread around with the universe as the center. This was a special weapon with full power. In short, under the blessing of various factors, at this time, his attack had reached a very terrifying level. First of all these civilizations felt the special force from another universe. Wherever this force passed, their warships began to be funny. Even their superpowered apocalypse was about to collapse. This force was too weak compared to the force in the universe now. It was like the force in the universe now was water, with a certain acidity, but what they just touched was only strong sulfuric acid. The difference between the two can be described as a world of difference. It is also for this reason that many civilizations with not very high technological levels were directly destroyed on the spot. Of course, not very high here refers to the civilizations present. However, no matter how bad they are much higher than the bugs. However, even so, they still did not survive. After all, when this force spreads to the universe, it has a cleansing characteristic, which will destroy all civilizations that cannot adapt to this environment in a short time. As for the remaining civilizations that have withstood this wave of attacks, they are naturally not much better, but don't forget that there will be other attacks later. The attack of the cosmic explosion was the strongest attack released by the insects when they died. In short, there were too many attacks here. The civilization just now suffered secondary damage again. As for civilization number 1, it was naturally not much better. With the explosion of the universe, and the sudden appearance of that powerful force, civilization number 1 also suffered heavy losses. Especially their combat weather itself had been fighting with the insects for so long, and was in a shaky state. At this time, after bearing this attack, it could no longer hold on. And before being destroyed, Ming was horrified to find that the force that had been secretly helping him had disappeared. This made the number 1 civilization feel very uncomfortable. They knew very well that the other party just wanted to use them to eliminate the bugs, but they never thought that, regardless of whether the bugs were eliminated or not, they saw that the situation was almost done and within their control. So they chose to give up on them directly, giving up without hesitation as if the things they had just done to help the other party did not exist. However, they also knew very well that there was nothing they could do about it. After all, they were synonymous with weakness in the eyes of the other party. They had no need to explain anything for an ant. It was enough for them to throw it away after use, and they didn't need anything else. Similarly, the number 1 civilization also knew very well that even if they escaped now, what would be the use? There were many survivors among the civilizations that surrounded them. They would never let themselves go, because they also had similar technology in their hands. Although it might not be as good as the bugs, it was at least useful to them, so no matter how they played, the number one civilization would definitely be finished today. Thinking of this, they couldn't help but feel all kinds of regrets in their hearts. They really didn't expect that the civilization they cultivated would eventually ruin their existence with their own hands. At this time, inside civilization number 1, everyone was lost in thought as they watched the gradually collapsing super combat celestial body. In fact, they had already prepared for destruction when the war began. In the countless years since civilization number 1 appeared in this universe, they have witnessed the bitterness of too many civilizations. They have also thought that one day, they will face the same fate. In order not to be favored by such a fate, they are desperately developing themselves. They use various methods to improve their strength and research stronger weapons. In short, they were trying to dominate their own destiny. However, an accident occurred during the process of improving their strength, and this accident ruined them. So from the beginning to the end, they felt that what they did might be digging a hole for themselves, but it didn't matter. Most people in their level of civilization can face death calmly. In fact, they also admired the bugs very much, because they watched the bugs grow up to now. Although the two have always been in an absolute relationship, the fact that the bugs can develop to the point where they are now, and can be so decisive when encountering some things is enough to show that the bugs are not simple. This is also where the people of civilization number 1 cooperate. Although the two are in a hostile relationship, it is undeniable that everything the bugs do is worthy of respect from any opponent. After all, they watched this civilization get out of their control step by step, and become stronger step by step. From the beginning, they saw that they had no resistance, and then they were able to find a way to get out of their control, and then they were able to fight with themselves, and now, they can even force themselves to this point. We created a powerful civilization with our own hands, and we also destroyed our own civilization with our own hands. The development of the universe is like this. No one can be immune to it. The gears of fate begin to turn, and no one knows where it will go in the end. We used to fantasize that we could become extremely powerful. We wanted to dominate our own destiny. We worked hard to develop technology. We tried every way to improve our technology. Little did we know that these methods contained the hidden dangers that would destroy our civilization. We wrote the fate of our own civilization ourselves. At this time, the Commander-in-Chief of Civilization number 1 looked at the gradually collapsing super-sitting celestial body and said so. Of course, everything will have its own ending. Our civilization is the same, and so is your civilization. I have a hunch that this universe will undergo a huge change, or this huge change has already occurred. The civilization of the old era will end, and the civilization of the new era will appear. In this change, I don't know how many civilizations can survive. I don't know how many civilizations of the old era can hear the civilization of the new era, but unfortunately our civilization can't see it. In this way, he whispered softly, and his body began to gradually collapse. The civilization of the old era has ended, and the chapter of the new era is about to begin. This is the final view of the commander of civilization number 1 on the current cosmic pattern. Through a brief contact with the cosmic consciousness, they understood that the current universe should have undergone a great change. The existence that once controlled the universe has disappeared and has been replaced by another more powerful existence, which has begun to control the entire universe. The pattern of the entire universe will undergo earth-shaking changes under their arrangement. The ship of the old era can no longer carry the new era. Many civilizations will completely withdraw from the stage of history in this catastrophe, and they are just leaving in advance. No one knows what the universe will look like in the future, but for civilization number 1, this universe may be more dangerous than before. The truth of the universe has long been in front of all major civilizations. What will happen in the future? What will these civilizations do? No one knows, but he knows very well that when the special existence that manages the universe changes and takes more extreme measures, he knows that the civilization of the old era may not be what the special existence needs. Since it is useless, it will definitely attract surprises. Obviously, this is the change of the entire universe. In fact, for this matter, it has reached the super dimension. The civilizations in this dimension can feel that the changes in the universe are too fast. The original hyperspace has also undergone earth-shaking changes. Special energy has swept the entire universe, and they also found that the barriers of the universe have begun to strengthen. Civilizations at their level have no way to perceive it, but now they really perceive it, which is enough to show how big the changes you have made are. In short, no one knows what will happen next, but many civilizations know it very well. They should do something, especially for the civilization that chose to be content with themselves. They found that no matter when civilization develops, it is like this. If they do not advance, they will retreat. They chose to be comfortable, and now they will bear the corresponding bitter fruit. Many civilizations have been destroyed, and only a few can be supported by stability. However, compared with their ability to maintain the front line and fight as the keynote, the loss is not so great. The two form a sharp contrast. Chapter 1032. The counterattack of the insects this time left a deep impression on them, and they also realized that this race is definitely very difficult to control. This made them feel that things were becoming more and more difficult. Not only that, but what made them feel even more troubled was that the energy spread by the explosion of the insects for some reason actually reacted with the energy that suddenly appeared in the universe. This made the surrounding environment worse at a very fast speed. This caused many civilizations that had just withstood this wave to be affected again. This sudden change was unexpected. And at this time on the other side, in an inconspicuous planet, Jiangyao was watching all this quietly. At present, only about 50% of the affiliated civilizations have escaped, and the rest have basically all died in this battle. As for the ancestral civilization, the insect army was basically wiped out. Fortunately, the final explosion sent away the number one civilization, and also caused heavy damage to the surrounding civilizations that had ideas about me. As he spoke, he was also a little emotional, recalling the scenes at the beginning. At this moment, he was a little dazed. He couldn't remember how long he hadn't felt so relaxed. All along, civilization number one was like a mountain pressing down on him, forcing him to keep moving forward. If he stopped, he and his civilization would be destroyed. Now he could finally breathe a sigh of relief. Civilization number one finally came to an end. He was not surprised by this result. In order to solve this civilization, you paid too much, and even gave up your future. He stood directly on the opposite side of this world. In fact, according to his thinking, if there was no number one civilization, he would never do such an extreme thing, because after all, since the other party has always existed and has not been eliminated, there must be a reason for it. And according to the information he has, it seems that he has been suppressed all the time, so joining a strong place is the best choice. But now, he has chosen a weak place without hesitation. Because he knows very well that if he wants to eliminate number one civilization, he must do so. Because once he develops some powerful weapons to attack number one civilization, he will inevitably be interfered with. And if he joins another camp, the other party will definitely not watch him being targeted by the world consciousness, so they will definitely find a way to interfere with this consciousness. Sure enough, as he thought, when the world consciousness took action at the beginning, the other party interfered, which made the world consciousness less helpful to number one civilization later, and it was for this reason that he successfully solved number one civilization. It's just that things seem to be out of control now, and I don't know what kind of changes have taken place in this universe. Although he has solved a major hidden danger now, he is also very clear that there is a bigger crisis coming. The entire universe is changing. At first, it was just around hyperspace, but now it seems that the situation has begun to affect various bubble universes. This is the most critical thing. He is very clear about the environment in the universe. It is the real environment of another universe. They are absolutely unable to adapt to such an environment. However, such an impact on the superdimensional civilization is barely acceptable. Because the concentration of this environment is not too high, and it is completely different from his attack, some high-level civilizations have enough time to resist this damage and develop the corresponding technology during this period. But it is different for some civilizations in the bubble universe. They are simply unable to resist this force, and they do not have enough ability to develop the corresponding technology, which means that they may be eroded by this force and destroyed. And this is what surprised him the most. You know, all along, the other party has only been able to maintain a relative balance, but now, the entire balance has been broken, and the cosmic consciousness can arbitrarily take action to wipe out other civilizations in the universe, which is the most critical. Could it be that the civilizations on the front line encountered an accident, which eventually led to their annihilation? However, he shook his head, and rejected this idea as soon as he had it. Although it was normal for the Qianxian civilization to have casualties, he could understand if you said that one or two civilizations were killed or injured, but if all civilizations were annihilated, this would be very outrageous and impossible. Therefore, he inferred that the entire universe might have undergone a very significant change, and this change would cause the entire universe civilization to move to another extreme in the future. Although it is not clear where this change came from, or who made the move, it is certain that the pattern of the universe will change in the future. As he spoke, his eyes were on the bubble universe. At this time, these bubble universes could still resist this special energy, But as time went on, some of them began to become more and more unstable, and then these universes exploded. The same explosion caused several chain reactions. Similar changes occurred in one universe after another. The space that appeared after the explosion began to slowly cover the location of the hyperspace, trying to cover the entire space. At this time, the remaining force appeared and collided with these things. In the process of their collision, the bubble universe gradually began to be assimilated. The bubble universe was assimilated. Then they began to spread to every corner of the universe. Just as I thought, individual forces do have the function of assimilating the universe, but the problem arises here. Although these have been preserved to the maximum extent, the civilizations inside basically have no way to survive. I thought the same as him. Through observation, he found that many civilizations were gradually heading towards extinction, and many civilizations even disappeared before they could react to what happened. Of course, this is only part of it. Some civilizations can resist simply, but the resistance time is usually very short. Then, they can only watch their civilization being invaded by this special force and eventually destroyed. This makes many civilizations present quite helpless, but fortunately, all this is not completely uncontrollable, because he found that some civilizations can adapt to such an environment, which is what surprised him the most, and the number of this civilization is gradually increasing. Impossible. This was his first thought, but he soon found the clues. After all, this force is so powerful that he knows very well that if he wants to adapt to it, at least in this world, there is basically no race that is born with such ability. How can he not be surprised when so many of them suddenly appear, and through observation, it can be basically determined that these races that can adapt to this force are not from this universe, or their bodies should have a special structure, allowing another special existence to invade their bodies and change them completely. They became a special monster. After this monster appeared, the first thing it did was to rush to the surrounding civilizations, and want to completely destroy these civilizations. Then, with the arrival of these monsters, they began to devour these intelligent civilizations. So, one civilization after another was still there, and before this special force came, they were devoured by these monsters. As the number of these monsters gradually increased, the whole world fell into chaos, and the universe was also undergoing huge changes. At this time, the entire hyperspace was covered by that special force. It became a starry sky that was the same as the one seen in the universe before, and then the bubble universe gradually disappeared. Both the hyperspace and the bubble universe merged into one, becoming a super universe. Although the universe was in an unstable state at this time, a lot of special forces began to gradually infiltrate and make the universe gradually stable. Until this moment, it was basically confirmed that the one who took action this time should be the special existence that created this world. Only he had the ability to do it, which was quite unexpected. He really didn't expect that special existence would actively intervene in this world, or he always wanted to intervene, but he might not have the ability before. But now, he didn't know what happened, and he had the ability to intervene. But it didn't matter. What mattered was that he survived this war, and after solving the problem of civilization number 1 and severely damaging other civilizations, many civilizations had no time to care about him because of the huge changes in the universe. They began to study the things left by civilization number 1 frantically. At that time, they naturally had no time to care about Jiangyao, and as time went by, the environmental changes of the entire universe became worse and worse, which made them focus more on important things. As for Jiangyao, they naturally chose to ignore him. Even if they wanted to cause trouble later, they would wait until the situation stabilized. Now the situation has changed so much that many civilizations dare not act rashly. Now they are eager to know what happened. For a time, almost all civilizations were using their own means to figure out the whole story and make preparations in advance, but it was obvious that such an idea was just a thought, because there were too many things involved. At least with their current vision, they could not set foot on it at all, so all they could do now was to survive this change. For a time, all civilizations were worried about the future of their universe, because they also felt that the entire universe would undergo a huge transformation, and the pattern of the entire universe would also change in the future. Jiangyao also felt the same thing, but at this time, he did not have the leisure to care about these things, because what he had to do now was to recover his strength as quickly as possible. This was a good opportunity for him, and he naturally couldn't let it go, so he began to quickly collect resources and constantly restore the same subordinate civilizations that also gathered here. At this stage, what they can do is to protect the main civilization and let the main civilization recover to a state of complete victory as quickly as possible. What surprised Jiangyao was that a special thing appeared here at this time. When he found this huge special eyeball, he was afraid to be scared at first, but later he gradually discovered that something seemed wrong, because this thing actually had a strong connection with him, which surprised him. What on earth is this? How could it suddenly appear here? And the energy reaction of this thing is very strong, so strong that it is simply incredible. However, he soon figured out the origin of this thing. This thing did not appear suddenly, and then choose Jiangyao, but strictly speaking, this thing was created by himself. When his universe exploded, it had some subtle reactions with the invading forces and creatures. Originally, there was a special creature that wanted to rush into the center of the explosion to steal these special powers and evolve itself. As a result, in the process of stealing, he found that these special energies were conscious. Of course, this was normal. After all, Jiangyao had integrated all the insects into it. It was no exaggeration to say that the universe had basically been assimilated by the insects. So in this case, the special creatures that were madly absorbing consciousness were quickly overwhelmed by the overwhelming consciousness of the insects, and were eventually destroyed. This body then became a body controlled by the insects. After learning the whole process, Jiangyao was also quite surprised. Yu said that his universe is powerful. It is indeed very powerful, and has great potential, but it is insignificant compared to this special creature in front of him. Especially he has seen the combat ability of this special creature. That's right. These are the special creatures that suddenly appeared and began to invade different universes. In short, this is a group of special existences with very strong combat power. Even now he can't fight against it, and he still didn't expect that he could completely control one of them. If I can study this special creature, it may be helpful to me in the future, and I feel that the specialness of this creature can be used well. After all, he has been disturbed by this creature frequently in recent years. If he hadn't run fast, he might have been destroyed long ago. And now there is a sample running in front of him, and he can study this special thing well. When I study this thing and understand it, maybe the evolutionary direction of the Zerg can also move towards this direction. After all, its insects do not have an evolutionary direction at all now. Many times, they can only evolve by luck. Now that they have a direction, it is naturally a good thing. Chapter 1033. What I have gained this time can only be described as an unexpected surprise. But I have to say one thing, that is, from the current situation, most of the existing universe's technology has basically no effect on these newly emerged special beings. This is more or less a little surprising to me. Most of these special beings that have entered the universe are creatures from another universe, and have completely different laws from this universe. Thinking of this, Jiang Yaoyan couldn't help but sigh. The current situation is that the opposite universe is obviously in a strong period. So most of the laws of this universe are leaning towards him. Combining the information he knows so far, he has summarized several important key points. First of all, the first key point is about the changes in the entire universe pattern in the later period. Because of the law, all the technology here will definitely go in the direction that the other party wants. What is the route that the other party needs? Then it will become very important for me. Because this will be directly related to my future development plan. Now all he can do is to comply. That's right, this is the only thing he can do now. He can only adapt to the other party's development and move forward according to the other party's development route, because only in this way can he develop relatively steadily. If his route is contrary to the other party, then there is no need to think about it at all. He will definitely be eliminated by the other party. At least it seems so at present. It has not been long since the universe changed, but it has posed a huge challenge to the entire universe. In particular, civilizations of similar or even higher levels cannot withstand such changes. This alone is enough to show that it is not simple. The reason why he was able to survive the crisis this time was because he found that special energy in advance and conducted research. If it were not for the fact that he had made certain research results on this special energy in recent years, according to the normal routine, he would probably have perished with other civilizations. This is a typical example of him following the development path of that special existence. Although it feels a bit like a lucky coincidence, it is undeniable that he spent a huge amount of time studying this thing. To change his mind, if he had not discovered this special thing and conducted research, then now that this energy suddenly appeared, if he wanted to study it, the time he would need to spend would be very exaggerated. It is hard to say whether he could hold on until he could produce results. At least it is absolutely impossible for him to do it at his current level of civilization. After all, civilizations higher than his level cannot study it in a short time, let alone him. So this is the problem. If he wants to survive now, he can only adapt to the development. Of course, compared with other civilizations, he is lucky. First of all, He does not need to feel anything about the changes in the surrounding environment, because even if the environment here changes more seriously, he can easily adapt. So he now has enough time to decide the next research route. This is exactly what he wants to do, but it involves a choice problem. If one step is wrong, then all the steps are wrong, so the choice is very important. Because once the research direction goes astray, then I am afraid he will really have no follow-up at that time. God knows what changes will happen in the future. However, the special thing he got now must be of great use to him, because this kind of insect, as a special existence, is specifically targeted at this cosmic civilization, so it must be unique. First of all, these special existences come from another universe, which can explain a problem. It can adapt to the living environment of the universe over there. Of course, this is not a big deal for Jiangyao now, because he can also adapt. However, this special existence should not survive in ordinary conventional environments, but must survive in extreme environments. Even if it is not in an extreme environment, it must have been exposed to special environments, so they must have evolved some relatively special environment adaptability. Naturally, this is one of the directions he needs to study. In addition, there is the method of attack. The attack method adopted by these things now is a completely different attack mode. This should be related to that special universe, so he must also study it clearly and find the corresponding method. Of course, in addition to this, there are many details, even biological structures and other things that he has taken into consideration. He thinks that he must figure out all these things, so that he can plan the future research direction well. In short, this bug not only has a strong fighting power for me, but also is my excellent helper. In addition, it also plays a more important role. I have to say that I am lucky. If I hadn't made a major transformation of the entire universe in advance, I would have been taken advantage of by this special bug. You should know that those bugs that have long been integrated with the universe have paid nearly 80% to seize the consciousness of this special existence. This number does not seem much, but it is actually a very exaggerated number. You should know that it will replenish bugs after each level is reduced, so the overall number of bugs contained in it is huge. Such a terrifying number of 80% loss can barely solve this thing, which shows how strong this thing is. Of course, it is worth paying these prices, because after the universe explodes, if this special thing does not want to come here to absorb the energy there, then these bugs will gradually die after the explosion, so these bugs can basically be declared dead. These bugs that should have died played such a role, which is naturally a pleasant surprise. So what I have to do now is actually very simple, that is to figure out the relevant research as quickly as possible. If conditions permit, then let my bugs evolve in this direction. Although strictly speaking, this guy should not be considered a bug and there is a big difference between him and my bug, but this is not important. Because the evolutionary ability of my bugs can make up for a lot of things, even if the attributes do not match, I can try through evolution to see if I can go in this direction. Anyway, for me, if I can't go in this direction, then there will always be a second or third generation that can meet the requirements. This is a new direction for him. While the bugs were still intensively studying this special existence, on the other side, the change in the universe pattern affects all civilizations. Of course, this change is not a one-time change. The whole process of change is quite long. Although the speed of diffusion is very exaggerated for any civilization, it still takes a very long time to clear the whole world under such a huge volume of this world. Originally, some of the situations in this universe actually originated from the existence behind those special consciousness bodies. Simply put, whether it is this world or the bubble universes in the world, they are more inclined to special consciousness bodies. But it is different, since the owner has changed here. First of all, these special consciousness bodies have long conveyed that the characters who have been harmed here have also realized the crisis, as those special energies begin to spread to many bubble universes. They began to simulate that special environment according to their instincts. Of course, the purpose of doing so is naturally very simple, that is, to allow the creatures in their own universe to adapt to the subsequent changes, and even they have to adapt. Because the communication process is slow, but there is a connection between bubble universes, and for this reason, many distant bubble universes receive the message. And these bubble universes naturally began to make changes at the first time, and in this way began to continuously eliminate their own universes. As long as the creatures in the universe cannot adapt, they will continue to create, until they create special beings that can adapt to this environment. Although the evolution process is slow, compared with the hundreds of millions of years now, this time is still very sufficient. In short, each universe has begun to protect itself. No one knows whether this idea is feasible. Now all they can do is to do their best. The bubble universe, this special existence, is also trying its best to make itself continue in the subsequent changes. These cosmic bubbles have independent consciousness. It is also for this reason that he is also trying his best to make various changes in the future. He began to release similar power to the entire universe. Of course, this power was very weak at the beginning. Because the weak civilizations in the universe need an adaptation period. When they adapt to such a situation, they will continue to increase their investment. In short, they want to gradually improve the resistance of other civilizations in the universe to this power in this way, and they will also continue to improve themselves. As long as this is the case, the civilizations inside will be a little bit more aggressive, and will soon be able to adapt to this harsh environment. When the situation over there spreads here, they will not be directly destroyed as soon as they come out. This is probably the case. Of course, the whole process takes a very long time. And for many weak civilizations in the universe, this is also very cruel, because even if this environment leaks a little bit, it is not something that ordinary civilizations can bear. Most civilizations will die in this change. However, for the cosmic consciousness, what they are concerned about is not how many civilizations will be destroyed because of this. What they do is always to prioritize how many civilizations can be preserved so that all civilizations will not be wiped out in the end. This is a question that these universes need to think about from the perspective of the universe. In fact, if it were in the past, even if all the civilizations inside were destroyed, they would not care. It would just breed new civilizations, and there would be nothing else. But now it is different. Since the whole world has changed its owner, these cosmic consciousnesses seem to have activated some special things, and they began to protect themselves. Maybe this is the instinct of cosmic consciousness, or it can be said that this is something said by the people who created this world. In short, the universe has undergone earth-shaking changes. A large number of universes began to transmit the information they collected before their destruction to other universes that have not been infected, and the remaining universes also began to constantly change and optimize this special energy. This special energy is constantly spreading, so every time it passes through a bubble universe, the bubble universe can collect relevant information. And there is something more critical, that is, the bubble universe will continue to optimize, and as the number of optimizations increases, there will always be a universe that can withstand this special spread, and then this universe will pass more information to other universes, and continue to obtain more related things in this way. In short, this is a relatively complete system. At least when the universe was created, that special existence did work on it, otherwise it would not have the current effect. And the development of the facts is also the same. At the beginning, many bubble universes were easily swallowed by this force, but soon there were some special changes. Some bubble universes will support longer than other universes, and this time is gradually increasing until one universe can fully adapt to the current situation. Then the relevant information began to spread to other universes that have not been infected at a very fast speed. And these universes also immediately made the same changes. If it is just like this, then it is nothing. When all these universes were able to adapt, they also began to gradually adapt their internal civilizations. After the internal civilizations adapted, they began to strengthen their strength, and at the same time, they began to change themselves and began to study at a deeper level. If the intensity that this special energy can produce is 1, then they will start to study 2 or 3 or even higher. In this way, the energy intensity that the universe can withstand is also gradually increasing. And it can perfectly exceed the gradually increasing intensity of the special energy body of the universe. At this time, the changes in the universe were naturally observed by many civilizations, especially when these civilizations in the hyperdimensional space saw this scene in front of them. They were also stunned. Even they have not studied this special energy body, but these cosmic bubbles can study it so easily. Chapter 1034. All civilizations have seen the changes in the entire universe. This is true for the bugs and other civilizations. Since the end of that war, Jiang Yao has begun his recovery period. He has been recovering from the injuries he suffered in the previous war for many years, which is also a headache for him. He lost too much in that battle. At least for now, the technology he has mastered still has too many flaws. He didn't have a direction before, but it's different now. Now he has a direction, so it will be much easier to operate in the future. He has been thinking about this problem for many years, that is, how can he escape from this universe and go to the real world? No civilization is willing to accept its current fate. If they don't know the truth at the beginning, they won't think about it too much, but now that they know the truth, they are naturally unwilling to accept the status quo. What they think about is how to leave here. From the current situation, although I don't want to admit it, it is true. Most of the civilizations in this universe are still in a stage of acting on their own, But it is obvious that the current situation cannot support this. Different civilizations have already started their own arrangements, which means that more battles will break out in the later period. However, compared with the battles between civilizations, I think that now basically everyone is focused on those sudden changes. In short, it is the external civilization that has taken action. Whether it is me or other civilizations, we can see this very clearly. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but sigh. Judging from the current situation, although he didn't want to admit it, the fact was that they didn't have the possibility to communicate with those special beings. The gap in strength between the two sides was too big. At least, he couldn't think of what method he should use to defeat the other side. As far as the current situation was concerned, he felt that if he wanted to win, there might be only one way, that is, all civilizations united. Only in this way could they find a ray of hope in this danger. But how easy is this? The mutual distrust between civilizations means that they can never unite together. Even if they unite, they will only be suspicious of each other, whether it is us or other civilizations. Of course, this is understandable. After all, it is basically unrealistic not to change suddenly after cooperating for such a long time. But if you don't make changes, then no one knows what the future will be like. I'm afraid if things go wrong, we will become the remnants of the old era. Thinking of this, he also had some preferences for his future. If he developed according to the route he studied, he should be able to avoid all kinds of dangers and survive in the end, but nothing is easy. If those special beings intend to target themselves or a civilization like this that wants to survive, then their provincial team will definitely not be able to resist. Now he can only hope that his luck will be a little better, and that a civilization will take the lead to deal with this matter. In short, the current situation is very unclear for any civilization, and just when he was thinking about it, he suddenly received a broadcast, which was a full-channel broadcast. This broadcast not only sent information to the civilization in the hyperspace, but also to many civilizations in the universe. As long as the technological level of these civilizations reaches a certain level, they can interpret this information. Everyone from civilizations in different worlds and universes, we are a superdimensional combat community. Being able to receive this message means that your civilization has reached the cosmic level. Perhaps you are very confused about why you received this message, and you are also very worried, because exposing yourself in the law of the Dark Forest is equivalent to death, which everyone knows. But now everything has changed. Maybe you don't understand what happened. Maybe you have discovered that the universe is quietly changing. If you are in the universe has begun to change. A special force suddenly appeared and is spreading in your universe. The original living environment has undergone earth-shaking changes. If you have already broken through to the dimension, then you must be clear about the pattern in the universe. You should also find out how big the changes in the universe are now. This special energy has begun to spread continuously. Many of your civilizations have been affected. Some civilizations have the ability to barely resist, while others can only move towards uninfected areas and hide there. But it is undeniable that this is useless, because one day these special energies will infect all places. At that time, how should civilization continue? How should we survive? This becomes the key. In fact, many civilizations that have reached superdimensions should also understand the truth of this world. This world is a created world, whether it is the many bubble universes, or the world outside the bubble universe. That special existence created this world, and we are the canaries he kept in the cage. All along, our frontline combat troops have been thinking about how to get out of control. This is very important to us. We have fought with the special consciousness created by that special existence for countless years. We have not failed, but we have not succeeded. The opponent's strength is too strong, and all we can do is barely resist. Now everything has changed. The opponent does not seem to intend to continue to deal with us. They choose to destroy this world, or to be precise, to destroy the civilization in this world. They want to cultivate a new civilization. There may be secrets that cannot be told, but it is undeniable that we did not meet the requirements of that special existence, so they chose to destroy us. However, we naturally cannot accept such a thing. After all, our destiny still needs to be dominated by ourselves. We can no longer stand alone like before, because we are not a threat to them at all. We must unite. Maybe you chose the cosmic consciousness in the past, and that side stood on the opposite side of us. Maybe we have fought each other before, but now everything is different. We have a common enemy. They want to destroy all our civilizations, and now if we want to survive, all we can do is to fight desperately. As a frontline civilization, we can only fight the enemy with all our strength, while civilizations in the universe that have not even left the universe need time to develop. And what we can do is to provide them with such development time, so that they have the opportunity to become our future partners. In short, We cannot give up any hope now. We must do our best to face this disaster and survive it. Jiang Yao was also secretly shocked by the content of an email. First of all, this email directly made many secrets of the universe public. You must know that I paid a lot to obtain these secrets at the beginning, but now these biggest secrets in the universe have been made public, and there are more critical things. That is the real situation of the universe now. In fact, he was not very clear about this at the beginning, but only had some guesses, but now the real situation has been told. It turned out that there was another special existence managing this universe at the beginning, but I don't know what happened. The manager was replaced, and the new manager is very unfriendly to many civilizations inside. This is also the source of all changes, because that special existence is ready to wipe out all civilizations in the entire universe, because for them, the situation here is obviously not meeting their needs, so they naturally have to destroy it all and replace it with the civilization they need. This is naturally a disaster for all the civilizations present, so what they have to do now is to try their best to avoid this disaster, but this thing is not so easy to do. At this time, almost all civilizations knew the whole story. Of course, some civilizations believed it, while others did not. In short, for the civilization that released the information, whether they believed it or not, it did not have much impact on him. Because he only told some things that needed to be told, and as for what the future would be like, he had no way to continue to control it. After all, his ability was limited. The reason for doing so was just to protect himself. As for the civilizations that believed in the current situation, they could naturally help him. Because only those who knew what the current situation of the whole world was would believe the specific content of what he said, and the majority of people who did not believe it had not even stepped out of the universe, and had no chance to participate in such a level of battle. So it did not make much sense for this civilization to believe it or not. The reason why the civilization let them know about this matter was mainly to avoid unnecessary internal friction or being tempted by something when some civilizations really develop to the later stage. He needs to take precautions in advance. As for the others, he won't care at all. For him, these civilizations are just ants. What's the point of believing or not believing? In short, this is the current situation. As he made changes, other civilizations in the universe also began to react immediately. Some of them that reached this level chose to join him. As for Jiang Yao, he is still in the wait-and-see stage. Of course, he is not saying that he does not want to join. He knows very well that at this stage, he will most likely join as cannon fodder. It is very simple for him to think so. Many civilizations that have joined now have no way to resist that special force, so these civilizations choose to join in order to obtain a solution in this way. However, nothing can be said to be free, so the price they pay to join now must not be too small. In fact, many civilizations have basically the same idea as him. They are now in the wait-and-see stage, wanting to understand what the current situation is, and how the other party will treat the civilization that has joined so as to make plans for their future. Perhaps the civilization that sent the message wants to unite all the civilizations in the universe, and then create an existence similar to the universe-united civilization. Such existences help each other, make progress together, and fight against the enemy in this way. Of course, this is just imagination. What most civilizations do now is very simple, that is, you speculate others with your greatest malice. No civilization will think that the other party is kind, they will only think the worst. Then, they can see the performance of this civilization. If the performance of this civilization really surprises them, then the Real Union will be created at that time. If this civilization is the same as what they think, then they will still act on their own. In short, what this civilization does in the future will directly affect the current world situation to a certain extent. That's probably it. Similarly, this civilization is also very clear about what will happen after doing this, so no one knows how he will do this. There are only various speculations, and what he has to do is to use practical actions to prove to other civilizations that the only way out now is to unite, and what they have to do is to unite all civilizations. Of course, Jiang Yao, who knows everything here very well, naturally thinks of hiding himself and restoring his strength at the first time, while observing what this so-called united civilization is like. Any new organization will face many difficulties in the early stage of its establishment. He also wants to see how the other party solves these problems. If the other party can solve them well, then he can consider joining in later. If there is no way to solve them, then his first reaction will definitely be to leave. After all, he is not stupid. He can still tell whether it is safe to get through or risk fighting for a way out. So my first goal now is to study how to hide myself, and secondly to observe. If the situation is not good in the later stage, as long as I hide myself well, I may be able to avoid this reckoning. For me, as long as I am given enough time, I will be able to develop to the point where I can really get out of control, so I don't need to rush to join the team now. I can even wait until the frontline team is stable and has experienced many battles, and then I will consider joining. Chapter 1035. He is still quite cautious about his future plans. After all, the current situation is very unclear. Of course, before that, he also put more energy and time on the follow-up research. First of all, it is the technology to hide oneself. This technology is very important to me now, and can be classified as the top priority. For the current situation, he also feels all kinds of complexity. There are too many things to do now. Thinking of this, he is also quite headache. Forget it, let's solve the most important thing first. First of all, the biggest problem at present is the technology to hide oneself. Thinking of this, he began to think. The technology in his hands is obviously not enough. It takes too much time and energy to hide oneself perfectly. Because his research has entered a bottleneck period. He has always attached great importance to this technology, but even so, he also knows that as far as the current situation is concerned, this technology has been studied almost by himself, and it will basically be useless to make much progress in the future. In fact, for him now, the only thing he can use is not much. First of all, it is the special individual assimilated before. This individual's ability to hide is not strong, and it is easy to be discovered, so he can't gain any advantage through himself. He has thought of this a long time ago. The reason is very simple, because this special existence has very strong combat power. With such strong combat power, he doesn't need to hide at all. But if I don't hide my fighting power, I will definitely die. He couldn't help but sigh when he thought of this. Damn, it's all Jill's fault. He was quite helpless about this. But fortunately, the current situation did not leave him completely without means to deal with it. Through this special creature, it should not be a big problem to study all aspects of attack. While thinking, he turned his attention to this. The attack of this special creature is completely different from the conventional attack. At this time, through the data sent by the brain worm, Jiang Yao also had a preliminary understanding of this creature. First of all, the law of attack. This is a special law. No, to be precise, it should not be a law but a higher level power. It should be called a rule. Looking at this special power, Jiang Yao said so. Since this assimilated special existence returned to the insect swarm, the relevant research has not stopped. During this period, Jiang Yao has also been studying some details seriously. Soon he also discovered that this special existence is completely different from other powers. First of all, the characteristics of the organism itself, which are completely different from the characteristics he has seen before. Whether it is the structure of the organism or the genes, it is fundamentally different from the organisms in this universe. Naturally, this special point has become his focus. At this time, Jiang Yao couldn't help but frown as he looked at the data one by one. To be honest, these data are also difficult for him to understand now. Fortunately, he can slowly figure out all this through future research. Chief, this is our research data on this creature. Jiang Yao, who was looking at the data, said so. Chief, after our research, we found that this creature should be considered as a Zerg in a strict sense, but they belong to another universe. Our researchers have divided the creatures of two different worlds. The world we are in can be called the creation world, and the other world is called the main world. After hearing what the brainworm said, Jiang Yao also turned his eyes to him, and began to wait for his next words. At present, we can be sure that if we take the main world as the anchor point, and compare it with the creation world, we can find many problems. First of all, the laws of the main world or other things are very perfect, which can be found by studying this special Zerg. And the world we are in now is incomplete, and lacks many things. It is also because of this reason that even if we reach the current level of technology, we cannot fully adapt to the environment of the outside world. Hearing this, Jiang Yao seemed to have grasped something key. By the way, you just said that we can't adapt to the environment of the main world universe, because the laws are not perfect in all aspects. Then I have a question about technology. What level can all our current scientific and technological achievements reach for the civilization of the main world? Is our technology worthless to them, or is our technology not worse than theirs, but it is so weak because of the lack of laws? This question has troubled him for a long time. After all, when the changes here occurred and so many special creatures appeared to beat them, Jiang Yao and other civilizations felt their own weakness. They found that the other party could easily play with them, which made many civilizations unable to accept it for a while. But now it seems that the brainworm said that things are not like this. Leader, we don't have an answer to this question at present, because we can get too little information. We don't even have the technology samples in the hands of these civilizations. so we can't judge their technology at all. But we can make some guesses through the other party's behavior. First, the other party liquidated this world. Although it seems that the other party is dissatisfied with the situation of this universe and wants to reshuffle it, it does not rule out that they found that our technology is very high and out of their control, so they took action. Because we lack the law here, they have the advantage, but when they perfect the law of this universe, our strength will undergo a qualitative change, so they need to solve all problems before the universe changes. Hearing this, Jiang Yao also nodded, feeling that this possibility is still relatively high. If that's the case, then things are interesting. Thinking of this, he immediately made a decision. He decided to make this guess public. Although it is very likely that his guess is wrong, it doesn't matter. Because whether it is right or wrong, there are naturally other civilizations to help him verify it, and this is enough. Of course, before telling this news to the entire universe, he must first have the ability to protect himself, otherwise it will be difficult to deal with it if something goes wrong. Thinking of this, he turned his attention to another matter. How is the research on the attack method of that bug going? Is there any way to improve our own strength at present? Hearing this, the brainworm also told him the situation. Leader, the current research progress is still relatively fast, but there are also many problems. The most critical one is that the laws of the two worlds are different, and the attack modes adopted are also different. As for this point, our universe is currently imperfect, so there is no way to go deeper. But fortunately, it is not that we have no results at all. We have studied their attack energy except the rules, which has greatly improved our combat effectiveness. In addition, we have made certain progress in their defense methods. It will not take long to engrave it into the genes of the bugs so that future bugs can have such abilities. Hearing what the brainworm said, he also nodded. In this way, there is no need to worry about being targeted by other civilizations and having no self-protection power when sending full-channel broadcasts in the future. In addition, the research on this special bug must continue, and try to make our bugs reach this strength. Hearing this, the brainworm nodded. By the way, leader, after our research, we can basically determine that this bug should be a special individual among the bugs that attacked us. Hearing the brainworm say this, he was also slightly surprised. Special individual, how do you say that? Through our research, we found that this kind of bug has absolute suppression power compared to other bugs, and this creature is different from the bugs we have encountered before. They don't have a leader like you, leader. They are all independent, and have certain distinctions according to their strength. This feeling is more like a group of wild beasts. Different body shapes can occupy different areas. In short, the individual combat ability of this kind of bug is very strong, but the coordination ability of the group is relatively poor. Hearing this, Jiang Yao nodded, thinking, I think I understand the general situation. If that's the case, then we discuss the specific situation later, but the most critical thing right now is how to deal with what's going to happen next. The bug we're studying can provide us with great help, so we must focus on it, but we must also think about other aspects, first of all, about the defense system. We also found a huge flaw in the previous battle. The super combat celestial body is indeed very powerful, but the problem is that there are many deficiencies in the defense. If we rely solely on the super combat celestial body, we are still powerless. Since the bug we got is a single powerful individual, we can use it as the core to build a super combat celestial body. He is also familiar with such things. He once caught a powerful star beast to do this, so he is still very clear about how to operate in the future. Thinking of this, he turned his attention to other aspects. We must find a way to build a series of auxiliary systems such as auxiliary defense systems, auxiliary energy replenishment systems, etc., to improve our formations in this way. Our formations were indeed too simple before. Although the resources consumed by super combat natural enemies are huge, if we want to deal with future battles, then what we need to arrange will definitely not be as simple as before. After the last battle, he also discovered his own shortcomings, so he also has his own set of ideas for subsequent combat celestial bodies. He needs a complete combat celestial body system, which includes attack and defense assistance. All these things must be included in it, and a perfect defense system can be built in this way. In this way, it has an absolute advantage, under the premise of fighting with multiple civilizations, or a civilization with multiple super combat celestial bodies. Because each auxiliary combat celestial body focuses on different points, the requirements for this combat celestial body technology are not exaggerated. After all, the same thing, all things are specialized, and a certain item is completely two different concepts. After some arrangements, he soon determined the subsequent development plan, and the first was the research on this special insect. After all, This is his main attack combat celestial body, so it is also very important among all combat celestial bodies. Considering the need to establish a complete defense system combat celestial body in the future, for this combat celestial body, he chose a low proportion in defense, and instead put all the proportions on attack, which is not demanding. In this step, he is going to make an extreme attack combat celestial body. After all, this special insect itself has a very exaggerated attack ability. This combat celestial body will also be the fastest one he can manufacture. As for the other combat celestial bodies, they will be completed one after another, but it will take a long time. Of course, the entire universe is changing now. The bubbles of each universe are beginning to burst and intertwine and merge with each other. It seems that they want to merge with the hyperdimensional space. This means that the reserve of resources will be increased to a very exaggerated value, because this time it includes all the resources in the universe. If it weren't for this change, he would not dare to study so many super combats. A super combat celestial body is a great burden for a civilization. The reason why he can operate it is first because the insects develop very quickly, and the resource collection efficiency is stronger than other technological races. Especially at this point, it is even more obvious and there are enough resources to support it. Otherwise, all his plans are just empty talk. For him now, as long as he can get these combat celestial bodies, then at least the dangers of other civilizations can be solved in the future. As for the attacks of those special consciousness bodies, he also has a solution. Of course, considering that these special consciousness bodies may find that he has controlled a bug and may target him, he will also plan to use this bug as his trump card. Normally, he will hide this bug by building a super large building similar to a war celestial body outside to hide this bug. This bug inside only needs to launch attacks from time to time, and other than that it will not take any other actions. As for defenses or other external buildings, they can help to resist. If it really can't be resisted, this bug will really appear. In short, what he has to do now is to hide this bug as much as possible. Chapter 1036. Sometimes you have to be strong enough to avoid other people's discipline, but this strength is limited. Once you reach a certain point, basically no one dares to do anything to you, but if you are only strong to a certain extent, then you will definitely be targeted by others. The bug in his hand is indeed very powerful, but it is basically impossible to sweep all the civilizations in the universe, not to mention to fight against those special existences that suddenly appear. Now his strength is very limited. Once this thing is exposed, some civilizations with weaker strength than him will unite and take his power. As far as the current situation is concerned, I will never be exposed without the premise that I can completely ignore the other party. While he was still planning for the future, the current situation was very dangerous for most civilizations in the universe, at least for them. At present, most of the universe has no ability to deal with the current crisis at all. Helplessly, they can only huddle together for warmth. In the end, many civilizations joined the special civilization that broadcast to the entire universe. For a while, this place was extremely active, and this organization naturally gave itself a name called the Universal Federation. Although the name is very plain, just looking at the name can clearly understand what is going on here. They created a huge area, which is protected by a special passport, so that the power cannot be eroded. At the same time, they are constantly studying how to avoid this power, and also studying in which direction this power will rise in the future so that they can respond in advance. Similarly, they are also studying how to use this power to attack. In fact, many times the gap in information will bring unexpected changes, such as now. The direction they are studying is actually meaningless, because for them, the power they are studying is very powerful, but in another world, it is just a very common thing. How much effect does it have on your research? It is completely meaningless. It is a pity that they are still studying this direction without knowing it. However, compared with the civilization they joined at this time, they are extremely excited. It seems that we bet on this civilization. It is very friendly to us. I guess the news they told us before is not fooling us. It is obvious that the universe has undergone unknown changes, and this change has led to. They have to choose to unite. In fact, it should have been like this a long time ago. If we have been working separately, it is actually not good for everyone. After all, our continuous involution will only give those existences an opportunity to take advantage of it. Now that we are united, they can no longer do anything to us. At this time, everyone was discussing the current situation one by one, and they were naturally very happy. Coming here, they were protected by special energy, and this civilization also gave them the corresponding technology to study this power. This means that even if they lose the protection of this power, they can still survive in this world safely, which is enough for them. That's good, But we still have to improve our technology as soon as possible, because joining here will also pay a corresponding price. We must participate in the subsequent wars, which means that if our technology level is not enough, we may really be eliminated by those special beings in the battle. What do they have to fear? Without that force, and with so many powerful civilizations on our side, how can they defeat us? Everyone has different opinions on this matter. Some civilizations are more optimistic, but some are completely different. In short, for them now, after no longer worrying about their lives, they are obviously much more relaxed. And soon, they talked about another topic, which is about those special creatures. Many of their civilizations have fought against those special creatures, and paid a very high price to barely defeat them. Speaking of those special creatures, I feel that they may be the real threat in this disaster. Yes, the strength of these special creatures is too strong, and the damage caused to them by our super combat celestial bodies is very limited. It seems that the current civilization is also conducting research in this area. According to the latest news, the defense methods of these special creatures are completely different from what we have seen before. It is also for this reason that our attacks have no effect on them. Have we obtained samples of this creature for research? There is no such creature yet. It is not as simple as you think. It is basically unrealistic to obtain samples. Hearing what this insider said, everyone present was extremely surprised. They felt a little bit outrageous. No matter how powerful this creature is, you have to know that they are so many civilizations united. Among them, there are several civilizations that can fight against the cosmic consciousness. Under such circumstances, they still cannot obtain samples of this creature. How can they not be surprised? In this way, everyone discussed it, and soon they also knew the reason. It's not that they can't defeat these things, but the special nature of these things is very outrageous. It's true that they can be defeated, but the problem is that they will disappear directly after being killed. And this is the key. If you want to capture them, then they must be alive. But everyone present knows how strong the lethality of living things is. It's basically impossible, and this kind of creature can't be beaten for half a game, because they can overdraw themselves to improve their strength. So fighting with this kind of creature can basically only kill it, and it's impossible to capture it. Because at present, their technology has no ability to capture this kind of creature, and all they can do now is just kill it. This also stagnated their research on this kind of creature. Although they are also using various different ways to improve their damage to this kind of creature, the effect is not particularly obvious. What they can do now is that it is easier to kill this kind of creature than before, that's all. But in essence, it can't achieve qualitative change, which is also the most headache for them. I don't know when we can develop a method to target this creature, and according to gossip, the special energy body we are currently studying cannot effectively harm this creature at all. This is a bit outrageous. If that kind of energy cannot harm this kind of life, then it will be as difficult as before for us to defeat them, and every time we fight them, the losses will be very heavy. But fortunately, this creature acts alone, not in groups like some other creatures, so if we deal with them, as long as we prepare enough troops, there will not be too serious consequences. These people are very concerned about these things. There is no way, because these things are related to their lives, and they will face these creatures in the future, so the strength and weakness of these creatures are what they care about. So many powerful civilizations gathered together to discuss these things. If it were the people present before, no one would believe it, but it is like this now. The changes in the outside world forced them to unite. Compared to them, those who are responsible for uniting civilizations are thinking about another problem. Everyone, more than 300 civilizations have joined us. According to the current situation, the number of civilizations will continue to increase, but now we have to face another problem, that is, the conflicts between civilizations have also emerged. We must think of a way to solve them, and if we want them to respond to us all the time, what we have done now is not enough. Now we need to prepare more things. Of course, they know that this is not the most critical thing. The most critical thing is another thing, that is, how should they keep these people here in the later stage? You must know that they are now forced to unite, but even so, they have paid a lot for these civilizations. Of course, there must be a reward for the effort. If there is no reward at all, wouldn't they be a sucker? The reason why they recruited civilizations is to finally bring them under their control. It is very difficult to do this, but it is worth trying. And they are now improving step by step. In previous wars, they found that they were indeed a little short of manpower. In addition, the collision between different civilizations may create better technology. Of course, apart from these, they also want to preserve the survival of the main civilization as much as possible. After all, compared with the main civilization, it is obvious that these newly joined civilizations, which are finally annexed by themselves, are naturally more suitable as cannon fodder. It is also for this reason that they chose to unite these civilizations, firstly to enhance the strength of their own civilization, and secondly, naturally to allow themselves to have more preparations in the future. If the situation is really bad, it is also feasible to push these civilizations out as cannon fodder to buy time for themselves. But it still takes a very long time to fool them now. After all, these civilizations are not stupid. Let's execute the plan slowly. If we can't deal with them in 1 generation, then we can deal with them in 2 or 3 generations. There will always be a day when they will be completely assimilated by us. Indeed, the pattern of the universe is becoming increasingly unclear. If we want to survive a disaster of this level, we must gather the power of the entire universe and, if necessary, we may need to consider various subsequent issues. Having more people as cannon fodder is naturally a good thing for us. And the civilizations that can eventually leave here must be a minority. Most of the other civilizations will have to sacrifice for this goal. Now that we have them all together, it will naturally be very helpful for us in the future. After this period of fighting, the first-line civilizations present can basically be sure of one thing, that is, if they take the conventional route, it is basically impossible to develop to the point where they can defeat the enemy. They need other universes to provide them with assistance. This time it is a war of the entire universe. Only by combining the power of the entire universe can they study ways to deal with it. If they really have the ability to escape at that time, then those special beings outside will definitely be angry and desperate. At this time, they need a lot of cannon fodder to attract attention and give them a chance to escape. As long as they leave this world and go to the real world, everything they have paid will be worthwhile and necessary. How many civilizations have not joined us before? If it is known, there are still 765. Really cautious, but I have to say that these civilizations are indeed a bit unexpected. More than 700 civilizations can study ways to survive in this environment. At this time, they have not joined yet, which can only mean one thing, that is, the other party can survive in this world, otherwise they will definitely choose to join. This made them secretly deceive themselves. There are really many civilizations hidden in this world. As they talked, they seemed to think of something. What about the group of insects? What's their current situation? They are still in a wait-and-see state. It will probably take some time, but according to their situation, I think it will be difficult for them to join us. No matter what method is used, we must let them join us. You should be very clear about the situation of these insects. The fact that they can study that special energy body so early is enough to show that they are not ordinary. And I always feel that these insects may be hiding some big secrets, so we must find a way to let them join us and be watched by us all the time. At that time, we can dig out any secrets they have. Come out. Or just use tough measures to subdue them. This idea can be adopted later, but don't think about it now, because at this stage our internal affairs have not been resolved, and the external situation is not stable. It is not appropriate to make trouble at this time. In this way, everyone was discussing this matter in words and deeds, but it was not difficult to hear from their tone that they were also particularly concerned about the bugs. There was no way. The performance of the bugs was too eye-catching before, and it was not difficult for the bugs to control them with their current technology. Such a talented civilization, they naturally would not let it go. Chapter 1037. There are many civilizations in the universe. Some are very powerful, some are very weak, but this group of bugs is special. The fact that they can research this special power and use it at this level is enough to show that they are not simple. You should know that this power did not exist in this universe before, and where did they get it from? At this time, in the meeting room of the United Civilization, everyone was discussing this matter. As a civilization that has been fighting with the cosmic consciousness on the front line, their attention to bugs is no less than that of the cosmic combat consciousness. After all, the previous fight between the consciousness bodies was because of this group of bugs. We must take down this special race. However, according to the information we have so far, this race is not as simple as we imagined. At least there was a race with a higher level than them before, and in the end, it was the civilization with a higher level that was destroyed. That can only mean that the civilization was too weak. It was stronger than the others, but was killed by them. So there is no other evaluation except being weak. And we will not make such a mistake. If we take action, it will definitely be a sure kill. They are very confident about this. What they need to do now is to wait. When the entire universe is relatively stable, they will take action against the group of insects as soon as possible. In short, this is probably the situation. While they were still thinking about this, at this time on the other side, Jiang Yan naturally didn't know that he had been targeted. At this time, he was directing the insects to build. First, build a defense system and an attack system. It is relatively easy to build here. The key is the defense system and the energy behind it. The supply system is the key to our entire system. Once the defense system is breached, basically other systems will also be in trouble, so we must be cautious about the defense system. Put all the technology on defense, and other functions will be completed by other super combat celestial bodies. In this way, defense should be able to be brought to the extreme. Another thing is about resources. The amount of resources obtained must continue to increase. At present, the amount of resources we obtain is far from enough to support. As orders were issued one after another, the entire civilization began to get busy, and at this time on the captain's side. Now he is very excited. Before joining the battlefield, he thought that the situation at that time was already a life and death struggle, and there was absolutely no way for him to survive. As a result, who would have thought that he actually escaped in a confused manner in the end? As a lucky man, and also made outstanding contributions on the battlefield, he naturally received a lot of rewards, and his personal status in the civilization rose. He also had a position, which meant that he could participate in the sale of some special building materials. In addition, the previous wave of profits was not low. So these two combined made him a good profit. After returning, because it was still under construction, he had not yet purchased a flagship-level combat ship, but he did buy a lot of industrial ships for transportation. But at this time, he was more or less helpless. Many of his teammates survived the battle. Naturally, they were all great contributors and received awards. So his teammates left him. After all, their teammates now had positions, and he couldn't offer them such high salaries. So everyone started to separate from each other, but they kept in touch from time to time. After all, the feelings were still there. The reason why he was helpless now was that he recruited a group of new people. And the people he recruited were all newcomers, and even knew nothing. Most of them were just graduated from school. Although he also wanted to recruit old members, after the previous battle, he realized that the old members had no sense of belonging to the team. They were more concerned about personal wealth and other things. It is no exaggeration to say that as long as the price offered by others is high enough, people can change jobs even in the war. Although new members don't know anything, they can be taught slowly, and after being taught, their loyalty to the team is very high. At least as long as you don't feel sorry for them, they are usually willing to follow you. Obviously, after thinking about it, he decided to recruit a group of people and train them into core members. And now he was heading to a port to receive this group of people. As soon as he arrived at the agreed location, he heard a cry of surprise. "Oh my God, brothers, look at the mermaid. My goodness, how did this mermaid float? Look at the birdman with wings. What birdman? This is obviously an angel." Along the way, the players were startled as if they had never seen the world before, which attracted the attention of people around them. Looking at this group of young faces, the captain couldn't help but rub his forehead. This is really, I haven't seen the world at all. But such people just meet my needs. As he spoke, the captain walked up to introduce himself to everyone. After both sides introduced themselves, the captain took them to sit on a translucent aircraft with a diameter of about 10 meters. As the aircraft slowly took off, it soon entered a huge place similar to a metal corridor. As soon as they entered here, they were stunned by the scene in front of them, just as the captain thought. The size of this corridor far exceeded the imagination of these students. The huge corridor was endless. They estimated that the length, width, and height were at least more than 20 kilometers. In the corridor, all kinds of warships of different shapes and sizes shuttled through it. Compared with these huge warships, the aircraft that the players were riding was like an ant. Oh my God! Oh my God! Warships! All of them! It's incredible! It's incredible! This size, I'm a turtle, I've decided to get one in the future. One of them said with some yearning when looking at the warships around him. The others also nodded in agreement. The captain couldn't help but think of the scene when he first came to the port. At that time, he also wanted to buy a warship. But unfortunately, life later smoothed his edges. If it weren't for the adventure later, he might have only been able to work and live an ordinary life in this life. Now, he saw his past from these guys with clear and stupid eyes, which made him feel very emotional. Soon, amid their exclamations, the aircraft entered the warship berthing area. At this moment, the captain stood up and clapped his hands, attracting everyone's attention. "Everyone, we are about to arrive at the port where our warship is berthed." At this time, everyone became interested after hearing the captain's words. As the aircraft continued to fly, soon a huge, somewhat square-shaped warship attracted the attention of the players. "Oh my God, This warship is simply amazing. Wow, it's so big. Is this our warship that the boss talked about? This is simply amazing. It must be at least flagship level, and it's a special ship. Oh my god. As the distance got closer, they felt that they were as small as dust in front of this warship. At this time, the captain couldn't help clearing his throat, and looked a little embarrassed when he heard their exclamations. Ahem, this is not our warship. This warship is the flagship cargo ship of the Interstellar Transport Company, the Obelisk class. This warship is over 3,300 meters long, wide and high. It is assembled using flagship class modules, and has a cargo capacity of 1.2 million units. The price is naturally very expensive. The price of an Obelisk class cargo ship that was recently sold was a full 1 trillion. Jiangsun pointed to a port next to the obelisk while speaking. Looking over there was a warship with a golden paint job that looked like a beetle. This warship, which is about 1,500 meters long and only 60 meters high, is no different from a small being compared to the Obelisk class ship next to it. This is our warship, the Scarab class industrial ship. As the saying goes, there is no harm without comparison. After comparing the two, the new teammates couldn't help but feel disappointed. Oh my god, our warship is just like this? This is too lame. I was so excited when I saw the obelisk just now, but I was excited for nothing. There is no harm without comparison. The captain was immediately unhappy when he heard the complaints of these newcomers. What are you talking about? What do you mean there is no harm without comparison? Our Scarab class is a mid-level industrial ship among the current industrial ships. It is also the mainstream transport ship of most alliances at present, and the price is as high as 30 million. Including the modification parts, the whole ship needs a full 40 million. Hearing this, a teammate couldn't help but curl his lips. Only 40 million, not. Unexpectedly, he was interrupted by the captain before he finished speaking. Let me tell you this. With your current situation, you can earn about 3,000 yuan a month by moving goods or doing other jobs. The teammate was a little surprised when he heard this. So little? The captain nodded. What do you think? You are fresh graduates with no qualifications, no experience, no physical strength, and nothing. How much do you think people can offer you? Do you really think that you can earn 1 million yuan a year after graduation like you see on TV? I tell you, if you don't have a background, you are dreaming. Most people may just spend their whole lives with a salary of a few thousand yuan each. But we studied warship-related majors, and we are also considered special talents. One person couldn't help but refute. The captain sneered at the words. Talent? What outstanding things have you done before graduation? What achievements have you made? Let me tell you this. Some students from famous schools have achieved various achievements while they are still in school, and they have not completed all the work of their positions independently. There are many people like this who can be called talents, and large fleets will choose such people. What about you? If I remember correctly, none of you have achieved similar achievements, which means that you are all a group of newcomers and have to learn from scratch. Although this is the current situation of most people, because the kind of people I am talking about must have a sufficiently wealthy family background and need the support of their family to accomplish these, but this is also their advantage. The captain said and changed the subject. But I am in a similar situation to you. I went through the same thing. I also know your difficulties and how hard it is for you, so I will offer you a salary of 10,000 per month. You can ask people in similar situations to you how much they can get per month. 3,000 a day, a little more, but not more than 5,000. Hearing this, the new teammate couldn't help but lower his proud head. Many of them actually thought about finding a salary of a few thousand to gain experience and qualifications. Seeing that everyone listened to his preaching, the captain nodded with satisfaction. Just when he was about to say something, a staff member suddenly ran up to him. Sir, the goods you purchased have been delivered to the port. Do you want to pack them now? The captain nodded. He quickly picked up the communication equipment and called out. Not long after, under the gaze of everyone, the cargo hold of the Scarab industrial ship slowly opened, and then the transport robots continued to put the goods in. The whole packing process was very fast. It took less than an hour for the cargo hold, with a loading capacity of 15,000 units, to be fully loaded. After doing all this, the captain led everyone into the Scarab industrial ship. Soon inside the industrial ship, the preliminary preparations have been completed, and we will go to the Pioneer Galaxy next. We are mainly responsible for transportation there. I will teach you how to drive a warship and how to transport goods, as well as the matters that need to be paid attention to during transportation. You must learn as soon as possible and be able to take charge. I will arrange a captain to come over later. He will teach you everything. When you are able to drive such ships maturely, we will also arrange follow-up learning, such as combat warships. If you perform well, you can be transferred to the combat formation. In addition, we are also preparing to form a mecha formation, which is also in urgent need of people. In short, everyone, you have a very high development prospect here. As long as you work hard, you will definitely be able to achieve your dreams in the future. For this group of people who have just entered the society, the captain is still very good at grasping. The first is the most realistic money. After the money, it is natural to talk about ideals and the future. He has done this kind of thing several times, and is already familiar with it. He only needs to guide this group of people for a while, and then wait for the next group, and continue the same routine. So the training cycle is very long. But it doesn't matter because the main civilization has recently issued a large number of transportation tasks. So he can completely train these people while doing the tasks, so that neither will be delayed. Chapter 1038. According to the tasks issued by the current civilization, it shouldn't take long for me to accumulate enough funds. Although the rewards I received before were enough to buy a flagship, there was no way to buy other military vehicles. My goal is to get a complete formation, not just a single warship. The previous battle was very uncomfortable for the captain. The biggest problem in that battle was that he didn't have a completely independent formation, so he had to obey orders most of the time, and this was the most painful part for him. If there was a complete and independent formation, he could take the task according to his own situation. But if not, it would be different. He couldn't take the task according to the original idea. This was the most headache for him, and everything else was fine. But think about it, there is no way, after all, people have to bow their heads under the eaves, and he is very clear about this truth. But fortunately, everything is still barely passable. At least, he completed the task alive. There are so many things to consider when joining someone else's team. Just talking about the other party's brainless commanders can make his blood pressure rise. The main reason is that the other side is really hard to deal with. Sometimes, the death rate of the troops under command is very high. In fact, there are other better ways, but in order to complete the task without any problems, they chose to take risks. And this is the problem. You know, if you take risks, then the treatment he receives here will naturally not be too good. After all, he and most of the other people in the formation were outsiders, so the other party had no feelings for them at all, so most of the time, they had no choice. He saw too many teammates, who were eventually destroyed for various reasons, which made him realize immediately that sometimes things were not as simple as imagined. Outsiders like him could never escape under the command of others. All kinds of painful and high-risk tasks were assigned to these outsiders. Although the other party would also send a formation, the value of the other party's formation was completely different from that of the formation paid by his side. This also made him realize that living under someone else's roof was definitely not a good choice. In this world, the best route is actually to rely on yourself, not on anything else. Only when you are strong can you be really strong. So this time, he also paid all the money to buy the flagship first. He saved all the money, and naturally prepared to use it on his side. First, he bought some related special warships. For example, he bought quite a few mining ships or industrial ships, and also some reconnaissance warships. He wanted to save enough money with these warships, so that he could buy some conventional warships. In addition, he also needed to prepare quite a few things. If a fleet wants to reach a certain scale, it must pay a lot. First of all, the warships of the entire fleet are not cheap, so it costs a lot of money. Secondly, the maintenance costs of the warships, ammunition costs, and other miscellaneous costs are not a small amount. Even if the warships are not moved, the personnel inside the warships, including some miscellaneous costs of the warships themselves, are a huge number every day. A battleship-level warship must have at least 400 people in it, and cruisers are relatively less. But even so, the number of people in the entire formation is at least 5,000 to 6,000. 5,000 to 6,000 people is not a small number, and the salaries of these special operations personnel are not low, so after all these calculations, the expenses are very exaggerated. When there is no combat mission, these warships are basically left to eat dust. Only when there is a combat mission, these warships will be sent out, and the most important thing is that even after they are sent out, you still have to consider the problem of losses, and the daily expenses of fighting are another level. The most taboo thing for the formation is that it cannot participate in the war, because as long as there is a war, everything is fine. The benefits provided by the war are huge, which can easily maintain the fleet's expenses and make money, but if there is no war, then the problem will be very big. This is forced to rely on their own assets to maintain. So he needs something that can provide a large amount of income in a long-term and stable manner, and this thing is naturally the mining team. Under normal circumstances, after the mining team ships arrive at the mining site, they will place space storage boxes and some other storage equipment, so basically the collected ore will be placed in it, and the transportation work will be relatively less. After the warehouse is full, large-scale and fast transportation will be carried out, so that efficiency can be maximized. While storing ore, he had a lot of things to do, such as sending formations to some resource areas to take on some transportation tasks. In this way, it can be said that both are good, these industries are always busy, and the income will continue to come. It seems that the transport ship needs to be updated. The current industry can indeed meet my recent needs, but my needs are not just these. As he spoke, he fell into thought. Maybe he should consider buying a cargo ship. Although the price of this kind of warship is very expensive, its space transportation capacity is very exaggerated. The transportation capacity of a cargo ship is 50 times that of ordinary large-capacity industries. Only such a huge transportation capacity can meet his current needs. Of course, this level of record is not as easy to choose as imagined, because there are two types of mainstream transport ships in civilization. The first type is ordinary cargo ships. The second type is deep space transport cargo ships. There are a lot of things to say about these two types of warships. First of all, the upper one has the largest transport capacity, while the lower one has only half of it. However, the difference is also obvious. The upper one has poor maneuverability, and the jump distance is very short, and it is easily disturbed by space. Simply put, the most important thing about the upper one is that the transport capacity is guaranteed, while the lower one is different. Although the transport capacity is much lower, its maneuverability, or space jump ability, and jump strength are all very strong. There is no need to worry about encountering the enemy, because this kind of warship can escape when encountering the enemy. On the one hand, it is safer, but it loses half of the transportation space. On the other hand, it is unsafe, but the transportation volume is guaranteed. He was actually very entangled in how to make a choice. However, just when he was still entangled in this, a communication request suddenly caught his attention. He knew the person who sent the communication request was named Chris, and he had performed tasks with him in the same formation before. Chris, long time no see. As soon as the call was connected, the captain greeted him enthusiastically. "Captain, I heard that you are purchasing a large number of industrial parts and other certificates recently. Are you preparing to start your own fleet?" Chris did not beat around the bush, but asked the question he was more concerned about. This year's captain couldn't help but frown slightly, obviously. He was a little surprised. Why did Chris suddenly talk about this topic? But he still nodded. After all, doing this thing by himself is not something that can be seen in the light, just admitted generously. "That's right. I've been collecting industrial parts and some combat warships." "Chris, do you have a way to sell some to me?" "Come on, Captain, you know what my situation is. Even if I have money, I won't buy warships. This thing is too risky. It's really unnecessary, especially for people like you who build fleets. I know many people who build fleets. Basically, they all change their careers in the end. This business is too risky, but I still wish you good luck. Oh, I forgot to talk about the main business. This time, I contacted you because I received a piece of gossip. I think this news may be very useful to you, so I came to ask." Hearing this, the captain was immediately interested and asked what the news was. "It's like this. A friend of mine received a piece of intelligence that the United Mining has launched a new ship, and this warship is a flagship-level warship. And it's a mining ship." Hearing this, the captain was also a little surprised. A new type of warship, and it's a flagship for mining. This is quite interesting. Aren't ordinary mineral springs sold well by the United Mining? Why would you think of launching this new warship? You know, the investment and purpose of developing a new warship are especially like a flagship. You know that before each new ship comes out, various tests must be carried out to judge its performance. A lot of resources also need to be invested in the research and development process. In short, the cost of this wave is very exaggerated. In this case, each new ship must be stable enough. Take the series of mining ships currently launched by the United Mining as an example. Their mining volume is very high. And as for the price, although it is very expensive for ordinary people, people with a certain amount of capital can afford it, so the market demand and market space are still relatively large. It is also for this reason that they spent a lot of money to study this, and they are not worried about the so-called loss. After all, the market is so big, there is no need to worry at all, but the problem is that the new battleship is of this level. You must know that the audience of the flagship itself is very small. In this case, although there are many big forces who will buy it. But most of them choose to fight. After all, only the income from fighting can sustain this huge consumption. So, a warship like this that mainly collects resources immediately aroused his interest. You know, in such a small market, they still choose this way, which is enough to show one problem, that is, they are sure to ensure that their warship can be sold. And the market scope is very large, otherwise they will definitely lose money this time. Seeing that he was interested in us, Chris did not keep it a secret, but directly sent him some relevant data for him to take a look. And when the captain saw the warship data, he was stunned. Finland whale-class flagship industrial ship. Then came the relevant data of this warship, and this data was also very exaggerated. First of all, the various attributes of the warship were comparable to those of a conventional small aircraft carrier. As a flagship-level mining ship with a combat power similar to that of a small carrier, it is enough to show that he is not simple. And his combat method is the same as that of an aircraft carrier, and he fights through the shipborne drones. And it can provide a lot of auxiliary bonuses for drones. This makes its combat power not weak. It is no exaggeration to say that it can even be used as a main battleship, but it is obviously impossible because its price is much more expensive than those small aircraft carriers. Its combat power is mainly used for self-protection. Of course, this is not the point. The point is that its bonus is more than twice the current mainstream mining plus ship ride. That is, it provides assistance in the fleet, so the mining efficiency of all warships in the fleet must at least double the original basis. This alone is enough to be exaggerated. This is not the end. While this ship is providing bonuses, it can also continue to mine. He can send out special drones for mining, and this special drone can only be carried by him. This is his special drone, and it can be regarded as an industrial base. When collecting, it can process the ore, and it is also equipped with high-density compression equipment to compress the processed ore into high density, or to greatly reduce its volume. According to the data given, the original ore ratio and the ratio after compression reached an astonishing 10:1, that is, with the same warehouse, he can now store 10 times the ore, and he also has an ore warehouse and a goods warehouse. The two warehouses add up to the loading capacity of deep space transportation cargo. It is no exaggeration to say that after having this warship, it may take 10 days for all his merchants to load before, but now, if the scale of his mining team does not expand, it will take at least 100 days, and such a long time means that his other fitness can go to work. Of course, this is just an ideal quality. In fact, because of the possibility of bonus, he only needs about 30 days to load 30 days, while it may take 100 or 200 days to mine others. This is the horror of his bonus. This data naturally makes the captain feel a little excited. He knows that he must take this warship without thinking. Of course, he is not stupid. He knows that such a supernatural ability means that its price itself is not cheap, and now it only shows its functions to a certain extent, and there may be more functions that have not been shown. Chapter 1039. There will be an auction in 7 days. Seeing the latest news, the captain began to think. I can consider participating in this auction, but the price of this thing is definitely not cheap, so I must be prepared for cash flow. I currently have so many warships that I can use them as collateral, so I should be able to get a lot of money. With this sum of money, plus my current savings, I should be able to buy it. Of course, this is just his estimate. It is hard to say how much it will actually cost, because this time this ship is bought together with a mining drone. Although conventional mining drones are not worth much, this warship is different. This is a special mining drone designed specifically for this warship, and the mining efficiency is very exaggerated. Now he probably needs at least several mineral springs to equal the efficiency of a mining drone. And the most important thing is that the bonus this ship can provide to the mining drone is very high. After all, the ships in other fleets are many times higher. This also makes the mining efficiency of this ship reach a terrifying level. It can provide bonuses, and can also process ore. In addition, it has very strong mining capabilities, and certain combat capabilities. The technology used in this ship is naturally very exaggerated, and it is also for this reason. So the captain can foresee that the fight for this ship will be fierce. If you are not fully prepared, it is far from enough. You should know that the price of the mining drones alone is close to 3 billion, not to mention the ship itself. What does this mean? The looters he bought before are worth just over 10 billion. This can form a sharp contrast. Basically, for mining drones are equivalent to one looter, and under normal circumstances, the price of a mining drone may be around a few million, which is the difference between the two. Even the iron cavalry bomber in the super aircraft carrier costs only about 200 million. But the drones of this ship are 10 times that of the iron cavalry, which is enough to explain the problem. I hope everything goes well. The captain started to act while thinking. Because he has accumulated a lot of savings over the years, and he is also very clear about mining. Knowing that the income from this matter is very high, he is very happy even if he has a large investment in the early stage, and judging from the situation of this ship, he dares to guarantee that it will definitely be booked as soon as it comes out. He wants to buy this ship, and this is his only chance. The reason is simple, because the value of easy authorization is sometimes at its peak the first time, and sometimes the cheapest the first time. Although the data of this ship has been given, no one knows the actual operation situation. The first time is more of an attempt. If the effect is good, the price will go up the second time. If the effect is not good, the price may go down. So the first time is a gamble. If the price is too high, there is no need for those big organizations to take this risk, because for them, what they need is stability, not anything else. So this is his opportunity. Of course, he also knows that for him, the risk is not small. But for the captain, it doesn't matter, because people like them can only take huge risks if they want to get rich. So, the captain began to use his position and connections to find those units willing to provide sufficient funds. After all, the cost of mortgaging the same warship in different companies is completely different, and this time, he needs a lot of money. In order to ensure that everything is foolproof, this time the captain directly put all his resources into the game. A total of more than 70 billion was taken out. This number is already an astronomical figure for many people, even the captain. These are all the results of his luck and willingness to take huge risks over the years. For the captain, sometimes the game is also a skill, and they started their business with this. I hope I won't be disappointed this time. Time passed quickly, and a week had passed in the blink of an eye, and today was the auction time. The captain had entered the virtual auction site early through the connection. As soon as he arrived here, he found that there were a lot of people here, and he couldn't help but see some familiar faces. These were basically the contacts of some large organizations, who often went out for activities. After seeing these people coming, the captain also felt too much pressure. If these people really wanted it, it would be impossible to get it with the little money he had, but fortunately, he also knew that these people also had their own risk assessment. When the risk assessment exceeded the limit, they would not continue to fight for it. Just like that, in his wild thoughts, the auction began. There were a lot of items auctioned at this auction, including various warships, special equipment, and so on. There were many things that made the captain very excited, but he held back. Because he knew that the purpose of his coming here today was the finale. Before that, he had to reserve funds. Soon, the auction came to an end. As the auctioneer announced the start of the auction of the last item, the captain's side also became energetic. The starting price was not high, 10 billion. Naturally, everyone was scrambling for it, and the price was quickly raised to 30 billion. At this time, the price increase began to slow down. Is the competition so fierce? At this time, watching different organizations and different forces continue to strengthen, the captain couldn't help but secretly shocked. As time went by, the price soon reached 50 billion. Although I had expected it, I never thought it would be raised to this price so quickly. You know, this price can already buy several small ships. It's even a quarter of the price of a super flagship. This ship is positioned as an ordinary flagship, and I didn't expect it to be raised so high. While thinking, he also started to raise his price. When the price reached 600, there were very few people willing to compete. Now only the captain and another organization were increasing the price. Soon the price reached 650. After reaching this point, the captain knew that if he continued to raise the price, he might really miss this thing. After thinking for a while, he gritted his teeth and directly called out the number 700. After this number was called out, it also caused a burst of exclamations from the people on the stage. To be honest, this price has exceeded the pre-sale price given by many organizations. The bamboo that I just fought with him also stopped. He never thought that the captain could directly raise the price. If he raised the price again at this time, it felt unnecessary because their estimated price for this thing was only about 660. These small organizations are getting bolder and bolder now. If they spend so much money and find that the functionality does not meet the requirements in the end, or even very poor, they will really lose all their money. At this time, many people in the organization had such a choice in their hearts. But no matter how they thought about this matter, it has come to an end now. The captain successfully bought this warship. Am I taking too much risk? Although he had been mentally prepared, the captain was still a little nervous when he paid the money. But now, he has no chance to regret it, so after paying the full amount, he successfully won this warship, which naturally attracted the attention of many forces. After all, everyone wanted to find out the functionality of this warship, and whether it was as described. And facing everyone's attention, the captain naturally couldn't just tell everyone the general situation for no reason. What he had to do now was to test the details, and then sell the news. Yes, the news could be sold. Generally, this kind of test takes about half a year to get an accurate test result, and he can contact as many organizations as possible during this half year, and then sell the news to him at the same time, so that he can make a little money. This is also the advantage of the first person to eat crabs, but he can't make too much money. Even if he contacts more than a dozen organizations, he may only be able to sell 100 million or 200 million in the end, but 100 million or 200 million is also very important to him now. After all, before he pays off the debts, he needs to pay a lot of interest every day. Paying off the debt one day earlier is naturally the best for him. Therefore, he can only hope that his luck is not too bad now. After the final commissioning of the ship, he drove the ship and led his team to the new mining site. This was what he had stripped off before. If he had not contracted the entire mine roof, he would not have dared to spend so much money on it. He had also spent a lot of money on this mining area. All the income here belongs to him, and the mining team and transportation team are all his, which means that he can get enough income here. The income here is enough for him to pay off all the debts. So with all kinds of trepidation, he started to operate. It must be said that the effect of this battleship was far beyond his imagination. First of all, the bonus was indeed. The information provided by the other party was not bad at all. And it was also very simple to use, and there would not be various problems after using it for a period of time. The only flaw was that the fuel consumption was indeed a little high, but this was normal. After all, it was understandable that this amount of bonus consumed more fuel. In addition, the highlight of this battleship was its own mining efficiency. It was similar to the introduction, and the mining efficiency surprised the captain. In short, there was no problem with the data at the beginning, and it could fully meet the requirements. Of course, this was also a basic operation. After all, if someone dared to write it out, then there must be a certain degree of confidence, and the next step was the key. Will there be any problems during long-term use? In addition, what is the approximate maintenance cost of the ship? As time went by, time passed day by day, and more organizations contacted the captain, and the data obtained by the captain became more and more comprehensive. After using it for a while, the captain can basically confirm that this thing is worth the price. The bonus it can provide is very stable, and the more ships this bonus is targeted at, the more obvious the effect will be, but it is enough at this point. According to his estimation, the super brain of this warship can support more than 700 warships, mining at most. If he really has such a large fleet, his daily income will be an astronomical figure. You know, his fleet now has only about 40 mining ships. With the current income, it is no exaggeration to say that it will not take long to get back the money. Now the output of each ship has reached about 300 million per day, and the total output here can reach more than 10 billion per day. A mining area is just a matter of a few days. Fortunately, there are many mining areas here, so as long as there are enough mining areas, it will not take a few days for him to pay off all the money. This surprised him a little. Of course, what surprised him most was that the mining area he contracted was more or less a bit unexpected. Originally, it was estimated that there were a total of 8 areas with ore here. So the cost here was 300, but now he has found a total of 10 mining areas, which allows him to make a small profit. Obviously, he succeeded here, but there are successes and failures. Many other organizations failed when choosing ships. This is the norm of the entire civilization system now. Individuals or organizations face different temptations and tests every day. Because of the frequent changes in the system and the loss of ships in the war, the market changes very quickly, which is a great test of the vision of these merchants. Every decision made by the main civilization will affect the price fluctuations of different things in the market. Jiang Yan naturally knows this, and he also wants to provide a stable environment for these civilizations under his command, but it is obvious that this is impossible, because there will always be various changes, and his own needs will change all the time. In his spare time, he will also pay attention to the general situation of these people in the civilization. Every decision he makes will affect the fate of many people, so every time he makes a decision, he also considers many aspects. These civilizations have been with him for so many years, and he naturally hopes that everyone in them lives well. But even he can't take care of everyone. Fortunately, most of the civilizations under his command have become accustomed to the current survival mode in recent years. At present, the subordinate civilization has basically recovered. Whether it is fighting or business, or other things. Give me some more time, it will be able to recover to the previous level, or more accurately, it may exceed the previous level. Chapter 1040. As he gradually recovered, he could put his heart at ease. After all, he was afraid that a civilization would suddenly appear during this period of time. Although it was impossible for these civilizations to destroy him, after all, the bug was still there, but it was not a good thing to expose him too early. Fortunately, everything was safe and sound, and no blind civilization came to trouble him. Now at this stage, everyone is adapting to the new environment. Who would really be in the mood to trouble him? Compared to trouble him, how to survive in this world is the top priority. In this way, time passed day by day, and soon, he basically recovered his pre-war strength, which made him feel relieved. Next, you can learn about the recent changes in this world. During this period, while recovering his strength, he also sent a large number of exploration equipment to understand the changes in the entire universe. First of all, the biggest change in this universe is in terms of space, because a large number of universes have dissolved themselves and merged into hyperspace. So now the pattern of the entire universe has become only one. Compared with the previous multiverse, there is no parallel universe in this world now. There is only one universe, and this universe is called the main universe. Thanks to the previous bubble universe changes, many civilizations have adapted to this environment, although many civilizations have been destroyed in the process. But now they can barely adapt to the external world and want to unite the civilization of the entire universe. So they have contributed the relevant technology without hesitation, and it is very simple and easy to understand, which allows many civilizations to survive in it. Although this technology needs to be continuously improved, if you want to improve, you must join them, but many low-level civilizations have also escaped, and they have also joined the huge organization. Of course, there are positives and negatives. The behavior of the Cosmic United Civilization naturally caused dissatisfaction among some civilizations. They naturally stood on the opposite side, and wanted to argue with the Cosmic United Civilization. Internal fighting will never stop. No matter whether you have external enemies at this time, there are always some people who want to fish in troubled waters. It is also for this reason that the development speed here is not as fast as expected. Under normal circumstances, if multiple universes unite, their development speed will reach an astonishing level. But it is obvious that because there are civilizations interfering, it has not reached the expected requirements. Of course, for most civilizations, this doesn't matter, because they just need to survive. But as the dominant civilization, it is completely different. What they need is not to survive, but to improve themselves and make it possible for themselves to leave this world. In short, the situation in the universe now is clearer than before. There are not so many messy civilizations fighting. There are only two mainstream organizations fighting each other, and there is nothing else. Of course, for the group of people who are transforming this world, they will not stop just because many civilizations in this world have united, nor will they give up cleaning up these civilizations for other reasons. At this time, outside the universe, a group of researchers are gathering here. The construction of this universe has basically been completed, and it has become relatively stable in all aspects. Now there is no need to worry that high-intensity battles will cause this universe to collapse. In addition, the stability test of the universe is about to be completed. After that, our universe basically does not need to worry about the internal civilization running out. In addition, a new batch of civilization seeds has been arranged. Next, we just need to clean up all these civilizations and then release them, so that they can evolve slowly inside. And the newly released civilizations can fully adapt to the environment of this world. They are perfect experimental subjects. Related experiments can be used on them without scruples, and we can obtain perfect research results at that time. The reason why the people present are so persistent in related research is not because they are very enthusiastic about research, but because they also have their own purposes. The main civilization has ruled this world for too long. They want to make changes. They want to rule this world themselves. Naturally, they also need relevant technology to support, but now they do not have such capabilities. If they want to have this ability, then they must have enough technology to support it, and many studies are expressly prohibited and strictly supervised. So once relevant research is carried out, there will definitely be problems. Some special raw materials are expressly prohibited in this world. So they don't have much of this material, and it's unrealistic to study it, because if they use that little material to study, they estimate that they won't be able to study anything at all, and it's easy to take all kinds of risks. But if they put this thing in this universe, it will be different. Even if a little bit of it is put in that universe, the volume will be amazing. They can do relevant research there, and when the research is almost done, they can directly use the results. After all, the situation in the two worlds is the same. If it can be used there, it can also be used here. They have planned this plan for a long time, but unfortunately they all failed for various reasons. We don't have the ability to create a perfect universe, so they can't accomplish these things at all, but this time it's different. Although this universe is not perfect, it is completely different from the universe they have seen, and the entire universe has been greatly changed. After that, the entire universe did not collapse, but reached a strange balance and began to operate on its own, which made everyone present very happy. It seems that our goal has been achieved. If nothing unexpected happens, many researches can be carried out in this universe. When these research results can be used, it will be time for us to change this world. Compared with now, the gap between us and the motherland is still very large, but once various competitive technologies are developed by us, this gap will be directly eliminated. At this time, one of the people, who looked at the gradually perfect universe, said. The others naturally agreed with what he said. That's true. But now there is a troublesome thing, that is, some of the native civilizations in this universe are not as easy to deal with as I thought. This problem is also the key. Originally, they thought that the native civilizations in this universe should be easy to deal with, but now they find that they think too much, especially those civilizations with high technological levels, even reaching their current level. Although their dimensions are higher and their life levels are higher, even so, it is still very difficult for them to deal with these civilizations. And they also found that these civilizations seemed to have noticed the situation here and began to unite, which made it more difficult for them to kill this kind of civilization. Even the original 4 consciousnesses have been destroyed, 3 of them, which means that if they still retain the original combat power, I am afraid that this place has been breached. Fortunately, they have long stopped counting on those things. The special creatures they have newly invested in are the real key, but the effect of these special creatures is also limited, because these special creatures have a characteristic, that is, they are alone. Rather than living in groups, this greatly reduces their combat power. Otherwise, let's introduce some new species. For this proposal, everyone also looked uncomfortable. To be honest, the species they have introduced to present can be regarded as very powerful in this universe. And if you want to put this kind of thing into the small universe, you have to go through a very complicated process. First, you need to capture this creature, and then perform various transformations on it, so that its size can be reduced to a normal size in that universe before it can be put in. The whole process requires too much time and energy, and consumes a lot of resources. They paid a huge price to release these creatures, but they never expected that the civilizations in this world's universe would have such strong survival ability. Under the premise of the drastic changes in the universe, they were still willing to deal with those special creatures. This was the most difficult thing for them. Fortunately, these special creatures also played a certain role. At least, they destroyed most of the civilizations. They really had no way to deal with the remaining civilizations that were united, but it didn't matter. They could also use some other methods. As for the release of other species of creatures mentioned by this researcher, of course, it is also within the scope of consideration, but this consideration is limited because they decided to take other methods similar to the way of creating this special topic, rather than simply releasing creatures. Because the cost of releasing these creatures is much higher than that of creating that special consciousness, and those special consciousnesses are also not low in harm to them. And the most important thing is that among these special creatures in the universe, some species are indeed very suitable for investment. However, the combat power of these species is very strong, even stronger than those they have invested before. Of course, strong is not a single individual, but they act as a group, which means that they must catch a group. This kind of creature is easy to capture because it is a single individual, but it is very difficult to capture a group. If they capture it, the price they need to pay is too high. If they fail to achieve the expected effect in the end, then they will lose a lot, and the most important thing is that these creatures will not listen to them. That is to say, it would be very troublesome for them to clean up various creatures later. If they directly create consciousness, as long as the strength of consciousness is high enough, it is still possible to destroy these civilizations. And these consciousness created are completely obedient to them, so there is no need for so much follow-up work later. So in this regard, they prefer the latter. However, the latter strength is indeed difficult to improve. It is true that with their technology, they can create more powerful consciousness than the previous ones, but the degree of strength is limited. After all, their technological level is here. Going further is not a level they can reach. So at present, one of the routines they are thinking about is to expand the entire number, and improve it through the number. In this way, at least the effect will be much greater than that of only 4. Even preparing dozens or hundreds of them can directly push all these civilizations flat. Of course, they currently only have a preliminary plan. After all, no matter which method is used, the resources invested will not be small, so this must be approved by the people above. But while they are still thinking about this matter, at this time in the United Civilization, no civilization is a fool. After experiencing this series of things, they know the plans of those special beings. So they began to think about what means the other party will use in the future. First of all, those special creatures, this is what they first considered, but through this period of observation, they found that the attacks of these creatures are irregular and random, not intentional, which means that the other party may not be able to completely control this creature. So it is definitely impossible for the other party to take this approach, because after all, this approach has failed, and they don't need to take a failed approach again. In addition, they have set their sights on the increasingly changing operating environment. But the cosmic environment has begun to stagnate, which means that it will not change too much. In this case, will the other party strengthen it? It seems meaningless, because after strengthening, they can quickly solve it. Finally, they locked their eyes on those special consciousnesses. After their multifaceted analysis, they determined that the real source of change in the future may be these things. So they are now starting to study relative things, because they have only been working on 4 before. But they have thought about how they should deal with it, if there are 100 or 1,000. So they have also begun to prepare how to solve this matter. In the past, they would definitely not dare to think about it, but it was different now. Because they had successfully killed 3 of them, they had a certain understanding of this kind of creature, and knew how to deal with it. So under such basic conditions, they could still consider dealing with more. Chapter 1041. Under a series of arrangements, they also began to manufacture relevant targeted weapons. The same related research is also continuing. After all, they are also very clear that the current situation is still very unfavorable for them, so they must arrange all the necessary preparations in advance. At this time, inside the civilization. During this period, the movement of the Alliance has become more and more intense. Yes, this is the most annoying thing, especially during this period, the workload assigned to each civilization has increased. If it continues like this, I am worried that we will put all our production capacity on completing the task. The contribution given by the task is small, and it takes so much energy. I don't know what the civilization is thinking. If it continues like this, I estimate that many civilizations may leave at that time. You are probably thinking too much and want to leave. Once you join here, it will not be so easy to leave. Once you leave, you will probably be killed by others. That's impossible. I don't think they are like that. I don't know what you are thinking. Do you really think that those technologies are so easy to get? Do you really think that those things are not hot? To be honest, they would have killed you without you coming here, and they have already done you a favor by letting you join them. You mean that we can only work hard to complete the tasks assigned by the superiors in the future? If so, wouldn't we all become cattle and horses working for them? Don't you understand yet? This is the fact. We chose to join here and accept their technology. Although we survived, we will also lose many important things. These are inevitable. If you want to develop now, you can only complete tasks continuously to exchange for some technologies that are biased towards resource collection. With these technologies, you can complete the tasks assigned by the other party while having a certain amount of energy to conduct research on your own technology to improve your strength. Your position in the Alliance will also rise with the improvement of your strength, and you will be able to obtain more resources. Only in this way can you gradually become stronger. Otherwise, I'm afraid even completing tasks will be difficult for you. You will continue to complete various messy tasks in civilization in the future. Joining this organization, many civilizations have now understood the operating logic. Simply put, you need to continuously improve your strength, but before that, your prerequisite must be to prioritize the technology of collecting resources, because only with these technologies can you complete the above tasks. Otherwise, all your energy is focused on completing tasks without any time to study technology, then your technological level will always remain at this level. It is hard to say whether it will be optimized in the future, but I'm afraid you can only become a lifelong ox and horse. But even if you follow their route, you will need to spend a lot of time to provide relevant technology, which will also hinder your development. Fortunately, at least you can develop, which is better than standing still. You said that this group of people joined here, and they regretted it, but if you give them another chance, they will still choose to join, because just being able to survive is attractive enough, and other conditions can be put aside. The United Civilization is also rapidly improving its strength due to various policies, and their resource acquisition is also increasing. As their strength becomes stronger and stronger, they are more and more rapid in recruiting comrades from the surrounding areas, especially those who are unwilling to join. They directly adopt negative tactics. As a result, many civilizations, even if they know that after joining, their technological level will most likely be only as cattle and horses, still choose to join, otherwise their lives will be in danger. Naturally, some of their operations were spread to the entire universe by people with ulterior motives, which caused an uproar for a while, but it is obvious that the effect is not much now, because most of the powerful civilizations have chosen to join the remaining civilizations. It doesn't make much sense to join or not, and once they are found, their fate will not be too good, so in order to avoid such a thing from happening, many civilizations still choose to join in advance. So these news have not had much impact on them now, but compared to them, after learning the specific situation at this time, Jiang Yao couldn't help shaking his head and sighing. He vaguely remembered that he had once joined a universe union. He also remembered the situation of that universe very clearly. The universe was very friendly to the civilizations in the union. He was deeply touched by this. In addition, every civilization in the union system was helping and supporting each other to become stronger. He originally thought that this civilization might be the same, but now it seems that he thought too much. To be honest, this so-called super civilization is probably not as big as the low-level civilizations I encountered at the beginning. Such a route is not long-term. They are thinking about squeezing other civilizations and strengthening themselves in this way every day. It seems that there is nothing, but once the backlash begins, it will really kill them. However, he didn't care about it, because this matter had nothing to do with him at all, so no matter how much they made trouble for him, what was the point? At least he thought so for now, but soon, he didn't think so, because suddenly, he received a message, and this message was sent to him by the other party, and the other party asked him to join them by name. When Jiang Yao saw this message at this time, his first reaction was to be confused. To be honest, he really didn't understand the other party's magical operation. So what is the situation? Why did this so-called union suddenly send me a message, and also asked me to join by name? What is the situation? At this time, he gradually realized that things might not be as simple as he thought. Although it is unclear what exactly happened, based on the current situation, first of all, they have been keeping an eye on my whereabouts, or they have noticed me a long time ago. Otherwise, if they don't pay attention to me, they will definitely not be able to find my whereabouts. But why am I being targeted? He was really confused about this. He finally solved the problem with civilization number 1, and now there is another thing like this, and the one who is targeting him is a group of extremely powerful civilizations. I guess they targeted me when the cosmic consciousness was targeting me. He soon figured out the reason. I'm afraid they also discovered the movement of the cosmic consciousness at the beginning. The universe is also a civilization that they care about. Later, when they formed an alliance, they probably wanted to attract me to join, but I didn't choose to join. They naturally didn't say anything in the early stage, because at that stage, they needed to build a good reputation to attract more people, but now they don't need it. After thinking about the cause of the matter, he also felt a little headache. To be honest, he didn't want to fight against such a civilization, because his chances of winning were almost zero, but he didn't want to join inexplicably and be used as a gun and cannon fodder by the other party. You develop your own civilization, just develop it well. Why do you have to involve me? I'm afraid you are sick. The other party is very strong, there is no doubt about that, but what if you are strong? I can't just bow down to you because you are strong, and I will do whatever you say. He has never been a person who is willing to listen to others, otherwise, he would not have thought of escaping control at the beginning, and it is the same now. Very good, although I don't know what happened, but since I have been remembered and you have understood, I will naturally not sit and wait for death. If we continue to live in peace, and don't interfere with each other, then everything will be fine, but if you really dare to make trouble, don't blame me for being rude. Although his super combat celestial body is gone, he still has something stronger in his hand, so he is not afraid at all. At worst, the special bugs will be exposed in advance. Although doing so will cause endless troubles, he will definitely not let them have an easy time. But before that, preparations for war are necessary. Thinking of this, he immediately began to issue relevant instructions, and as the main civilization issued tasks quickly, other subsidiary civilizations also discovered the situation. It seems that something is wrong, because the main civilization has begun to prepare for war again, but they are also very confused about who the enemy of the main civilization will be this time. Until their biggest enemy has been solved, there should be no other enemies. However, despite the doubts, they naturally chose to carry out the bugs' tasks at the first time. As a large amount of resources were transported over, various war factories also began to be busy, and the entire civilization also entered a state of preparation for war. First, the construction of the super combat celestial body centered around special insects is estimated to be basically completed in a few years. This super combat celestial body is usually no different from other combat celestial bodies, but when necessary, it can use the power of insects to launch a fatal attack on the opponent. Of course, this is just the beginning. Apart from the super combat celestial body, other aspects are almost ready. Whether it is warships or other preparations, defensive combat celestial bodies and auxiliary combat celestial bodies are also prepared. According to the current progress, it should be completed in about 100 years at most. In other words, if the opponent does not attack me within 100 years, then it is definitely impossible for them to attack me without paying a heavy price. As for the 100 years, will they have a chance to fight him? He felt that there was no chance. First of all, the whole universe was in turmoil. Besides, he was not a fool. How could he stay here when he found that the situation was not right? His first move was to hide in other places with a large army. Moreover, he was more careful this time than before. No matter how powerful the opponent's reconnaissance technology was, it would not be easy to find him. This was enough for him, because it was enough to buy him time. The disappearance of the insects naturally attracted the attention of the United Civilization. When they heard the news, their expressions changed slightly. These bugs are really ungrateful. Do they really think they can escape? We originally wanted to take a relatively harmonious approach to hunt these bugs, but now it seems unnecessary. The class United Civilization decided to send troops to get rid of these bugs. Since you are unwilling to join us, we don't mind getting rid of you and then studying you. Although the effect is definitely not as good as if you join us and take the initiative to be studied by us, this is at least much better than you escaping and getting nothing. In this way, the United Civilization sent a large number of formations to start looking for the traces of the bugs, and encountered many other civilizations along the way. The ideas they adopted for these civilizations were naturally very simple. That is, those who are willing to join will stay, and those who are unwilling to join will be directly destroyed. For a time, the whole universe was in a panic, and the United Civilizations that opposed them naturally discovered their movements, although they were not clear what this group of people wanted to do, but the other side still chose to take action to disrupt their plans. Later, after we learned about the purpose of the United Civilization, the judge was also a little surprised. They never thought that the United Civilization would make such a big fuss because of a certain civilization. This made them immediately realize that this civilization was not simple, so they also sent people to start looking for this civilization and wanted to unite with this civilization. After all, the enemy of the enemy is a friend. Now that the power of the United Civilization is getting bigger and bigger, they can only use various methods to win over as many forces as possible to do anything with the other side. As the two large flowing clouds began to act, the entire universe suddenly became chaotic. This also made Jiang Yao stunned. He really didn't expect things to turn out like this. Oh my god, you've made such a big deal just to find me. I really can't imagine what I have that's worth your attention. Although he was extremely confused, he had seen the other party's determination, which made him more cautious. The energy I studied is so useful, but now they have also studied it. Forget it, if you can't think of it, don't think about it for the time being. Anyway, if you really lose, you will be nothing at that time. There is no point in thinking so much. If you win, I can easily ask for any information. Just when the situation in the entire universe began to become restless, the plans of those special beings outside the universe to release consciousness bodies were also underway. At this time, they had created a lot of powerful consciousness bodies, and began to make preparations before the final release. Chapter 1042. Compared to the simpler consciousnesses that were deployed before, the ones we have newly added have completely different combat modes. First of all, our attack methods are completely different, and the strength has also been greatly improved. The key is the advantage in numbers, which should be enough for us. There are basically only a few civilizations over there now, and their strength is comparable to ours. The gap between the others is too large. Everyone also talked about this matter. To be honest, for them now, the current situation on their side has basically been arranged, and the planning of online classes has been completed. Now the only flaw is that of those civilizations. As long as the problems of those civilizations are solved, there is basically nothing to worry about. And now for them, the most difficult thing is how to solve this problem. But this problem is not complicated for them to deal with. Just put all these things in, and then all problems will be solved. At least for the current situation, this is the case, but it is really hard to say whether it will be the same as they expected, but it doesn't matter. You seem to be thinking about it, while they immediately started to arrange it. As these consciousnesses progressed, they were soon discovered by the United Civilization. Everyone, the situation is not good. We have discovered a large number of consciousness fluctuations. What? With the appearance of this news, it immediately caused an uproar in the United Civilization. You know how difficult it is to deal with these special beings. They know that they finally paid a huge price to solve a few of them. Before they had time to be happy, they never expected that so many would come again. The amount of signals received this time was very exaggerated, which made them realize the trouble immediately. These special consciousness bodies were like ghosts in the dark night, advancing very quickly towards the target area. Not good. The enemy's number is too large. If we hold on, we will be the only ones who will suffer. All civilizations should be prepared to evacuate. Soon, the number 1 civilization issued an order. This time the retreat was very fierce. If there were not many high-level civilizations that had anticipated the possibility of similar things and prepared in advance, I am afraid that this wave would definitely go wrong. Indeed, they had a plan for how to deal with a large number of consciousness bodies before, but God knows that they came so quickly and too many. Even if their plan was implemented, it would not make much sense. So they evacuated without hesitation, because this large-scale evacuation could easily expose themselves. So the movement on their side also attracted Jiang Yao's attention. What happened with such a big movement? He was a little confused while talking, so he immediately sent some nearby observation insects to understand the situation. Then he found the number 1 civilization. Damn, the nest of civilization number 1 is actually here, and the problem is that I have several detection bugs nearby, and they didn't find it. It seems that my technology must continue to be optimized, otherwise it will be embarrassing if it can't be found right under people's noses. However, what made him even more confused was the outrageous behavior of civilization number 1 now, which looked like a defeat. So what happened? Logically speaking, this civilization shouldn't be like this. After all, their level has at least reached the ceiling level in this universe. With so many powerful civilizations gathered together, basically no civilization can pose any threat to them. He really doesn't understand why the other party fled so hastily. Although I don't know the reason, I am shocked. While speaking, Jiang Yao continued to observe the changes over there. Although it is not clear what happened, it is certain that something special must have happened to make this group of people in such a state, which made him curious. But he is also very cunning. Although he is curious about the situation now, he will not take the initiative to expose himself or take the initiative to find the reason, because he knows very well that he may not be able to grasp what is happening here. So what he has to do now is to observe secretly. Although he doesn't know why the other party didn't find it with his own technology, it doesn't matter. Since the other party didn't find it, he just needs to continue to observe. Once there is any accident, he just needs to cut off the contact as quickly as possible. Anyway, for him, those little bugs he sent out were not of much value, and even if they were all dead, it would not have much impact. While thinking, he continued to observe the situation over there, and as time went by, he soon found something wrong, because his little bug began to get restless. You know, he was controlling this bug now, so it shouldn't happen. He had been wandering in the universe for so many years, and he had seen all kinds of enemies. No matter what kind of enemy they encounter, the bug should not behave like this now, which makes him puzzled. As time goes by, the bugs hidden in the dark are getting louder and louder. This makes him gradually realize that what is about to happen is not simple. You know, these bugs are dominated by it from beginning to end, and they will naturally execute the orders he gives. Although it is still the case now, the performance of the bugs at this time is enough to show that the things that are about to appear can make them feel dangerous. And it is a comprehensive suppression at the level of life, otherwise, the bugs will never have such a reaction. In just a moment, he seemed to think of something. He naturally knew about the cosmic consciousness, but compared to the civilizations that were fighting each other, he had only heard of this thing. His understanding of this thing came more from the information left by those civilizations, and as for other things, he really knew nothing. And the current situation seems to be the thing is going to take action, and only the thing will make civilization number 1 so cautious. This made him even more curious about this special creature. He also couldn't understand how strong this creature was that could suppress so many civilizations for so many years. At the same time, he was observing this creature on one side, and the changes of his own insects on the other side. This was the first time he encountered such changes in insects, so he was very concerned at this time. After all, if he fought with these civilizations in the future and his insects showed this state, it would definitely have a great impact on his strength. This kind of thing must not happen. So at this time, he was also collecting data, and as time went by, the abnormality of the insect soon stopped. This surprised him, but he was not careless at all, but continued to stare at the changes on his insect side. Now his insect seemed to have become a sculpture, in a rigid state, which also made him stunned. But this insect had no way to accept his instructions at all. But how is this possible? If these creatures can suppress the creatures of this universe to this extent, then the civilizations that fought with them before will win with their heads. It was not as he thought. If simply approaching could be suppressed to this extent, then if a fight really broke out, what would they use to fight? There was no need to fight at all. Just wait to die. But he soon figured out the reason. It may be because of the special nature of insects, and their feelings about some things are much deeper than other creatures. In this case, this kind of thing happened. This particularity is both a good thing and a bad thing, because the existence of this particularity is equivalent to having a natural early warning device. As long as the opponent appears, we can find it at the first time. The disadvantage is that the impact in subsequent operations will be very large. However, it is not difficult to solve this problem. You only need to collect relevant information and burn it into DNA to perfectly solve this problem. If this is the case, then the reset responsible for reconnaissance does not need to burn this immune DNA. As for other bugs, they must all be burned. As he was talking, he continued to collect relevant information, and at this moment, he suddenly lost contact with this bug. Through the observation of other bugs, he found that the body of that bug was slowly dissipating. At the same time, the bugs a little further away were also affected, and the same situation occurred. He didn't even understand how it disappeared, but fortunately, the last bug passed him some information before it died. This made him even more confused, because a large part of the information passed was missing, and even a large part was invalid information. Leader, we have begun to analyze the last information we received. Similarly, we have arranged a lot of brain worms to study the information sent back by the previous bugs. Although a large part of this information is basically useless, it still needs to be understood clearly. Hearing this, Jiang Yao also nodded. It's really a bit unclear. No matter what the cost, we must study all the research clearly. Otherwise, it will be very disadvantageous for us to be blind. Similarly, when he was studying, he immediately arranged for the surrounding insects to continue to go over. Of course, this time he went over not to observe the special ritual body, but to observe the situation of the United Civilization. After all, the United Civilization was the opponent who was directly targeted. How will it operate? How should the United Civilization resist? This is also the top priority. However, it is obvious that the final result did not satisfy him, because he did not see how the United Civilization resisted, at least not now. At this time, there are still many civilizations that have not withdrawn in the gathering place of the United Civilization. Of course, these civilizations are basically low-level civilizations. As for some high-level civilizations that have withdrawn, the situation is not much better. Although they did leave, they also evacuated relatively quickly. Many things may not have time to take them. It is not an exaggeration to say that it is quite appropriate to describe them as throwing away their armor. At this time, the place was in a mess. As for those civilizations that did not evacuate, they were naturally not treated well. The next moment, these civilizations began to slowly disappear like the insects before. Although many civilizations tried to attack each other frantically before dying, they wanted to hurt each other, but in fact, it was useless. After dealing with these civilizations that had no ability to resist, they chased after the advanced civilizations that had evacuated from the United Civilization. Some civilizations with lower levels, such as the second and third levels, were directly drowned before they could escape. This also stunned Jiang Yao. You know, the technological level of these civilizations is basically the same as his, and these civilizations were killed so easily. If it were him, the situation would not be much better. Is it so outrageous? A civilization of this level, even without resistance, just died. I'm so strong. Fortunately, I didn't join in, otherwise I would have become cannon fodder. He knew very well that this special power was completely different from the power he had studied before. The two were not related, and what he studied could not have any good effect. This made him secretly smack his lips. He didn't expect that this thing was so outrageous, and at this time, these consciousness bodies were about to catch up with these advanced civilizations in the United Civilization. Seeing this scene, Jiang Yao naturally knew that the highlight was coming. Sure enough, as he thought, these advanced civilizations would definitely not be able to be captured. The next moment, multiple super combat celestial bodies appeared in the fleet. And these super combat celestial bodies seemed to be released to delay time, and their main combat natural enemies took this opportunity to continue to escape to the distance. What surprised Jiang Yao was that this super combat celestial body could actually withstand the opponent's special attack. Seeing this scene, he naturally knew what the situation was. If he wanted to block this special attack, He would need some related technology, but he didn't have this technology yet. But it didn't matter, because these things were too easy for him to get now. There were many good things left in the place where the number 1 civilization lived before. Maybe he could find what he needed in these things. Of course, before that, he still needed to continue to observe how the other party resisted. But what disappointed him was that the super combat and celestial bodies sent by the other party had achieved the purpose of delaying time. Although they were solved quickly, it was enough to buy time for the united civilization to escape. Immediately after losing the target, these special consciousness bodies began to open their sights and launched attacks on other discovered civilizations in the universe. Obviously, their primary target was the united civilization, and their secondary target was the other surviving civilizations. Chapter 1043. Sure enough, it's the same purpose. We released those special creatures before, but they didn't have much effect. After a while, we never expected that they would start to make trouble again. As he spoke, he continued to observe the situation of these special consciousnesses. After all, there was a high probability that he would confront them later, so he had to be cautious. Oh my god, this is more or less outrageous. The attack mode of these special consciousnesses is completely different from before. Of course, he didn't just watch how these special consciousnesses attacked, but wanted to understand whether there were any changes compared to before. These were newly released, and there must be many unknown changes. Although he had a general understanding of the attack mode of this special consciousness through various previous news, he had not really been in reality, so he needed to urgently understand the situation. Obviously, now is a great time, and in the process of understanding, he soon discovered that the situation was more or less wrong. Because the information collected before and the current attack mode of these special consciousnesses are completely two concepts. So these special consciousnesses should have evolved, and they should have changed a lot in all aspects. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but feel a little headache. He couldn't solve the previous ones, and now they have evolved, so there is no way to solve them. But it seems that he doesn't need to worry too much about these things now. Anyway, he is not the main target. What he should worry about now is the united civilization. They are the other party's first target. Why do you want to make yourself so big? If you were smaller, you wouldn't be noticed. You've targeted me and threatened me to join you. You can't even protect yourself in your current situation. What else can you expect? But as he thought about it, his thoughts became more active. No, this matter, how should I put it? You can deal with me, you can target me. Why can't I deal with you? Although my strength is definitely not at the same level as yours, but these special consciousness bodies are different. I can use special consciousness bodies to deal with you, especially when you are fighting with special consciousness entities. I can intervene and help you, or find a way. Let the special consciousness find you. Isn't it wonderful? The more I think about it, the more feasible it feels. Anyway, now both parties have fallen out. Anyway, I have been targeted. It is impossible to wait for others to recover and then come to trouble me. When doing something, I can still consider taking the initiative. Since you already have ideas about me, then I naturally can't let you threaten me so easily. Although the other party has not clearly stated that he is an enemy, it is impossible for him to really treat the other party as easy to deal with without saying it. He has been targeting me for so long. If he doesn't have any ideas, how can everyone not be stupid, and everyone's time is precious? Thus, a bigger plan began to quietly take shape in his mind. Although he was not actively attacked by the other party, it didn't matter. I would only hit you if you hit me. It was definitely not that simple. If you have any ideas about me, then I have already included you in my enemy. Naturally, there is no way I can do anything good to you. As for whether it is friendly or not, does it matter? Obviously, it doesn't matter. Because I can't be sure whether you are real, it's better to take action in advance and prevent it before it happens because of various uncertain factors in the future. It's not easy for me to use this kind of consciousness, and I can't even observe them completely now. I can only determine whether there is such a thing around through the special reaction of the insects. While thinking, he felt that it was indeed difficult to observe it under the current situation. If the other party attacked him, it might be true. After thinking about it, he decided to make changes to the original plan. These special observation insects will strengthen a certain gene, making these insects feel more strongly about this special feeling, so that the scope of investigation will be farther. It is undoubtedly his only choice to understand the general situation through such a stupid method. The technology is really too far behind. Now even simple observation can't be done. Why can the united civilization avoid my pole? It's really strange that I can't avoid it with my level of reconnaissance. At this time, he felt that there was still a big gap between himself and these civilizations, and these gaps were so big that it made people's scalps numb. But at this time, a slightly better news came. We have already understood the attack method of your special consciousness. Through the data sent by the eliminated insects, we can now confirm that once you get close to a certain range of this special consciousness, the power of the law will be invalid. It should be that they have a higher level ability, so this ability is directly invalidated. Hearing this, Jiang Yao couldn't help but frown. That is to say, if we fight them, we can only use conventional attacks. Now most of our attacks rely on the laws. If there is no support from the laws, our attacks will be greatly weakened. With our little attack, it is basically impossible to break through them. That's about it. The opponent's situation is not as simple as we think. Simple attacks have little effect on them, and otherwise they will be suppressed by them. Even our law defense is completely useless. That is to say, if we fight them, we can only use conventional technology. We have no way to deal with all the technology related to the law application. Obviously, this is not good news. Now they can compete with some high-level civilizations by relying on the power of the law. Once they lose this power, it is more or less a bit outrageous to rely on their original technology. Simply put, the strength of the ordinary attacks they can use now can only reach the dimensional civilization at most, and this level cannot even be achieved by the stage civilization. It would be strange if this level of attack could really cause damage to the opponent. It is completely impossible to fight. We must study a new attack mode. I feel that all our cores can only rely on that bug to study the attack mode of that bug clearly before we have the ability to cause certain damage. Indeed, based on the current situation, they do not have the technology to fight with the opponent. At least based on the current situation, the only one who can fight is that special bug, and the attack mode of that bug is completely different from this world. But his damage is more fierce than the weapons of the law, so it is obvious that this is the power he needs now. To be honest, he has seen too many things in these years, from the low-level technology at the beginning to the advanced technology later, various systems, different powers, and there is no end. The enemy is getting stronger and stronger. They always have all kinds of technology that you can't think of. The damage they can cause is always so unsolvable. If I don't think of a way, and try my best to research new things that can be dealt with, I will eventually be solved by these special existences. I have been studying related hidden technologies before. I have to say that I have made some achievements. At least it took the other party a lot of time to find me. But it is obviously far from enough for him now, and even this route is not very useful. Because my current Yunsong technology can't even handle the United Civilization, let alone the higher level civilization. Even the Yunsong technology of the United Civilization can never hide from those civilizations. This means that if I continue to study, even if I have made a major breakthrough, it will not be of much significance. Put all your energy on defense and attack. It just so happens that the bug I caught now has these two abilities. As for other things, I will consider that what I have now is the bug, and the super brain I studied before. However, the super brain does not play a big role now, and this technology research seems to have reached the bottom. I have no other way to study it. Perhaps the limit of intelligence technology has reached the first-order civilization. This is something he has determined through his current observations, because so far, all civilizations are similar to life forms, and as for mechanical civilizations, they have basically not been seen. From this point, it is not difficult to judge that it is basically unrealistic for mechanical civilizations to break through at the current stage. Their upper limit may be low-level civilization. Although this level of civilization is already considered very powerful, it basically does not play a big role in the current environment. But if you think about it carefully, he can also understand the reason. The law itself is a very wonderful thing, not to say that there is any fixed pattern. There are different ways to obtain it. In short, the particularity of the law determines that it is difficult for non-intelligent creatures to perceive it at key nodes. If you can't perceive it, then you will never be able to comprehend it. Although it is true that you can use the laws studied by other technologies, in this way, you can also master the same ability, but it is useless. What level did you reach when you got this technology? After that, you can only be at that level and cannot make any progress in the future, which means that your technology is limited. The improvement of the law technology is sometimes very wonderful. You may accidentally discover or feel something in a certain period of time. This is the key to improvement. If you continue to extend the law technology, you can improve it. There is no so-called principle in it. The high-level civilization can only provide you with experience and some insights from its success. As for whether these insights are useful to you, and how much you can understand after getting them, it is still unknown. The path of law is completely useless in the outside world. It feels that the outside world is more inclined to pursue the limit. Through this period of observation, he has also gained a certain understanding of some things. Take the power of law as an example. The civilizations on their side are all using this power. This power is indeed very powerful, but there are very few civilizations in the outside world. There are civilizations that use this power. Although it is said that if you want to upgrade to the point of using power without using this power, then the difficulty will increase exponentially. But once it is studied, it will be of great benefit to you. If the other party restricts the law or interferes with the operation of the law, then your law technology will have no place at all. Obviously, the other party has the ability to interfere, which has also caused many civilizations to be instantly beaten back to their original form. But if you rely on your own technology to develop to this point, then the result will be completely different, because all your technology comes from yourself, and it is not said to rely on the power of the outside world, so even if it is restricted, it will not affect you much. The so-called use of the power of law is nothing more than using the power of others, and using some methods to make yourself use the power of others. This is the essence, but others' power is always others. If you can't use it, then you will instantly return to the starting point, just like him now. Once you fight with those special beings, your ability to rule the law can't use the attack power you can exert, which is only a little bit. With such a little attack power, if you really want to fight, it's really not enough for the opponent to hit with one hand. He also understood why those first level, second level, or even higher level civilizations didn't even have the power to fight back. In this case, they used their heads to fight back, directly locking your ability. You didn't have the opportunity to use this ability at all. How could you fight? But fortunately, he now has a channel to study this ability. At least compared to other civilizations, it has an absolute advantage. Other civilizations simply can't have such a good opportunity, but he can easily have ready-made things. He just needs to keep studying, and he will soon get results. In just a short period of time, Licorice made him discover a lot of useful things, the first of which is the power of the law. Being restricted and how to restrict this is worth studying, because as long as this thing is studied, to be honest, he is really not afraid of other civilizations thinking about him, at least in the civilization of this universe. No one can compete with him. As for the civilizations outside, he also has new ways of attack. As long as these ways of attack are understood, he doesn't have to worry at all. There are so many important things left behind in the place where the United Civilization evacuated. If I can get these things, it will undoubtedly be of great help to my strength improvement. Thinking of this, he decided to take a risk and try it. Although it was very risky, as the saying goes, fortune comes with risk. How can there be rewards without taking risks? If he succeeded this time, then he could really take off. Chapter 1044. Of course, this dangerous mission must be divided into many routes. It is very unwise to put all hopes on one route, so this time he not only needs to send bugs, but also needs to assign tasks to other teams in the civilization. In this way, as the tasks were assigned, many teams in the civilization became busy. They all knew what the task issued this time was about. It is no exaggeration to say that this is related to the future of civilization. Therefore, the rewards given for this mission are also very generous. No matter who gets useful things, they can get a considerable reward. Of course, as a civilization union, the policies given by each civilization are very different. As the main civilization, he issued the task and gave a huge reward. After receiving the task, the civilization under him began to deduct the reward layer by layer. In the end, the deduction was handed over to the person who did the work. He took the risk to get the reward, and it is estimated that it is less than 1% of the total reward. Of course, this situation is their internal management of their own affairs. Jiang Yao will not pay attention to this. He only needs the final result. As time went by, this mission soon caused a stir in the civilization. Many subordinate civilizations were discussing this matter. At this time, the familiar captain also heard the news. Now he has his own formation. First of all, he is basically everything from combat ships to mining ships. Now he is no exaggeration to say that he has a certain strength in this small group, and because he has a certain strength, he naturally attracts a lot of people. Some of these people are from the mining team, and some are from other teams. In short, he is not short of manpower now, so he is determined to win this task. At present, I have basically met the various requirements of the civilization that accepts this task, so I should be able to receive this task safely. But there are many teams competing with me. After all, the rewards given this time are very generous. That's right, for individual teams, even if the rewards are very low, it is still very generous for them. After all, their perspective on things is naturally not as good as that of the entire civilization. The same resources in the civilization are nothing, but it is an unimaginable script for them. This time, the task is not that any team can perfectly win. There are many things left, and many teams need to participate. Each civilization can send many fleets to collect them, and the same thing is happening in different civilizations. Soon, under the guidance of the receptionist, the captain who arrived at the gathering point was taken to the auction hall. This time, the task was won through an auction. It was not wrong to say that the rewards were small. These people were still thinking about how to make more money. The task quota also cost money. But even so, there were still many people rushing to it. The reward for the task is very generous. According to estimates, there will be at least hundreds of billions of income this time. Considering the risks and costs, as long as you can get a quota between 10 billion and 20 billion, it will be very suitable. At this time, the actuary who is responsible for calculations next to the captain was telling him the general situation. The captain nodded when he heard this. I can accept this price. By the way, have you estimated the risks there? The subordinate shook his head when he heard this, and briefly explained the situation there. The situation over there is not that simple. We don't know what's going on there at the moment. Not to mention us, even the ancestral civilization hasn't figured it out yet. The risk is definitely very high this time, so how should we deal with it? This is really difficult to do. After all, in addition to us, there may be other civilizations that are also eyeing it. At that time, war is inevitable, and how should we fight, and how can we minimize the losses as much as possible? These are all things we need to think about carefully. After hearing the report from his subordinates, the captain was also thoughtful. That's true. Judging from the current situation, it's not easy to deal with. If there is no way to estimate the risk, then we must prepare for the worst, and for safety, our entire fleet must be deployed together. At that time, all aspects of the battle also need to be carefully considered. Although the risk is indeed great this time, it must be said that the risk and reward are proportional. The high reward is definitely accompanied by huge risks, and it only takes one trip to successfully transport it back, then it has been earned. If it can be transported a few more times, it will be even more perfect. Thinking of this, he decided to plan it well. First of all, the layout of the combat formation and whether other auxiliary ships need to be purchased, etc. All kinds of things must be taken into consideration to ensure that the mission can be completed 100% at that time. But the most important thing now is to get the quota, otherwise everything will be in vain. However, it is not difficult for him to get the quota. He has sufficient funds in his hands. The only thing he needs to worry about now is the cost. As the auction began, the price of the quota was gradually increasing. It quickly rose from 1 billion at the beginning. Looking at this trend, the captain knew that it was basically the same as his estimate. At least 10 billion was required to get the quota. Sure enough, the subsequent development was basically consistent with what he thought. The first quota was auctioned for 12 billion. Then the second and third quotas were auctioned. As for the price, it was basically the same. After the price was basically determined, he did not hesitate to get a quota at a price of 12 billion. After getting the quota, he naturally went back to prepare. Because he had experienced many wars before, he was very clear about what would happen, what he would encounter, and what he needed to prepare. Everything was carried out in an orderly manner. Soon his fleet was arranged, and all kinds of supplies were also prepared. When everything was ready, he followed the large force to the gathering point, because the civilization they faced this time was not simple, and there were even many civilizations stronger than them, who might have the same idea. So after discussion, multiple united civilizations decided to go out together, so that they could take care of each other, and the large fleet would not worry about the opponent's attack, because they could easily block it. In this way, the large force was assembled soon, and the captain of the fleet looked at the mighty fleet, and was also very moved. This time, the fleet had nearly 10 million warships. Although not as big as the previous battle, it can be considered a large-scale battle under the current situation. As the fleet slowly started to move, the atmosphere in the fleet suddenly became serious. All units, please note that the fleet group has entered the jump state and is expected to arrive at the destination in 7 hours and 43 minutes. Now the captains of each warship are ready to make the final adjustments to the warship, whether it is the warship's own status, weapons, or other things. Report any problems as soon as possible. The maintenance team will go as quickly as possible. Once the problem is solved, we must ensure that we enter the area in full condition. At this time, the captain arranged the last task in the channel broadcast. Hearing his order, the members of the other fleets naturally began to get busy, checking what should be checked and debugging what should be debugged. At the same time, the members were also talking about it. This time, the combined scale of several civilizations is so large. With this scale, as long as we don't encounter the main fleet of others, we are basically in no danger. That's for sure. Under the current circumstances, it won't be a big problem if the first batch goes over. Think about it, the enemy may send a small team over, but seeing a fleet like ours, they will definitely not come over stupidly. They will most likely hide and return or wait for resources. By the time they get support, we probably have taken everything away. So our batch should not collide with the enemy. Only the next batch will really collide with the enemy. If the other party dares to send a fleet and fight us after knowing our general situation, it means that they must be very well prepared and have full confidence. So, aren't we just picking up a bargain this time? That's right, the first wave was definitely a bargain. As for the later ones, it's hard to say, but I don't bother to care, because I didn't even think about making a profit in the first or second wave. After spending so much money, isn't it a big loss to only make a profit from the quota? What's the loss? If we are unlucky and get wiped out, and have nothing, isn't it a bigger loss? Sometimes it's better to quit while you're ahead. I don't have your mentality. Anyway, for me, wealth and honor are sought in danger. I will take risks as long as I can make money. At this time, in the Commander channel, the commanders of different teams were discussing and expressing their own opinions. Hearing what they said, the captain couldn't help but frown a little. It's true that their analysis makes sense, but if you only make a profit in one wave, you spent a lot of money to buy it, just to make as much as you can. No one would be willing to make only one wave. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but sigh. Otherwise, I will wait and see what happens if the first wave fails, and if the second wave fails, I will follow the third wave. This way, the risk can be minimized. Of course, his idea is good, but it is only feasible in theory. No one knows what the actual situation is. Especially those who participate in it are definitely not fools. They also guess that someone will take advantage of it, so the later stage is likely to be a small team. At that time, a small team of thousands or tens of thousands of warships, or even hundreds of thousands of warships will be formed. Then only those who have participated in the second time, or have been following them can continue to the next time. In this way, those who fish in troubled waters will naturally have no chance. In short, the specific situation is not clear, and what they can do now is to wait and see the general situation. Then make the next decision. In this way, in his wild thoughts, the fleet soon arrived at the target area. With a mighty fleet, everything around it was also displayed in front of everyone. The surroundings were in a mess, and all kinds of things were floating in the universe. Seeing these things, all the warships present took action. There was no need to select them at all, just collect these things directly. One by one, industrial ships shuttled through these ruins and became busy, while combat warships were responsible for protecting the safety here. Both sides had a clear division of labor. Soon, many things were collected. After being filled, these industrial ships left without hesitation. Then not long after, they came back after putting the things away, and pulled the supplies one by one. As for why the things here do not need to be screened, it is very simple, because the attack mode of that special existence has determined what can be left, so it is definitely good things. The ordinary things have disappeared long ago. It is also because of this feature that they have saved a lot of trouble. As they thought, they were naturally targeted by other civilizations. Just when they were happily transporting things, a fleet of a civilization appeared here. Unsurprisingly, a war broke out between the two sides. Naturally, they won. After all, they were well prepared this time. The other civilization came here more to test the technological level of this civilization before making the next decision. It's almost time to leave. If we continue to stay here, we will directly participate in the subsequent war. After dealing with the enemy, the captain looked at everything around him and thought so. The enemy will either not come next time, or they will definitely be well prepared and confident of dealing with him. Otherwise, they will definitely not come. After thinking about it, the captain decided to evacuate first, and many people in other formations had the same idea, but at this time a full channel broadcast came. The content was basically the same as what the captain had thought before, that is, if you don't participate in the battle, then you won't be brought here later. Now all the teams that stay here and are about to participate in the battle can be reserved, and they will be brought with them when they go out on a large scale next time. The captain who received this news couldn't help but change his expression slightly. After a long time, he couldn't help but sigh, more or less helpless, at least for him now. Now he had two choices, either to evacuate directly and not participate in the future, because he had already made back his money and made a lot, so it would not be a loss if he evacuated, or to take the risk of staying here, which might bring more benefits, or he might be wiped out. After a long time, he sighed and decided to stay here, because the rewards here were too rich, and he only needed to stick to it for a while, and the money for his entire fleet would be enough. Chapter 1045. It is true that wealth and honor are sought in danger. The main civilization can offer a very high price for any item here. If you are lucky enough to get that special technology, it can be worth more money. At this time, while collecting these things, many commanders in the channel were also discussing. Their income here is really not low. During this period of time, many people have made enough money to bear the risk of a group annihilation. Although some people have left in the end because of the risk, this does not prevent others from making money. At this time, the captain is also counting the daily income. It is no exaggeration to say that staying here for one more minute or one more hour can make a lot more money. Captain, I feel that we can't continue like this. Just when he was still thinking about how much he could make in this wave, his subordinates came to report the current situation to him. The amount of money invested in our entire fleet is really too high. Compared with some other fleets, our overall investment will definitely not work if we collect resources in the current way. With so many people here, it is impossible to break even in the end. At least everyone should make some money, and now we are considering what to do if we are really wiped out. Can the money we earn support our losses and still allow us to continue to earn income? Hearing this, the captain also frowned slightly and motioned him to continue. According to the current income, if we can maintain it for another week, then after the team is wiped out, the money we earn here can barely cover the porcelain bottle, but this is far from enough, because whether it can be maintained for a week is not to say for the time being. In this case our risk level is very high, so I suggest that we can go deeper while there are no other civilizations here. Although when we meet people from the opposite side, the first target will be us, but as long as we go deeper and find better things or more abundant resource reserves, then our adventure is worth it. Hearing this, the captain couldn't help but think about it. It's true that the risk here is still very high, at least for now. Everyone can't work hard here for nothing. Everyone comes here to make a fortune. After all, those who can come with me are all putting their heads on the belt. Everyone knows that the risk is very high. Although there is cloning technology here now, the cost of this technology is also very exaggerated. In addition, except for joining official organizations, other civilian organizations basically buy a complete set of cloning equipment by themselves. The price of this equipment is too high, and special ships are required to equip it. Many constructions that can equip this equipment rely on selling clones, which has already made them a lot of money. So now, except for some people who have made money, most people have no money to buy clones and die, so they are really dead. Everyone took such a big risk to come here, it is naturally impossible for them to just come here for a walk and then go back. They would not be happy if they did not get anything. So the captain thought for a long time and finally nodded and agreed to this suggestion. So he immediately notified the members of the team to prepare to move to another area. It seems that it is time for me to buy a set of cloning equipment. At present, the cloning device can be loaded on the Titan, or transferred to the big whale. Yes, it was the flagship industrial ship he bought before. If it were not for the fact that the various capabilities of this ship were perfect enough, the price of this ship would definitely not be so high. You know, the price of this ship has exceeded most of the flagships on the market. Except for the super flagship in Titan, it is the most outrageous one. Of course, this is compared with the conventional ships. As for some special ships, there is no comparison. After all, those are specially for rich people to play with, which are naturally different from those played by normal people. But it is obvious that the price of this cloning device is very exaggerated, and this is also seen that his ship can carry up to 1,000 clones. The price of a cloning device with 1,000 clone slots is basically sky high. Although he can buy a smaller quantity, he feels that when doing things, either don't do it, or do it to the best of your ability. What's the point of doing half of it? And there are many benefits for him to buy this thing, such as those who have been working with him for a long time. He can give them cloned appendixes for free. Not to mention anything else, just this advantage alone can attract a large number of people to follow him wholeheartedly. If this wave is smooth enough and I can make enough money, then I think I can consider buying a batch. Now my troops are getting more and more people, and it is definitely not possible to follow the previous ideas. I must build my side into a large scale and systematic formation as quickly as possible. My various troops, or whatever, must be more formal, so that I can recruit more talents. The people he recruits now are actually very few people with strong abilities, because when your abilities are strong to a certain extent, you will definitely give priority to those with better benefits and treatment. Only those who have been screened out will say that they will join a private team like his. There are also comparisons between private teams. Some private teams have good benefits, and can attract slightly better quality people, but some are worse, so it's different. He wants to continue to expand his organization and recruit more talents, so many places must be changed. While thinking about it, his fleet soon entered the target area. This area is still unexplored and has been far away from the main force. At this time, the formation led by the captain is advancing alone in this area. Soon, the ship responsible for reconnaissance came with news. Have you discovered an item with a special huge energy reaction? The captain woke up when he heard the news. Without hesitation, he immediately led the fleet and rushed over there. As soon as he passed by, he saw a huge square box floating in the universe. The square box was light blue as a whole, and the outer material gave people the feeling that it was made of water waves, and ripples would be set off from time to time. Although it was not clear what this thing was, the captain knew that it must be worth a lot of money. Without thinking too much, he immediately commanded the transport ship to approach and asked him to transport this thing away as soon as possible. This good start immediately excited the whole team. As they thought, this area is dangerous, but opportunities and dangers coexist. Then, they continued to search in this area and soon found some special materials. Although these special materials are not worth much, they are at least income. Sure enough, the captain's decision is correct. Although it is risky, you see how long we have been searching here, and we have found so many useful things. Otherwise, if we were all in the gathering place, it would take at least a long time to find so many things. That's right. Fortunes are sought in danger. There's nothing wrong with that. And since we've come to this place, we're going to fight for our lives. What a shame to be so timid all the time. The captain's reward this time is not low. As long as we return safely, we can make a fortune. Isn't it for this reason that we take risks? If not for this, who would be willing to take this risk? In this way, the teammates also discussed various things. In a systematic civilization, everything can be operated very quickly. Take the resources collected by the captain and his men on the front line. Basically, after being transported back, they will be sent to various research laboratories without stopping. Then there will be rapid research. Some special things will be sent directly to the bugs for further research, and the special box found by the captain was also sent to the bugs. Leader, we found something special. At this time, Jiang Yao, who was busy, heard the report from the brain worm. What is it? He was a little curious when he heard this, and soon this thing appeared in front of him, and this thing was sent by the captain. Looking at this thing, he also slightly asked about the situation. At present, it has been basically confirmed that this is a special substance. This substance should not belong to this universe. It is obvious that this civilization should have obtained this material from outside the world. Hearing this news, Jiang Yao couldn't help but raise his eyebrows slightly. Obviously, this is a very unexpected gain. How did that civilization get this thing? And most importantly, why didn't they take it with them when they ran away? Although he couldn't figure out the reason, since this thing fell into his hands, he must study it carefully. Send some people to study this. I want to see what's special about this thing. By the way, apart from this special thing, are there any other gains this time? Commander, there are no gains for the time being. At present, we have only found this one thing, and this one thing is also a lucky thing. That's right. Forget it for the time being, let the affiliated civilization speed up the search. There must be many civilizations eyeing us here, so we must be as soon as possible. Collect as much supplies as possible in this early stage, and send more formations over here. If other civilizations come over at that time, we are also capable of fighting here, and even if we can't win, we must ensure that those things are transported smoothly. Understood? After giving such an order, the brainworm also began to get busy. At the same time, the news from the main civilization naturally spread to the ears of other subordinate civilizations, and seeing that the ancestral civilization actually increased the amount of resources given this time, they became even more excited. So, they sent more fleets, and the insects also sent out a formation to escort at critical moments. Everything went smoothly in the early stages of resource collection, but in the end, some dark civilizations could not help themselves. They had tried several times before, and then they found that the combat effectiveness of this group of insects was not low. If they took action, it would be difficult for them to get any benefits. However, they thought that these insects should be very sensible. After understanding the situation of both sides, they would definitely restrain themselves. After collecting to a certain extent, they would take the initiative to leave, giving them a chance. In this way, everyone would not have to start a war, which was very beneficial to both sides. Who could have thought that these insects were so unethical? Not only did they not give way, but the most important thing was that they also increased their collection forces. This made these civilizations finally. They couldn't help it. Although they didn't want a war to break out, they didn't want to watch these resources fall into the hands of others. Soon the battle began. The first battle was mainly with the collection formation of the affiliated civilization. The escort formation immediately launched an attack on these invading civilizations, and as the war began, the situation of the civilizations of both sides became very clear. This time, the attacking civilization and them had a 1:1 loss. As this large-scale war began, the surrounding civilizations responsible for observation also collected more information. There was a definition of the strength level of the insects. After determining that they had a greater chance of winning, they naturally did not hesitate. The next moment, various mighty formations from different areas gathered here. Although they were all in their own groups, it was undeniable that they had a common goal at present, which was to eliminate these fleets that were being collected. At this time, when their fleet appeared, the insect's large army also appeared. The civilization that had originally seen the fleet in despair suddenly became excited after discovering the insects. It's the main civilization. The main civilization has taken action. That's good now. Don't worry anymore. If we are surrounded and beaten, there are key people to contain other fleets. We can easily deal with the fleet here. All ships carrying materials should retreat as soon as possible. The main civilization has sent news. This time, they are mainly responsible for covering our evacuation. Jiang Yao naturally couldn't fight them to the death here, because it was meaningless. What he had to do now was to transport the resources collected here intact. If he continued to deal with them here, the losses might be very large. It was completely unnecessary. After all, he had already obtained a lot of good things. In his own situation, it was impossible to say that he could take over the entire area by himself. He was still self-aware of this. In this way, with the help of the large army, the building materials collected here were also evacuated smoothly. And the incident here was declared to be over. Next was the competition of other civilizations, which had nothing to do with him. Chapter 1046. His current operation strategy is very simple. The main focus is stability. He does not consider other things. First, he ensures that he can develop steadily, not relying on war. At this level, wars with other civilizations are no longer like before, where they can plunder a lot of resources. First of all, everyone has enough resources, so it doesn't matter if they plunder. So now the war is more about the two sides really having conflicts, otherwise they will not fight. As for plundering technology, forget it. Take what he has got now. Most of them are guided by the results of the other party's research. See if the research route here is helpful to him. If it is helpful, then it may help him improve other technologies. Everyone's technology has basically been determined. At this time, it is not realistic to switch to other technologies. Civilizations that can reach this level basically have researched a certain technology to the extreme, and they will only specialize in this technology. Now, getting rid of me is not as meaningful as before. It's like he is frantically collecting the heritage of those civilizations. The first is to obtain their technology and conduct research and derivation through their technology to see if he can find something that will help him, or help the technology tree he is currently researching. This is his purpose. Of course, collecting some good things is another matter. Naturally, after the matter here comes to an end, the next thing he has to deal with is very simple and clear. That is to integrate the entire civilization now, and then finalize the next development plan. The brainworm, go and gather all the leaders of all civilizations and important figures in some fields. It's time to hold a future planning conference for all civilizations. We have always been the leader. Although it has been relatively smooth along the way, it cannot be denied that there are other elites in the civilization. The suggestions they can provide are also very helpful to us. In addition, the external civilization has also experienced a series of major changes in this period of time. Now that the changes have just ended and everyone has almost recovered, it is time to plan for the future of the entire civilization. After hearing what Jiang Yao said, the brainworm immediately went down to make arrangements. Just as their leader said, the planning of the entire civilization has always been led by them. Although there were bumps along the way, it was relatively smooth. However, it is undeniable that there are many elite talents in the civilization besides myself. Sometimes it is better to think of ways and plan together than a certain civilization. In addition, now is a sensitive period. The pattern of the entire universe has undergone tremendous changes. My civilization has just recovered from the huge changes. All these things show that I must plan a good plan in advance and prepare for the future. Just like this, as the order was issued, not long after, in a large conference room, all the key figures of all civilizations gathered here. Of course, the purpose of everyone gathering here is naturally to plan the future of civilization. They also have their own ideas about this matter. At this time, seeing that everyone had almost arrived, Jiang Yao directly got to the point. I think everyone is clear about the purpose of calling everyone here. What we need to discuss next is the future plan of our civilization. Jiang Yao speaks directly. He doesn't have the habit of saying a few words, and then talking nonsense for an hour or two. He gets straight to the point at the beginning. In fact, this meeting should have been held a long time ago, but because of too many changes in the middle, the meeting has been delayed until now. Before the meeting begins, first of all, congratulations on our victory over our most powerful enemy number 1. Of course, this so-called strength is only for now. Maybe we will encounter more powerful problems in the future, but we have the confidence to face them. When we first fought with number 1 civilization, we were just an advanced civilization. However, under their pursuit and blockade, we slowly developed to the point where we can compete with them. And to the extent of destroying them, this also shows that we are invincible in disguise. Of course, to achieve such a high achievement, in addition to our main civilization, the efforts of every subsidiary civilization cannot be ignored. The current situation in the universe must be clear to everyone. First, the number 1 civilization was destroyed, and then we officially stood on the stage of the universe. Because one of our technologies was noticed and recorded by other civilizations, it is no exaggeration to say that many civilizations may have known us. This also buried some hidden dangers for our future in disguise, which is also worthy of our attention. Apart from these, the rest is the change of the entire cosmic environment. I believe everyone has guessed that the change of the entire cosmic environment is correct. It is that the civilizations outside the universe are frantically transforming the universe. It may be that the current development model of our universe can no longer meet their needs, so they chose to change, just like a little white mouse in a laboratory, which will constantly change the environment according to the preferences of the researchers or the research projects, and the little white mouse can only bear it silently or be directly solved for various reasons. This universe is also experiencing something like this. Those special beings who created this universe should be dissatisfied with the development of the entire universe civilization, so they began to change the existing structure of the entire universe and cleanse the known civilizations. The various anomalies before are enough to explain the problem. Of course, although they failed before, as creators, they naturally cannot have only one method. There will definitely be more fierce attacks waiting for us in the future, so we must come up with a plan to deal with it later, including a plan for us to operate these things in the future. In short, we have to ensure one thing, that is, all of us present can successfully overcome this difficulty. As people of the old era, we will not be allowed by the new era, so I can already foresee that these special beings will be in the future. What terrible methods will they take to target us? Of course, in addition to these relatively macro-level events, there is another thing that we need to pay attention to. I believe many people know that we have been targeted by the United Civilization. Although it is not clear why those special beings are targeting us, it is undeniable that we are in their target. So for them, our attitude is naturally very simple, that is, fighting, either they die or we die. No matter what kind of mentality they have towards us, since they have already targeted us, then we must eliminate all dangers, so we will also start the battle against the United Civilization. But I believe everyone should also know that the strength of the United Civilization is far beyond what we can compete with now. We may use those special consciousnesses to attack them later, and completely eliminate them in this way. After hearing the leader's plan, the people below began to discuss. Jiang Yao's expression was very simple and clear, so they naturally understood what to do next, and they also had a general idea of the future plan, but if they developed around these mark points, there would indeed be many problems. Leader, considering the current situation, we need to determine several important factors. The first point is how the changes in the entire universe will be biased. Because if we want to survive this cosmic disaster, we must first understand the changing route of the cosmic disaster. Only by preparing in advance in this way can we minimize our losses. But the problem is how this change should go, and how the other party will plan. We don't know it all. The means we have seen so far are to change the environment of the entire universe, and then release special creatures and powerful consciousness bodies. This is their main plan to control the universe, or to clean up the universe, and this is all the plans we have at present, so the direction of future research may be biased towards these three. But the problem is if they have released a new plan, they used a new routine. We are not aware of this. If we want to completely avoid it, at least it is very difficult for us at present. Hearing this, everyone began to discuss in a low voice again. If the other party adds a new thing every time, They must study in that direction, and they also need Wei Wuxuan to study, which is basically impossible. So at present, combined with this problem, what they can think of is to fight head-on. As long as they can defeat all their things, they will not pose a threat to themselves. But now they don't have such technology. The only thing they can count on is that special bug. If they study the attack mode of that special bug in all aspects, they can indeed do this. But this is only for a short time. The opponent will definitely launch some special things in the later stage, so they have to study other ideas again. In short, they are now in a passive defensive state, and this defensive state is very problematic. If they switch to active offense, the conditions on their side do not support this. Jiang Yao naturally knows what his subordinates are talking about, and he is also quite troubled by this matter. Indeed, attack is the best defense. If you defend, you will never know what the opponent will come up with next time. If you block it this time, it is better to switch to attack directly. Just when everyone was still talking, another person stood up. Everyone, I do have an opinion on this matter. For that special existence, we are just incidental. Their primary goal is still the united civilization. We only need to understand the development path of the united civilization, and then study the route against them. Then, that special existence will inevitably take measures later. Hearing this, everyone's eyes lit up. Indeed, this logic makes sense. The united civilization itself stands at the pinnacle of this universe. Naturally, it is the first target. As for the means against the united civilization, it is certainly useful for other civilizations. Even if it is not specifically aimed at their civilization, these civilizations cannot stand the means against the united civilization. So there is a problem here, how to know the movements of the united civilization at all times. The only way is to sneak into the interior of the united civilization, and to enter the core layer. It is definitely unrealistic to use soul technology, because they can easily explore it after mastering the power of the law, so we want to use this method to measure the nails, which is a foolish dream. If it is to cultivate a civilization to join the united civilization or secretly support a civilization within the united civilization, it will not have much effect, because most of these civilizations may only be at the bottom. They have no way to access the core things, so this idea is feasible, but the specific operation plan needs to be planned. Well, for now, this issue is discussed here. Jiang Yao knew that if this issue continued to be entangled, it would not make much sense. Now they are stuck here. Instead of wasting time here, it is better to consider other issues. Therefore, the subsequent problems followed one after another. First, it was to let the consciousness body target the united civilization. This was not difficult, but they had to research the reconnaissance technology, at least to ensure the existence of the consciousness body, and then attract the consciousness body. And once they did this, they would inevitably become the target of the other party, because they were using the consciousness body, and that thing was not a fool. So they naturally knew that they were being used, but they were also happy, after all. Consuming the united civilization was their goal. But in their eyes, this civilization that dared to operate like this would naturally fall into the range, so the possibility of being targeted in the later stage would also be very high, which also needed to be considered. In addition, it was about the matter of that special insect, which had to be concealed now. But the problem was that the other party should have deployed a lot of consciousness bodies, and it would be very difficult to conceal it, but once it was exposed, this side would also become a target. Their situation was more or less embarrassing, but many operations would bring unexpected troubles, which was also a headache for many people, but they could not stay still. So, everyone went through rounds of discussions. It has to be said that there is strength in numbers. These elites from different civilizations worked together, and soon came up with some relatively perfect ideas. Although we don't know how effective they are and whether they are good or not, in short, they are together. It will definitely be much better than having no clues before, and they will also try to improve these things as much as possible in the future. Chapter 1047. This meeting, which determined the future of civilization, lasted a very long time. It took 2 years to plan for the future. First of all, the first point is about the future planning of civilization. It can be basically determined through previous wars. The main focus is that the development mode of civilization is different, and the attack mode is different. It is unrealistic to find a method that can solve the problem once and for all. The future route of our civilization is more inclined to diversification, that is, to study different routes. In the past, we took the route of specialization, which is indeed very useful. But this is only for the early stage of civilization, for some enemies that are impossible to defeat, and various methods are used to target his weaknesses to achieve good results. Obviously, this route is not suitable for now. Most civilizations basically take this route, so the enemies we face in the future. The routes they took were all like this, which resulted in too many things to be studied if they wanted to target them, and it would take too long to achieve a certain effect. Instead of trying to study thoroughly, it is better to study a part of each place, so that when encountering similar situations, they will not be at a loss, and at least they can come up with something to fight against. Of course, if we do this, it is impossible to defeat the enemy, but our next route is to survive first, and then consider other things. After all, the premise of defeating the enemy is that you have to survive. His strategy has always been more radical. Although this idea is feasible, at the current level of civilization, it is indeed very risky to be more radical. Spending too much time on a civilization, wouldn't it be embarrassing if a civilization that is secretly observing you took advantage of you? So instead of thinking about how to kill the other party, it is better to think about how to save yourself first, and then consider other things. If you can't survive, as for other things, isn't it just nonsense? This is his future development. With this direction, it will be easy to operate in the future, and many different positions and research directions can be born in the civilization, which is more conducive to the development of civilization. Now their requirement is to ensure that they have corresponding methods to deal with each routine of the enemy, rather than just being targeted or tricked by the enemy. Of course, when facing some enemies who are chasing them, they will go deeper in this direction, so as to fight directly with this civilization. In short, the current route has changed from the previous dedicated route to the current diversified route. There are indeed many benefits to doing this. At least from the perspective of civilization, their ability to deal with some crisis has been strengthened. At this time, Jiang Yao continued to add other plans while talking. At present, our super combat celestial bodies are also under construction. According to the current progress, it will take a long time to complete the entire combat and celestial body group. During this period, we must still maintain the previous ideas and hide ourselves as much as possible. Since the United Civilization has ideas about us, our primary goal now is to study how to survive under their pursuit and interception based on the situation of the United Civilization. We also need to study how to build those special consciousnesses. Then our ultimate goal is to lure them to attack the United Civilization. Apart from these, the most important thing left is some methods for the world outside the universe. First of all, we have to determine what the situation is in the world outside the universe. We should study some related things in a targeted way. According to the current changes in the entire universe may be moving in another direction. Obviously, the current universe should have begun to change in sync with the outside universe, so these are naturally our important research goals, and those special consciousness bodies as foreign universes, then they must have retained the characteristics of those universes. If conditions permit, we can consider studying them as much as possible. Through this meeting, each item and each frame was also listed very completely. And the ones that are currently highlighted are naturally the core of their development in the future. As for some means of attack and defense against other civilizations, they are secondary research now. Most of the energy in the civilization will give priority to these three goals. After determining the future plan, the civilization immediately began to act. Different civilizations were assigned different research contents to achieve maximum efficiency. In short, Jiang Yao had made a complete and systematic deployment of his civilization's future plan. As the meeting came to an end, the entire civilization was discussing this matter. Similarly, a large number of new positions were vacant. With the addition of these positions, more people in the civilization have new development routes. This is naturally a good thing for the entire civilization. After the meeting, Jiang Yao began to think about another problem. Although everything is developing relatively well at present, there are too many things to consider in the future. What I can do now is to improve it one by one according to the planned route. As for the rest, it is not within my control. The only thing I can do is to find a way to buy more time for myself and increase my future and the probability of surviving the upcoming disaster. He couldn't help but feel a little worried when he thought of this. To be honest, he has been moving forward all the time. In fact, many times, some of the things he thought of were not particularly perfect, but through various manipulations in the later stage, some problems were perfected. Compared with the past, he knew very well that this time would determine his fate, because if it was before, it would be fine, because it was only a civilization that targeted him. But this time it was different. It was a truly powerful existence. The first thing I can use now is the bug. There is nothing much to say about this. As my main framework, this thing has always been the core. In addition, there is another thing, that is the special creature that was controlled some time ago. Let's temporarily classify it as a bug. This special bug is fundamentally different from the creatures in this universe in terms of structure, attack method, and life signs. And their evolution direction is also a direction that I have never seen before. Generally speaking, it will take a long time to study it clearly. But after studying it clearly, when my bug can evolve to that level, I am afraid that I should be able to survive well in another world. Next is the Super Combat Celestial Body, which is the core of my future battles with other civilizations or self-protection, because at present, this is the only thing on my side that can play a role in the war at this stage. The entire Super Combat Heaven and Earth group has been blessed with new resources, so it is much easier to build than before, but compared to the past when you can find a stable environment, now the time must be compressed as much as possible. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but sigh slightly. It's a bit heartbreaking to say it. At present, it seems that only these things are useful in my hands. As for other things, such as the fleet of affiliated civilizations or others, they are all in a supporting role. To be honest, although the situation here seems to be in order and all aspects are not bad, he is the only one who knows his situation very well, which is a castle in the air. The special attack developed seems to be quite useful, but God knows that this is just an ordinary environment outside. Fortunately, this thing is not completely useless. At least it allowed him to safely survive that crisis at that time. However, through this incident, he also had a clear understanding of the self-regulation ability of the universe. It took him so long to study it clearly. The universe can completely adjust itself to allow the civilization inside to have the same ability to resist. This is more or less a bit outrageous. In the past, he always naively thought that he had figured out the situation of the entire universe, and even created a universe by himself without much problem. However, now it seems that he thought too much and thought the universe was too simple. He even said that he has not studied the universe clearly yet. At least he had never known about the special adjustment ability of the universe. That was enough to show that there were more deep things in the universe that were worth developing. Although basically all the universes had been merged, what did it matter? Even if they were merged, what would happen? He could continue to study. Maybe because of the fusion of some things that he had not discovered before, he might be able to discover them now. Indeed, this idea is feasible. Maybe there were some things that I had ignored or never discovered before, but now I might be able to find some useful things. Thinking of this, he knew that he had to add one more line to his research. In the following days, he basically studied various things and included everything he could think of in the research scope. There was no other way. If he wanted to survive in the future changes, he had to keep moving forward. However, it must be said that this idea was indeed feasible. This period of time also brought him many gratifying results. First of all, it was aimed at those special consciousness bodies. Although these special consciousness bodies were powerful, it was difficult to find them with his current technology, but through this period of research, he also had an idea. And the previous modification of the special warning gene of the Zerg made him discover that these special consciousness bodies have stronger capabilities. In addition, the various special materials collected recently by the United Civilization have also made certain breakthroughs in the attack methods against special consciousness bodies. It was within his expectation that these materials would have such effects, because the United Civilization was also mainly targeting this special consciousness. So many of the things they were researching were aimed at that, so naturally there were effects. However, the damage that could be caused to the special consciousness at this stage was extremely limited, but it didn't matter. At least he had mastered this technology, and it was nothing more than a more in-depth study. As for the research of the affiliated civilization, it was naturally ongoing. The affiliated civilization was mainly engaged in the research of some auxiliary technologies. In addition to this, there was also research on warships, because after all, the super combat celestial body would still need some auxiliary escort formations, and these formations were naturally provided by the affiliated civilization. In addition, other aspects of technology were also in full swing, and the entire universe had changed a lot in recent years. First of all, the overall environment of the universe has changed. This change is obvious. There are many special laws that have never appeared in the universe, and these laws cannot be used. Later, after research, he knew the reason. The reason why the laws could be used before was that the laws in this universe were not stable, so they were easily used. However, in the main universe, the laws of the universe are very stable, and it is basically impossible to use them. Even if they are used, there are many ways to target them, so this technology is basically not very useful in the main universe. Basically, this technology can be directly banned. At least after the specific situation is clear, if you continue to study this thing, it will be pure high-speed rail. Fortunately, the previous research results are not useless, because these research results can at least provide a direction for the later evolution of the Zerg. Of course, there are many other changes besides this side. First of all, The United Civilization and those special consciousness bodies have fought several rounds, but the final result is not very ideal. They suffered heavy losses, and many affiliated civilizations that joined were destroyed. This made Jiang Yao more certain that the thing was a big pit, and he would be cannon fodder if he went in. The other is the rebel civilization that had been against the United Civilization. That special civilization had no choice but to unite with the United Civilization to fight against this enemy. It is no exaggeration to say that these two civilizations basically represent more than 98% of the civilizations in the entire universe. With them taking the lead, the subsequent effect is naturally not too bad. At least they can withstand the attacks of those consciousnesses. However, according to the current intelligence, the number of those consciousnesses is still increasing. It is obvious that the other party is still continuously deploying, which makes them more naturally. Now they have no mind to care about Jiang Yao. Chapter 1048. While the United Civilization was still worrying about the later battles, Jiang Yao was in a completely different situation. He was developing prosperously, using a lot of resources to make his various plans proceed in an orderly manner. Crete. He was an ordinary person. As a member of the Zerg-affiliated civilization, he was busy with his own affairs every day like other people. But what he didn't know was that there was a huge mission for him to complete in the future. Looking for players. And the reason why he was chosen was because of his identity. If you trace back a few hundred generations, you can find that he is the descendant of a certain player, the pure players at the beginning, not the ones who were created later. The reason why he was chosen was that players have now become history in civilization. Civilization once relied on players to start. Of course, civilization also gave players a home in the end, letting them choose a universe, and send them there safely, allowing them to develop there. Jiang Yao had done his best for the players, and even provided them with a lot of weapons to ensure that they could develop themselves safely. In short, everything was going well. They had a place in the universe at the beginning, but later on, they were targeted by a powerful civilization. All their achievements were wiped out in an instant, but of course, this was not the point. The point was that after everything was over, the players did not completely disappear, and some of the survivors escaped. Because in the later period, Jiang Yao basically didn't care about their affairs. After all, since he had promised them and given them real freedom, he would never go back on his word. And if it weren't for them, he might have been destroyed long ago. So he was completely separated from the players in the later period. Originally, he thought that he had a backup plan left by himself, and the players had also experienced his training. You know, he had created a place similar to a dream, allowing them to continue to develop in that virtual world. They developed well there at the beginning, so they had the ability to survive in this way. Who would have thought that they would encounter such a thing? That disaster shattered the players, and the remaining players disappeared. No one knew where they went. The reason why he thought of the players was that he had fought side by side with the players before, and he was more concerned about the situation of the players. Of course, the most important thing was that the players he carefully cultivated in the later period could not achieve the same effect as before. Even after that, basically no one could be seen on the battlefield, and it was all the bugs controlled by the brain worms that fought. Although it seemed harmless on the surface, the fighting power of the bugs was actually reduced. In fact, he didn't quite understand the principle, but he knew very well that if he wanted to improve his fighting power again, he had to find the players back. After thinking about it, he decided to try to understand the current situation of the players. To be honest, he had no hope for this matter. The reason is very simple. According to his thinking, after these years of development, the player's technological level has been very high. It is basically impossible to use the same method to let them help you. Even if you create a game, it will soon be discovered. There is no way. Their cognitive level must have reached that level. In short, everything shows one thing, that is, the former player formation is impossible to come back. But what surprised him was that when he went to observe that area, he found that the players there had disappeared, and no one knew where they went. The reason why he obtained this information was that the bugs he sent to forcefully enter that universe. To obtain information, otherwise he might not even understand the situation of the players' value added. According to the information currently available, he estimated that the group of players should have been impacted into a special crack in the universe in the aftermath of the battle. It may be that a special thing similar to the gate of the universe allowed them to enter other universes. As for which universe they entered, it is really hard to say. Of course, he didn't pay too much attention to this matter, because he was fighting with Civilization number 1 at that time, so he didn't have the energy to care about these things, and it was obvious that he would let the players join at that time. Originally, he thought that this matter would be over. But he never expected that recently he found a person in his own civilization who actually had inquiries from players, and it was a pure purchase. This immediately gave him an idea, because for him, it was still possible to find clues of a player through blood. As for the reason why the group of players he trained before could not be used, it was because they had long been gone, because of several previous battles. My side was in a situation of heavy losses, and the situation of the affiliated civilizations including Winnianjiaman was similar. However, compared with the affiliated civilizations, my side in Jiangmen was obviously much worse, because in a battle that almost wiped out his 100 soldiers, the players disappeared. In fact, at that stage, he didn't care much about this matter, because at this stage, it actually didn't matter to him whether there were players or not. The reason was very simple, that is, the role played by the players in the battle was very small, and it was no longer like before to determine his life and death. However, what made him have this idea again was that he combined his previous experience and found one thing, that is, there would always be some strange performances when he cooperated with the players. These unexpected performances were not available according to the normal development process, and this was what he was most curious about. He and the players had experienced many similar things before, that is, during the battle, they would win the battle that was originally lost because of the operation of some players. Of course, this is not the point. The point is that he and the players had discovered many technologies that could make him progress and many special things. Before, he had always planned this thing as luck, and even did a lot of theoretical research on luck. He also did experiments and found that this special thing did exist, and could be used in some special ways. But being with the players does have this kind of influence, but there is another more special thing besides this. He doesn't know what this thing is, but he knows very well that if he is stuck in this stage, he wants to be stable or wants to get through this difficult time. Then maybe he really needs the help of the players, but it is unrealistic to find the players now, so he didn't want to find them at the beginning. Who knew that he would suddenly find such a special existence in his civilization? It was like a guide from the dark. He felt that he could follow this line to see if he could find them, but he felt that the possibility was very low. First, the time was too long, and secondly, the huge changes in the universe this time. He was not sure whether the players could survive, and if the players really had the ability to survive, then he couldn't imagine what the players would be like. How far has their technology developed? Or even whether it has reached a very high level, and then he has no way to use the previous routines. In short, all kinds of thoughts are mixed in it, but after thinking about it, he decided to give it a try. So he found Chris, but of course, he didn't tell Chris his purpose. In short, Chris was requisitioned. He was very panicked at this time. He didn't understand why the main civilization suddenly found him, and told him that if he cooperated, he would get a large sum of wealth. The amount of this wealth made his eyes light up. It was enough for him to live a stable and comfortable life without worrying about food and clothing. He could buy a very nice villa and live in it, or even buy a warship of his own and live in it in the future. In addition, he could buy all kinds of things he had only thought about. Faced with this temptation, he naturally couldn't resist it, so he followed the bugs. What happened? At this time, he was in a huge place similar to a hatchery. He was also full of thoughts, but thinking of the huge reward, he felt that even if there were risks, it didn't matter. After all, risks and benefits were proportional. As long as he could get that money, he could have a pension for his whole life. In the next few thousand years, he could live a completely flat life, and even if conditions allowed, he could choose to have a lifespan of tens of thousands of years. In the current civilization, if you want to have a lifespan, you must pay the money you deserve. Although biological transformation technology is very advanced, the genes or technologies needed for biological transformation to increase lifespan are very complicated. Usually only the rich in civilization can afford this cost, and ordinary people like them can only have a few thousand years. And if he completes the task assigned by these insects this time, then the funds in his hands will be enough for him to carry out such transformation. Of course, there will be extra money after the transformation for him to buy the things he needs and live a rich life. Simply put, as long as he can get through this time, then his life in the future will be settled. That's it. In a state of anxiety, he soon saw two huge bugs in the distance. He knew that this kind of bug was called brain bug. It was a kind of intelligent brain in the main civilization, and its position in the main civilization was not low. When he saw this special existence appear, he couldn't help but feel nervous and instinctively knew that the next thing might not be simple. You know, this level of bugs is not only him, but even many people with status in the civilization have never seen it. Of course, Chris was also very confused about what he had seen by these special existences of the main civilization, and the specifications were so high. Of course, He was just a little curious about this matter, but he would not go for acupuncture, because he knew a truth, that is, the more you know, the faster you die. Instead of being scared every day, it is better to obey the arrangement honestly, get the reward in the end, and then go back to enjoy life. So he cooperated all the way, and soon under the leadership of his comrades, Chris came to a huge instrument. From then on, he was told to lie in it, and enter the soul state after lying in it, and then he just needed to wander in the universe, wandering around wherever he felt like. As for what happened later, he didn't care. Chris was a little surprised to hear this, and he didn't understand this inexplicable operation, but it didn't matter, he lay in the instrument very cooperatively. So his wandering journey began. He was like a speck of dust, starting from the gathering point of the Zerg, and then floating freely in the universe. Soul technology has now been studied to a very high level, and there is no need to worry about the soul being outside for a long time causing any damage to the soul. So Chris began his long wandering journey, and this was also the beginning of his nearly 1,000 years of dark life. At first, he thought it was fun, but as time went on, he increasingly realized that something was wrong, because when would this wandering end, and when would he stop wandering? From the initial excitement, to the later fear, and finally to a numb state. At first, he could barely have some of his own ideas, but after hundreds of years, he was left with only mechanical drifting. He didn't know how long he would drift, nor when he would be able to go back, but he knew that he could only wander aimlessly in the universe. Along the way he had seen all kinds of wonders, battles between different civilizations, and even huge explosions from light years away. These scenes that were enough to drive astronomy enthusiasts crazy seemed to be non-existent in his eyes. He floated numbly and soullessly, and finally one day his consciousness gradually woke up. Because he found himself above a planet, and he didn't know why he had a strange feeling about this planet. It was as if there was something in the planet that was closely related to him. Of course, this feeling didn't last long before he felt a pulling force. Before he could react, when he opened his eyes the next time, he found himself lying quietly in the instrument. At this time, he stared at everything blankly, and subconsciously looked at his body. It was almost the same as before. It was obvious that the insects had done a good job in maintaining him in all aspects over the years. Chapter 1049. At least for so many years, his body has not changed at all. He couldn't help but sigh when he talked about this. You know, there are two options for them to get a long life. The first option is to directly carry out complete genetic modification for the rich. But the cost of this option is too high. The second option is to maintain the body irregularly to extend the life cycle. This cost is relatively much lower. In fact, the overall cost is not cheap, but this kind of maintenance is a long-term process. It is not a one-time maintenance. It may take hundreds or thousands of times in a lifetime to continuously increase your lifespan in this way. Simply put, it is to divide the one-time expenditure into many times. In this way, many people can have money to do this as long as they work hard. Of course, this is also one of the main incomes of many officials at present. This technology is naturally listed here by the official, and no civilians are allowed to use it on their own. Of course, the corresponding technology is not available to civilians, but there is also a situation of technology leakage. So some black workshops may also do this. Of course, the cost is not low no matter where you go. The official cost is definitely the highest. The safety of the black and brown square is not guaranteed. Although the price is cheap, the risk is also great. In short, in this world, it is possible to gain longevity, but it is very difficult. This is naturally deliberate. After all, if everything can be easily obtained, then the people below will have no motivation. In civilization, some organizations with good welfare benefits can even provide such services to employees for free, but they need to work in the company for a certain period of time. In short, in this world, this is one of the mainstream incomes, and it is also some services that Chris could not imagine before. Even the most basic services, he can hardly enjoy them once, which can increase his lifespan. And now he can clearly feel that his body should have been greatly improved, and his lifespan may have been extended to thousands, or even tens of thousands of years. This made him a little excited. After all, this is free, you know. Apart from this free, he will be able to get the big bonus from their reign later. Although he didn't know what he was taken to do, it was probably that the main civilization wanted to do some special experiments, but only his physical conditions were more suitable, so he was chosen. But for him, this is not important. After all, as long as he can avenge himself, he can do anything. In this way, under the leadership of the insect, he quickly began to handle the subsequent procedures, the first of which was to sign a confidentiality agreement. In addition, there are various procedures. After everything is done, he happily took his income and left. At this time, Chris first began to consider where to live. Because the income obtained this time was not low, he chose to directly purchase a flagship-level warship. As the place where he will live in the future, many people in civilization do this. Compared with living on an artificial planet, or in a residential building, owning your own warship is completely different. The length of a flagship is usually more than 3 kilometers. A complete small ecosystem can be built inside. You only need to live in this small ecosystem, and you can also recruit many people to operate such a thing, so that you can also take on some tasks. In short, a space battleship is enough to change a person's life. Chris can live a life of letting his men control the flagship while he stays in the ecosystem and enjoys his life. And such people have a name, called the captain who is playing badly. But there is a prerequisite for playing badly, that is, they have to be able to afford the battleship. Everyone's choice is different. Chris is very easy to be content. If he were the captain, he might consider how to fight for a bigger family for himself, but Chris is different. He just wants to enjoy. After paying a considerable fee, he bought a super aircraft carrier. Of course, the reason why he was able to buy it out to help the bugs, which gave him the authority, was also the generous bonus given. In addition to paying an astronomical amount of money, he also learned how ridiculous the maintenance cost of a warship of this level is. The normal maintenance of the entire ship alone costs nearly 200 million yuan every year. Of course, this is still the case when the ship is not sailing. If it is sailing, it will be different. There are many equipments, various aspects need to be debugged and maintained, plus the parking fees and various expenses will be higher. There is also a super flagship that can carry at least 400 to 500 people. Some of these people are pilots of carrier-based aircraft, and some are pilots of long-range reconnaissance aircraft. In short, there are all kinds of positions, and the monthly expenses of these people are also very ridiculous. According to the average salary of these special personnel in the current civilization, if so many people are supported, then at least 8 to 10 million yuan in salary expenses will be needed per month. My staff salary is 10 million per month plus normal maintenance. The staff salary is more than 100 million a year. We have recruited so many people to do missions, so the cost of moving the ship will be higher. The fuel cost, travel expenses and other expenses will be at least 700 to 800 million a year. That is to say, the annual expenditure here is about 1 billion, and this is without participating in combat. The tasks accepted by flagships of this level are basically related to combat, either escort or directly entering the battlefield. If combat is taken into account, then the ammunition consumption and the fuel consumption required by various modules will at least be added a lot, and if the battle really starts, then the ammunition consumption will be calculated by the minute. According to current statistics, if a flagship of my level fires at full speed, the cost per minute is about 300 million. Looking at the numbers listed, Chris felt his scalp tingling. He knew that warships burn money before, but he didn't expect it to be so expensive. Obviously, warships do burn money, but the income is also not cheap. Any random mission costs 500 million, and slightly more dangerous missions basically cost 1 billion or 2 billion. Moreover, these missions are basically 2 or 3 months long, and at most 4 or 5 months to complete a warship of this level. Just completing these missions can bring in at least 2 to 3 billion in income every year, and this is the case when it does not participate in the war, but only escorts without encountering the enemy. If the enemy is encountered and eliminated, then the income will be several times higher. No wonder those who have warships are so rich. The income is simply too exaggerated. However, there are risks. For example, the bonus I received this time is only enough for me to buy this warship. Even the remaining money can't maintain the normal expenses of this warship for a long time. So my warship must go out on missions. If it is destroyed, I won't earn enough to buy another warship. Chris shook his head when he thought of this. He could only hope that he would not be so unlucky. In fact, if he did not choose to take the risk to buy a certificate, he could find a good place in an artificial planet or a residential building. At present, the mainstream residential area of civilization is the first artificial planet, which imitates the situation of a normal planet, but it is different from a normal planet. The artificial planet itself has a high defense ability. If it encounters an enemy, it can also use a limb shield to resist damage. At the same time, it can also move and leave the battlefield at the fastest speed. But after all, it is a planet, and the speed will not be too fast. Compared with a residential building, the speed is much slower, and the biggest problem of a residential building is the environment. The space inside the case is planned. Even if you have the money to buy a house inside, it is only 20 to 30 square meters at most. Because the owners of these residential buildings definitely want to maximize their profits, the arrangement of various buildings inside is also very compact, and the internal environment is actually not very good. The environment is far worse than that of the planet. The only advantage is that you can run faster when you encounter danger, and the safety factor is much higher. Another point is that the cost is much cheaper than that of the planet. He could have chosen one of these two places, but it was obvious that he didn't know that compared to these two places, the battleship was the right place to go, because once he encountered danger, he could not only run away but also fight back. It was for this reason that he chose this place. With goodbye, his life would have changed dramatically. If he had no achievements, he could have lived a good life, married and had children, and prospered with his wealth, but it would be different with a battleship. The battleship could be its starting point. If there were capable people among his descendants, then maybe they could develop into a family. In short, if you have a battleship, your family will have unlimited possibilities. Forget it, why think so much now? Let's think about these things later. Let's get the battleships done in the next few years. Although we have battleships now, we don't have a way to make money. Although we can take missions, the key is who to cooperate with. Some good partners can make everyone earn a lot of money. If we encounter some partners who are not right, then everyone will have a hard time. Battleships of his level basically look for long-term partners who will provide you with long-term employment tasks so that you can have a stable source of income, and these organizations also raise a group of battleships that can be used at critical times in this way. Even when the enemy attacks, they will let these people gather together to fight the enemy. This is undoubtedly more reliable than looking for a wild team, but the premise is that this organization is reliable enough. Sometimes fate is so wonderful. Chris began to look for similar organizations constantly. Through channels, he also learned about the situation of many organizations, but he was still worried about these organizations. No one knew what the real situation inside the organization was. The outsiders were exaggerating. Maybe it was an exaggeration. In short, Chris was more cautious now. When choosing an organization, he was also recruiting people. Fortunately, he still had a little experience in recruiting people. Soon a grassroots team was pulled up by him, but he would definitely have to conduct multiple screenings before he could finally confirm which people he wanted to use. Of course, these people are not people without skills. Those who can apply for this level of warship have a certain level and can be regarded as elites. After all, everyone wants to go to a good warship, so the competition will be very fierce. With the help of these people, everything on his side began to gradually become smooth. Today he brought his men to negotiate with the leader of an organization. He has also observed this organization for a long time. At least from the perspective of reputation and other aspects, this organization is very good, which is why he chose it. At this time, he saw the captain coming and immediately greeted him. "Hello, you can call me captain." For some basic situations, I don't need to say more. For the other party's battleship, we also know the situation. At present, the number of super flagships on the market is still relatively small, and most of them have been collected by major organizations. So if you can join us, I will welcome you. Of course, I have given enough sincerity. First, I will give you a brief introduction to our work. We have nearly 20 mines of our own. The battle fleet is mainly for the later escort work, and the super flagship is natural. In the formation, you will also be protected as the core. Usually, when encountering an invincible enemy, the super flagship will be given priority to leave. As for our situation, I believe you have also learned about it before you came, so we won't beat around the bush. Both parties should talk about their respective requirements for each other, and then see if there is anything that needs to be coordinated in the middle, and try to ensure that everyone can establish a true cooperative relationship. Through these years of dealing with people, the captain knows how to communicate with what kind of people. With people like Chris, it is best to directly explain the difficult situation, and there is no need to beat around the bush. Sure enough, Chris also liked this, so the two sides also started to discuss. Although the captain now has a flagship, he still doesn't have a super flagship because he doesn't have the authority to buy one. He has also heard about Chris, a lucky guy who was pulled by the main civilization to do a special mission for some unknown reason, and received a lot of rewards. Then his life changed. You know, a long time ago, he was just an ordinary worker, at the bottom of the society, but because of an opportunity, he was almost catching up with his hard work for so many years. The captain could only sigh that some people are just too lucky, but he didn't envy them. After all, he is doing well now. Chapter 1050. So, after some discussion, the two of them made a decision. While they were still discussing this matter, Jiang Yao had already focused all his attention on that planet. This planet is currently in ancient times. So far, the people on this planet can only use some simple tools. And it is not difficult to see that they should have experienced a baptism not long ago. Here, baptism refers to the damage caused by the change of the universe. More than 80% of the people on this planet have died for various reasons. The biggest reason here is still during the transformation. Of course, this is not important, at least for the current people. They just regarded the world that suddenly died that time as a plague, and many people were unfortunately killed in the plague. But what they don't know is that the main reason for so many changes is that the planet is changing the civilization in the entire universe. It is also because of this reason that many people cannot adapt to the environment here and eventually perish. It is not what this group of people think, because of other reasons. Of course, the truth is not important to them, because they currently have no ability to know the truth. Now they are more concerned about how to develop next, because this great plague caused many people to die in this crisis, and many countries were destroyed. In such a disaster, on the surface, if nothing unexpected happens, it will be a very heavy blow to this civilization, but the facts are completely different. On the contrary, the people who survived this disaster in these civilizations have gained unimaginable wealth. That's right, they gained a lot of wealth, and they used the wealth of others for their own use. Coupled with the wealth they plundered, a large number of people changed their lives since then. The same thing has completely different effects on different people. Perhaps for those who were solved, this is undoubtedly a huge disaster, but for those who survived, it is obvious that this is the beginning of their changing destiny. After the catastrophe, the survivors also left their original country. They had greater ambitions, and wanted to build their own country. They took some people and quietly left the place where they had been and started their own development. As time went on, the people scattered all over the country finally. It can be regarded as settled down. They established tribes in different areas, or cities, or the prototypes of the country. In short, there are suggestions. The remains of some civilizations have become places for them to scramble for. There are mature buildings and well-developed wheat fields here. They only need to reuse these things here to obtain resources. Small-scale frictions gradually began, and as time went on, these people soon settled down. When they settled down, the population of these places was increasing at a very fast rate. As the number of people increased, they became stronger and stronger, and gradually, very big changes were taking place here. Slowly, the first newly built city of scale appeared, and this was just the beginning. There were many roads, and cities also began to appear. Similarly, with the expansion of cities, the increase of cultivated land, and the increase of territory, small countries began to take shape one after another. What happened next was the outbreak of wars between small countries, and the defeated countries were naturally plundered by the victorious countries. Their people were gradually assimilated, and as the wars increased, huge empires slowly emerged one after another. It seems that they are not wrong. How could they be beaten back to the primitive age? Jiang Yao murmured as he looked at the changes here. After many comparisons, he was basically sure that the people here were the descendants of the players. However, this was the most embarrassing thing. He really didn't expect that the players would be beaten back to their original form. He didn't know what the players had experienced in the middle, but he knew very well that the players probably had a very bad life. A civilization that once dominated the universe. As a result, it was directly reduced to what it is now. This is more or less a bit sad. You know, the players at that time were also relatively powerful in the universe. So this is the point. You said this shouldn't be the case. Even if only a small number of people escaped, they could have used some of the technology on the spacecraft to develop. At the very least, they wouldn't have developed into what they are now. He couldn't help shaking his head. How could he know what the group of players who ran back had experienced? At the beginning, the players were targeted by those powerful civilizations. They could still fight at first, but as time went on, they soon lost the advantage. The most important thing is that they are in a state where they can't win and can't run away. This is the key point. The other side is on guard against them, so there is no way. They can only choose to continue to fight the enemy. Fortunately, there was a team that was originally sent out to find resources at the beginning of the war, and they were the only team that was not targeted. Naturally, when they learned about the situation on the main civilization side, they immediately made a decision. That is to leave directly. At least in this way, they can keep some sparks for civilization, and at least there will be a chance for revenge in the future. Under normal circumstances, the things left in their hands can indeed do this. As a result, during the escape, they encountered a formation of another civilization. The strength of this civilization was not weaker than that of the two sides. It seemed that the two sides had fought again. This battle almost broke them down. To be precise, it should have been broken down. If it weren't for their 2 escape pods escaping in the end, the players would have really ended. The 2 people who escaped in the escape pods were also left on this planet by chance. The problem lies here. Naturally, there is nothing in the escape pod, so they can only survive on the planet with difficulty, and then slowly reproduce. So, they entered a very primitive era. Although they also thought that they must try their best to restore civilization. After all, such a life is definitely not what they want, but it is really difficult to restore civilization, at least in their current situation. They can only record all the knowledge they know. But obviously, the knowledge they mastered was not as much as imagined, and then with their death, their descendants naturally inherited this knowledge, but unfortunately, these descendants did not inherit much, and as time went by, many wars broke out in the middle, causing more of these things to be lost. After all this, there were naturally very few things left. Of course, this is not the end. Later, many things were barely usable, but because of the great changes in the universe, a large number of people died, and some things were left by a certain person or a certain family. After this wave, there was naturally nothing left, and the changes in the universe lasted for a very long time. This further aggravated the loss of these things, and finally, when most of the creatures on this planet adapted to the special environment, everything really came to an end. But at this stage, civilization was also in a very primitive state. So now we can see them appearing here in this form. This is a general situation, and it is also for this reason that they are still in ancient times. Although they will enter the modern era sooner or later according to the development speed here, it will still take a very long time, 2,000 to 3,000 years, or even longer, and there will be unexpected situations in the middle. If there are a few accidents, and this kind of situation similar to the mass extinction of civilization occurs again, then there is no need to think about it. Maybe this is God's will. According to the current situation, we can just wait until the players come out later. For this matter, he was actually very sad. He really didn't expect it to be like this. Of course, this is not important. The important thing is that if there are no accidents, then he can completely consider how to plan the players' affairs in the future. Of course, before that, he still needs to interfere with the development route of this civilization, because only in this way can he follow the route he has planned seriously. After all, if they follow the normal development route and let them develop naturally, who knows what they will become in the future? It must be the same as the male star at the beginning, so they must consider planning in the middle. After having an idea, the next thing is simple. It is nothing more than execution, which is not difficult. Especially with his current technology, it is very simple to intervene in the middle, so he also started to act. Of course, considering that there is no need for too much intervention, his actions are still relatively light. At the same time, considering the safety here, he will also send a fleet to garrison here. As for the selection of assistants, he has already thought about it. After all, the captain is undoubtedly the most suitable person. Compared with other people, the captain has also observed for a long time. It is still very feasible to let them take on this task. Of course, the real situation is definitely impossible for them to know, so he needs to operate well in the later stage, otherwise it will be bad if they find out at that time. So with this mentality, he also began to arrange and plan. Compared with sending insects to naturally choose the captain, it is definitely more appropriate, because according to the current situation, a fleet will always be smaller than a bug's target. After all, he is being targeted now. If he sends bugs over, the target will be too big. As for sending other people from the civilization, it is not an option either. Especially since the high-level officials in the affiliated civilization have some secrets, he feels that he still has to keep them under control. Therefore, sending some members who are capable of getting things done is undoubtedly the best choice. After determining the general idea, he naturally focused on the subsequent execution details. For him now, the player can only be regarded as a contingency plan. He naturally has other things to do. While he was still thinking about these things, the United Civilization was in another state. For them, their days have not been easy recently. As for the reason, it is the cosmic consciousness that is keeping a close eye on them. Although most of the famous people in the universe have joined us, and with them, our pressure is much less. But now this stalemate balance is very easy to break, so we must make changes and breakthroughs now. At present, in 173 battlefields, we can only barely resist. It is impossible to win. These consciousnesses are obviously stronger than before, and they are not on the same level. By the way, what is the situation of that group of insects now? We have already sent them an invitation before, but they still haven't come yet? They have hidden themselves, and now we don't know where they are hiding. Because when we were attacked by the easy entity before, They took that opportunity and all escaped. Now it takes some time to find them. They are quite good at hiding. They don't join. Did we find something, or is there some other reason? The details are not clear, but it is certain that 90% of them should have found some clues. Maybe they also know their own specialness, or something else, otherwise it is absolutely impossible. We don't need to worry about that group of bugs for now. Let's solve the current problem first. When the current problem is solved, we can lead the troops to find another group of bugs. They can't escape even if they want to. It seems that this is the only way now. In addition to the bugs, we still have a lot of things to pay attention to. Among the 27 civilizations we selected, only 6 civilizations responded to the call. The other civilizations are still hiding somewhere, just like the bugs. There are too many things now. Let them jump around for a while. After observing some special civilizations, many advanced civilizations in the United Civilization found that each civilization has its own particularity. And this is the key point of the key point. These particularities are different from any other civilization. As long as they have the ability, they can make good use of these special points. Maybe their technology can be greatly changed. And these civilizations were naturally observed by them at the first time. At first, they thought of taking a relatively gentle approach to let these civilizations join them, so that it would be easier for them to operate on their side, but now it seems that the vigilance of these civilizations is not a little bit strong. Since the gentle method doesn't work, then just use a rougher method. Chapter 1051. Obviously, the situation is not the same as before. Originally, the United Civilization was prepared to take some gentle measures, but it is obvious that it is not feasible now. They are prepared to take some radical measures. But obviously, they will not use this method immediately at this stage. After all, if they do not solve the current problems, there will be many problems in the later stage. This also gives the civilizations that are favored some time to prepare in advance. But the United Civilization does not care about these preparations. After all, their strength is here. Of course, compared with the optimism of the United Civilization itself, Jiang Yao and other outsiders have a clear view of the situation here. The United Civilizations are currently unable to get away for a while, so I should be safe for the next period of time. There should be other civilizations that are being targeted besides me. They should have the same idea as me, so the subsequent operations are not as complicated as I imagined. First of all, the future arrangements must be a little more comprehensive. What I have considered at present is not so comprehensive. If I operate later, there are still too many things to filter out. But this thing is not something I can control perfectly just because I want to control it perfectly, so for me now, I need to consider giving priority to pulling up my strength. I don't have any big problems on my side. They are also studying the assistance of so many civilizations, so it shouldn't take long for me to make some progress. The most critical thing now is that they have found the descendants of the players. It is unknown whether the players in the future will have the same effect as before. Try as much as possible and see the effect. At the same time, on the other side, Blue Star. This is his temporary name. For various reasons, the development trajectory of this planet is very similar to the one I used to be. Of course, the people here are naturally similar to the previous situation. With intentional promotion, many situations will be handled very well, and the trajectory of history is surprisingly overlapping. The decline of one dynasty after another, the emergence of one dynasty after another. Then similar major events occurred. Although there were occasional deviations, the final result was obviously the same. Not long after, a full-scale war broke out, and the Industrial Revolution also started. This back and forth allowed the civilization to enter a period of rapid development. In addition, the promotion in the middle made this civilization gradually begin to move towards the past. Soon a powerful country appeared, followed by another. At this time, there was also a trend of three-legged tripod here, and the three powerful countries firmly controlled the entire planet. In fact, the situation is basically not much different from before. After that, all walks of life developed rapidly, and technology was also advancing. At the same time, the entertainment industry has gradually emerged from the most basic block games to some online games, and then more games appeared. One game company after another made a lot of money, which made everyone see the prospects of this industry, and more people seemed to join in. Soon many games have been developed on this planet. Perhaps these thousands of years are a long timeline for many people on this planet, but in fact, for advanced civilizations, it is just a blink of an eye. In this way, the world entered the information age, and with the advent of this era, everything began to change. The industries that originally had some signs have now developed very well, especially the booming game industry. At this time, in an inconspicuous rental house on this planet, A teenager in his 20s was browsing different web pages. At this time, he was trying hard to find a good game and then move in, because he has been working on game concepts for these years, relying on various cleanliness in various games, and then making a small profit. In this way, he can barely live a life that he can accept. Alas, business is getting harder and harder now. The situation of each liver proxy website is the same, and the price is getting lower and lower. According to the current trend, I estimate that it will not be long before the price may drop to an outrageous level. If nothing unexpected happens, the legendary plugin may be the world in the future. After all, pure manual operation does have too many restrictions. The same thing needs at least 2 or 3 days to be done manually, while technology only takes a short day to complete, and the price is very cheap. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but sigh. There was no way to look at the current role in the game. Indeed, manual operation has no prospects. There are fewer and fewer people who are willing to pay a high price to let you do it manually. The rampant liver proxy has occupied the original market. Just as he was thinking, a window suddenly popped up. He subconsciously looked at the content of the pop-up window, and almost couldn't help cursing. What the devil is this, stupid X? You asked me to give you 20 yuan, and you said that other people also paid 20 yuan. Do you know the difference between manual and technology? Considering that the business is not good now, every customer is very important, so he patiently explained to the employer. First of all, you have to know the difference between surrogate liver and technology. If you use technology, you may not be blocked in the short term, but you may be blocked when the data is checked. In addition, if it is technology, they run 20 or 30 accounts at a time. For them, the cost itself is very low, and they don't need to spend energy, but surrogate liver is different. Surrogate liver is real, it is purely manual. It is different in efficiency, but the advantage of surrogate liver is also very obvious. You are not afraid of being found out and blocked. So if it is for the safety of your account, it is better to do it manually. In this way, the young men gave him all kinds of popular science, so that the employer deeply understood the difference between surrogate liver and manual liver, and why surrogate liver is so expensive. I see. I understand. Seeing the message from the employer, the young man nodded with satisfaction. His efforts finally paid off, letting the lost employer know what is really suitable for him. In that case, 40. The employer sent another message, and he was silent after seeing this message. F***ku. Get lost. I work hard for a day, and you give me 40, I hack you. Faced with the employer's price increase, the young man finally broke down. His blood pressure went up, and he couldn't hold it down at all. It was too irritating. He said so much, and in the end, he got this sentence. Who can bear it? He had never seen such an outrageous thing in his life. Obviously, this order was eventually lost. He didn't want to make only 40 yuan a day. Even if there was no work today, he would rather take a day off than do this. So the current environment is so uncomfortable. Damn, it's really a pitfall. These technologies are really pitfalls. The original good things were completely ruined by these technologies. He was getting angrier and angrier. It's too uncomfortable. According to the current situation, to be honest, it's basically unrealistic to do business now. At least most of the games on the market can't be done for a long time. Unless you find a game that you can't participate in with plugins, otherwise everything will be in vain. Obviously, this young man has seen clearly that as long as the game can be compatible with plugins, and the official review is not strong enough, then their completely manual liver surrogate has no competitiveness at all. Although he now has many employer friends who have been banned for being cheap, even so, the market is still in the hands of that group of technology. There is no way. They are big. You can play one account while they can play 30 or 40 accounts. What can you use to compete with them? You charge 200 yuan for one order. Even if they charge 20 yuan for one order, they can earn more than you. And the most important thing is that they don't need to do any work at all. Once the script is turned on, they can just ignore everything. At this time, the young man couldn't help but wonder if he should consider finding a class, because under the current situation, if he really didn't find a class, he would probably starve to death. However, at this time, a game caught his attention. What game is this? Interstellar Zerg? An interstellar war game where players can enter the game as a Zerg. This thing is something. Immersive experience helmet game. The more he looked at it, the more outrageous it felt. Although the concept of helmet games has come out, no company has made it yet, because there are too many things involved in it, so most companies just say that they have come up with this concept. As for when it can be implemented in the future, no one knows, but now there is such a game that actually tells the public that they have already made this game. He naturally didn't believe this, but nothing is absolute, so he decided to try it out. It happened that he had nothing to do these 2 days, so he wanted to see what the situation was. So with all kinds of curiosity, he chose to download it. Then came all kinds of complicated application procedures, internal beta test quotas, and other such operations. When he finished all these, he received an email from the official telling him that the official would mail the exclusive helmet for this game soon for him to check. Oh my god, is it really so outrageous? But it's hard to say whether it's true or not. If it's true, it's like getting a helmet for free. It doesn't matter if it's fake. Just treat it as a scam. Anyway, I didn't fill in important information such as my bank card. Just like that, after closing the web page, he browsed other games on the website. He wanted to find a good game, one with a promising future, and not easily infected by plugins. After all, as a game agent, he knew very well that the agent of any game must be familiar with all kinds of things in the game. This is a huge amount of memory. Even for him, it is very difficult. It takes at least 1 or 2 months to record these things for each game, and then he can take orders, but it won't take long until the plugins come out, and his so-called 1 or 2 months of hard work will be equivalent to wasted. So he hopes that there is a game that can completely eliminate plugins, but he knows very well that this is just his delusion. It would be strange if it is really that easy to eliminate. In this way, time passed day by day. To be honest, he really didn't find any particularly good games in the past 2 days, but this was also within his expectations. After all, there are too many homogeneous games on the market now, and at this moment, the door was suddenly knocked. With a little bit, he opened the door later, and soon there was a game helmet on the table. While talking to this young man, he was also confused. But soon he remembered something. A few days ago, he remembered filling in his address on a game website, and the game website said that it would send him a special feedback for the game. He almost forgot about it, but now when he saw the helmet, he suddenly remembered it, and then he was dumbfounded. Oh my god, this is outrageous, the game helmet is really given away. Thinking of this, he became more curious about this game, because as long as the official dares to give this thing away, it is enough to show that they are very confident in the quality of their games. Otherwise, who would dare to give away a helmet? Although it was a little bit outrageous, he felt that since it was like this, he must go and take a look. So he plugged in the power and put on the helmet, and decided to go in to understand the general situation. Then he found himself in a world constructed by virtual data, and the familiar interface popped up. When he saw the interface for registering characters in front, the young man was dumbfounded, especially the quality of the things around him. According to his many years of gaming experience, it was not bad, so he was more looking forward to the scene after entering the game. Without thinking, the young man immediately gave a random name and entered the game. Then when he opened his eyes again, he found himself on a planet full of green plants. He was dumbfounded after seeing everything on this planet. This was really too outrageous. Everything here was so real that he couldn't tell whether it was a game or reality. But after the shock, the rest was ecstasy. He never thought that he would accidentally find such a great game. Based on his many years of gaming experience, this game will definitely be a big hit in the future. As long as he works hard on it, he will definitely make a lot of money if the game becomes popular. As for why he is so confident, the reason is naturally very simple. Because in today's gaming industry, the technology and image quality used in this game are completely a dimensionality reduction attack on other games. Chapter 1052. At this time, he appeared in a planet that had long been abandoned. There are all kinds of creatures here, and he appeared here because they were lost in the war. Now what the bugs have to do is very simple, that is, to find a way to survive here as much as possible, and develop, and then return. This is probably the logic, and at this time the young man looked at everything around him in a trance. For a moment, he couldn't tell whether this was a virtual world or a real world. Of course, for this game, Jiangyan naturally couldn't put it in only one place. Compared to the past, he now has more choices. For example, before he only had to find a way to leave this planet on a certain planet, and then his choices were very few. But now it's different. Now he has many choices. For example, at the beginning you can appear on a planet, or you can be arranged in every very dangerous environment, or even in a certain enemy area. In short, the areas where players appear are different. In this way, we can also test how players perform in different areas, and whether there is any difference compared with the past. After all, there have been so many generations, and he doesn't know whether the current players are the same as before, so he has his own ideas about this matter. His idea is very simple, that is, to see how they perform in different scenarios through different scenarios, and then judge their current situation based on this. This is probably a set of templates. As for some details, they will be adjusted later. Of course, this is a matter for the future. After all, compared to before, he now has more choices. Maybe in the past he could only test one place, and couldn't actually test anything, but now there are more things that can be tested in multiple areas, and naturally the effect is different. Of course, because the areas are different, the difficulty of the player's start is also different, so for the players, this is naturally a challenge. At this time, this player began to wander aimlessly on this planet. Oh my god, this game is too outrageous, there are no tasks or anything. It's just in a cave, and then, there's nothing. What should I do next? At this time, he was very confused. This game is really different from other games. Other games will at least give you a task to let you know. What should I do next? But this game has nothing, which makes him confused. This is a bit outrageous. I don't know what to do next. I'm just wandering around. If this is the case, I always feel that this is more or less a pain in the ass. For this game, this player has high expectations. Even if he can't find a way to play it now, he must find a way to develop it. He feels that this game can replace any previous game, and it is basically unrealistic to make scripts for games of this type. You have to know that if a game does not have plugins, then the quality and life of this game will be greatly improved, and this is the key point. Now there are too many messy games on the market. Many games are of high quality, but they are ruined by plugins. Even my own situation is similar. Now I finally found a game that will not be affected by plugins, so I naturally attach great importance to it. But just when he was confused, a message popped up in the chat channel suddenly caught his attention. By the way, is there anyone? He was also slightly stunned when he saw this message, and he didn't think much about it at all. He just replied to the message immediately. Someone, I finally saw someone here. I thought there was no one here. Now it's good. I feel relieved to see other people. Brother, I am also very touched. There was nothing around when I just came in. I was also wondering where the other players went. I didn't see them for a long time. Brother, where are you? Let's meet over here. It feels that it will be much easier to play with two people. After sending this message, the player with the ID of Sky City was looking forward to the follow-up. Not long after, another player's message came. I don't know exactly where it is. There's no punctuation in this game. Don't panic. Let me take a look at what landmarks are around me, and then I should be able to know my general location. There are all kinds of meteorite craters around me. Oh, and there's a planet right in front of me. After hearing the news from the other player, the player named Sky City had a lot of question marks in his mind. No, brother, can you tell me in detail? I'm getting more and more confused the more I listen. I've already told you in detail. Seeing the other player's speech, he seemed to understand something. Wait, brother, don't panic. Before that, I want to confirm one thing. First, look around you to see if there are any trees or in the distance. Can you see any trees? Seeing Sky City's speech, the other player was also full of question marks. No, buddy, what are you thinking? This planet is obviously a planet without life. You still want to see trees. You are dreaming. After seeing this message, Sky City can basically confirm that the two people are definitely not on the same planet. My friend, there is a situation I have to explain to you. If nothing unexpected happens, we should not be on the same planet. What the hell? Seeing this message, another person was also confused. No, brother, what do you mean? Can you explain it in detail? The general situation is that the resurrection point of this game may be a little different from what we expected. That's about it. Huh? That's probably the situation. All new players in other games should be resurrected at the same point, but it seems that we are different. The resurrection point of this game is probably different for everyone. Take me for example. I am now born in a life planet with all kinds of trees and animals, but you are obviously in a barren planet with nothing. Seeing the information of Sky City, I laughed and forgot my grudges, and was immediately dumbfounded. No, buddy, what kind of devil setting is this? The two of us are not in the same place, or all the players are not in the same place. What the hell is this? There is nothing around me, but you have all kinds of resources. This is more or less a bit outrageous. This is indeed a bit outrageous. After listening to the introduction, I felt like something like, I am in the simple mode, but you are directly marked as the hell mode. It feels like this. In this way, the two of them communicated with each other again, and finally they confirmed a painful fact. That is, it seems that everyone's birth point in this game is different. This discovery made both of them a little confused. There is no way. This is more or less a bit outrageous. They thought that they had played so many games, but they really hadn't seen any game like this one. However, despite all the outrageous things, the two had to admit a fact, that is, the current situation seems to be like this. So brother, how should this game be played now? Yixia Ninja asked a soul-searching question. It should be similar to independent development and construction. The worldview of this game should be very grand. Whether it is a planet or the universe, it should be able to be developed. As for how to develop, it depends on the players themselves. I just took a rough look at the situation here. First of all, it can be confirmed that if you want to develop, you need resources. We can devour various materials and convert them into points. By consuming points, we can build buildings to strengthen ourselves. Hearing what Sky City said, Yixia Nenshu couldn't help but hold his mouth. It seems to be like this. I envy you, my friend. You have so many resources there, and you can develop easily, unlike me. It's hard to say. After all, didn't you look carefully there? In fact, there is not much difference between us, because this race can survive in space, so you don't need to worry about survival. Secondly, you can get resources by swallowing various substances, including various mineral resources on your side. Like where you are, there should be enough mineral resources, and the points produced by mineral resources should be much more than the plants and animals on my side. Hearing the analysis of the Sky City, Yixiao and Chio also felt a little concerned that the two seemed to have communicated for a while when they were free, and the two sides discussed various things. Finally, they figured out how to play this game. Through their discussion, they were basically sure that this game was designed for them to develop independently. They could collect various resources on the planet. Then, they could build various buildings, unlock various types of soldiers through these buildings, and then strengthen themselves. This was probably the model. In this way, the two sides went through various discussions, and basically figured out everything they should know. After figuring out everything, the two began to develop according to their own situations. Then they were shocked. Why do they say that? The reason is very simple, that is, they actually found that many things in this game interact very well. They couldn't believe it when they said it. This is simply outrageous. Other games do have some things like building interactions, but they are very superficial and not particularly detailed, but this game is different. The buildings and other aspects of social interaction in this game are simply as detailed as they can be. Whether it is flowers, trees or other things that have a touching volume, this also scared the two players. Oh my god, is this game really that ridiculous? Collision volumes are set for all kinds of things. How much computing power does this require? Sometimes, while absorbing resources for the Sky City, he sighed and looked at his resource reserves. He was already very close to building the first building. While thinking, he asked about the progress of the Smile and the Enchu, and the progress of the other side also shocked him. Oh my god, he has already started the second building. It's just as I thought. The points generated by ores and other things are much more than these plants. As he thought about it, he fell into a state of contemplation. Although the environment here is relatively good in all aspects, the resources are really a bit bad. I can't continue like this. I must find a better resource point as soon as possible. As he thought about it, he began to look around. Although this is a life planet, there is no big problem on the planet, because resources can be found here, but there are not as many resources as other places, but there are still some. At least in the early stage, collecting these resources can speed up the progress. It seems that I have to develop as soon as possible and move to other resource planets around as much as possible. This place is still a little unreliable. Although the environment here is better in all aspects, it has no special features. To put it bluntly, it is suitable for living. Apart from this, it has no other functions. I don't want a place suitable for living now. I want a place suitable for development now. It must be said that the perception of this race is still very strong. Soon, the Sky City found a mineral resource with the special perception of insects, which made Ilu relieved. He found that the super mineral resource was indeed the same as he thought, and the proportion was much higher. The only problem was that the difficulty of collection was very high. Because he also asked here, he smiled, and made up for the grudges after many confirmations. Answer me that this resurrection point looks good, but it is actually really bad. At this time, while he was still busy, several chat messages came in the channel. Basically, they were in a state of confusion like the two at the beginning, so the two told him the situation here, and after hearing the specific situation, the newcomer was also confused. Oh my god, this game setting is so outrageous, but fortunately, there seem to be a lot of resources around me, so I should be able to develop quickly. I envy you, the person above, so much. Although there are a lot of resources here, the problem is that there are other civilizations here, and they are fighting in space. Now I am worried that I will be discovered by them before I develop for a long time, and it will be embarrassing to destroy me. At this time, seeing the message of this player, the other people also became curious. Brother, what is the situation of the war you are talking about? Tell me in detail. I have something in your place. There are actually civilizations fighting there. Can we also get involved? You are probably thinking too much. In our situation, we will just be giving away meat. I still want to guess. Okay, I am just asking, but I feel that after we develop combat troops, it should be no big problem to get involved. Chapter 1053. As time went by, more and more players entered the game, which made the game lively. Some players discussed various things. At this time in the Sky City, he was busy collecting various resources. And now in the several areas he selected, the development here can be regarded as booming. First of all, there are already many Zerg buildings here, and now a lot of bugs can be hatched. With the increasing number of worker bees, his efficiency in collecting resources has also greatly increased, which makes him very excited. Brothers, how is your development going? I have too few resources here. I have just built the hatching pool. It's okay here. I have already started to build the Velociraptor pool. If nothing goes wrong, I will be able to build Velociraptors when I go online tomorrow. Brothers, is there no one on your side who is going to build a defense turret? Why build a defense turret? There are no enemies here at all, so there is no need for defense. Oh my friends, there are. Other civilizations, I've been targeted, they're sending troops to attack me now. I'm using worker bees to fight back. I feel like I can't handle it. I'm just a gathering soldier. What do you expect him to do? What's going on over there? As this piece of news appeared, everyone became curious. After all, many of them were in places where there were basically no enemies, so they had been living relatively peacefully. They didn't know the strength of the enemies in this game, and now that they saw a player encounter an enemy, they naturally wanted to know the situation urgently. Seeing everyone's discussion, the player with the ID Crazy Game immediately told everyone about his current situation. How should I put it? My planet is really a little bit outrageous. It is mainly composed of various rocks or similar things. Originally, I thought there was no intelligent creature on this planet, but who would have thought that there was a special creature called Stone Man on this planet? And the most amazing thing is, do you know? This thing is simply against the sky, because these stone men live on a giant beast. I don't know how to describe how big this giant beast is. It's really outrageous. Let's put it this way, it can be compared with a city, and you will know how big it is. This giant beast usually moves, but most of the time it is in a dormant state, and these stone men build their homes on its back, and many plants on this planet will only grow on the back of the giant beast. Hearing this, everyone became more curious. Brother, according to what you said, these giant beasts are equivalent to mobile cities. That's about it, and these stone men will also build various attack facilities in the city. Originally, I thought that the attack equipment they built should be the relatively lame engineering crossbows. But you didn't expect that these guys built these things, which can actually fire lasers and laser cannons. Can you believe it? After hearing what Crazy Game said, everyone present was dumbfounded. Oh my god, is this so outrageous? If I'm not a brother, I'm just curious, how did you get targeted? Seeing this question, the player immediately became interested. This matter really needs to be explained. The general situation is that I was looking for resources here at the beginning, and then I found a place with a lot of ore, and then I started mining there, but I never expected that I would have a group of stone men coming after I dug for a while. They saw me and shot without saying a word. Fortunately, I ran fast at that time, otherwise I would have been really finished. But this group of people would not give up. They started looking for my position around, and then they found my position. Because I had already built a building, it was very uncomfortable. So I could only passively take the beating. According to this situation, I estimate that my soldiers will be wiped out soon. Clean. My brother upstairs, are you a tiger? The situation is so clear. Just abandon the building and go to other places to rebuild. But I can't bear to do it. I finally built the building. You are probably thinking about it. If you continue to be dragged here by them, the longer you drag, the greater your loss will be. It's better to just break it. After understanding the situation, everyone also dissuaded. Indeed, the current situation is like this. If you continue to waste time here, the loss will only be greater. It is better to just break it. In this way, at least it can reduce the loss a little bit. And the most important thing is to change to a relatively safer place, and development is undoubtedly good. Wait until it develops, and then go there to take revenge. There is no need to waste time here. So, under the persuasion of everyone, the player finally had no choice but to give up that area. At this time, in a mountain range composed of rocks. Crazy Game, looking at Chow Chow not far away, a trace of reluctance flashed in his heart. Damn, you stone men, wait, I will definitely take revenge on you. As he said this, he left here with the prepared worker bees. This planet is very big. After knowing the situation of the local indigenous people here, Crazy Game was naturally very careful. First, he found the location of those giant beasts like mountains, and then bypassed them to find a suitable place to live. These bastards, remember 30 years in the east, 30 years in the west, don't bully the poor young. So, in this desolate world, a group of bleak backs appeared, and before long, he found a good place. So the rapid development began. However, the god of games thought that he would be able to develop a certain scale in this way, and then he would take his army back to take revenge. But he soon found that he seemed to have thought too much, because not long after he was busy here, he suddenly received news that his bugs were attacked. This startled him, and he didn't think too much. He immediately went to check, and then he saw the familiar figure again. Yes, it was the group of stone men again. Why are you guys killing one of my buildings again? And now you come to me again. However, he was in a weak position now, and he didn't dare to think too much. He immediately took the worker bees, and moved all the ore he dug out and left. He was also indignant along the way. It was obvious that he knew that he was being targeted by this group of stone men. You damn stone men, 30 years in the east, 30 years in the west, don't bully the middle-aged poor. When I develop well in the future, I will definitely get rid of all of you, and let you know the consequences of offending me. Obviously, this player is still very lazy. After all, he is not stupid. He knows very well what his situation is like. Of course, it is impossible to say that he rushed up stupidly. Before he has strength, everything is in vain. So, he chose to avoid it again this time. To be precise, it should be a tactical transfer. This time, in order to prevent being found again, he walked a long way. He felt that each of these giant beasts should have its own territory. So he only needs to leave the opponent's territory, and then the opponent should not be able to find him. With this mentality, he walked a long way, and encountered several giant beasts on the way. After this wave, he felt that he could definitely avoid those damn stone men. Then after arriving at a new place, he started his own development again. I really don't believe it this time. You can still find me? Arriving at a new place, he thought so. This time, he had opened up a long distance. If he was still found, it would be outrageous. So with this mentality, he started a new development here, because some resources were transported here before. So overall, his operation was relatively fast. Soon he collected enough resources to build a building, and after collecting these resources, he could breathe a sigh of relief. There shouldn't be any big problems now. The next step is to develop steadily, and then go for revenge after development. He looked at the time. Oh my god, I don't think I've played for long. How come it's already night so soon? After muttering to himself, he could only log off and rest. It just so happened that it took a long time to hatch a building, so he went offline to rest, and when he woke up after a good sleep, he would basically have done what he needed to do. With this idea in mind, he logged off with peace of mind. But before he went offline, his main bug had just gone to find some resources, so it stopped far away from the current base. He didn't care much about this matter, but what he didn't know was that it was this matter that saved his life, and time soon came to the second day. As soon as he went online, he saw where he had stopped in the crazy game. Oh my god, why did I stop here? Oh, I forgot to drive back when I went offline yesterday. But it doesn't matter. The construction should be done. While muttering, he soon came to the place where the cordyceps was built yesterday, but the scene he saw from a distance almost made him angry. Yes, he saw the stone man again. Damn it, it's you again. Why are you here again? Why are you so haunting? This scene made him angry. I can't afford to offend you, but can't I hide from you? As a result, I hid and you found me. What does this mean? This is too much. How could he not be angry? The mineral resources he found were taken away by them. Let's not talk about this for now. The most infuriating thing is that they not only took away his resources, but also didn't intend to let him go and chased him all the way to now. Damn it, 30 years in the east, 30 years in the west. I'm so annoyed. Based on the nature of these stone men, when the time comes, don't bully the poor young and the poor old. The dead are the greatest. No, I can't go on like this. I must think of a way to break the deadlock, otherwise I will be chased to death by these damn stone men. This time, he also understood that these pitfalls of stone men never intended to let him go, which means that he could only develop by defeating them no matter what. But thinking of their turrets, thinking of their various high-tech weapons that are emitting sparks, and looking at his side, he can't even make a nest for a combat unit. So what should I do? Watching the chat channel, there are players showing off their progress every day. The fastest ones already have their own velociraptors. The best player in the game now has 20 velociraptors, but I can't even build a hive. You know, we both entered the game at almost the same time. Damn it, why am I so unlucky? If I was born in a better place, this wouldn't be the case. Although he felt very annoyed, he still had to find a good place to develop. I can't do this anymore. Ask for help in the chat channel, and see if there are other players nearby. As he thought about it, he immediately edited a message in the chat channel. Help, guys. Then he wrote down his experience. Oh my god, are you so miserable? I really want to support you, but I am probably a million miles away from you, so it is impossible to support you. We are all on different planets or different places, so there is no way to support you. Among these messages, one message suddenly caught his attention. Are you on a planet made entirely of rocks? There are many giant beasts here, and you can see a giant beast phantom that is much larger than the other giant beasts on the horizon. Seeing this message, Crazy Game was also stunned, and then immediately chatted with the player privately. After a comparison, the two determined that they should be in the same place, but the other player was better off. At least, he was not targeted by the stone man now. He also developed a lot of defensive turrets, because he saw those giant beasts and thought that they might attack him, so he found a slightly safer place and started to build various defensive turrets. Although he had no troops, he already had 4 defensive turrets. Of course, this player also generously invited Crazy Game to develop with him. The two of them could take care of each other, and he had defensive turrets, so he didn't need to worry about the group of stone men. So the two hit it off. After the other party sent him his exact coordinates, Crazy Game immediately took all his belongings and rushed over there without hesitation. Chapter 1054. After determining the direction, he naturally went in the direction of another player. He was very confused along the way. I was so surprised. What was going on? Why did that guy find me so easily? He was also very surprised about this matter. He could understand that he was found before. After all, he didn't run far at that time, but later he took a detour and ran to the territory of other giant beasts. In short, he was found in the end. I really don't understand. What is the principle of their finding me? He thought that his goal was relatively small, and it shouldn't be like this. Who would have thought that it would be so easy to find? But what he didn't know was that compared to him, the stone man was also very cautious about this matter. It is true that this is where they live all year round. Their current technological level has reached the superdimensional level. After the great change in the universe, they found this place. Originally, they were thinking about developing here in a stable way, because they had just experienced a war not long ago, and they were the survivors of that war. For them, as long as they were careful, with their technological level, it would be easy to survive in this world. They thought so at first. Even though they had lost a lot of technology, at least the level was still there. This planet has a special resource, and this resource is what is needed to build powerful warships. It is even said that some super combat celestial bodies also need this resource, and it is for this reason that they chose to settle down here. Although they felt that it might be a little difficult to return to the previous state, it didn't matter. Because in their eyes, everything would be fine as long as they gave themselves time, but they never expected such a thing to happen in the end. This thing was naturally the sudden appearance of those creatures here. At first, they didn't care much about this special creature that suddenly appeared. Their technological level and cognition determined that these creatures were not a threat to them. Of course, they thought so at the beginning, at least in their eyes. So they didn't care much about this creature. Although they developed on the ground, they never paid attention to it. After all, as the saying goes, no one would care about the ants in front of them, and these creatures were just ants to them. At least they thought so at the beginning. But as time went on, they soon gradually discovered that something was wrong. The speed of development of these creatures was still a little fast. Of course, they all regarded it as a joke at the beginning, because no matter how fast you develop this kind of creature, what's the use? What impact can it have on yourself? Obviously, it can't cause any impact. No matter how many there are, they can kill them all with just a flick of their fingers. Until one day, this group of creatures was mining those special resource ores, which made them angry, because these things belonged to them. That group of creatures, what right do they have? At other times, no matter how you mess around, no one will care what the ants are doing, but once you touch the real interests, it will be different. So, they decided to teach this group of ignorant guys a lesson, and then they sent a team, and then they were dumbfounded. They never dreamed that this kind of creature was so powerful, and the physique of the creature itself was at least superdimensional. In an instant, they realized that the situation was not good. It was obvious that this was another defeated superdimensional civilization that suddenly appeared here. Naturally, they wanted to develop like them, and combined with the development speed of this race, they knew in an instant that they must eradicate these damn guys as soon as possible, otherwise they might really wipe out their own side. They really believed that when this group of special creatures recovered to their peak state, they would be easily controlled. So, how could they dare to neglect it? Of course, in addition to some basic weapons, they naturally have many powerful weapons here. The giant beasts where they live are typical biological weapons. It should be described as silicon-based weapons, or more precisely, these are all silicon-based creatures. In essence, it is very similar to the bugs. The bugs also evolved in this way, and so did they. But they didn't dare to use this kind of weapon. Who knows if there are other combat weapons behind those guys? Once they are exposed, they might really use their combat weapons, or there are not many combat weapons left on both sides, and everyone is reluctant to consume them. So they chose to let ordinary soldiers fight directly. It is equivalent to saying that both sides have reached a tacit agreement not to use those special things. Because once it is used, both sides will be in trouble. They compete for resources in this way. Whoever gets it will win. Don't use powerful equipment. Later, they tried a few more times, and found that the other party seemed to think the same way, because even if they were chased like this, they did not use their hidden weapons. In this way, they naturally understood the situation. Simply put, the two sides have reached a certain tacit understanding. This made them feel relieved. Although both sides were seriously injured, God knows which side was more seriously injured. What if the opponent has more powerful combat weapons than themselves? So now everyone has left their trump cards, which is undoubtedly the best choice. Of course, this is not the point. The point is another thing. Now they must recover as quickly as possible. The reason for this is very simple. Now they don't leave at all. In fact, in this situation, if you are sure that your side may not have an advantage, or even at a disadvantage, you should leave immediately. But now, if they have the idea or action of leaving, what will the other party think? Obviously, the other party will think that you are obviously inferior to them, so they will run away. Then knowing this, they will definitely not hesitate or be soft-hearted, so now they can only stay put. They can only deal with these guys in this way. Take the opportunity to restore their strength, and then find the right opportunity to leave here. So now the situation between the two sides has reached a weird balance. The players don't know what they think, and they don't know that the bottom line of the players is probably like this. At this time, the Stone Man, headed by the Combat Command Center on the Stone Man's side, was staring at the players. The group of insects began to move again. Where are they going this time? Now the whole planet is under our surveillance. It's useless for them to run anywhere. Once they get there, the troops behind us will follow them closely, so they have no chance at all. At first they thought so, but soon they found something wrong, because as the distance got closer, they actually saw new Zerg buildings, which surprised them. This is the most outrageous. They think their reconnaissance level is still relatively strong, but they didn't expect that a new Zerg nest appeared at this distance, and they didn't find it. This time, they were completely a little bit overwhelmed. This can no longer be described as outrageous. This is simply bizarre. Although they've lost a lot of technology, no matter how bad it is, it won't be so bad. In an instant, they understood that it might be that the other party's technology level is much higher than theirs, otherwise it would never be the case. This gave them a bad feeling. But the only thing to be thankful for was that they were lucky. Because both races were relatively restrained at the beginning. If they were a little impulsive, they would be finished. They didn't expect that this race was so powerful. We must be careful in all our actions from now on. Also monitor the surroundings as much as possible. We must determine the specific situation now. Are there combat weapons deployed in the surrounding universe or other places, and how did they find this place? In short, we must take all these things into consideration. The current situation seems to be very unfavorable for us. Determine how many combat celestial bodies they have, and their approximate strength. Only then can we arrange the future plan. To put it bluntly, the current state of restraint between the two sides is to test each other, and find out the true situation of each other. This is true for both us and them. After thoroughly understanding the other parties. Before the strength, I thought that both sides would definitely act according to the tacit understanding reached now, but once one side determines the strength and current situation of the other side, and is sure of it, it will definitely take action at the first time. We must also consider this point. Since the defeat in the battle, we have not even the most basic super combat and celestial bodies so far. We don't know whether the other side has super combat celestial bodies, but what is certain is that they don't seem to have any. If they really have them, it would be too easy to take us down. Now we just need to know what kind of technology they have left behind. At this time, the stone man calmly analyzed the situation in front of him, and based on the current situation, he was also judging how he should operate in the future. Of course, the players naturally had no idea about the situation here. They just regarded it as an ordinary wild monster. In fact, when the technology of the two is similar, it can be understood in this way. If the gap is too large, then there is basically nothing to say. And the reason why this situation occurred is naturally intentional. At the beginning, he left a lot of seeds in the universe, and some places were occupied by some foreign civilizations, and most of these civilizations were civilizations that lost in the war. Some places that were beaten to death, and only a group of survivors escaped naturally became the first choice for players to level up. So Jiangyao let the eggs in these places begin to hatch. In this way, the two are also equal in strength. After all, he doesn't want players to find a group of garbage monsters that can't be garbage anymore, and then go to level up, which will not have any effect. At this time, the players finally came to the specific location they had discussed before, and when he saw another player waiting for him there, he couldn't help but get excited. Brother, I finally saw a living person. You don't know how I spent this time. I was chased by those stone men all the way. My head hurt. The things I built with great difficulty were demolished by them in a short time. Don't worry, brother. You don't have to worry when you come to my place. I also know the situation you mentioned before. Just a few stone men are no threat to me. After all, I have so many turrets here. Although the so-called many by this player are only 4, these 4 turrets can obviously play a better role than directly using worker bees to fight hard. In this way, under his leadership, Crazy Game quickly came to his base. After arriving here and seeing the huge insect nest and the turrets guarding around, he couldn't help but brighten his eyes. Damn, old iron, you are good. You have already started to hatch the Velociraptor pool. At this pace, I guess you will be able to go out to hatch the Velociraptor tomorrow. That's about right. I've been developing very steadily here, and the resources around are relatively abundant, so I barely gathered enough materials. If I hadn't considered the possibility of being attacked by those giant beasts in the early stage, so I kept a hand and ran to build a turret, I guess I would have been out of the beasts long ago. That's great. With your help, I should be able to develop quickly. When the time comes, the two of us will work together to take care of all the stone men. The situation of the two naturally attracted the attention of players in other areas. After all, the places where most players are located are very safe so far, without any threats, so they are working hard to develop every day, but the place where these two people are located has enemies, and they also urgently need information about the enemies to judge the strength of the monsters in this game. So after the two of them joined together, they began to develop. Crazy Game began to collect ore from the surrounding mining points, and at this time, suddenly he saw a familiar figure again, and he didn't have time to think about it. He hurried back to tell the situation to that player. They are chasing us again. How many are there this time? I looked and there are about 10 of them. 10 or so is not a big problem. I have 7 worker bees and 4 turrets. You have 2 worker bees. We can definitely defeat them. I can also try out the power of the turrets. As he spoke, the player immediately began to dispatch turrets. Chapter 1055. Brother, pay attention, we are here. Don't worry, I'm ready. At this time, Crazy Game has prepared a lot of boulders on a cliff. At the same time, on the other side, the turrets have been arranged. So both sides are ready. As the opponent gets closer and closer, Crazy Game is also very nervous. He stares at the Stone Man team not far away. This group of dogs has been chasing me for so long, but I didn't expect to catch up here. I won't believe it if I don't kill you in this wave. Obviously, he is very satisfied with his preparations. He believes that the opponent will definitely be taken away by him in this wave. After all, he has prepared a lot of things to deal with him. Seeing the alien shape at the bottom of the long and narrow cliff not far away, there is no one in the stone. Seeing this scene, Crazy Game knows that this wave is definitely stable. Just kidding, you know, in order to prepare for this wave, the two of them still put in a lot of effort. As the distance gets closer, Crazy Game is ready. You little bastards, wait for death. According to the Crazy Game, It should take only a few minutes at most for them to be completely caught. At this moment, these few minutes seemed extremely long. Seeing the distance getting closer and closer, he was ready, but at this moment, suddenly these stone men seemed to have discovered him and raised their weapons in unison, aiming in his direction. Hey, no. Seeing this scene, Crazy Game was also startled. It was obvious that the opponent's sudden action made him a little confused. Oh my god, don't mess around. The next moment, countless attacks were launched towards him. Jianzhuang couldn't care about much and quickly retreated to the back as if he was escaping. I'm very curious. How could I be discovered when I was hiding so tightly? This is outrageous. While running, Crazy Game was still recalling where he was exposed and was discovered by them. He really couldn't figure out what was going on. Snow, can't the monster discovery mechanism of this game be affected by anything? Whether you have obstacles or not, he can discover you. You should know that this setting was developed very early in the game, and it will only appear when the technology is not in place. The setting is basically for more realistic monsters. If you encounter an obstruction, you can't find you. For this kind of range lock, as long as the character enters a certain range, he will be discovered regardless of whether there are obstacles or not. This kind of setting is already an outdated setting that has been eliminated for a long time. He really doesn't believe that this game would have such a setting. Is it because this thing is still in the internal testing state? So many functions are not perfect, and the game officials have not yet developed the monster discovery mechanism, so they use this? After thinking about it, he felt that there was only this possibility, and he couldn't think of any other possibilities. No, isn't this a scam? What a turtle setting. While running away, he couldn't help but complain in his heart. Brother, I have a problem here. There is a problem with the monster search mechanism. The trap plan failed. Is there any problem on your side? Don't worry, my friend, I am very stable here. There will be no problem. While speaking, he began to mobilize the turrets, and at this time, the opponent had entered the range of the turrets. The next moment, these turrets immediately launched an attack. Countless special examples were fired by the turrets, and attacked in the direction of the stone man. Of course, the stone man was also prepared. Next, a transparent shield rose up to protect them firmly. The powerful attack of the turret was blocked by the shield. Damn, these guys are still wearing shields. Seeing this scene, the god of games was numb. Originally, he thought that there were only some novice crowns here. Although the novice crowns were set to be difficult, they should not be too high. Who could have thought that the difficulty of the novice monsters in this game was so high? At this time, the stone man also raised his weapon and attacked the turret. The next moment, countless special beams attacked both sides. The battle between the two sides officially started. It must be said that the stone man's strength is online, at least in the current battle situation. Facing the fierce artillery attack of the turret, the stone man still seems to be at ease. Of course, the insect's turret is not a vegetarian. As time goes by, the stone man's shield can no longer withstand it. This is when the insect really exerts its strength. A large number of attacks directly hit the stone man, and these stone men were directly killed on the spot. Although the stone man's body is very strong, the gap with the bug is still very large. Seeing this scene, the stone man is small, and the captain also knows that the opponent is not easy to mess with Master Yu. He also immediately began to command the team to disperse the formation, and was ready to ask for help at any time. Of course, the stone man's weapons are naturally strong. After fighting for a while, 3 stone men were lost, and one of the player's turrets was also destroyed. At this time, an accident happened. According to this ratio, before the turret is completely cleared, this group of stone men will be directly solved. Just when Crazy Game was relieved a little, he suddenly noticed that a spaceship was flying towards this side not far away. Damn, brother, something is wrong. How can the other party have a spaceship? Hearing his voice, the teammates also subconsciously looked in the direction of the spaceship, and then they were dumbfounded. Damn, this strength is over the standard. How can they get a spaceship out? What's the point of fighting? Obviously, both of them realized that something was wrong. But what's the use of realizing that something is wrong at this time? Obviously, it has no effect. Then what should we do? What should we do? What else can we do? Run. Obviously, both of them knew that they had no chance of winning in the current situation. Instead of waiting here and giving away their lives, they might as well run away directly, just in time to take advantage of the turrets to help. Of course, before leaving, the two of them communicated and decided to let the turrets attack the spaceship first. It might be possible to shoot down the spaceship, although they felt that this might just be their own delusion, but how could they know if they didn't try? So the turret turned its firepower and attacked the spaceship. It was obvious that the opponent's spaceship was not weak and easily blocked the attack of the turret. The reason why it was blocked was actually very simple. The main reason was that the number of turrets on the player's side was too small, and there was really no way to form effective firepower. Otherwise, if the number of turrets was increased, it would definitely be enough to make the opponent drink a pot. At this stage of development, it is naturally impossible to do this, but fortunately, they escaped smoothly with the help of the turrets. Crazy game, I say you are a real scumbag. Damn it, I was developing well originally, but you really brought me into the slump this time. Oh my god, buddy, you can't blame me for this, you think about it yourself. Didn't you swear before that you could easily control it? I came here because I believed you. If I had known that you were so weak, I would definitely not come here. What are you talking about? Do you want to hear what you are saying? You directly led the spaceship here, don't blame me. Which player can stop it now? This is simply outrageous. While the two were still talking, they suddenly felt the sky darken, subconsciously looked up, and saw that the spaceship had flown over their heads at some point. After seeing this scene, the two players were dumbfounded. A bad premonition came to them, and it was obvious that they seemed to have guessed something. As if to confirm their guess, the turrets on the spacecraft aimed twice, and the next moment countless turrets fired at the same time. Then the two people were directly submerged in the opponent's artillery. Not long after, in another place, 2 insect eggs hatched. The next moment, the figures of 2 players appeared here. Oh my god, how could he be killed in 1 second? I worked so hard to develop it, and all my belongings are gone. It turns out that Crazy Game is a scumbag. What's going on, buddy? I just resurrected and heard you complaining about me. Hey, you resurrected in the same place as me. It seems that we were separated when we entered the game before, and now we are actually assigned to the same place. Isn't it just right that we can cooperate with each other, so it should be more reliable? This is the only way now. Forget it. Don't think too much now. Let's find a good place and develop well first. After discussing it, the 2 players also crawled directly towards the cave entrance. This time, they made up their minds that they would never show up if they didn't develop well. It was too dangerous here. They would be killed in 1 second if they showed up. It seemed that the 2 crawled towards the cave entrance one after another. Not long after, Crazy Game crawled out of the cave entrance first, and he was stunned as soon as he crawled out of the cave entrance. The players behind him were also a little puzzled when they saw his behavior. Brother, what's wrong with you? The player said as he squeezed to the side. Then he squeezed in, and then he was dumbfounded, because what he saw were more than 10 black gun muzzles. Seeing this scene, both players were stunned. It was obvious that this matter seemed a bit unexpected. Oh my god, buddy, don't mess with the new account. The response to him was the sound of gunfire. So, the 2 unlucky players were carried away again, and were taken away directly without any resistance. Of course, as players, the 2 naturally couldn't just let others slaughter them. Soon they started the 3rd resurrection. However, after the number of resurrections increased, the 2 soon found that something was wrong. The first time they were resurrected in seconds, but after resurrecting several times, the 2 found that the resurrection time began to increase. Now they need at least 2 hours to resurrect after dying once. Brother, this is not good. We are completely targeted by them. They come to squat on our spot every time we revive. You know, the resurrection in this game is still a random resurrection. It's outrageous that they can be squatted. At this time, the 2 were discussing in the chat group. They have forgotten how many times they have been messed with, but they know that they can't survive for more than 5 seconds every time they revive, which is the most outrageous. And judging from the current situation, if they don't find a way to solve the current problem, the resurrection time may be calculated by the day. And the content of their discussion was naturally noticed by other players. Oh my god, these 2 guys are not assigned to the same planet. What's going on with you? Brother, something big has happened here. You don't know that the stone men here seem to have satellite navigation. No matter where we revive, they can find us in the first time and carry us away. It's outrageous. Now we are being killed by them. There is no chance for development. Oh my god, are the living conditions over there so dangerous? In this situation, you don't need to develop at all. Is there any big guy who is close and has developed well? Please come to support us. If it goes on like this, the 2 of us can't stand it anymore. I just checked the coordinates you sent. They are not far from me, but there are still 1 or 2 planets away. I am on the planet next to you. It is quite good here. There is no danger. But if I want to come to support you, you must at least develop space troops. Otherwise, I can't come here at all. When the 2 players heard what this player said, their faces suddenly collapsed. It is unknown when they will develop space troops. It is impossible that they will not be online during this period. But it is very sad that they can only wait now, because through communication, they have basically confirmed that only that player is closest to this area. And influenced by the two of them, the other player decided that he would never rush out without waiting for his own development. Otherwise, it would be embarrassing to have the same fate as them. So in general, now the two of them can only rely on themselves. But the problem is that they can't develop it all by themselves now. After all, that area is now blocked by the stone men, and they are watching very closely. As long as the bugs dare to show their heads, they will be cleared immediately. In this way, the two players basically have no possibility of development. After all, being watched so closely, it is really strange to be able to develop. But it is obvious that the two players are still ready to struggle. And Crazy Game also thought of a perfect plan. In fact, the principle of this plan is very simple. Since it doesn't work on the ground, why not go underground? They can still hide underground. It's impossible for them to be found out. Chapter 1056. What is the saying? As long as the mind does not slip, there are always more solutions than problems. Recently, players have also discovered a situation. In order to make this game more realistic, many things in the game are based on reality. For example, insects cannot appear out of thin air, and they need to be hatched through insect eggs. There are a large number of insect eggs buried underground at the player's resurrection points. For this reason, players can be resurrected in different areas. However, the players found a point, that is, if the opponent's reconnaissance ability is strong enough, they will definitely find themselves immediately. However, they did not expect that they were basically found by the opponent after they crawled out of the cave, and then the opponent rushed over to get rid of them. Although there were a few times when they were unlucky and just bumped into each other, it was like this most of the time. So the players made inferences, and found that it is very likely that these enemies underground seem to be undetectable. Of course, this is not groundless. In fact, the special material on this planet has a strong shielding effect on perception, and even superdimensional civilizations cannot really perceive everything. Because this special material is used to make super combat celestial bodies. If the materials used for super combat celestial bodies are so poor, they would have been discovered long ago. Therefore, these materials have hindered the discovery of insect eggs to a certain extent. However, once the insects leave the cave and go to the ground, these materials naturally cannot be shielded, because these materials are basically underground. It is for this reason that they are found every time they go up. Of course, this discovery was made by Crazy Game. After all, he had died so many times, and had a lot of experience. Relying on his experience of multiple deaths, he concluded this possibility. Although the principle is not clear, it must be said that after this resurrection, they directly dug a hole underground, and then they found that the enemy had not come to them for a long time, which made the two of them happy. After all, they escaped the pursuit this time. I spent a lot of time to find out this. The resources under the ground are also very rich. We only need to build a huge kingdom of disciples. When it develops later, we will lead our large army to the ground. While busying himself, Crazy Game said so, and at this time, he also noticed the information of other players in the chat channel. Brothers, how is the situation over there? At this time, other players also paid special attention to them. For their situation, the players also kept a close eye on them all the time. Once there was any movement, they wanted to know what was going on. So they ran to ask from time to time what was going on. After all, their intelligence is very important now. After escaping from danger, Crazy Game also began to relax, so he focused on the chat channel. Then he saw the cordial greetings from various players. Of course, this is a positive greeting, so there is nothing else. With this mentality, he started to browse and soon saw many people who would come over from time to ask them if they were resurrected. In short, they were all concerned about each other, and he was a little embarrassed. You guys, I really don't know how to complain about you. Should I say it or not, you guys are really pitfalls. He couldn't help shaking his head as he spoke. After all, the content of these greetings was more or less a little bit heartbreaking, such as have you measured? How long have you measured? Where have you been? Are you still alive? And so on. In short, it was all kinds of pitfalls that made him feel extremely headache. Should I say it or not, you guys are really pitfalls. You can't expect me to be good. I really admire you. What do you think? Every day if you ask me something good, I won't say anything, but you guys ask these things every day. It's just that you have nothing to do all day. If you have this leisure time, you should develop yourself. You just think about all kinds of messed up things all day. Forget it, I won't talk to you about this and that. Now I'm busy developing here. I won't discuss these messed up things with you. At this time, everyone present was immediately excited when they saw that crazy game, which had been silent for a long time, finally responded. Oh my god, brother, you are finally alive. I thought you were dead. What is the situation over there? Yeah, haven't you been hunted down all the time? What is the situation now? You should tell me. You don't explain the situation clearly every day. I hate this kind of half-sentence talk. What is the situation? Seeing the mobile players getting anxious, Crazy Game couldn't help but smile. That's right, he wanted to keep other players hanging in this way. There was no way. When he was in trouble before, this group of people mocked him. If it weren't for his good fortune, he would have been finished. Now, they actually want to get information from him. Thinking of this, he couldn't help shaking his head. Young men, you are too naive. I will never tell you the specific information unless I whet your appetite. I know you are anxious, but I want to say that you should not be anxious. Wait for me to keep you in suspense before discussing other things. At this time, he felt like a little devil, whetting everyone's appetite, just as he thought. This group of players was also quite calm at the beginning, but they became more and more impatient later. After the Sun Road mobile players were ready to pick up their knives, he slowly stood up and talked about the general situation. That is to say, you just hid underground and then escaped from the pursuit. Otherwise, how difficult do you think it is? If it is difficult, do you think we two still have a chance to survive? Oh my god, I thought it was something that happened, and it was a big deal. So after all the trouble, it seems that there is nothing. I thought it would take some incredible operation, but now it seems that I thought too much, but think about it, it's not something, there is no need for so-called incredible operation. The result is somewhat disappointing, but fortunately it's okay, at least for now. It's true that they can develop steadily now, and they are no longer beaten after a short period of development like before. In fact, brothers, I am very curious, is it that among so many of us, only they were beaten, while other places were safe and sound? Although I don't want to admit it, but the fact is that they are the only unlucky ones among our group. While talking, the players started their own development journey again, honestly. It is said that players now feel that there is nothing to play here at all. They collect resources, and build buildings every day. Then when the resources are enough, they start to increase the number of troops. After the number of troops has increased enough, they continue to collect resources and build buildings. Maybe the only fun for players is to compare their progress with each other. They envy Crazy Game very much. At least they have developed well, and have monsters for them to kill, but they can't kill any monsters on their side. Of course, not every player is like this. Some players live in places with low-level civilizations, and all these civilizations naturally become their targets. Brothers, I have a lizard civilization here. They have established a country, and I have developed velociraptors. Next, I will show you how to bully weak players. You, the one above, may be killed by them. You want to take off just by relying on a few velociraptors. It's too naive. Look at what you said. Don't underestimate it. The velociraptors are very strong. While talking, the player started the live broadcast, and a large number of players also poured into his live broadcast room. At this time, there was a huge castle not far away, and densely packed attractions could be seen around it. As for this player, he hid not far away with his velociraptors. Damn, I finally saw other civilizations. Blue, why is there nothing where I am? The planet I am on is a wasteland. Let alone civilization, there is not even a single plant or animal. I envy those who can get the monster area. Am I the only one who is curious about whether the anchor can beat them? I think it's a long shot. This player had expected to see the demos of everyone. After all, this gimmick is still very attractive, but he knew very well that he would definitely win. Naturally, it was very simple, because he had fought these monsters before, and then he found that these monsters were ridiculously weak, and he, a velociraptor, could challenge them all. If he thinks about it carefully, he can understand the reason. To put it simply, the strength of this velociraptor itself is not low. In terms of external classes, it is a product of super civilization, and the place where it is now is not even a low-level civilization. Otherwise, it would be strange if it was not beaten. After all, not everyone is unlucky and encounters a place with the same level as themselves. The civilizations encountered by most other players are much lower than their own. After all, no matter how strong the indigenous civilization living on the planet is, how strong can it be? What the players don't know at this time is that in the lizard civilization, the old attractive king looked at the huge scroll carried up by his soldiers and fell into thought. This matter started a few days ago. A few days ago, They were looking for other lizard tribes outside to harvest and expand their own country. The team led by the famous general among the lizards, that time was the ceiling for the newcomers. Naturally, he could do anything easily. Everyone thought that was the case, but then they encountered a demon with a weird appearance. At first, no one took him seriously, but when the demon attacked them with their swords and wiped them out, everyone knew that the demon was too powerful. A whole army of 500 lizard men, including the general, was wiped out. If the scout hadn't brought the news back, I'm afraid we would still be in the dark. As the old king spoke, his expression was serious, and then he turned his attention to his ministers. Have you found a wizard who can fight against the devil? Faced with this outrageous power, the first thing that the new king thought of was the legendary wizard who could fight against the devil. After hearing his answer, his men nodded. Don't worry, we have invited the 10 most powerful wizards in the country. If these demons dare to come out again, they will be killed. Hearing this, the old king nodded. In fact, he used to be disdainful of these people. After all, he knew that many so-called wizards were liars, but since the old general was wiped out, he felt that these people might really be reliable. After all, demons are real, so what's so strange about wizards being real? Of course, he didn't put all his hopes on these charlatans. He still prepared a backup plan, such as tens of thousands of armored soldiers and tens of thousands of archers. In short, it is no exaggeration to say that the troops he has now are enough to fight a small national war. He still doesn't believe that those demons can be safe and sound under the siege of so many people. He even has some expectations at this time, expecting those demons to come. Because if the demons are solved this time, it will be another great achievement for him. His name will also be more glorious because of this achievement, and at this time, he saw a subordinate rushing towards him in a hurry. King, those demons are out again, they are attacking our castle. When the king heard the news, his expression changed slightly, and he was just sleepy and sent a pillow without thinking. He immediately waved his hand. Order everyone to get ready and kill the demons, and let the group of wizards fight with the demons first to see what the demons are like. After the king's order was issued, the whole country immediately began to act, starting with the wizards, who were invited. All along the way, these wizards were discussing their own witchcraft. In fact, many of them knew that they were all liars, but they were just pretending. God knows what the king was thinking, and he actually invited them to clean up the demons. Thinking of this, they couldn't help shaking their heads. There are no demons in this world. Demons are just fabricated. But it doesn't matter to them, after all, the king is very generous. As long as there is money to be made, it doesn't matter whether you are a demon or not, whether you have a demon or not. Even if there is no demon, they can find a way to make one for you. Chapter 1057. Obviously, the group of people in front of them did not realize the seriousness of the matter. They thought that this was another special incident, and was mistakenly believed to be caused by the devil. At this time, many of them were very eager to try. As for the reason, those who understand naturally understand it. After all, as long as they perform well and are favored by the king, good days will come in the future, so they are now thinking about how to show themselves and make themselves more eye-catching, but they did not realize that things seemed to be not as simple as they imagined. At first, they were all very excited because they knew that their various routines would come in handy. Since they could become famous wizards, they must have a lot of tricks in their hands. They discovered some special chemical reactions that can create some effects, but now they don't have this concept. They only know that mixing these things together will trigger special effects, so that they can show their holiness in front of people. Apart from this, they don't know the principles and other things. But for them, these things are enough for them to perform, and they are convinced of this because they have fooled too many people. However, as they kept getting closer, they soon realized that something was wrong, because the front was getting noisier and noisier, and they could even see many people running away passing by them. Seeing this scene, several wizards looked at each other. They faintly saw uneasiness in their eyes. Could there really be a demon? This was what they thought at the moment, but soon they shook their heads again. They shook their heads and threw away this unrealistic idea. If there really was a demon, then the world would have been in chaos long ago. How could it be like this now? However, as time went on, they soon felt more and more that something was wrong, because they had already smelled the strong smell of blood in the air. The shouts and screams coming from outside the city wall in the distance made them panic. Of course, this is not the point. The point is that all kinds of sounds are mixed together, as if there is something really terrifying ahead. You know, they are now behind the city wall. However, through such a towering city wall, they can actually hear the movement outside, which shows that things are not simple. So the pace of several wizards moving forward became slower and slower, But the soldiers behind them would not let them drag them. They took these wizards to a small door not far away. As they got closer, they became more and more uneasy. They instinctively wanted to leave, but it was obvious that the current situation could not allow them to retreat. In fact, when they chose to take the risk to fool around, they had already decided that they had no way out. Once they were found to be cheating, then only death would await them. Soon the small door was opened. When the small door was opened, a strong smell of blood came to the nose. Looking around, the bodies of lizardmen soldiers were seen lying in a mess not far away. In addition, several huge monsters can be seen in the distance biting the besieged soldiers crazily. The attacks of these soldiers seemed to be non-existent to them, and could not cause any harm, while those monsters could easily cut through the soldiers' hard armor and kill them. Such a shocking scene scared the wizards. They wanted to retreat while yelling, but it was obvious that the soldiers behind them did not give them a chance. Compared with strength, the soldiers were naturally better. No! Help! These are simply impossible to defeat. This is a monster, not a demon. If you let us go, we will only clean up the demon. At this time, the wizards were shouting and trying every possible way to leave here, but there was no chance. As the small door slowly closed, the wizards who were pushed out suddenly saw the velociraptors that were still killing people in the distance. However, it was obvious that their movements here also attracted the attention of the velociraptors, and one of them flew directly towards them. The velociraptors were so fast that they were difficult to catch. Before they could react, they were already beside them. Several wizards, who had not run far, were directly solved on the spot. And the remaining wizards were not much better. They were also taken away on the spot in a few seconds. At this time, the soldiers on the city wall were dumbfounded when they saw the scene. They thought that these people might not be able to beat the demons, but they didn't expect that they had no power to fight back. Combined with their previous performance, everyone present naturally knew that these might be fakes who were deceiving others. These lizardmen are all liars. They are not so-called wizards at all. They don't know magic. They are all liars. Oh my god, how can there be such bad lizardmen in the world? It's really too bad. You know, everyone is fighting against the devil now, but they are still thinking about cheating. Their hearts are too dark. Obviously, everyone present was very angry with these cheating lizardmen. They were really too evil. How could there be such bad lizardmen? You know, these lizardmen used to cheat many other lizardmen, otherwise they would not have such a big reputation. You can imagine how miserable those who were cheated by them were. Thinking of this, they just felt that these demons did a great job and cleared so many tumors for the world. But it is obviously not the time to think about these things now, because these demons are about to kill them, and the besieging soldiers are dead. Seeing this scene, the soldiers guarding the city immediately issued an order, asking their men to shoot arrows directly at the demons. Now all the soldiers on their side have died, and there is no need to worry about hurting innocent people. As the order was issued, a large number of arrows flew over there. Such an overwhelming force, any army would definitely retreat at the first time, but it had no effect on those demons. Their attacks were like tickling in the eyes of the demons. The demons rushed towards them at a very fast speed. The city walls as high as more than 10 or 20 meters in front of these demons were as easy to climb as if they did not exist. Of course, for these demons, there is no need to be so troublesome. They can easily tear these high walls apart. So, a desperate scene happened. Although it attracted people to resist desperately, it was useless. These demons easily solved them all. No matter what weapons they used, they could not cause any harm to the demons. And their various protective gears were just like paper to the other side, and they would be destroyed with a slight touch. The difference in strength between the two sides was too great. Under such a crushing force, the soldiers on the city wall were soon defeated. At the same time, the remaining soldiers were also scared because they were just going to die, so everyone panicked. The morale of the army began to decline, but this was also very normal. After all, if they could really win, this situation would not happen. Not having a trace of identity is what really makes people despair. Compared with these lizardmen, the players saw a completely different scene. Oh my god, this is too outrageous. Just a few of them completely crushed the beasts. This is simply a crushing situation. The gap is too big. There is no room for operation. You can see that the opponent has used up all kinds of routines, but are they useful? Obviously, they are useless. The gap is too big. Isn't it the monster strength system of this game? Why are the monsters on our side so strong, and the monsters on your side are like ceramic jars, which disappear when touched? The one who is most dissatisfied with this wave is Crazy Game, because only the monsters on his side are pressing them to the ground, while the monsters on the other side are easily rubbing their hands, which makes them have no game experience at all. This makes them very angry. So among all the planets we encounter with monsters, only you two are there. The strength of the monsters is not right. That's not the case. Our spawn points are all in the level 1 and level 2 monster areas. Only you guys have run to the level 60 and 70 monster areas. Otherwise, the difference would be impossible. I can only silently mourn for the two brothers for 30 minutes, but I'm curious if you guys haven't been discovered yet? That's right. We're developing very well underground now. If nothing goes wrong, we'll be able to get out the beasts tomorrow. Of course, this is not the point. The point is that the resources here are too rich. According to this situation, we can build a lot of buildings the day after tomorrow. In addition, we plan to get more turrets. That thing is quite useful. What's the situation with the turret you mentioned on the road? I can also make it here, but I don't know whether to spend resources to make it. After all, this thing is not cheap. I just don't know the cost performance. Let me tell you this. This turret is very strong, even stronger than a velociraptor or other types of soldiers. However, the biggest problem with this turret is its mobility. Although it can move and is quite fast, it can only move in the area of fungal blanket. It needs to replenish energy from this, or replenish some substances. Although it can still move after leaving, not only will its speed slow down, but the most important thing is that it will fall into a dormant state after a few shots. I don't know why. Although you can force it to fire, because it cannot be replenished, it may not even be a luxury in the end. However, as long as there is fungal blanket, it is very unsolvable. So that's it. In fact, it feels like a fortress, but compared to a fixed thing like a fortress, these turrets can move, and can be specially deployed at any time. While the players were discussing, the velociraptors had already broken through the opposite wall, and began to kill people in the city. Any resistance seemed so futile in front of them. They crushed all the way, and soon broke through to the palace. At this time, the palace was very heavy, and it was trembling when it saw this scene. It was really terrible. The gap between the two sides was so huge that they had no way to deal with such a huge gap. In the end, even the guards of the palace could not withstand such a huge pressure and chose to escape. There was no way. The situation here was too dangerous and cruel. These tasks were extremely ruthless, and there was no mercy. As long as they were touched, they were basically dead. So whoever changed would be able to bear it. If it weren't for the loyalty of this group of guards, they would have run away long ago. So far, this battle has come to an end. This empire that was established in hardship was destroyed so easily, and the surrounding Suyong area would also fall into a state of each doing its own thing. Maybe now they have a common enemy here, and everyone will think about how to fight the devil. If the devil does not exist one day, they will fall into endless civil strife until a country is established, and it will repeat itself. And this is probably the situation. Of course, with the capture of the center of the empire, the live broadcast also came to an end, and the players also talked about this live broadcast with great relish. Compared with what they heard from crazy games before, the performance here was completely different and brought them a different experience. At the same time, the players also realized a problem. Although they were separated, and the enemy strength faced by each area was also different. But they will eventually gather together, because the mainstream of this game is not on the planet, but the entire universe. They will always enter the universe, and when they enter the universe, they need to help each other. According to the situation of this game, when we develop well and enter space, we will definitely face stronger enemies, so we must communicate well in advance and see how to deal with it. We can unite. After all, the enemies in space are definitely stronger than those on the ground. We will discuss a gathering point and gather there once we develop into space. This point must be close to everyone, otherwise it will be too difficult to run. The most important thing is that entering space is simple. Some arms can go to space, but we must ensure that we develop space fortresses like Leviathan before entering space. This will be safer. Indeed. In short, we should develop well on our own and try to improve our strength first. According to the situation of this game, there must be many enemies. Although we haven't encountered any yet, this should be considered as the protection period for novices. When we enter space in the future, it will not be so good if we encounter enemies. I even seriously suspect that the enemies we encountered in Crazy Game are from space. I just don't know why they ran back to the planet. After all, only enemies from space have high-end goods such as spaceships. Chapter 1058. Amid the discussion among the players, this time is considered to be over. Through this battle, the players also discovered many characteristics of this game. Brothers, I have roughly summarized it. First of all, the upper limit of the monster strength in this game is very high, or in other words, the monsters that we have encountered so far are not the upper limit of this game. And this game does not have any so-called newcomer protection mechanism. If you are lucky, the monsters in the place you are assigned are relatively weak, then everything is fine. But if you are unlucky and the monsters in the place you are assigned are particularly strong, then you need to plan well. At this time, a player was talking freely, and he integrated all the information he had collected recently. Similarly, other players also began to summarize their own intelligence. Then they were surprised to find that this game was exactly the same as what was said in the promotion, without any exaggeration. 100% restoration of reality. Isn't this a 100% restoration of reality? In reality, you won't get anything. If you are lucky, your enemies will be very weak. In reality, if you are unlucky, you can encounter powerful enemies, and if you are lucky, you can also encounter weak enemies. Isn't this the case here? So the situation here is perfect. In addition, they also figured out their mission. In the final analysis, there are all kinds of enemies hidden in the universe, and what they have to do is to expand their power as much as possible before being discovered by these enemies, so that they can have the power to fight against the enemies. Otherwise, when the enemies attack, they can only become cattle and sheep to be slaughtered. It has to be said that the lesson this time brought to the players is profound, because this time it made the players realize their own weakness, and also made the players realize what they should do next. Of course, this time here refers to Crazy Game. After all, they are the only ones hiding in the ground and dare not show their heads, because they will be in a second if they show their heads in the outside world. So the two of us are like picked up from outside. At present, only the two of us are in a dangerous place among so many people. At this time, deep underground, Crazy Game couldn't help but complain while mining. Although the two of them have achieved some results in their joint construction, the number of turrets has reached 10. And they have successfully made the Velociraptor, and now they are considering hatching the Hydralisk. According to the introduction of the game, the Hydralisk is one of the more core arms in the game, because it belongs to the long-range attack arms, which can attack entire units, and the most important thing is that it can also attack some spaceships. As long as the number is not enough, it can easily break the dart of the spaceship. And compared to the Hydralisk, which is weak in ground optimization and air combat, the Hydralisk is equivalent to an all-round arm, and it can continue to evolve into a more powerful type of soldier. In short, this type of soldier will be the main force for a long time in the future. As long as there are 100 or 200 Hydralisks, we don't have to worry about safety. As long as the opponent's spaceship shows up, we will definitely solve it. Just as Crazy Game said this, the player next to him remembered another thing. Don't get excited, my friend. I think we should be calm about this. First of all, you need to understand that the spaceship is just one of them. Don't forget them. They live on those giant beasts. Maybe they are also controlled by them. The strength of those giant beasts should be much higher than that of the spaceship. So if we really want to dominate here, I think we should at least get the flying dragons out. I even think that the flying dragons may not be the opponents of those giant beasts. I think we should at least get the thunder beasts out. I get the thunder beasts out. It will take a long time. That's the situation. Based on the current situation, I feel that we need to reach this level at least before we can really fight against the opponent. This is too outrageous. How long will it take to get thunder? I feel that we have to wait at least another month to get a flying dragon. Waiting for the thunder beast. God knows how boring it is. Okay, it's boring. It would be fun if you go out for a stroll. Now we have to develop. Don't forget what the other brothers said that we have to gather at that time. When they all gather to play, it will be funny that we don't even go out of the planet. Hearing this, Crazy Game also nodded. It was indeed like this. Forget it, forget it. Now we should develop honestly and get everything done as soon as possible to keep up with the progress of the big team. Now I heard that someone has started to build a flying dragon tower. Hearing him say this, the little friend next to him couldn't help but look shocked. It's already started, brother. Are you sure you're not kidding me? Do you know how many pre-built buildings you need to upgrade to do that? Seeing his teammates making a fuss and playing the game crazily, he wasn't too surprised, because he was also very surprised when he received the news. But after multiple confirmations, he had to accept the reality. I know you're anxious, but don't worry. I explained the situation to you, and you understand. The situation is that the damn lucky guy, the place where he resurrected, is a little bit better. How good is it? There are abundant resources there, and the most important thing is that it is in an undeveloped area. There are no enemies around, and he is the only life there. The surrounding area is full of high-quality mineral veins. No, that's not appropriate. It should be said that the entire planet is made up of minerals, And you can get resources by digging. So you should understand what the situation is. He is digging there desperately. Because there are enough resources, many buildings can store enough resources to upgrade in minutes. Although many pre-built buildings consume a lot of resources before upgrading the Flying Dragon, it is not a problem for him at all. After understanding the reason clearly, the players next to him were also envious. How can they not be envious? For a few resources, they have to fight with all kinds of wits and courage, use all kinds of routines and hide, and they can't get much, but they can easily get resources everywhere. Of course, as the saying goes, there is no harm without comparison. The situation on his side has always been relatively bad, until he saw something worse. Help me, guys. The monsters are so strong where I am now. Every time I revive, I am killed instantly. When he saw this message, Crazy Game's eyes lit up. Isn't this his situation at the beginning? Brother, you have to ask me about this. I have experience. When you encounter this situation, just drill underground. These monsters should not be able to detect your brother. You can go up and get back the place after your brother grows up. I have heard your method from my friend before, but it is completely useless. These monsters are simply outrageous. I was discovered even when I was hiding underground. No, if this is the case, wouldn't you be discovered when you revive? In this game, in order to be close to reality, the bugs are hatched in bug eggs. According to what you said, the bug eggs will also be exposed. But it is obviously impossible, because the hidden characteristics of the bug eggs are very high. After all, as the core of the bug, this is the most critical thing to hatch the bug. Naturally, the hiding ability is beyond doubt. Otherwise, this player would have no chance to revive there at all. But once it is hatched, it is different. It will be detected instantly. So this leads to a very bad gaming experience for this player. After hearing this player's story, the Crazy Game immediately felt that his side seemed to be quite good. As the saying goes, there is no harm without comparison, that's the truth. However, compared to the past, after this period of development, the players here are also quite powerful. The players were so bullied that they were immediately unhappy. These monsters are really bold. They are chasing us players. If we don't teach them a lesson, they don't know that the pot is made of iron. I already have more than 100 hydralisks. I will come to support you when the time comes. Brother, send us the coordinates over there. I will see if I am close. I will come to support you when I develop air troops in the future. By the way, brother, send us the situation of the monsters over there. Let's see what's going on. Hearing this, the player was moved and stern. He sent the situation over there. Then everyone saw a video in the chat channel. After clicking on the video, a huge blue planet came into view. Of course, this planet is not made of water, but the special substances on this planet make this planet a living thing. But this is not the point. The point is that there is a little worker bee that has just crawled out of the ground. Then the perspective moved slightly upwards, and a huge shadow was seen above the sky. This shadow seemed to be some special metal creation. Countless things like pipes appeared from the phantom, and then continued to penetrate into the interior of the planet. The various materials in that area were decreasing at a speed visible to the naked eye. This scene shocked everyone present. It was the first time they saw such a shocking scene. Of course, this was not the end. At this moment, countless tiny pipes suddenly appeared in the sky. These pipes directly penetrated the worker bee. Soon, the worker bee was blown into a hornet's nest while it was constantly escaping. Of course, do you think this is the end? Obviously not. Not long after, the worker bee was resurrected again. This time, his luck was very bad. As soon as he opened his eyes, he felt the vibration from the ground. The next moment, countless small tubes broke through the ground and hit him directly. Then, there were several new resurrection points. It was not until the CD of resurrection was very long that it ended. At this time, everyone present was stunned. They could guess what the huge attraction was. It should be a super huge building, comparable to the huge building of the entire planet. This building absorbs various substances of the planet and converts them into its own use. Oh my god, this is too outrageous. What level of monster is this? This is directly comparable to a planet. How powerful is this? You can tell by looking at his attack method. This is simply outrageous. He directly absorbs the entire planet. It has to be said that players feel that their 3 views have been refreshed. In front of this huge celestial body, the planet is like a plaything, and so are the bugs on the planet. What shocked them the most was that they knew how big a planet was, and how big this building was. In this case, a bug seemed extremely small, but even such a familiar Zerg could be accurately located. It's like the difference between a person and an ant. Many times you don't even notice the ant. The ant will quietly wait for you at a place you can't see. As long as you don't pay attention, who can find it? But this building doesn't move. Even an ant can find it accurately and attack it accurately. Although it was extremely shocking, the players also came to a conclusion. So this is really sad news, my friend. With the sensitivity of this kind of building, I guess. You can't think of developing during this period, unless we wait until we destroy this building, otherwise you will have no chance to develop at all. Alas, what a pity. Yes, it can be seen that the resources of this planet are rich, but it seems that you can't get it now. If there is no such building, then everything will be fine. The result of the beginning of the game is very bad. Because of this flaw, it has directly turned into a hell difficulty. You are really unlucky. But I am very curious, brothers, do we really have to fight this kind of existence? I always feel that we may not be able to beat it. It's fun to have a challenge, and don't look at the size of this building. If we really fight, we will definitely rush to the inside to attack. We don't have the power to compete with it from the outside, but from the inside, our arms' combat capabilities will definitely not be worse than theirs. Now we just need to break through the defense. You are just daydreaming if you want to break through the defense. So the players were discussing this matter. After all, it would be a bit troublesome if they really planned to find this later, so they had to think of a plan on how to attack. Compared to them, that player chose not to continue to revive, but to become a pendant in the chat channel. He chatted with other players when he had nothing to do. He just hoped that the players could come before the planet was completely absorbed. Otherwise, he didn't know if he could continue to revive if all the insect eggs on the planet were absorbed. In this way, the days passed one by one, until one day this player suddenly discovered a new world. Chapter 1059. The reason was that this player got up to check his resurrection CD time as usual. Now I can only experience the game with such a short resurrection time. Every day I see all kinds of routines of the group of people in the group. I am so envious. This player is also envious of other players in the group, because they can play the game happily, but only he is in a very tangled state from beginning to end. I want to play the game, but because of the situation outside, I have no chance at all. I finally go online just to experience a few seconds of game time, which makes him doubt his life. There is no way. Among all the players, he is the worst. I am too unlucky. He couldn't help shaking his head when he said this. I don't know how long I can experience it today, 1 minute, 2 minutes, 10 minutes or even longer. But he quickly put aside this thought. What a joke 10 minutes is. Given his current situation here, let alone 10 minutes, I'm afraid 10 seconds is a luxury. After all, he knows the situation over there too well. But for him, even if the time is very short, he still wants to experience it, at least so that he feels that he is really playing the game, instead of giving away heads every day when he goes online. With this mentality, he entered the game as usual, but when he entered the game today, his expression suddenly changed completely. What did he see? He saw the environment he was in, and he didn't know when it had changed. Of course, this is not the point. The point is that he really doesn't understand why the originally empty sky is now replaced by various mechanical things. There were a lot of broken stones piled up around, which made him stunned. He was also a little surprised to see this scene, but he quickly withdrew his thoughts and turned his eyes to the other side. Because usually the attack came at this time, but today he found that there was no attack at all. Oh my god, what's going on? Why didn't I see anything? Could it be that the building left, so? But the next moment, the player seemed to think of something, and his tone was full of all kinds of incredible. My god, could it be? He felt that it was a little impossible, but the current situation was proving to him all the time that it seemed that this might still be true. That's right, he had been doubting whether he had entered the interior of the huge celestial body since just now, but now it seems that it is really like this. Seeing this scene, he couldn't help but look weird. If this is true, wouldn't it be? But this player is naturally not a fool. You know how many times he has been killed during this period of time, and he almost forgot to be cautious. It had been engraved in his mind, so he began to observe the surroundings carefully. After making sure that the surroundings were safe, he crawled underground again. It is better to be safe than sorry, he knew very well, so he quietly began to move towards the distance. Because he was underground, as long as he didn't make much noise, he believed that he would not be discovered. He moved forward all the way. At first, there was nothing, but soon he found that this place began to shake, and at the same time, some useless stones and some useful resources were beginning to be isolated. Seeing this scene, he was more certain that he was definitely inside the machine. Of course, if it was a good thing that he was inside the machine, there was something better, because he found that the inside of the machine was like a factory that classified the collected resources, processed them, and stored them. Of course, this was not the point. The point was that if this was the case, wouldn't it mean that he didn't need to spend any effort to get a lot of resources? Thinking of this, he couldn't help but get excited. But he also knew that he had to be cautious now, and couldn't waste it at all, otherwise, if he was discovered, such a good opportunity would be lost in vain. He even had some wild thoughts at this time. If he developed inside the spaceship, and then captured the spaceship from the inside, how awesome would that be? Oh my god, this won't really happen, right? If it does, I will just take off from the spot. His voice was trembling as he spoke. He didn't share this news with others because he felt that he had to keep it secret first, and then give them a big surprise. He had to work hard secretly, and surprise everyone. He was also worried that he would be discovered after telling the news, and then he would be embarrassed. He estimated that the group of people would laugh at him in various ways. So, after thinking again and again, he chose to keep a low profile. Don't panic. The more you get to this point, the more you can't panic. You must be careful. Don't let anything go wrong at this time, otherwise everything will fail. First of all, I must continue to hide myself and disguise myself. Since they didn't find it inside, it means that the detection technology inside is definitely not as good as outside. Otherwise, I would have been discovered long ago. So at this time, I have to think about what I should do next. Continue to disguise, don't make any moves for the time being. Usually, this place must have its own arrangements for the processing and storage of such resources. These collected resources will be processed or stored through things like assembly lines. In short, they will all be put into the warehouse in the end, and I don't need to hide and follow these resources into the warehouse. It will be safe then. It didn't say that he needed to disguise himself as a piece of ore now. You should know that insects are born with the ability to hide. It is very easy for insects to hide themselves well. Although their own hiding is not very effective compared to the professional detection devices of some advanced civilizations, some things, like the detection of, or in some processing plants, can still be done by themselves if they want to hide the world. While thinking, he also began to plan, and he was very cautious all the way. He paid close attention to every detail and controlled it. In short, he was very careful here, so careful that he felt a little too much. But the more this is the case, the better it is for him, because he knows very well that he can't be too careful in the current situation, because he knows that he will do something earth-shattering next. The subsequent development is basically the same as he imagined. Why do you say that? The reason is very simple, that is, the subsequent situation is really in such a state. The collected resources began to be classified, and each resource has its own function, and it naturally chose an area with the highest resource exchange ratio and followed it. As time went by, he became more and more nervous, because at this moment, he saw more and more professional equipment. He even saw a lot of things that made him feel bright. These things were full of technology, which made him curious, but for this matter, he just took a look. The hiding ability of the insects did not disappoint him. He was quite safe along the way, and soon he entered the smelting furnace. To be honest, when he entered the furnace, he was also panicked. How could he not be panicked? He was really worried that he would be burned to death after entering. But in the end, he gritted his teeth and went in. Of course, it was not because he was very fierce, but he found that there was an insect egg in it that was safe and sound, which made him immediately realize that the defense of the insects was definitely beyond his imagination. After many attempts, he went in smoothly, and the first thing after entering was naturally to find a good place to hide. Then the resources here became more and more. When the resources reached a certain level, a large number of transport robots appeared, transporting it and other resources. Soon he saw something that made his eyes light up. This is a huge warehouse. It can no longer be described as huge. It can be said that this place is simply a paradise. There are a lot of special resources piled up around, and they are all processed and refined. This made him very excited. This is completely like making money. How can he not be excited? Of course, he did not dare to act rashly. It would be easy to overturn if he just came here to make trouble. So he was very low-key when he came here, and did not do anything, and continued to chat with all the water friends in the chat channel. Several days passed like this, and finally he was basically sure that he was safe. Now it was his turn to be excited. First, he found a relatively safe place, and this so-called safe place was the center of the resource accumulation. He dug a hole on it, and entered the bottom layer. After entering the bottom layer, the next thing to do was quite simple. He began to build buildings here. The whole process was extremely smooth. There were so many resources that they could not be used up. Perhaps when other players established the Song dynasty, the idea was to build cordyceps first, and then build other buildings based on the resource situation. In short, they must plan well, otherwise it will affect their own rhythm. But unfortunately, his side was completely different, because there was no shortage of resources at all, so his operation was very lavish and fast. Cordyceps turrets, velociraptor pools, hydralisk pools. He immediately started to arrange all kinds of things that could be arranged, and the speed was so fast. The speed was so fast that he couldn't even imagine that nearly 20 buildings were started at the same time. It was conceivable how exaggerated the resource consumption was. Of course, considering his own safety, he naturally couldn't let go of all kinds of soldiers. First, hundreds of beasts came, and then thousands of hydralisks came. The reason for this choice was that he heard from other players that the combat power of the hydralisk was not weak. Anyway, he didn't lack resources at all now, and he just maxed out everything. In short, he didn't lack resources at all in this wave. In less than a week, his resources have surpassed most players, which made him smile from ear to ear. However, he was worried about the rapid development. He was also very sober. The reason why I can develop so fast is entirely because of the resources here. Although the resources here are very rich, it is undeniable that it is very dangerous for me now. Once they find me, they will definitely destroy me, and then all my efforts will be in vain. It must be said that he is still very clear about his situation. He is also very clear about his own positioning. If he is not clear about his own positioning, he would probably have been inflated by now. So what I have to do next is to develop more powerful arms, as soon as possible to ensure my IQ safety. Of course, I can't rely on myself. I must also get other players to take action here. Now he is here, which is equivalent to saying that he has set a positioning coordinate for other players. In this way, it is not difficult for other players to come here. But how to get other players to come here is a relationship. First of all, if you want to come here, you must develop to have flying arms, otherwise it's all nonsense. Secondly, there must be enough benefits here. As for the benefits, he is not worried at all about the vast amount of resources in this building, and they are all commissioned, which can definitely make players excited. While thinking about this, he also started planning. Before that, he just wanted to show off his muscles. After all, if you say that your place is good, why should everyone believe you? Just relying on your mouth. So he needs to let all players see the real situation here. So he started the live broadcast without hesitation. In fact, most players are very clear about his situation here. They also understand that he has a very difficult life. Usually, he just stays in the group and nothing else happens. So when he started the live broadcast, it naturally aroused the curiosity of the players. Could it be that he was killed in the live broadcast? Although the specific reason is not clear, everyone still clicked in. Then everyone was dumbfounded. What they saw was a mountain of resources. The vast amount of resources were piled up like a mountain, densely packed everywhere. You can also see a large number of velociraptors, and 40 or even worker bees are active in them, frantically transporting resources. There are a lot of buildings in the incubation stage all around. Just from the situation of these buildings, it is not difficult to guess that these must be advanced buildings that consume a lot of resources. They need a lot of time to gather enough resources for each building, but now there are 7 or 8 of them incubating at the same time. This scene honestly shocked everyone present, and the most important thing is that the one who started this live broadcast was a small salted fish, who was killed instantly after being resurrected not long ago. Chapter 1060. Oh my god, are you serious? This is outrageous. So I am the loser. I was thinking, is he the only loser in the group? Now it seems that I am too young. I never thought that I am the loser. Who could have thought? God knows that he could encounter such a thing, and suddenly develop to this point in January. This is outrageous. This is too much. So I envy these people. The players felt more or less hit. This matter would be the same for everyone. After all, he was originally thought to be the worst player, but he suddenly became the best player among all the current players. The contrast is more or less big. You know, not long ago, they were still discussing this player in various ways. I'm afraid it's not in this life. That's how it was. In the blink of an eye, the identities suddenly changed, and he became the one with the best development. But the problem is that in Group 9, he is still being ridiculed. Although I don't want to admit it, I have to say that this guy is definitely an old cunning guy. He must have discriminated against it a long time ago, but he has been hiding it, and not willing to expose it, just for this wave. Too insidious. How can there be such an insidious person to fish in this way? Didn't anyone tell him that fishing is dead horse? Young man, I am very optimistic that you can develop, but I don't like your old cunning way. Can you be more sincere? If you develop, just say that you have to hide, and then suddenly reveal the news. What do you want to express? Do you want to express that we are stupid? For a while, the players were also indignant. After all, they couldn't stand the operation of this player. This is really too much, and now this guy is still showing all kinds of faces in the group, and the general content is that you see how I am developing, and do you think I am holding everyone back? At this time, this little friend is as arrogant as he can be, which makes everyone present very angry. The most important thing is that the person who mocked him before ran to write in a small notebook, and now he is chatting privately one by one. Oh my god, you are a bit too much. If you play like this, I think we can't be friends at all. I can't help but beat you to death. Young man, the more arrogant you are now, believe me, you will be in a mess. You ran into someone's nest. There are indeed many resources. People have prepared all the resources for you, but haven't you ever thought about it? If you are discovered, how do you want to die? Yes, if you don't say it, I haven't thought about it. This guy is very arrogant now, but don't forget that he is in someone's nest, and he will die on the spot if he is not careful. This is not a dead end for you, you are here. What is this? I was thinking you could take off, but you can't even take off. You probably won't fly very far before you lie down. It has to be said that there are still many smart people on the player's side. They found the problem in an instant, so they started to mock mercilessly. However, seeing the comments of these people, the expression of this player also changed slightly. He really didn't expect that the suspicious points would be found so quickly. But for him, it didn't matter. After all, he just wanted to ask for help. Although he was just showing off, it didn't affect his subsequent operations. Brothers, this is why I came to talk to you about this. To be honest, I need your help, I need your support. As long as you take this place down, I will be safe. Unexpectedly, before he finished speaking, the barrage of comments from the players began to fill the screen frantically. Brother, you are probably dreaming. Do you think we will help you this time? No, brother, I just want to ask what you are thinking. You have already ridiculed us so much, and now you still want us to help. You are really a tiger. Brother, let it be, just wait for it to die. Seeing the comments of the crowd, this player naturally has a big move waiting for them. Young man, don't you know how many resources are in this building? The place where I am now is just one of his mines. He has at least dozens of such mines. Just imagine, if you take this place down you will. How many resources are there? Aren't you tempted? Let me tell you this. The resources here can at least allow us to develop to the level of Flying Dragon or even higher. You should have an idea of how much resources are stored here. And it's not difficult to take this place. Think about it. I am inside now, and can act as an insider. We can attack from both inside and outside when the time comes. It must be said that his words are indeed very attractive. They know very well in their hearts that they have been working hard every day just for a little bit of resources. However, now there is an opportunity to directly obtain resources in front of them. How can they not be excited? Many players were tempted by this, and they immediately asked the player about the situation. So, brother, let's talk about what the situation is and how many resources there are. Although I don't like your behavior, I have to say that the things that really make me excited after all, everyone has seen its development. From this point, we can see how rich the resources there are, especially seeing those buildings that are upgraded at the same time, which makes players envious. You know, they have to go through a lot of hardships to upgrade a building, unlike this one where you can upgrade a lot of buildings casually. The gap is enough to show what the difference is. Seeing that everyone was tempted, the player naturally did not hide it, and immediately told everyone about his situation. First of all, I don't need to say much about the resource situation here. It's probably that all kinds of resources have been processed for you, and there is no need to decompose and filter at all, so you can use them directly, and they collect them according to the level of the planet, and all the collected resources will be stored. And I think you also know that this group of BS collect resources in units of planets, and the resources of the entire planet are gathered at once. This is a huge amount. I don't need to say more, so as long as you come here, you should know how much resources you can get. You must know that you have only collected resources on the planet so far, and you haven't collected a certain percentage of the planet, while they directly drain the entire planet. This made all the players excited. It was obvious that they could make a big profit this time. What they don't know at this time is that the entire universe is undergoing special changes. On the other side, Jiang Yao is here. He met with the captain and Chris. Next, your task is to protect that planet. You just need to hide around that planet. We will also provide you with some of the corresponding resources and warships. There are ordinary people on that planet, but they have certain research value for our civilization and are very helpful for the future improvement of our civilization. So we need to study their development history to see if we can find something to learn from it. Of course, you don't need to know the specific situation. You just need to know that your task from now on is to protect there. This is a very difficult task. The importance of the task is more important than any of your previous tasks, so from now on you must complete this task at all costs. When they heard Jiang Yao's words at this time, the two of them also looked serious. They received the task not long ago. At that time, they were also very nervous, because they didn't know why they were regarded as important by the Lord of Civilization. They knew that this was a big shot. Usually, they didn't even have the opportunity to meet him. At most, they saw the relevant portrait through virtual projection. However, when they knew that they were going to be assigned a difficult task, they were also very serious. They were naturally very serious about this matter. Although they didn't know why they had to protect that low-level planet, it didn't matter to them. All they had to do was to complete the task well. Of course, they were also very nervous. This would become their mission for the rest of their lives. Even their descendants would have to complete the same thing, but it didn't matter. After all, it was an honor for them, and it would also change their future. So, the two took up the task without hesitation. No one knew what the future of this planet would be like, but what was known was that this planet would have a profound impact on their civilization. So what they had to do was to protect the safety of this planet and observe the development history of this planet. In this way, the two of them left after accepting the task. Of course, this was just the beginning, because there were still more things they needed to complete in the future. And this was also the last layer of protection that Jiang Yao could provide for the players now. He mobilized a lot of powerful forces to protect that planet. Of course, in addition to the captain, they also sent a lot of bugs from their side. In short, this time he arranged everything he could think of, and his purpose was very simple, which was to ensure their safety as much as possible, because the universe had now begun to undergo tremendous changes. He didn't care much at first. After all, the universe has been changing all the time, but this time is obviously different. Obviously, those special beings above have decided to clean up this place. This also caused all the civilizations present to plan for their own safety or the continuation of civilization, and compared with the past, the changes this time are indeed too big. First of all, they introduced a lot of mechanical creations, which are obviously some attack devices they developed for this place. The existence of these things is naturally to clean up the civilization here. Each of these mechanical creations is comparable to their super combat celestial bodies. And they took hundreds of thousands of them at once, which confused all civilizations. They had some ideas, but because of the other party, the civilizations that had hatreds with each other temporarily put aside their hatred. In short, this time the huge pressure may be united by the whole universe. Because they have felt the other party's determination to be close to you, whether it is a super combat celestial body or other things. In short, when all things are sent out, it will be a disaster for any civilization. This time it is obvious that they have entered the last link in the hull, and everyone knows that they have no more choices. This time either defeat the enemy, then find a breakthrough opportunity, and finally leave here, or just wait to be destroyed, wait for civilization to become rich, and then start all over again. Based on the current strength of all civilizations in this universe, it is basically certain that we have no chance of winning this battle. Although it is incredible, this is the fact. At this time, in the huge meeting room of the Zerg, many civilizations, including Jiang Yao, gathered here and were discussing their future plans. The civilizations present knew that it was time to decide their fate. No civilization could be immune to it, and so were they. Of course, he was not going to join the war this time. Compared to other civilizations, we have a huge advantage, and this advantage is the special bug we obtained before, which is not as simple as it seems on the surface. By studying it, we have developed a new defense technology, a new attack technology, and various new technologies. Of course, if you think that's the end, it's obvious that we haven't passed them. We have also developed a special dormancy technology. And this is the focus of our discussion this time. This technology allows us to enter a special dormant state. After entering this special state, our vital signs will disappear. Everything we have will disappear, as if we don't exist, but our entity does exist. In short, this is a survival skill of this special insect, and this skill should not have been deciphered yet. At least from the memory of this insect, they can only be captured when they are awake. In a dormant state, they will basically not be captured by powerful civilizations. The changes in the universe have exceeded our imagination. From the special consciousness at the beginning to the current super combat celestial body, as well as the environment of the entire universe. and all aspects of the changes are enough to show that the special existence outside has decided to take real action. At this time, the civilizations present who heard what Jiang Yao said were also talking about it. They knew very well that at the moment, their only chance to survive was to study that special dormancy method. As for joining the real battlefield, they have never thought about it. To put it simply, the gap in levels is too big. If they rush in rashly, they will be wiped out by the other side without leaving any trace.